My name is Sue Ren, and I drive the midnight bus to Shaneo Village. Let me tell you, this isn't your average late-night shift. 8 drivers before me met with gruesome ends on this route: accidents, madness, death. Now, I'm number 9. They call bus 14, number 9413, the man-eating bus, and I'm starting to see why. Every night, I navigate the eerie, desolate road, the weight of those other drivers pressing down on me. The rules are strict: no stopping, 3 minutes at the terminus, and a creeping sense that something isn't right. I'm trapped between the need for the paycheck and the chilling premonition that I'm driving towards my own demise. This is my story, the story of the last driver of the midnight bus. I'm Sue Ren, a 26-year-old bus driver, the youngest in our fleet. Most people my age aren't exactly gunning for a pension career, but I like the honest work. Driving a bus isn't glamorous, but it's a living. Until recently, my life was pretty uneventful. Then came the offer that changed everything. Midnight run to Shaneo Village, Captain Jean announced at the drivers' meeting. 800 yuan bonus. The older drivers exchanged uneasy glances. Nobody spoke. Foolishly, I volunteered. 1,000 yuan extra a month for one easy run? Seemed like a no-brainer. Jean Suocheng practically shoved the keys into my hand. Bus 14, number 9413. Midnight sharp. My stomach churned. 9413, the bus that sat abandoned in the corner of the lot. The bus with the inauspicious license plate. Jean clapped me on the shoulder, oblivious, or perhaps intentionally ignorant, of my apprehension. Don't be superstitious, he'd said. Later, Zhou Mao, a fellow driver, pulled me aside. You're a fool, Sue Rin. That midnight bus, it's cursed. He told me about the other drivers, the 8 who came before me. The 8 who met with terrible fates. Dead or disabled. My blood ran cold. I confronted Jean, but he brushed me off. Superstitious nonsense, he'd scoffed. At 11:50 p.m., I sat in the driver's seat of 9413, the engine rumbling beneath me. Jean appeared, a grim specter in the darkness. No stopping, he instructed. 3 minutes at the terminus. No more. 3 minutes? The unease twisted into a knot in my gut. As the clock ticked towards midnight, I felt the weight of those 8 drivers settle on my shoulders, a chilling premonition of what awaited me on the road to Shaneo Village. I'll remember that, Captain, don't worry. No matter what the reason is, the shorter the waiting time, the earlier the time to get off work, which is a good thing for me. It's almost 12 o'clock, I wish you a safe journey. When Jin Suocheng saw me nod, a smile appeared on his face. But I always feel that Jin Suocheng seems to be a little strange today. 5 years ago, 8 drivers drove this car and had accidents. The words Zhou Mao said to me at dinner today appeared in my mind involuntarily. Holding the familiar steering wheel, my palms couldn't help but sweat. Although I am not superstitious, it doesn't mean I won't be afraid. Damn it, this damn Zhou Mao, why did you say that to me when you have nothing to do? It was 12 o'clock, I shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator to start, but I cursed Zhou Mao in my heart. If he hadn't told me those words, I wouldn't be nervous even if I drove at midnight. But now I feel a little scared by his words. Looking at the dark night outside the window, the hairs on my body seem to stand up. It was 12 o'clock when I left the station, and I should arrive at Shaneo Village at about 12:50, but after 5 stops, there was no one on my bus. Will anyone take the bus in the middle of the night? I think it's more like a ghost. I was about to reach the last stop. If no one got on the bus here, I would have to drive the bus empty to the terminal. Hey, is there really someone on the bus? The bus I drove had 9 stops in total. The 9th stop was called Yushin Village, which was 10 minutes away from Shaneo Village. At the stop of Yushin Village, I saw a girl in a white dress waiting for the bus. She was waiting for the bus in the middle of the night, and she was wearing a white dress similar to ancient times. This made me feel a little scared, and I had the urge to drive away directly. But thinking of my professional ethics, I still parked the car steadily in front of the girl. Get on the bus and put in the coin, 1 yuan. I glanced at the girl in white, and my face showed a look of surprise. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, with a perfect figure through her white dress, and delicate facial features like a fairy in the sky. I swear I have never seen such a beautiful girl. Even the stars on TV can't compare with her. I don't have change, can I sit? The girl in white took out a 100 yuan bill after getting on the bus, and looked at me with her big watery eyes. Forget it if you don't have change, I'll treat you this time, sit down. I smiled slightly and took out $1 and threw it into the box. Thank you. The girl in white also smiled when she saw this. I also saw what it means to be charming with a smile. Master, can you help me change some change and bring it over? The girl in white handed me the 100 yuan bill in her hand, as if she would take this line of bus frequently. Okay, I'll bring it to you next time. I took the 100 yuan bill and answered it directly. It was a good thing to chat with such a beautiful girl. This time the girl didn't smile at me again, and sat on the seat to my right. I started the car. When I was looking at the rearview mirror, I would occasionally glance at the girl in white. Only then did I realize that the girl had a blank expression on her face and didn't seem to like to laugh. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at Shaneo village. Beauty, we're at the terminal. Seeing that the girl in white didn't seem to have any intention of getting off the car, I reminded her. Master, when you go back, if you see someone burning paper in the middle of the road, don't stop the car. The girl in white nodded and got off the car. Before she disappeared into the night, she turned around and looked at me, leaving this sentence. Such a beautiful girl, is she mentally ill? Who would burn paper in the middle of the road in the middle of the night? I lit a cigarette and didn't take the girl's words seriously. It takes about 2 minutes to smoke a cigarette. After smoking a cigarette, I saw that it was almost 3 minutes, so I started the car and started to return. Is there really someone burning paper? In the middle of the road? After more than 20 minutes, I arrived at the 4th stop and saw an old lady burning paper in the middle of the road. The wrinkles on her face piled up layer by layer, which was a bit creepy under the light of the fire. When she saw me approaching, the old lady stretched out her hand and waved at me, as if she was trying to stop the car. My first reaction was to step on the brakes, but suddenly I thought of the words of the girl in white. I'm sorry, Grandma. Gritting my teeth slightly, I stepped on the accelerator and passed the old lady directly from the edge of the road. But after I drove past, I looked through the rearview mirror and found that the back of the car was pitch black, and there was no trace of fire at all. Is it a ghost? I broke out in cold sweat on my forehead and back, and my limbs were cold. When I got back to the station, it was already 1:30 in the morning. After parking the car, I went back to the dormitory and took a hot bath. The picture of the old lady burning paper in the middle of the road was still in my mind. Maybe it was just a coincidence. The old lady put out the fire after I passed by. I comforted myself in my heart, but the fire was burning very fiercely. It should be very difficult to put it out in an instant, right? The next morning, before I woke up from my sleep, Jean Suwacheng called me. Nothing happened yesterday? Jean Suwacheng asked nervously. I frowned slightly and told him about the old lady burning paper in the middle of the road yesterday. You did the right thing. If you encounter such a thing in the future, just pretend you didn't see it and drive straight past it. Jean Suwacheng was slightly relieved when he heard that I didn't stop the car. After praising me a few words, he even promised that if I could keep driving, the company would give me a raise. After hanging up the phone with Jean Suwacheng, I couldn't help but think of the girl in white I met last night. I have never been in love before, but I feel like I am in love, mainly because the girl is so beautiful, like a fairy descending to the earth. By the way, I have to change the change for her. Thinking of the girl, I remembered that she asked me to change the change for her yesterday. Thinking that I could see her again tonight, I couldn't help but smile. How is this possible? When I took out the $100 bill that the girl in white gave me yesterday from my pocket, I shuddered at first, and then I couldn't help but scream. The $100 bill that the girl in white gave me yesterday has now turned into paper money for memorializing the dead. My arm trembled, and I hurriedly threw the paper money on the ground, and my face turned pale. Could it be that the girl in white last night was not a human, but a ghost? If time forgets to turn and forgets to take away something, will you still stop saying you love me? Just when my mind was still in a daze, the phone on the bedside rang. Zhou Mao? Seeing that the call was from Zhou Mao, I hurriedly pressed the answer button. Brother, are you okay last night? I helped you check what happened to the 8 drivers 5 years ago. Are you interested in listening? As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Mao's carefree voice rang. Of course I would not refuse. Now I am eager to know the weird source of this last midnight train. Some of the 8 people before encountered ghost soldiers borrowing the road, some encountered weasels worshipping the moon, some encountered white snakes blocking the road, and some encountered. Zhou Mao said several situations in succession, and the last one he said was that the old lady burned paper. I was still in a daze. Everything that happened yesterday was obviously beyond the scope of scientific explanation. Brother, listen to my advice. When you encounter this kind of situation when driving at night, don't stop the car or provoke them. Just go around them. I won't drive this bus anymore. I'll go find the captain now. I shuddered and made up my mind that I would never drive this bus again. It was too damn scary. No! You must drive this bus. When Zhou Mao heard that I would not drive the last midnight bus, his reaction was beyond my expectation. Why? Among the 8 drivers in front of you, 5 chose to leave halfway, 3 of them died in accidents, and the remaining 2 became disabled, and their brains were a little abnormal, so now you must continue to drive. However, I do know a feng shui master. I will go find him later to see if there is any way to save you. Zhou Mao's words made me fall into silence. I regretted why I took this bus. Now I was in a dilemma and could only choose to continue driving. Brother Zhou, thank you for your help. Zhou Mao is my only friend in the company, and now I can only choose to trust him. At 12 o'clock in the evening, I set off after checking the time. This time, no one got on the bus on the way to Shanao village, and the girl in white did not appear again. After waiting for 3 minutes at the terminal of Shanao village, I started the car and prepared to return to the station. My muscles were tense, for fear of meeting the old woman who burned paper again. However, at the 4th stop on the return journey, I did not see anything unusual, and the old woman who burned paper did not appear again, which made me feel relieved. The weasel worships the moon? But just after the 4th stop and coming to the 5th stop, the scene in front of me made my eyes widen. A yellow weasel was nearly 1 meter long, with sparkling hair all over its body. At this moment, it was squatting in the middle of the road, worshipping the bright moon in the sky. Because I was going from south to north, and it was midnight, so the moon was behind me. From this point of view, the yellow weasel seemed to be kneeling down to worship me. The hair on my body stood up instantly. This scene made me feel more creepy than the old woman burning paper yesterday. I was so frightened that my limbs went cold. It seemed that I had forgotten to step on the accelerator. The speed of the car was slowly decreasing. According to this standard of decrease, the car would definitely stop in front of the yellow-skinned fox. Don't ask anything, don't care about anything, and don't stop the car. I thought of Zhou Mao's instructions in a trance. Without any hesitation, I gritted my teeth and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The bus rushed out directly like lightning, but because of nervousness, I forgot to turn the direction, and the car crashed directly into the yellow-skinned fox. Squeak! The yellow-skinned fox let out a terrified cry, and then ran to the side of the road in a panic. In the last moment, I clearly saw that its eyes were full of resentment. When I returned to the station, the sweat on my body had not dried yet. If this goes on every day, I feel that I will die of a heart attack sooner or later. I don't know what time I fell asleep, but I dreamed that the yellow-skinned fox came to me in my sleep, and kept asking why I ruined its practice. When I woke up the next day, I felt sore in my waist and legs, as if I had worked hard all night instead of sleeping last night. Brother Zhou, how did the question go? I called Zhou Mao quickly. Now I don't want to drive the last midnight bus 9413 again. Unfortunately, the gentleman is on a business trip. It will take half a month for him to come back. You can only hold on for another half a month. But don't worry, according to my research on your 8 previous drivers, even if there is a problem, it will take at least half a month. I didn't listen to Zhou Mao's comfort. After hanging up the phone, I always felt like a big stone was pressing on my body, making him gasp when walking. It was night again. I waited in the dormitory until 11:30, but there was no intention to go to the parking lot. I encountered strange things for 2 consecutive nights. Now my legs are weak before the bus leaves. Damn it, when a person dies, birds fly up to the sky. I am still a virgin, so why should I be afraid of hair? It was almost midnight, and thinking of Zhou Mao's words, I said to myself to cheer myself up, then walked from the dormitory to the parking lot and started bus number 149413. What surprised me this time was that as soon as the bus left the station and arrived at a stop, an old man carrying a basket came up. Uncle, where are you going so late? I felt a little more secure when I saw someone get on the bus, and I started chatting with the old man with a smile. I came to sell vegetables during the day and took a nap. When I woke up, I saw that it was already midnight. Fortunately, there was a last bus. I want to go to Shanao village. After putting down the basket, the old man showed a kind smile on his face and sat directly in the front seat on my right. Young man, can you smoke? I saw that the old man had an extra pipe in his hand, which was the kind of homemade dry tobacco. It's okay for you to sit in front of the window, smoke it, anyway, there are only 2 of us. Thank you, young man, you are a good person. Come to our Shanao village another day, Sun Laochi, will treat you to a meal. While thanking me, Sun Laochi lit the dry tobacco and started smoking. With Sun Laochi's company, I drove very steadily on the road. It only took half an hour from the station to Shaneo village. Ahem. Young man, I'm home. Drive slowly on the way back. Sun Laochi stood up and put the basket on his back. But when he walked behind me, he suddenly swung the pipe in his hand and hit me. Damn! Are you sick? I screamed and frowned when I was suddenly attacked. Young man, I saw that you were a good person, so I helped you. It's a pity that people nowadays don't know good people. Sun Laochi sighed, walked down from the car with the basket on his back, and soon disappeared into the night. You hit me with a pipe, and it's for my own good? Are you sick? I touched my back. My face didn't look good, but soon I found that the feeling of being pressed by a huge rock seemed to disappear, and I felt much more relaxed. Could Sun Laochi really be a master? So he is very likely to know the truth about the weirdness of the last bus of Route 14. When I reacted and wanted to find Sun Laochi, it was too late. Damn, it's almost 3 minutes. I almost exceeded the time stipulated by Jinswoching, and I shouted and started the car. On the way back this time, I didn't meet the yellow skin again, but at the 6th stop, I saw a tumtor-long white snake blocking the middle of the road. With the experience of seeing the yellow skin, I was much calmer this time and went around it directly along the side of the road. In the next few days, I saw the bloody rooster at the 7th stop and the vague figure at the 8th stop. According to my estimation, that should be the Een soldiers borrowing the road mentioned by Zhou Mao. However, since I saw the girl in white for the first time, I have not seen her again, so the matter of paper money for the dead has been forgotten by me. But that night, when I drove to the 9th stop, Yushan village, I saw the girl again at the bus stop. She was still wearing the same white dress and still had a stunning appearance, but there was no smile on her face. Master, did you change the change for me? After the girl got on the bus, she stood directly in front of me, staring at me with her big watery eyes. Give me a piece of paper money for the dead. Where should I go to change it? I cursed in my heart, and was a little scared by the girl's straight eyes. After an awkward smile, I explained, Beauty, your money can't be spent, no one is willing to change it for me. So you didn't change it for me? The girl in white suddenly raised her voice by 2 decibels, and then her face seemed to be more angry, and there was a special black breath wandering on her white jade face. I was shocked when I saw this, and suddenly I remembered that the girl in white told me in advance that she would meet an old woman burning paper that night. Could it be that this girl is really a ghost? I have changed the change. I forgot to bring it this time. I will bring it to you next time. I will pay for my car fare today. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. No matter whether the girl in white is a human or a ghost, I don't plan to entangle with her over 100 yuan. Thank you, master. The anger on the girl's face disappeared immediately after hearing this, and she showed me a bright smile. The fairy smiled, and I suddenly felt that even if I spent 100 yuan, it was worth it. When you pass the 5th stop, throw this out of the window, it can solve your troubles. When the girl got off the bus, she handed me a copper coin. The simple copper coin should be a few years old, and it was already covered with green copper rust. But what I care about is not the copper coin the girl gave me, but her words, my troubles? Is it about the collision with the yellow skin? With a doubtful mood, I threw the copper coin given by the girl in white out of the window when I passed the 5th stop on the way back. Ding! The sound of the copper coin falling to the ground was crisp and pleasant to the ears. At this moment, I felt that the sense of depression on my body completely disappeared. Through the window, I seemed to see a yellow-skinned animal running quickly to the side of the road and taking the queen copper coin away. Who is this girl in white? Is she really a ghost? But even if she is a ghost, it doesn't look like an evil spirit. In the next few days, there was an extra bag of coins in my car, a full 100 coins. This was prepared for the girl in white, but after 4 or 5 days, I didn't meet the girl in white again. This made me think that the 2 times I met the girl were on Sundays. Could it be that she only took the bus every Sunday? My daily life became regular. I left at 12 o'clock and came back at 1:30. Although I basically couldn't pick up anyone, and I would definitely encounter supernatural scenes when I came back, I got used to it after seeing it more. I wanted to see Sun Laochi again to ask him about the identity of the girl in white. According to my estimation, the girl in white is probably from Shaneo village, and the two should know each other. But since that meeting, Sun Laochi has not taken the bus again. With anticipation, I finally waited until Sunday. If my guess is correct, the girl in white will definitely take the bus today. And after tonight, I will have been driving bus number 14 for half a month. Sure enough, when there was still a distance from the 9th stop, I saw the girl in white waiting for the bus. The unchanged white dress and appearance made me smile, and at this moment I even felt a heartbeat. Master, did you change the change for me? The girl in white asked the same question as last time as soon as she got on the bus. Look, I left it on the bus a long time ago. I haven't seen you for a long time. I have to carry it back and forth every day. I handed the bag of change to the girl in white and joked with her. Thank you. After taking the change, the girl in white smiled at me again. At this moment, I felt that the girl seemed to have changed. If the girl in white before was like a fairy in the sky, people could only worship her but not approach her. The girl now seemed to have fallen from heaven to earth, which gave me a feeling of closeness. Are we still going to Shaneo village today? After starting the car, I asked casually, but after asking, I couldn't help scolding myself for being so stupid. After Yushin village, there was only the terminal station Shaneo village left. Where else could she go if not there? I'm going to Jogong station today. The girl in white answered, which surprised me. Jogong station is the nearest station to the station and is considered a suburb of Huanyuan City. That's great, someone happened to chat with me on the way back. I said with a smile, wanting to chat with the girl and ask her about the copper coins. But when I just opened my mouth to talk about the copper coin, the girl shook her head and said, some things you'd better not know, otherwise you will die faster, just like those drivers who drove here a few years ago. I was shocked when I heard it. At this moment, I had arrived at the terminal. After parking the car, I turned my head and looked at the girl in white and said, you know what happened a few years ago? Then can you tell me what happened here? The girl in white did not answer me. She looked at me with her big eyes for a few seconds and said, today is the 15th day since you came here to drive. It is the time when your disaster breaks out. You will die tonight. I'm dying? No matter who hears such words, I am afraid they will be shocked, and I am certainly no exception. If you listen to me, you may be able to escape disaster today. The girl in white looked at me with a smile, her attitude seemed much softer than before. My name is Su Ren, I don't know your name yet. After I nodded in response, I began to ask the girl's name. Bai Xian. Bai Xian said and sat directly on a seat behind me. This is the seat closest to me on the bus, and I can even vaguely smell the fragrance emanating from Bai Xian's body. This is a special smell, not too strong. I don't think it smells like perfume. It might be Bai Xian's body fragrance. She has body odor and a shadow. She must not be a spirit. Through the lights inside the bus, I saw Bai Xian's shadow, which calmed my mind. 3 minutes are almost up. I don't know how Bai Xian knew about the 3 minutes, but when the time was almost up, she did remind herself by lightly opening her red lips. I nodded in response and started the car. According to the pattern of weird things I encountered before, yesterday I met the bloodstained rooster at the 7th station, so today I should see the Een soldiers crossing the road at the 8th station. I passed the 7th station in front of me and was about to arrive at the 8th station. I suddenly became nervous. Bai Xian was sitting behind me. He seemed to notice my nervousness and said, "Don't be nervous, you'll be fine today as long as I'm here." Bai Xian's voice seemed to contain special power, which gave me a sense of security. Looking for a sense of security from Bai Xian, I couldn't help but blush slightly. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. It was midnight, and there were no people or cars on the road. I stepped on the accelerator of the bus to the bottom, trying to get through the 8th stop as quickly as possible. It's been 20 minutes, why haven't you seen the 8th stop yet? This stretch of road has been passed just now. I couldn't see the 8th stop. The bus I was driving seemed to be in an infinite loop with no end in sight. Jen, don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Xian's voice sounded behind me. Her name for me was a bit strange. It was only one word, but I didn't feel awkward at all. I'm sure I was here just now. Are they going to kill me here? I calmed down. In fact, I still don't know who or what they are. As long as I'm here, no one can kill you, Rin, close your eyes, I'm getting off. Bai Xian's words were a bit strange. The bus was driving very fast, but she wanted me to close my eyes. And if I don't stop, how can she get out of the car? But just as I was about to open my mouth to say something else, I felt my head suddenly sink and my eyelids felt like weights were hanging on them. No matter how hard I persisted, it was useless and I quickly closed my eyes. Brake. Driving with your eyes closed, isn't this the way to get into a car accident? I closed my eyes and yelled, but found that I couldn't control my body at all. Ahoo! I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes, the bus was still traveling at high speed and had just passed the 8th stop. Bai Xian was also missing. According to her, he should have gotten off the car. I felt a little disappointed and forgot to ask Bai Xian for his contact information. In addition, I still have some doubts. I wonder if the fact that I escaped a disaster today means that I have escaped from bad luck and can end the work of the number 14 bus? I returned home and lay on the bed in my dormitory, still wrestling with this question in my mind. When I see Bai Xian again next week, I must ask her this question. Finally, I made up my mind to wait for another week. The next morning, I just woke up and received a call from Zhou Mao. Quickly go to number 9413 Inda Street to find Lin Hualong. There seemed to be something wrong with Zhou Mao's voice, and his words were choppy. Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I felt something was wrong with Zhou Mao, but Zhou Mao did not answer my question and hung up the phone after finishing speaking. Number 9413 Inda Street. The license plate number of the car I drove is also 9413. Is there such a coincidence? But since Zhou Mao said it, I decided to go to Inda Street to take a look. Inda Street is on the other side of the old city. I took a taxi and went directly to number 9413. This is already the end of Inda Street, and there is only one slightly dark unfinished building nearby. Even though it was noon, I still felt the cold air blowing past me as I approached the unfinished building. Young man, who are you looking for? In front of the unfinished building, an aunt who was sunbathing asked after seeing me looking around. Auntie, is there someone named Lin Hualong here? After Aunt Sunwan heard Lin Hualong's name, she seemed to have a strange expression on her face. Are you looking for that weirdo? His home is in 403, but I advise you not to go looking for him. The smell of blood and stench often comes from that man's house. I feel like he has a mental problem. Aunt Sunwan persuaded me very warmly and kindly. But since Zhou Mao asked me to come to Lin Hualong, he must have a reason. In order to get rid of the curse of the last bus on Route 14, I have no other choice now. After thanking Aunt Sunwan, I walked into the unfinished building. The light in the black unfinished building was dim. Although it was broad daylight, it gave me the feeling of walking at night. The energy here is so heavy. I shuddered, feeling that this unfinished building seemed to be more dangerous than the road on the number 14 bus. In the empty stairwell, only the sound of my progress could be heard. Unconsciously, I had already sweated coldly on my body. When I stood at the door of 403, the sweat had soaked my clothes. Snap! 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 I knocked on the door of 403, and I could vaguely smell a fishy smell coming from the room. Is Master Lin Hualong here? I am the driver of the last bus of number 14 of the bus company. I would like to ask you something. I introduced myself directly, and I also wanted to see if this Lin Hualong was really capable. The last bus of number 14? Is the cursed bus that has stopped for 5 years starting again? The door opened, and a skinny hand grabbed my arm directly. I was startled and turned around to run away, but the strength of the owner of the palm was so terrible that I couldn't break free for a while. Master Lin Hualong? Since you drove the last bus on Route 14, you must have encountered something dirty. Who asked you to come to me? Lin Hualong's voice came from the half-open door. He should be in his 40s. Zhou Mao asked me to come to you. Snap! Lin Hualong seemed very surprised when he heard this. He pushed open the door and slapped me in the face. Nonsense! Zhou Mao was the first driver of the last bus on Route 14. He has been dead for 6 years. Lin Hualong's slap made me see stars. Although I was angry, I was more shocked. Zhou Mao has been dead for a long time? I covered my numb face and stared at Lin Hualong in disbelief. He narrowed his eyes and looked at me from top to bottom. Who are you? After a while, Lin Hualong said in a weird tone, Why are you looking for me? He did not answer my question, and looked at me with deep suspicion. Seeing Lin Hualong avoiding the topic about Zhou Mao, I became more and more entangled. Zhou Mao is my only friend. Could it be that someone like me has a ghost instead of a human? Boy, I'm talking to you. Just as I fell into silence, Lin Hualong grabbed my neck. His eyes were full of hostility, as if he and I were enemies. Let me go. I struggled and roared, and pushed him away. Lin Hualong was half a head shorter than me, and he was thin. I pushed him in anger, and he fell to the ground with a fart. I thought Lin Hualong would be furious, but to my surprise, he was not angry, but looked at me calmly. Aren't you from the Ding family? Lin Hualong suddenly said something, which made me more confused. What Ding family? I asked back subconsciously, feeling that this Lin Hualong was almost a psychopath. Perhaps seeing that I didn't know anything, Lin Hualong let down his guard for a while. Boy, come in first. He got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and said to me coldly. Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that at least I was not driven away. After striding into his house, the smell of blood instantly became heavier and even a little pungent. I resisted the urge to cover my nose and stood aside with an unnatural expression. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Hualong sneered, "I don't eat people." From his tone, it seemed like he was mocking himself. I smiled awkwardly and handed him a cigarette. Lin Hualong did not refuse. After he took the cigarette, I immediately stepped forward to light it for him. "Master Lin, I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me." I looked at him innocently. Lin Hualong exhaled a puff of smoke, nodded at me, and said nothing more. Until he finished his cigarette, he slowly spoke. One sentence scared me so much that I broke out in a cold sweat. "You are haunted by a ghost." "Brother Zhou, is it really a ghost?" Until now, I still find it hard to believe and accept this fact. "Boy, do you think I need to lie to you?" Lin Hualong looked at me with contempt. But my head hurt so much. If Zhou Mao was really a ghost, why did he keep helping me and let me come to Lin Hualong for help? Lin Hualong stared at me intently, his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "You don't have to think too much, there are good and bad spirits." Lin Hualong wiped his clothes with his hands, and suddenly took out something and handed it to me. I took it and saw that it was a palm-sized iron lock, which was a little heavy in my hand. "Take this to save your life." Lin Hualong glanced at me with a nonchalant look on his face. I nodded and said to him politely, "Thank you, Master Lin. This is a longevity lock. You hang it around your neck tonight, and it can save your life." Before I could react, Lin Hualong said another sentence slowly. When I heard this, I looked at him with a shocked face. "Master Lin, how do you know about me?" I looked at him in confusion and squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. "Do I have to drive this car?" You know, from the time I entered the door until now, I haven't told him about the strange things I encountered. Lin Hualong looked at me mysteriously, laughed strangely, and began to explain. "Since you mentioned Zhou Mao, you must have taken over his job." Lin Hualong told me my career and experiences in one breath, especially at the end. He asked me if I was entangled by a female spirit. After listening to his words, I shuddered all over. I thought Lin Hualong was really a god. "Master Lin, what do you mean, Bai Xian is not a human?" I swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gulp and asked mutteringly. Lin Hualong smiled and said, "Maybe." After saying this, he waved his hand directly, indicating that I could leave. But I didn't want to leave yet. There were many things I hadn't figured out. If I left like this, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how I died tonight. Lin Hualong may have seen my hesitation and seemed to guess what I was thinking. "Since you don't want to leave yet, then tell me about your relationship with Bai Xian first." A curious look flashed across Lin Hualong's face. When I heard what he said, I told him everything about my first meeting with Bai Xian and what happened afterwards without any hesitation. After hearing what I said, Lin Hualong shook his head. He looked at me and warned me, "Don't trust Bai Xian. She will kill you." I nodded, not quite understanding. But Lin Hualong urged me to leave quickly, saying that if I stayed with him for too long, it would bring him trouble. I didn't want to cause trouble to others, so I thanked him again and turned to leave. When I was leaving, Lin Hualong's voice suddenly sounded behind me. "You must drive this bus for 49 days. After 49 days, you will be able to overcome 9 deaths and win a lifetime." I turned back and nodded vigorously to him, indicating that I would do what he said. Although I didn't quite understand what Lin Hualong meant, I knew in my heart that if I didn't do it, I would probably die soon. "Hey, are you still alive?" In a blink of an eye, the time froze at 11:50 p.m. Jin Suocheng's figure staggered and walked towards me. He was obviously drunk and his words were particularly unpleasant. "Captain, what do you mean by this?" I stared at him with a dark face. He cursed me to death for no reason. What was his intention? But what puzzled me even more was that Jin Suocheng didn't go home after getting drunk, so why did he run to the company? My intuition told me that things were not simple. Jin Suocheng must know a lot of inside information, so why not take advantage of him being drunk and get him to talk? "Captain, Brother Zhou Maozhou, are you the first driver of bus number 14, number 9413? Without waiting for Jin Suocheng to answer my first question, I asked a question out of the blue. As expected, Jin Suocheng was frightened by my words and his face turned blue. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped me on the shoulder. Jin Suocheng's face came closer, and we faced each other, just staring at each other. Suddenly, he spoke. "Do a good job." Jin Suocheng patted my shoulders twice again, and after saying a word, he left without looking back. I wanted to catch up and ask, but suddenly realized that it was too late to leave. In desperation, I had to roll my eyes at Jin Suocheng's receding back and hurriedly leave. The back of Jin Suwaching just now kept appearing in my mind. He looked like he was taking a walk. He just walked to the company, and it was late at night. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong, and I couldn't concentrate for a while. And just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the road. It looked like a child, and he ran straight towards me. I was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to step on the brakes. As a result, I was distracted by extreme tension, and stepped on the accelerator. The bus suddenly accelerated and ran over. I could even hear the crunching sound of broken bones, which was so creepy. When I subconsciously wanted to stop the car, I caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror. The rearview mirror showed an empty road, which looked particularly eerie in the dark night. There was not even a shadow of a person. Not to mention the child I just hit. Just when I thought I had hit a ghost again and was about to ignore it. Suddenly, a baby carriage appeared in my sight. The baby carriage was parked in the middle of the road, swaying from time to time, apparently blown by the wind. Sweat flowed down my cheeks, and I was scared out of my wits at this moment. Just when I didn't know whether I should stop the car, the baby carriage suddenly rushed towards me like crazy. With a clang, the baby carriage was suddenly smashed to pieces, and a baby flew up in an instant and smashed into the windshield. The blood seemed to penetrate and drip all over my head and brain. That feeling was so real. No! In a hurry, I exclaimed. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation came over me. My whole face seemed to be tightly wrapped by a layer of transparent plastic wrap, and it was difficult to breathe. Help, help. I tried my best to shout for help, but the sound could only linger in my heart and I couldn't shout it out at all. At this moment, I was extremely nervous and close to death. Just when I felt that my brain was lacking oxygen and was about to collapse, my chest suddenly felt hot. Then, I seemed to hear a click, like the sound of unlocking. As the sound of unlocking sounded, the feeling of suffocation dissipated like a tide. "Young man, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded. I gasped and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Sun Laochi standing outside the car, and the car had stopped at the second stop at some point. Has it passed the first stop? I was shocked. "Young man, why are you still in a daze?" Sun Laochi kept slapping the car door. His hoarse voice urged, "Let me in quickly, I want to get in the car." I came to my senses slowly and quickly pressed the button to open the door. As the door opened, Sun Laochi's old face with a kind smile appeared in front of me. "What are you looking at with your eyes wide open? I've been calling you for a long time, why don't you respond?" Sun Laochi sat down in the seat next to the door, puffing on his pipe and complaining non-stop. I looked at him blankly and pointed at the windshield in front of me. Slowly opened his mouth. "Baby, blood, so much blood." I could clearly feel my voice trembling, and I knew I was very panicked at the moment. "What blood? Where is the blood?" Sun Laochi stared at me with a strange look, as if he was looking at a liar. My eyelids jumped and I subconsciously looked at the windshield. What came into view was a road, which was illuminated by the dim yellow lights. And the windshield was very bright, as if it had just been cleaned. The baby carriage was gone, and the baby was gone. It was as if nothing had ever happened. I was completely dumbfounded. "What are you still standing there for? Drive quickly," Sun Laochi urged dissatisfiedly. "Oh," I answered woodenly and started the car quickly. As a result, when I touched it, I felt a hard object, which was a bit sharp. I looked down and saw that it was the longevity lock that Lin Hualong gave me during the day. At this moment, the longevity lock had broken into several pieces, and it looked like it had suffered a major blow. What was going on? Because I was in a hurry to get to the next stop, I didn't have time to think about it at the moment, so I simply started the car, thinking about finishing this trip tonight. After Sun Laochi, many passengers got on at the remaining stops one after another. This made my heart, which had been in my throat, suddenly become much calmer. Fortunately, there was no danger all night, and when I was about to reach the terminal, Sun Laochi suddenly came up. "Young man, there is a man named Lin Hualong, a charlatan. He suddenly said something to me." I looked at him in confusion and said nothing. Lin Hualong is very good at cheating people. He can cheat people to the point of bankruptcy. When Sun Laochi saw that I didn't say anything, he explained again and then moved his trembling body. When he got off the car, he also warned me to be careful. After a night of fear and surprise, I returned to my residence after safely parking the bus. I stayed awake all night, and my mind was in a mess. As soon as I closed my eyes, I thought of the creepy bloodstains. And that strong feeling of suffocation. The feeling of suffocation was so real that I could clearly feel it when I thought of it, and my whole body trembled. I smoked 2 whole packs of cigarettes in one night. It was not until dawn that I was hit by a strong drowsiness and fell asleep late. I slept very deeply this time. When I woke up, it was already dark. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door loudly. This reminded me of the scene when Sun Laochi knocked on the car door last night, and I shuddered all over. Who is it? I stared at the shaking door and shouted to the outside. It's me, open the door quickly. Soon, Jin Suocheng's voice sounded outside the door. Hearing this, I struggled to get up and open the door for him. When my feet touched the ground, my head felt heavy and my whole body felt weak. I could clearly feel myself floating and weak, as if I would die at any time. Why didn't you report to the company today? Jin Suocheng looked at me with worry as soon as he entered the door. His eyes made me feel uncomfortable because he looked at a dead person. I'm not feeling well. I just woke up. I explained aloud. Jin Suocheng nodded thoughtfully, his eyes fell on the shaking head on the ground, and his face suddenly became ugly. Why did you smoke so many cigarettes last night? Jin Suocheng turned his face faster than turning a page of a book, and he shouted angrily. Before I could answer, Jin Suocheng said again, Did you smoke 2 packs of cigarettes? While he was talking, he stretched out his legs and kicked the 2 empty cigarette boxes on the ground. Those who didn't know would think that Jin Suocheng was concerned about my health. But I knew that this was impossible. What's wrong? Can't I smoke? I was in a bad mood and asked him directly. Jin Suocheng's face turned red with anger, and he pushed me hard. He said viciously, You are not forbidden to smoke, but you can't smoke so many cigarettes. I was silent immediately, thinking to myself, how much I smoke is none of your business. You are really nosy. Just when I was complaining in my heart, Jin Suocheng suddenly told me a story. He said that he had an old friend who died of smoking. He smoked a whole pack of cigarettes in one night. It is said that his friend was not smoking by himself. Instead, there was a spirit possessing him, constantly sucking incense. It was not until dawn that the spirit left his body. As a result, his friend left the world completely when the first ray of sunlight fell on the world. His death was extremely miserable, his whole body was shriveled, and the whole person looked like bacon roasted by smoke and fire. After listening to Jin Suocheng's story, I shrugged indifferently. He saw that I looked disapproving, and his face was full of regret. Hey! I'm concerned about you, do you understand? Jin Suocheng seemed to be so anxious that he said something against his will. I laughed out loud when I heard this. Concerned about me? Are you trying to deceive the spirit? I couldn't help but speak out my thoughts directly. Without waiting for Jin Suocheng to get angry, I changed the subject and asked him about what happened last night. Asked him why he ran back to the company in the middle of the night. Jin Suocheng's face became uncertain when he heard this. What do you mean? Did I go to the company last night? He obviously looked like he didn't know anything. I thought to myself, just pretend as hard as you can. You went to the company at 11:50 last night and said 3 words to me, do you remember? I deliberately frightened him, thinking that he might have drunk too much last night and definitely couldn't remember. Which 3 words? Sure enough, Jin Suocheng asked me impatiently. Work hard. I didn't hide it and told him the truth directly. As a result, when Jin Suocheng heard these 3 words, he seemed to have seen a ghost, and he suddenly cried ah, his legs softened and he sat down on the ground. Seeing him like this, I was immediately shocked. When I reached out to pull him, Jin Suocheng got up from the ground with his butt sticking out. He hurried out, leaving his sentence without looking back, I didn't go to the company last night. Jin Suocheng's words before leaving seemed to prove his innocence. I thought it was a bit funny, so I didn't take it seriously. Just think that Jin Suocheng is full and has nothing to do, so he comes to me to have some fun and feel a sense of existence. Leaders are all like this, they like to act like a fool in front of their subordinates. Even if Jin Suocheng is just a small captain. After washing my face to make myself more sober, I began to recall everything that happened last night. All the things seemed to be connected together. I just felt that there was a big black hand, about to press down on me and crush me to pieces. It was like the Buddha's palm, pressing down the Monkey King. Thinking of this, I laughed at myself, shook my head hard, and threw all the nonsense out of my mind. The longevity lock was broken last night, which was enough to show that the longevity lock had lost its effectiveness. And Lin Hualong asked me to drive for 49 days, so what should I use to ward off disaster tonight? Realizing this strong sense of crisis, I couldn't help but change my clothes and go out, planning to go to Lin Hualong again and ask him to save me. At 8:30 in the evening, I knocked on Lin Hualong's door. This time, Lin Hualong opened the door very quickly. When he saw that it was me, he looked as if he had expected it. "Are you here? Come in and sit down." Lin Hualong's sarcastic voice made me feel inexplicably relieved at this moment. If it were any other time, I would be disgusted by this kind of sarcastic tone. But now, Lin Hualong is my life-saving straw. I suddenly remembered what Sun Laochi said to me last night. He said that Lin Hualong was a charlatan who could cheat people out of their fortunes. I not only didn't believe it, but even sneered at it. If Sun Laochi could be as capable as Lin Hualong and could save me, I would believe him without hesitation. After all, Lin Hualong is my lifesaver. Moreover, from the first time we met yesterday to now, Lin Hualong has never asked me for a penny. This is enough to show that Lin Hualong is not a charlatan. What are you thinking about? You almost died last night, right? Are you scared? Just as I lowered my head in thought, Lin Hualong's voice suddenly rang out. I just came back to my senses and laughed dryly at him. Nothing. Nothing? Lin Hualong's eyes narrowed instantly. He stared at me intently, as if he wanted to see through me. I didn't do anything wrong, so I was naturally not afraid of being stared at. Besides, when he stared at me, I felt a sense of intimacy in my heart. I can feel that there are still people in this world who know whether I live or die. You touched something you shouldn't have touched last night, but you were in a hurry. Lin Hualong's words were inexplicable, leaving me confused. I looked at him with a puzzled look, but Lin Hualong didn't explain. He shook his head and sighed, saying that those things couldn't be restrained after all. What are those things? I asked him in panic. In fact, I already have the answer in my heart, but I'm not sure. Lin Hualong opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. I saw this and quickly handed him a cigarette. When he took it and put it in his mouth, I took the initiative to light it for him. The secret cannot be revealed. After taking a deep breath, Lin Hualong slowly uttered a sentence, which made me speechless. Seeing that he looked like he was talking nonsense, he should not say it. I knew it in my heart, so I didn't ask more questions, but just quietly stood aside and waited for him to finish smoking the cigarette. A few minutes later, Lin Hualong flicked the cigarette butt away. He suddenly turned and entered a messy bedroom, fiddled with it for more than 10 minutes, and then walked out of the bedroom. When he came to me again, he had a big snakeskin bag in his hand. The snakeskin bag was on his back and looked heavy. "Master Lin, what are you doing?" I asked in confusion, thinking that he might want to accompany me on this trip tonight. Sure enough, Lin Hualong's next words surprised me. "What do you think I want to do? Of course I will do it myself." Lin Hualong's face was full of pride, and a gleam of light burst out of his eyes. Hearing this, I was overjoyed and immediately flattered him. Master Lin is awesome. I naturally have to praise Lin Hualong, a hermit who is willing to help others and does not ask for anything in return. If I can praise him, maybe he will work harder to save me when I am in danger. If I am not mistaken, you should leave at 11:50. Lin Hualong strode out and said to me without looking back. Yes. I quickly responded and walked quickly behind him. It's good that the time has not changed, Lin Hualong said meaningfully, and after walking out of the door, he motioned for me to close the door and never spoke again. After leaving the village and the city, I asked him where he was going. Lin Hualong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked me meaningfully, "Are you hungry?" It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it, but when he did, my stomach started to growl. Silence was better than words at this time. I didn't even need to answer. Lin Hualong burst into laughter. "Let's go eat." Lin Hualong waved his hand and stopped a taxi. After he and I got in the car, Lin Hualong told me a place. Soon, the car stopped in front of a food stall. I was about to pay the fare, but Lin Hualong stopped me with his hand. "I'll do it." He smiled at me sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of slightly blackened yellow teeth. You can tell from his appearance that he seldom brushes his teeth. But I can also see why Lin Hualong rushed to pay the fare, probably because he wanted me to pay for the meal later. After all, he paid once, and I was embarrassed to ask him to pay for the second time. As expected, after entering the food stall and sitting down, Lin Hualong kept ordering things. That look, as if a starving ghost had been reincarnated, wishing to eat up all the food in the food stall. When I was halfway through the meal, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure from the corner of my eye. At this moment, I seemed to be out of control and suddenly turned my head to look. The result was that I didn't know until I saw it, and I was shocked. The person I saw was none other than Bai Xian in white clothes. "Bai Xian!" I shouted subconsciously, and stood up regardless. I don't know why, although I knew that Bai Xian was not simple and was very likely not a human. But after I came into contact with her, my heart was tightly moved by her. Even though Lin Hualong told me personally not to believe in Bai Xian, I couldn't control myself. What are you doing? Lin Hualong was chewing a roasted chicken leg in his mouth and looked at me with disgust. No, Bai Xian is there. I pointed to the place where Bai Xian had just appeared, and was about to explain to Lin Hualong. But I found that there was nothing there just now. It was empty and a little creepy. Are you crazy about women? I think you are possessed by ghosts. Lin Hualong rolled his eyes at me, then ignored me and ate the big chicken leg by himself. After finishing the meal, when I was about to pay the bill and leave, Lin Hualong yelled that he would pay the bill. I thought he was being polite, so I said angrily, "Okay, you pay it if you want." To my surprise, Lin Hualong really paid the bill. How could I feel? I asked him to do something for me, and he paid for the car fare and the meal. It seemed like I was getting something for free, which made me feel uncomfortable. Okay, you pay for the car fare later. Lin Hualong patted my shoulder as if he saw through my thoughts, motioning me to leave with him. As a result, Lin Hualong seemed to be deliberately making fun of me, and forced the driver to go around several circles instead of letting him go directly to the company. Until the taxi stopped at the door of the company and I paid the fare with great pain. Lin Hualong spoke slowly. Boy, don't think too much. He had a kind face, but the gloomy feeling was lingering. I didn't think much. You have your reasons for doing this. Although I was resentful, I would not say it. When Lin Hualong heard this, he burst into laughter. I was right about you, boy. It seems that it is worth saving you. After laughing, Lin Hualong told me the reason. After listening, I was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, I found that it was just as he said. The place I went to by detour was the 9 stations I had to pass. I just thought that Lin Hualong wanted to cheat me out of the money and make me bleed like him, but I found that Lin Hualong really had a trick. Master Lin, why did you go to 9 stations in advance? I was very confused and itchy in my heart, so I couldn't help asking a question. It's still early, those things haven't been taken out yet. I'll go there first and spread the smell to inform them. Lin Hualong finished his words in one breath, and at the same time took out a sachet from his big snakeskin bag. I frowned and took a look at his sachet, and found nothing special. Lin Hualong may have seen my disdainful face, so he immediately put the sachet away. He glanced at me and muttered, "You are blind, since you don't recognize the treasure, don't look at it." After returning to the company, I took Lin Hualong to the corner. It was already 11:50 p.m., this time again. Just as I was about to take Lin Hualong to the car, suddenly, a figure rushed over, looking arrogant. When the figure got closer, I realized that it was none other than Jin Suocheng. I couldn't help but wonder, what was he doing here again? Just as I was wondering, Jin Suocheng had already rushed in front of us. I told you to do a good job, you don't understand what I said, right? Jin Suocheng pointed at my nose and cursed, looking very angry. I looked at him helplessly, not knowing what I had done wrong to make him so angry. Why did you bring a stranger in? He is not from our company. Jin Suocheng pointed at Lin Hualong and asked me angrily. At this moment, Jin Suocheng kept panting. I felt as if he had been watching me in the dark, and as soon as he saw any movement, he would immediately show up to teach me a lesson. He is Lin. I was about to explain Lin Hualong's identity, but he gave me a look. I could see that he didn't want to reveal his identity. So I quickly changed my words. Uncle Lin, he is my Uncle Lin, I will send him home. After listening to my explanation, Jin Suocheng's expression eased a little. If that's the case, then, Jin Suocheng seemed ready to let me go and not pursue the matter any further. But when he was halfway through his words, his eyes were fixed on the big snakeskin bag on Lin Hualong's back. Before I could react, Jin Suocheng glared at Lin Hualong fiercely. He said arrogantly, "What are you carrying? Did you steal from our company?" Seeing this, I was immediately anxious. Lin Hualong came to save my life, but he was slandered by Jin Suocheng for no reason. Naturally, I couldn't stand it. Before Lin Hualong could say anything, I explained, "Those were brought by Uncle Lin from home. I watched him bring them." After listening to my explanation, Jin Suocheng let Lin Hualong go. "Okay, it's getting late, let's go," Jin Suocheng urged, and made a gesture to leave. When I heard the word "go" on the road, my heart suddenly sank. Jin Suocheng cursed me to death yesterday, and asked me why I wasn't dead yet. Today, he let me go directly. Fuck me, I have such a bad temper. I finally suppressed my anger and didn't want to argue with Jin Suocheng. Because I clearly saw that Lin Hualong kept winking at me, signaling me not to be angry. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Hualong was my lifesaver, I would have torn my face with Jin Suwaching in a minute. At Lin Hualong's signal, I hurriedly set off. At the moment the car drove out of the company, Lin Hualong suddenly said, "The one just now was not a human." When I heard this, goosebumps all over my body. Lin. Master Lin. I suddenly couldn't speak clearly, and my hands holding the steering wheel kept shaking. I wanted him not to scare me, but the words seemed to be stuck in my mouth and I couldn't say them. "Don't doubt it, he is the spirit," Lin Hualong said calmly and grimly. At this moment, I wanted to scream. This train tonight has 9 stops, and nothing happened. I think that maybe because there was a master like Lin Hualong on the bus, those people didn't dare to mess around. Sure enough, they are still the same as before. Alas, all the preparations were in vain. After arriving at the terminal, Lin Hualong suddenly said something. I asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Lin Hualong didn't answer me, but got off the bus and prepared to leave. When I saw him leaving, I felt a panic for no reason. "Master Lin, why don't you sleep at my place tonight?" I immediately spoke to keep him. But after I said this, I immediately realized that something was wrong, and this statement could easily be misunderstood. Just when I wanted to explain that I slept on the floor and he slept on the bed. Lin Hualong rarely made a joke with me. He smiled grimly, "My sexual orientation is normal, don't be delusional." When I heard him say this, I almost vomited blood. With his yellow teeth, how could I be delusional? Besides, I am a gentleman, a standard straight man. Before I could react, Lin Hualong had already left far away. He said to me without turning his head, "Tonight, wear your pants backwards when you go to bed." I was a little confused by Lin Hualong's random words, but I still remembered them deeply in my heart and dared not neglect them at all. After returning to my residence, I hid in the quilt and changed my pants. Everything was normal tonight, nothing happened. After turning off the lights, I fell asleep quickly. I slept very soundly this time, and it felt great. Just when I was sleeping soundly, a pungent fragrance suddenly penetrated my nose. I sneezed immediately and woke up from my sleep. "Thank you for the change, I'm here to pay it back today." Before I could react completely, a figure appeared at the head of the bed. "Who?" A creepy feeling swept over my body, I screamed, and subconsciously clenched my fists. I thought that if there was any weird thing that came to mess with me, I would fight him, and at worst we would die together. "It's me, Bai Xian." A pleasant voice sounded, and with a click, the light was suddenly turned on. Since I had just been awakened, the light was very dazzling to me at this moment. I blinked hard and looked carefully. I saw Bai Xian, dressed in white, standing in front of my bed with her hair disheveled. "Bai Xian? Why are you here?" I asked subconsciously. After a long reaction, I was shocked. Without waiting for her answer, I asked again, "How did you get in?" After saying this, I subconsciously looked at the door, only to see that the door was closed and there was no sign of it being opened. Seeing this, my throat tightened immediately. The thought of the female ghost asking for my life rushed straight to my head and could not be shaken off. "Don't be afraid." Bai Xian comforted me softly. Her voice was very soft and thin, and it sounded very comfortable, making people feel like wandering in a sea of cotton. "I came here today to return what I owe you." As Bai Xian spoke, she placed a basket in her hand on the head of my bed. In the basket were the change I had given her before. "What are you doing? I don't need you to pay me back." I declined, thinking, I'd better leave now. I was very resistant to Bai Xian, a thing that I didn't know whether it was a human or a ghost. Although I liked her very much, my fear overwhelmed my affection. This made me stay away from her. I wanted to get close to her, but I was extremely afraid. "Okay, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have already taken this money to the temple for you to have it opened." Bai Xian chuckled sympathetically. Even though her hair covered her face at this moment, I seemed to see her smile, and the beauty smiled charmingly. "Opened? How do you know I need this kind of thing?" Although my affection for Bai Xian was rising, I still asked in confusion. "Don't ask. It's better not to know some things. If you know, it will be fatal." Bai Xian gave me an ambiguous answer. Then she said she wanted to ask me for a favor, asking me to find a pair of embroidered shoes for her. I don't know what I was thinking, but I agreed without thinking. After I agreed to Bai Xian, she told me that as long as I found the embroidered shoes, there would be a big reward. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, I couldn't help but say to her, "Can you lift your hair up and let me see you?" "Okay." Bai Xian agreed and suddenly turned around. The moment she turned around, her hair swayed in front of her. Then, a face covered in blood appeared in front of me. Ah! I screamed and sat up from the bed instantly. At this moment, I was sweating profusely and panting heavily. It was already dawn, but the lights were not on, and there was no sign of Bai Xian in the room. I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a nightmare. However, when I wanted to turn on the light, the hand on the bedside seemed to have suddenly touched something. I pushed it with my hand suddenly, and there was a crash sound. I was so frightened that I quickly turned on the light, only to see that what I was holding under my hand was the change that Bai Xian had sent me in my dream. I was immediately scared out of my mind. Wait, this is not a dream. This is true, Bai Xian really came. At this moment, my mood cannot be described in words. I even vaguely felt someone blowing cool air behind me. I subconsciously looked back and saw a face with disheveled hair and blood all over it. Ah! I screamed strangely and fainted from fear. My tolerance had reached its peak and I was broken. When I woke up again, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, there was no change on the bedside, and the room was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. I got out of bed in a daze and checked the whole house. Let alone change, I didn't even find any change. From this point of view, I just had a series of nightmares. It must be that my nerves have been too tense recently and my body can't bear it. That's why I have this kind of nightmare, which means my body is resisting. At this moment, my mood is particularly complicated. I got up and lit a cigarette to cheer myself up, but as soon as I took a puff, when I exhaled it, I found that the smoke formed a human face. The face is exactly the same as Bai Xian's, as if he is haunted by a dream. My mouth trembled with fear, and the cigarette in my mouth suddenly lost its aroma and fell directly to the ground. This is not right. After I realized something was going to happen, I hurried out the door without even bothering to change my clothes. After going out, I took a taxi and went straight to the village in the city, eager to find Lin Hualong. I wanted to ask him what all this was about. I also want to know if I am not far from death. When I came to Lin Hualong's house and asked my question, Lin Hualong gave me an extremely unsatisfactory answer. He held the cigarette I handed over to him in his mouth and said angrily, "I'm not the Lord of Hell, how do I know when you will die?" After hearing what Lin Hualong said, I was so angry that I almost rolled my eyes. What's going on with Bai Xian? You should know this, right? I asked eagerly. At this moment, I clearly felt that my eyes were numb and a little aching. If my guess is correct, my eyes must be bloodshot now, and I might look even scarier than Lin Hualong. I've told you a long time ago not to believe Bai Xian, but you won't listen. Lin Hualong mocked me. I didn't pay any attention to his ridicule. Master Lin, please tell me quickly. Is Bai Xian a spirit or a human being? I kept urging, and when I saw that the cigarette in his hand was halfway smoked, I snatched it with my hand and threw it on the ground to stamp it out. He took out a cigarette with his backhand and handed it over. After Lin Hualong looked at me with a strange look, he sneered, "Poverty is very important. Anyone who smokes knows that after halfway through smoking, the taste no longer tastes so good. Therefore, some rich people only smoke half of their cigarettes, which also gives some poor people the opportunity to pick up cigarette butts and smoke them." After lighting a cigarette for Lin Hualong again, I looked at him eagerly, hoping he could give me an answer. You just said that Bai Xian asked you to find a pair of embroidered shoes for her? Lin Hualong took a deep breath and asked me coldly. I nodded and said nothing. Don't look for it. Lin Hualong made a prompt decision and warned me directly with a commanding tone. Why? I asked almost subconsciously. It's like I won't feel at ease if I don't find embroidered shoes. If you find embroidered shoes, she can put on those embroidered shoes and walk into your heart. Lin Hualong straightened his body and said seriously. His solemn expression made my eyelids twitch wildly. Just by looking at Lin Hualong's appearance, I can realize that these embroidered shoes are like a taboo and cannot be touched. Master Lin, what should I do now to get rid of Bai Xian? Finally, I gritted my teeth and asked Lin Hualong. At this moment, all I can think about is survival. It's not hard to get rid of. Lin Hualong narrowed his eyes meaningfully. After a pause, he got up and entered the bedroom. He quickly took out something and returned to me. What's this? I stared at the thing in his hand, thinking it might be the longevity lock again. However, this time it was clearly not the case. I saw it clearly, it was a pair of red scissors. You're taking these scissors out of the car tonight. Lin Hualong thrust the red scissors into my hand. I held the red scissors tightly and shook them gently. I felt that the red scissors were very light and easy to use. Remember, there is a chance that if you don't look for embroidered shoes, the embroidered shoes will come to you. Lin Hualong stared at me. Before I could say anything, he continued, if the embroidered shoes come to you, use these red scissors to cut them into pieces. After listening to what Bai Xian said, I suddenly felt a little confident. In fact, what I'm more confused about is why Lin Hualong can't get out of the car with me. In this way, I am equivalent to bringing a death-free gold medal with me. And Lin Hualong's intimidating eyes seemed to pierce through me. He murmured, I can't show up recently. I've already alerted the enemy last time. You should drive alone these days. After that, Lin Hualong pushed me out of the door and closed it with a bang. He looked like he was avoiding the plague god. In a blink of an eye, the time turned to 11:50 p.m. Tonight, Jean Suocheng didn't come. I left the bus as usual, and at the second stop, Sun Laochi got on the bus again. He was smoking a dry pipe as usual, and his mouth was clicking non-stop. I didn't say anything, and he didn't talk to me. Because he told me not to believe in Lin Hualong before, and called Lin Hualong a charlatan. I was very unhappy about this, and naturally I had some prejudice against Sun Laochi. After 2 stops, Sun Laochi suddenly stood up and wanted to get off the bus. He usually went to the terminal. However, getting off the bus was his business and had nothing to do with me, so I ignored it. Kid, your scissors are pretty good, red, good luck. When Sun Laochi was about to get off the car, his eyes suddenly fell on my red scissors. I rolled my eyes at him, ignored him, and simply turned my head away. This red scissors is really good, red for red, red for red. Sun Laochi muttered a few words, and I clearly saw him pick up my red scissors from the corner of my eye. Just when I wanted to turn my head to tell him not to touch it, I saw Sun Laochi put it down again from the corner of my eye. I had a prejudice against him in my heart, and seeing that he had put down the red scissors, I didn't turn around at that moment. After Sun Laochi got out of the car, I started the car. The next few battles remained uneventful. After arriving at the terminal, drive the car back to the company. Just as I was about to get off the car, I suddenly remembered the red scissors. So I looked at the place where I had put the red scissors, and planned to take the red scissors back and sleep with them at night, so that I would feel safer. However, when I saw clearly that the thing in front of me was not red scissors, my eyes instantly widened. At this moment, I was extremely scared. Because, where the red scissors were originally, the red scissors suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a pair of red embroidered shoes. Embroidered shoes. I was shocked. I never imagined that things would develop like this. At this point, I realized what was wrong. Sun Laochi took away my red scissors and put down my embroidered shoes. No wonder the old guy was muttering something about red for red. Even if I realize it now, it's too late. This Sun Laochi is so cunning, he is simply not human. Looking at the embroidered shoes in the car, I broke into a cold sweat, and my whole back was suddenly soaked. The clothes stuck to my back, and the coolness made my whole body feel like a ray of light on my back. This feeling is very bad and makes me very worried. I just stared at the embroidered shoes and confronted them for dozens of seconds. After a few dozen seconds, I felt a little relieved when I saw that nothing strange happened. I thought it was okay, if I died today because of these embroidered shoes, even if I turned into a spirit, I would not let that bad old man Sun Laochi go. I bravely reached out to pick up the embroidered shoes and threw them out of the car. After the embroidered shoes were thrown out, I clearly heard 2 crisp ding-dong sounds. This sound is the same as when a coin falls to the ground. It's the kind of coin that costs $1 for taking the bus. This is the sound when complaints are made about the coin box. I didn't have time to think too much and got out of the car quickly. After getting out of the car and taking 2 steps, I clearly felt that I had stepped on something. This feeling is like stepping on a pair of feet. I was so scared that my hair stood on end. At this moment, I couldn't care less and ran away. After I returned to my residence, I hurriedly opened the door and wanted to enter the house. But the moment I opened the door, the scene in front of me made me scream. I saw a pair of embroidered shoes behind the door. These embroidered shoes are exactly the same as the pair just now. It stood quietly on the spot, red as if blood were dripping from it, which was frightening. I didn't even dare to enter the house, and I didn't dare to stay for a moment. Turn around and run. I'm going to find Master Lin. However, this run lasted for half an hour. No matter how hard I ran, I just couldn't get out of the community. Running around, I felt like I was going in circles. At this moment, a series of voices suddenly sounded in my ears. That sound was like the sound of war drums during ancient wars. One sound after another kept echoing in my ears. I could clearly feel waves of dizziness that gave me a splitting headache. This feeling seemed to tear my nerves apart. Ah! I couldn't help but scream. I heard it really clearly. My voice was like a broken gong, extremely hoarse and very unpleasant to hear. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. The dizziness immediately receded like a tide. I subconsciously turned around and saw that the person talking to me was none other than Zhou Mao. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou. I hesitantly yelled out, and my voice sounded like I was crying, as if I would break down emotionally at any time and burst into tears. Just when I wanted to give Zhou Mao a big hug. But a sentence suddenly came to mind. Zhou Mao is the first driver of number 14 bus 9413. As soon as this sentence came out, I immediately jumped back like a conditioned reflex. When Zhou Mao saw me like this, he suddenly became confused. Brother Zhou, are you a human or a spirit? I asked bluntly. Because I know clearly that if Zhou Mao wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. Therefore, it is precisely because I know that Brother Zhou is very clever that I dare to ask him directly. Oh, it seems I shouldn't have come. Zhou Mao sighed and did not answer my words. But his sigh proved everything. Before I could say anything, Zhou Mao spoke again. Do you know everything? What do you know? I asked subconsciously. Zhou Mao stared straight at me. The fear in my heart had dissipated a little, so I was naturally not that scared. He immediately looked at him, his eyes colliding in the air, and there was deathly silence around him. You know I'm the first driver, right? In the end, it was Zhou Mao who spoke first to break the silence. Brother Zhou, I was about to explain something out loud. But Zhou Mao waved his hand and said, the captain will come to you later. If you take this, he won't be able to hurt you. After saying this, Zhou Mao stuffed a dark thing into me. I glanced down and felt a little sick. When I raised my head, I wanted to ask him what he had given me. But suddenly he discovered that Zhou Mao was missing. He seemed to appear and disappear out of thin air. It was just like the AI in a game I played, appearing and disappearing out of thin air, just to give people heads. Thinking of this, I shook my head and smiled bitterly. I thought to myself, it's already this late, and I still have the mind to play games. After Zhou Mao disappeared, I bravely pushed the door open. I glanced behind the door, but found that the embroidered shoes were gone. Instead, there were 2 coins. I clearly remember that in my dream, Bai Xian told me that these coins were all taken to the temple for blessing. If that's the case, I might as well pick up the 2 coins and try. Just now Zhou Mao said that Jin Suocheng will come later, and Lin Hualong told me before that Jin Suocheng is not a human. So, I must have something to protect myself. Although Zhou Mao gave me a black thing, it doesn't look very good, and I don't know if it will work. In addition, my red scissors are gone, so I can only make do with this coin. If Jin Suocheng is really a ghost, then I have to deal with him well. I walked into the room quickly, holding a black mass in one hand and 2 coins in the other. The door was open. I knew Jin Suocheng was coming, so I didn't bother to close it. Sitting quietly on the bed, listening to the clock tick-tick, I waited with a calm heart. However, I waited until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night and Jin Suocheng didn't come. I was extremely sleepy and fell asleep without knowing when. When I woke up again, the scene in front of me scared me so much that I jumped off the bed. My bare feet made a bang-bang sound when they stepped on the floor. Looking towards the bed, I saw the embroidered shoes falling on the bed one by one. When I woke up just now, I saw the embroidered shoes in my arms, and I jumped off the bed reflexively. Next to the embroidered shoes, there was a pair of black socks. This reminded me of the black thing Zhou Mao gave me last night. This made me associate the 2 things together. Maybe the black thing was the black socks. At this moment, I even vaguely felt that Zhou Mao wanted to harm me. Lin Hualong clearly wanted me to cut off the embroidered shoes, but Zhou Mao lied to me that Jin Suocheng was coming and gave me something to defend myself. He just gave me a black sock. What kind of self-defense is this? Now I can only think of Lin Hualong. I left his phone number yesterday. I thought I should call him first to ask what I should do. After making up my mind, I immediately called Lin Hualong. However, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. When I called again, it was turned off. What is Master Lin doing? I secretly complained in my heart and was about to go to his house to find him. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps sounded. The footsteps came from far away and sounded very heavy, as if every step hit my heart. Before I could react, a figure had already appeared in front of me. I looked closely and saw that the person coming was Jin Suocheng. He didn't come earlier or later, but at this time. Although in my subconscious, the captain may not be a human, but a ghost. But before we broke up, I still said politely, "Captain, good morning." After all, Jin Suwacheng is my immediate superior. What if he is not a ghost, and I offend him again, and he doesn't let me continue to work? Lin Hualong said that I have to drive for 49 days before I can get over the 9 deaths. What a life. If I can't continue to drive, it means that I will face the threat of death at any time. Are you still alive? Jin Suwacheng seemed a little irritable and impatient. Captain, why do you sound weird to me? I asked bluntly, and my tone was a little heavier. But Jin Suwacheng didn't care at all. He waved his hand and said, "What's weird? I thought you were dead." Hearing this, I was furious. This Jin Suwacheng is clearly cursing me to death. It's come to this point. If I keep giving in and compromising, wouldn't it make me look too easy to bully? Captain Jin, don't go too far. I clenched my fists, ready to punch him at any time. But Jin Suwacheng smiled and said, "You should die. Living too much is not a good thing." Jin Suwacheng's aggressiveness made me furious. Just when I raised my fist to fight, suddenly, the phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw the note was Captain. My right eyelid jumped wildly. My eyes fell directly on Jin Suwacheng in front of me. I saw him standing in front of me, staring at me straight. He didn't have a mobile phone in his hand. This means that the Jin Suwacheng in front of me is not the Jin Suwacheng who called me. I answered the phone in front of Jin Suwacheng with fear. As soon as the call was connected, the captain's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Come to the company quickly, I have something to talk to you about." It's the captain. I heard it clearly, this voice must be correct. But who is this person in front of me? Two Jin Suwacheng suddenly appeared, and I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. "You, who are you?" I was so scared that my hands trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. The Jin Suwacheng in front of me laughed grimly, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and scratched his face. I don't know what he was scratching. Under my gaze, Jin Suwacheng scratched for a while, and I saw the skin and flesh on his face falling off like dandruff. A ghost. I screamed in fear and punched him reflexively. But Jin Suwacheng suddenly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed my fist. I struggled desperately and tried to pull my fist back. But Jin Suwacheng just kept biting and didn't give me a chance to stop. I was determined to fight to the death, so I gritted my teeth and kicked him. But I didn't kick anything, and my body went through his body. A cold air suddenly invaded my body, and I shuddered all over. Then, a bone-chilling coldness chilled me from head to toe. My head buzzed, my eyes went black, and I fainted. Wake up. When I regained consciousness, I found someone slapping my face frantically. And the thing that slapped my face didn't seem to be a hand, but something with a woody scent. I subconsciously turned my head and saw a peachwood sword coming towards me. With a pop sound, it hit my left eye. I screamed in pain and grimaced. "You finally woke up." Lin Hualong's voice came to my ears. "Master Lin, why are you here?" I struggled to sit up, and only then realized that I was lying on the ground. "If I don't come again, you will die." Lin Hualong shouted angrily. I could tell that he seemed very angry. Before I could react, Lin Hualong grabbed the embroidered shoes and threw them in front of me. "What is this?" Lin Hualong asked. I looked at the embroidered shoes and sighed helplessly. "The scissors you gave me were replaced by Sunlaochi with embroidered shoes." "What?" Hearing what I said, Lin Hualong was furious. He was so angry that his veins bulged and looked a little creepy. A pair of eyes that flickered seemed to reveal a deep hatred. This old ghost is still making trouble. Lin Hualong seemed to be talking to me, but also seemed to be talking to himself. When I heard what he said, I was a little overwhelmed. Old ghost? Could it be that Sun Laochi is not a living person? But Bai Xian can clearly see him. Wait, Bai Xian may not be a living person either. Until this moment, I finally understood. Sun Laochi and Bai Xian, they are in the same group. Thinking of this, I was furious. I wanted to slap Sun Laochi's old face a few times. "Boy, you are infected with Yin Qi, and you will not live long." Just when I was shaking with anger, Lin Hualong's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on my head, making me cold from head to toe. "So, I'm dying?" I stared at Lin Hualong in a daze, and asked a question hesitantly. Lin Hualong nodded, then shook his head, giving people a feeling of being unable to see through. "Bus 9413, on Route 14, is going to eat people." Looking at Lin Hualong's gloomy face, my heart was beating fast. At this moment, I could even hear my own heartbeat clearly. Thump, thump, one after another, it is so clear, as if it can jump out of the throat at any time. What now? The red scissors are gone, but the embroidered shoes have appeared. I swallowed hard and stared at Lin Hualong. At this moment, I was extremely scared. Wait to die. Lin Hualong looked solemn and said slowly. The 3 words coming out of his sinister mouth made me feel frightened. Master Lin, please save me, I don't want to die like this. I begged Lin Hualong out loud. But Lin Hualong shook his head and said nothing. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stood up and wanted to leave. When I saw Lin Hualong was leaving, how could I let him go? With almost no hesitation, I stepped forward and immediately grabbed Lin Hualong. Master Lin, I wanted to plead, but before I could say a word, an unexpected cell phone ringing suddenly interrupted my words. He quickly took out his cell phone and took a look, only to see that it was a call from Jin Suocheng. At this moment, I was in a mixed mood. I particularly hated this call and didn't really want to answer it. But where does the word easy come from in the adult world? Even if I don't want to face him anymore or answer his call, I still have to answer his call honestly. When Lin Hualong saw someone calling me, he narrowed his eyes slightly, paused and stood aside. Judging from Lin Hualong's posture, he seemed to be in no hurry to leave. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Hualong is still here, I will feel more at ease. Although he looked like he wanted to eavesdrop on my phone call, I was able to accept it. Why don't you come to the company? I've arranged a replacement for you. Come to the company to complete the handover procedures. As soon as the call was connected, a series of scolding voices came from Jin Suo. I was helpless and disgusted with Jin Suocheng's reprimand, but I could only accept it calmly. After all, what can I do if I don't accept it? Okay, Captain, I understand. I said casually and hung up the phone. At this critical moment of life and death, I didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. As for what he said on the phone just now, I didn't even listen carefully. I guess that Jin Suocheng's urinary nature probably meant some nasty curse words, so there was no need for me to pay attention to him at all. Is the call from your captain? Just when I wanted to speak and had to retain Lin Hualong, he spoke before me. That posture was like meddling in my business. Yes. I didn't hide anything and answered directly and truthfully. What did he say to you? Lin Hualong asked me with a suspicious look on his face. It seemed that he was a little interested in Jin Suocheng. And when I heard what he said, I was stunned. Because I didn't listen carefully to what Jin Suocheng said on the other end of the phone just now, so I didn't have the slightest impression at this moment. Seeing my silence, Lin Hualong thought I was unwilling to speak. He immediately explained aloud, apparently trying to play the emotional card. Brother, don't get me wrong. I didn't really want to leave just now, but I planned to deceive the female spirit. Lin Hualong's face was full of sincerity, even his brother called him. This shows that he is very interested in Jin Suocheng. As for that night, Lin Hualong went to the company with me. He had met Jin Suocheng. At that time, Lin Hualong said that Jin Suocheng was not a human being. What's the meaning? I didn't understand the meaning of Lin Hualong's words at the moment, let alone who he was referring to when he said he wanted to deceive the female spirit. Could it be that he was referring to Bai Xian? Just when I was confused, Lin Hualong showed his rare patience and explained. What I mean is that the female spirit who asked you to give you embroidered shoes may be watching your every move in the dark. If I were here, the female spirit would definitely not come out to harm you. If I pretend to leave, if you stay outside, I can show up and kill her when she comes out. Lin Hualong explained the reason in one breath. After hearing what Lin Hualong said, I was suddenly stunned. I didn't expect that he wanted to deceive Bai Xian, but just now he pretended to be real when he insisted on leaving, and even I was deceived by him. So that's it. What should I do if my yin qi invades my body? I nodded thoughtfully and asked again. But Lin Hualong waved his hand, seemingly in no rush to resolve the matter. That posture, as if my life was worthless, made me very unhappy. If the yin energy invades the body, it will take 3 days for the person to die. Lin Hualong said coldly, there is no need to rush to solve the yin qi in your body now. The most urgent task is to draw out the female spirit. Only by solving the female spirit can you be safe for the time being. After listening to Lin Hualong's words, I suddenly felt as big as two. Just when I wanted to express my thoughts out loud, and wanted him to help me get rid of the yin energy in my body first, my phone rang again. I picked it up impatiently and took a look, only to see that it was Jin Suocheng calling again. This time, Lin Hualong quickly came up to me. He stared at me mischievously and asked aloud, "Who called me?" Hearing this, my face changed slightly, and I didn't hide it from him, and directly told him that it was Jin Suocheng who called. Turn on the speakerphone. Lin Hualong was full of excitement, and there was a smile on his scary face. But his smile looked scary. Although I was a little disgusted with Lin Hualong's smile, I still did it honestly and turned on the speakerphone immediately. After the call was connected, Jin Suocheng's roar came from the other end of the phone. You don't want to do it, right? Why don't you leave for the company? Jin Suocheng scolded me on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, I frowned immediately. I thought to myself, you are not a worm in my stomach, how do you know whether I came to the company or not? Just when I was trying to find an excuse to stabilize Jin Suocheng, Lin Hualong suddenly came up. Without saying a word, he directly snatched the phone from my hand. Before I could react, Lin Hualong directly said to Jin Suocheng on the other end of the phone, every grievance has its perpetrator, and you are not a hero for holding a little kid? Lin Hualong's tone was very aggressive, and even I wanted to hit him. What's more, Jin Suocheng on the other end of the phone. Furthermore, Jin Suocheng has a very bad temper. I guess he will be furious after being scolded by Lin Hualong. However, to my surprise, Jin Suocheng on the other end of the phone was not angry. On the contrary, he calmly asked, who are you? When I heard this, I was stunned. I thought, could it be that even the captain is not a human being? While I was making random guesses in my mind, Lin Hualong spoke up again. With a serious face on his face, he said to the golden lock on the other end of the phone, I will protect this little baby. If you are not convinced, you can come to me at any time. Lin Hualong said his address in one breath. At this moment, even if I couldn't see Jin Suocheng, I could guess that he was furious on the other end of the phone. Sure enough, Jin Suocheng's irritable voice soon came from the other end of the phone. He almost roared, old man, don't be too arrogant. Faced with Jin Suocheng's clamor, Lin Hualong looked calm and calm. If you're not convinced, you can always try it. After saying the next sentence, Lin Hualong hung up the phone directly. Seeing Lin Hualong's high-spirited look, I admire him a little. Unexpectedly, Master Lin not only has the ability to catch ghosts, but he can also be so calm when fighting against the evil capitalism. Ignore him, that captain of yours. Even if he doesn't let you drive this train, you still have to drive it. Lin Hualong handed me his mobile phone and began to confirm, as long as I am here, he will not dare to do anything to you. From now on, do not contact him again. After listening to Lin Hualong's words, I was stunned on the spot. For a moment, I even forgot to pick up the phone. From Lin Hualong's tone, he seemed to be very familiar with my captain. Coupled with the fact that he was so coquettish about Jin Suo, I can conclude that this old guy is definitely not simple. Although on the surface he looks inhuman and insubstantial. But at the end of the day, he is so powerful, and I am impressed by this. Master Lin, what should I do next? At this moment, I couldn't bear it anymore. I don't know why, but I was so panicked. I know clearly that I will collapse at any time, so I look for a solution like Lin Hualong. You're not going to take that ride tonight. Lin Hualong suddenly spoke out. His words immediately stunned me. Just now Lin Hualong was tit for tat with Jin Suocheng, telling me to drive this car. But now, Lin Hualong won't let me drive this car. This left me speechless. Just as I was looking at him eagerly, Lin Hualong slowly raised his hand and made a cigarette gesture. I'm not stupid, so I could naturally see what this old guy meant at a glance. Without any hesitation, I immediately handed over the cigarette and lit it for him respectfully. You smoke too. Lin Hualong greeted me. Naturally, I didn't dare to go against his wishes, so I immediately obeyed him. After lighting up the cigarette and taking a deep breath, I didn't rush to speak. I just waited quietly for Lin Hualong to see what advice he had. It wasn't until he and I both shook our heads that Lin Hualong sighed. Fate has a way with people, fate has a way with people. I couldn't understand what he was talking about. In desperation, I had no choice but to speak out. Master Lin, can you explain it a little more clearly? What kind of fate can cause people to do this? Upon hearing my words, Lin Hualong immediately gave me a meaningful look. Next, there was silence again. During the silence, I received several more phone calls from Jin Suocheng. Every time, I looked at Lin Hualong intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that he never expressed anything, I had to hang up the phone every time. I'm going to get some air. Just when I was a little impatient, Lin Hualong suddenly asked to go out. I subconsciously wanted to say something to persuade him to stay, but suddenly I remembered what he said before. I suddenly realized that what I meant by going out to get some fresh air was actually to avoid it. I know that Lin Hualong wants to lure Bai Xian out. After realizing this, I nodded immediately. His eyes suddenly looked at me with a hint of cunning, understanding each other. Oh, why are you so sleepy? After Lin Hua left, I immediately pretended to be dizzy and lay down on the bed. After lying on the bed, I immediately closed my eyes and pretended to be sleepy and fell asleep. As a result, this installation lasted half an hour. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I quietly opened my eyelids a little, and kept looking at the surroundings through the gap. However, there is not even a hair on it, let alone a white immortal. I don't know how likely it is that Bai Xian is in this room, as Lin Hualong said. Although Lin Hualong knows things like a god, he is not a god after all. Besides, even if you are a god, you will make mistakes sometimes. So, at this moment I can't help but feel a little suspicious. Just when I lost my temper and wanted to get up from the bed and go out to find Lin Hualong. But suddenly I heard a shout outside the door. Who? I could tell that it was Lin Hualong who was speaking. Did he meet Bai Xian? When I thought of this, I quickly sat up from the bed and wanted to rush out to find out. However, before I reached the door, I heard a clatter sound outside the door. This sound sounds a bit like the sound of an iron chain. I was frightened, always feeling like something big was going to happen. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the door to open it. As a result, the door couldn't be opened, as if it was locked from the outside. I suddenly became anxious and couldn't figure out who wanted to kill me. Bang, bang, I kept pulling on the door handle, and the door banged loudly as I pulled it. But no matter how hard I pull, the door just won't open. Now that the door is locked, I am trapped in the house and cannot get out. If no one comes to save me in time, I am afraid I will die in this house. Thinking of this, I am terrified. Master Lin, open the door, help me open the door. I couldn't help but shout at the door. But no matter how I shouted, the door couldn't be opened after all, it was closed tightly. This made me feel desperate, and I thought, what if I was really trapped inside? And Lin Hualong was nowhere to be found. He just disappeared after shouting. It seems that he should be chasing someone. But who would he chase? At this moment, my heart was in a mess, and I was in despair. Just when I was facing the closed door and had no idea what to do, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. I couldn't help but shudder all over, and subconsciously looked back. But I saw a beautiful face like a fairy in my eyes. It's Bai Xian. Have you found my embroidered shoes? Bai Xian asked with great resentment, like a melancholy fairy. My heart tightened when I thought that she might be a female ghost. Your embroidered shoes are there. I pointed at the embroidered shoes and said to Bai Xian tremblingly. At this moment, I even stuttered when I spoke. I could clearly feel that my throat was trembling. Thank you. Bai Xian immediately walked quickly to the embroidered shoes, grabbed them in his hands, and weighed them. Hey, you even prepared socks for me. You're so thoughtful. She was talking to herself, but she didn't know that I was so scared that I almost sat on the ground. Because my legs kept getting weak and I was about to collapse at any time. In fact, I really want to fight her to the death. Even if I cannot escape death in the end, I can still take revenge after becoming a spirit. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt some confidence in my heart. And my legs are no longer so weak. Oh, you are really thoughtful. It's a pity that these socks are black. It would be better if they were replaced with white or red. As Bai Xian spoke, he reached out to grab the pair of socks. As soon as her hand touched the socks, she suddenly let out a shrill scream. As soon as I heard Bai Xian's scream, I was dumbfounded. At the same time, I didn't expect that Bai Xian would be injured by a pair of black socks. Moreover, how could these black socks hurt Bai Xian? Could it be that the light has been turned on? I suddenly remembered that these socks were given to me by Brother Zhou. He said that these socks could save my life. When he gave it to me, it was still a dark mass, and it was impossible to tell it was a sock. It wasn't until I woke up later that 2 coins turned into embroidered shoes and a ball of black stuff turned into socks. I didn't realize that what Brother Zhou gave me was actually a pair of socks. It's just that this sock can cause so much harm to Bai Xian, which makes me unbelievable. Do you want to hurt me? After Bai Xian threw away his socks and embroidered shoes, he suddenly turned his head and asked me. I didn't know how to explain it for a moment. In fact, I didn't think about harming anyone, I just hoped that I wouldn't be harmed. Yes, if Bai Xian really wants to harm me, then I will harm her for my own life. Just because I don't cause trouble doesn't mean I'm not afraid of trouble. What happened if I harmed you? Don't you also want to harm me? I asked abruptly. Anyway, if he is trapped in the house now and cannot get out, he may be killed by Bai Xian in the next moment. Since death is inevitable anyway, then why don't I die a more heroic death, fight with Bai Xian, and die standing? Isn't it delicious? With the thought of breaking the jar and throwing it away, I directly broke up with Bai Xian. You misunderstood me. Bai Xian was so angry at my 2 words that his pretty face became gloomy. She looked hurt, shook her head at me and smiled bitterly. Her smile was so poignant that I couldn't take my eyes away for a moment and just wanted to take a few more glances. I couldn't help but think to myself, how wonderful it would be if Bai Xian was not a female spirit, but a living person. If she were alone, maybe I would treat her well. It's just that I have never been able to figure out why Bai Xian is pestering me. She and I have no enmity and are strangers to each other. Actually, I never wanted to harm you. Just as I was deep in thought, Bai Xian spoke again, explaining herself. Do you know about Three Smiles marriage? Do you know that those black socks are evil things that will stain my body and make me unable to go back? Did you know? Bai Xian opened her mouth and said a bunch of random things. I couldn't understand what she said at all. As I became more and more confused, Bai Xian suddenly changed the subject. She said with a melancholy face, but it's okay. Even if I didn't laugh this time, you succeeded in making me laugh twice before. As Bai Xian said this, I suddenly thought about it. She smiled once while giving change. Later, when she gave me the cleared change, she also smiled once. It seems that the Three Smiles marriage she talks about can only succeed with the last smile. Is it possible that after these 3 smiles, she will become an immortal and stop pestering me? I heard a rumor before that there are some supernatural beings, especially the spiritual yellow skin. When Huang Pizi is about to attain enlightenment and become an immortal, he usually goes to worship the moon. When Huang Pizi worships the moon, if they are touched by someone, they will ask the person they meet a very important question. They ask, "What do I look like to you?" If the answer is like a human being, then Huang Pizi will be recognized, and they can ascend to become Baojiaxian. But if you say something unpleasant, such as, "You don't even look like a fart, you look like a dog," once such words are spoken, it will not only harm Huang Pizi, but also set him back thousands of miles. People like Huang Pizi also hold grudges very much. Once they say something wrong, they will get revenge. It can range from serious illness to sudden death. On the contrary, you will get Huang Pizi's favor and get a lot of benefits. Because Huang Pizi not only remembers grudges, but also remembers gratitude. After thinking about it in my mind, I could guess that this Bai Xian might just want to be recognized. In this way, maybe she will achieve enlightenment and become an immortal. Although she asked me to help complete a Three Smiles marriage, it sounded strange. But I know in my heart that this should be of the same nature as Huang Pizi becoming an immortal. After making up my mind, I finally said to Bai Xian, "Okay, I'll just help you." When Bai Xian heard that I wanted to help her, she was extremely happy, and the negative energy on her face immediately dissipated a lot. The last thing is a jade bracelet. This jade bracelet is more important than my life. You must help me find it. Bai Xian said meaningfully to me. I nodded when I heard this, and immediately asked, "What does the jade bracelet look like? Does it have any obvious features?" I have to ask clearly so that I can find the jade bracelet more easily in the future. Milk white, Bai Xian just spoke out to explain, but before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden bang 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 knock on the door behind me. This sudden knock on the door suddenly startled me, and I was dumbfounded. Bai Xian on the side disappeared with a whoosh, as if he had never appeared. Who? I was immediately furious and yelled out the door. But as soon as I yelled out, I instantly realized something was wrong. The door was obviously locked from the outside. Why did someone suddenly come and knock on the door? This is so wrong. Just when I was suspicious, Jin Suocheng's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Are you in there? Open the door quickly. Upon hearing Jin Suocheng's words, I frowned and subconsciously touched my nose. Jin Suocheng asked me to open the door? This door was obviously locked from the outside, but he managed to let me open the door. Can I open it? The door is locked from the outside and can't be opened. I shouted impatiently at Jin Suocheng outside the door. Are you telling lies with your eyes open? Where is this door locked? You were obviously the one who locked it inside. Jin Suocheng defended himself outside the door. We started arguing across the door. When I heard this, I was immediately confused. I thought, could it be that the door was not locked? With this thought, I immediately walked quickly to the door, turned the lock handle directly, and opened the door. The sudden success caught me off guard. This door is clearly. Before I could think clearly, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a white light from the corner of my eye. Following the white light, I saw that Jin Suocheng was wearing a jade bracelet on his hand. And the jade bracelet was white and shining. I thought to myself that it was really a pain to find it. I didn't expect Jin Suocheng to have such a jade bracelet. This was something I never expected. However, I was very confused whether this jade bracelet was the one Bai Xian wanted. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go to the company to hand it over. Just as I was staring at Jin Suwacheng's bracelet in a daze, he suddenly said something that scared me. Hand over? I asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you clearly on the phone? Someone has already taken over your shift, and the company has arranged it. Jin Suwacheng emphasized with a sullen look on his face. I was very puzzled and confused about this. Why did they suddenly arrange someone to take over my shift? Besides, I said that I could not be replaced no matter what. After all, I have to work for 49 days, survive 9 deaths, and win my life. If I just stop working, I may face the risk of sudden death. These are what Lin Hualong told me, and I have taken them as the law and followed them in my heart. No, I won't change. I refused directly. If I change shifts at this time, it would be tantamount to putting me to death. After all, this is not something that can be avoided. A life and death disaster like this must be faced properly. What's wrong with you? This is the company's arrangement, you must obey. Jin Suwacheng looked like he was about to explode, and he had a domineering attitude towards me. Facing Jin Suwacheng's anger, I felt a little embarrassed. Captain, I drive this car quite well. Can you let me drive it instead of changing people? I didn't know what to do for a moment, so I simply spoke to him in a begging tone. But Jin Suwacheng shook his head and refused, obviously not wanting to agree. He kept saying that it was the company's arrangement and must be obeyed and not opposed. But this time, in order to survive, I must have a good talk with Jin Suwacheng. Captain, is there something wrong with my driving? I will correct it. At this moment, I was anxious and wanted to make it clear to him urgently. There is nothing wrong with your driving. Jin Suwacheng waved his hand and said with a stern face. If there is no problem, why don't you let me drive it? I changed the subject, almost in an interrogative tone. But Jin Suwacheng only used the company's order to pressure me, and did not give me the slightest chance to resist. And at this moment, a footstep suddenly sounded outside the door. I subconsciously turned my head to look, my eyes passed Jin Suwacheng and fixed on the person who came. The person who came was none other than Lin Hualong, who had just left without knowing what he was doing. Master Lin. When I saw Lin Hualong appear, I immediately grabbed a life-saving straw. In the corner of my eye, I clearly saw Jin Suwacheng was stunned for a moment. He looked like he was in a very bad state. Captain Jin, long time no see, how are you? However, to my surprise, Lin Hualong ignored me. While he ignored me, he also greeted Jin Suwacheng, and the two seemed to know each other. You know, the last time I took Lin Hualong to the company, I ran into Jin Suwacheng. But at that time, Jin Suwacheng didn't know Lin Hualong at all, and Lin Hualong didn't talk to Jin Suwacheng. Moreover, I clearly remember that Lin Hualong said that Jin Suwacheng was not a human. In addition, the Jin Suwacheng I met before didn't seem to be the same person as this Jin Suwacheng. So, one of the two Jin Suwacheng is fake. So, could this fake Jin Suwacheng who appeared be a ghost? Just when I was confused, I was even more shocked that Jin Suwacheng suddenly turned around and greeted Lin Hualong. However, the two spoke in a weird tone, and it seemed that they didn't have a good relationship. Captain Jin, some things should be stopped at the right time. When I was confused, Lin Hualong suddenly spoke to Jin Suwacheng in a tone of reminder. He must drive this bus. No one else can drive it except him. Lin Hualong suddenly came in and stretched out his hand to press my shoulder. For some reason, I felt that his hand was very heavy, and it made me a little breathless. My heart couldn't help but tighten. You fart. Unexpectedly, Jin Suwacheng was immediately angry when he heard it. He pointed at Lin Hualong's nose and cursed. He changed his face as soon as he said it. However, Lin Hualong didn't seem to care at all. Facing Jin Suwacheng's anger, he narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, Captain Jin, you'd better avoid doing things that harm others and yourself, or you won't live long. Lin Hualong's insinuation made Jin Suwacheng's face look even uglier. Jin Suwacheng sneered and pretended to leave. He looked like he didn't want to face Lin Hualong. Jin Suwacheng was avoiding. Don't leave in a hurry, there are many things we haven't figured out yet. Lin Hualong was about to grab Jin Suwacheng. He suddenly grabbed Jin Suwacheng's wrist, and Jin Suwacheng struggled to pull away. As a result, Lin Hualong forcefully pulled off his white jade bracelet. Seeing this scene, my heart skipped a beat, and my eyes stared brightly at the white jade bracelet on Lin Hualong's hand. What are you doing? Give me back the jade bracelet. Jin Suwacheng staggered, looking angry. But at this moment, he looked more like a mad dog that had lost its strength. I can even clearly feel that the aura on Jin Suwacheng's body is constantly getting weaker. It seems that the white jade bracelet is extremely important to Jin Suwacheng. I don't know how many lives you have killed in this jade bracelet. Lin Hualong gave a cold and cruel smile. His smile was particularly scary. And the words he said scared me even more. Is there a human life hidden in the jade bracelet? At this moment, I stared at the white jade bracelet. His eyes kept wandering around Yu Huan, Lin Hualong, and Jin Suocheng. There are some things that it's better not to reveal. You have to be aware of it. Lin Hualong spoke up again, pretending to return the jade bracelet to Jin Suocheng. Jin Suocheng hurriedly reached out to get it. But before Jin Suocheng's fingers touched the jade bracelet, Lin Hualong suddenly stopped his hand. His sharp movements and tit-for-tat momentum scared me, and at the same time, I was so angry that Jin Suocheng almost vomited blood. Lin, what do you want to do? Jin Suocheng was so angry that he jumped up and down. Nothing, as long as you continue to let him drive this car, the bracelet will be returned to you. Otherwise, I will destroy the bracelet and let you die without a burial. Lin Hualong threatened Jin Suocheng in a strange way, and his slightly narrowed eyes seemed to burst with light. Okay, just let him drive. The golden lock became his white jade bracelet, and now he had no choice but to compromise with Lin Hualong. When Lin Hualong saw that Jin Suocheng agreed to resume my job as a night shift driver, he did not continue to embarrass Jin Suocheng and returned the bracelet to him. Don't! I subconsciously stopped him. After all, I want to give this white jade bracelet to Bai Xian so that she can succeed in attaining immortality. Lin Hualong and Jin Suocheng turned to look at me almost at the same time. At this moment, Jin Suocheng had already put the white jade bracelet on his hand, and he looked at me with deep contempt. It's okay, no problem. I waved my hand and said something helplessly. Because I know very well in my heart that even if I say it, it will be useless. There is no way that they will give me the white jade bracelet. Moreover, this white jade bracelet looks very precious and must be worth a lot of money. As a poor person like me, even if Jin Suocheng sells it to me, I can't afford it. As long as it's okay, you better not cause any trouble. Jin Suocheng breathed a sigh of relief, and he pointed at me as a warning. I didn't pay attention to Jin Suocheng's arrogant look at all. Because I know in my heart that Jin Suocheng suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Hualong, so he took it out on me. After Jin Suocheng left, Lin Hualong motioned for me to follow him out. I didn't refuse and followed him into the street honestly. Go to the rooftop of the shopping mall building, expose yourself to the sun, and let the yin energy invading your body dissipate. After arriving on the street, Lin Hualong spoke suddenly. He didn't even turn his head when he spoke, and he was very arrogant. I stared at Lin Hualong's back and asked puzzledly, how long will it take to stay in the sun? Soon, let's bask in the sun until the sun goes down. Lin Hualong finished his sentence and took a taxi to leave. Why? I subconsciously tried to stop Lin Hualong, but he stretched out his hand from the car window and waved. I dare not go against Lin Hualong's words. Because then I might die. So, like a stupid pig, I did as Lin Hualong said and went to the top floor of the shopping mall building to bask in the sun for a whole afternoon. I didn't leave the top floor of the building until after the sun went down. I looked at my body and found that my whole body was quite clear. Apart from being a little darker, there was no other discomfort. This puzzled me a lot and I couldn't understand why I didn't suffer from heatstroke after being exposed to the sun all afternoon. And when I was basking in the sun, I could clearly feel that something was dissipating and evaporating all over my body. Those things seemed to come out of the cells in my body, which made me feel very happy. After returning to my residence, I fought hard for a long time. I found the white jade bracelet, but it was in Jin Suocheng's hand and I really couldn't get it. But if I can't get the white jade bracelet, Bai Xian won't be able to attain enlightenment and become an immortal. If so, she might keep pestering me. If you are haunted by a female spirit, you will probably die sooner or later. In the blink of an eye, the time was fixed at 11:50 p.m. I'm making preparations as usual. At 12 o'clock sharp, I set off. I drove number 14 bus 9413, drove out of the company, and rushed to the first stop. Tonight, I feel very calm. For some reason, I always feel like tonight will be peaceful. Perhaps, I was too scared, numb, and got used to it. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the roadside. The figure kept waving at me. As soon as I saw that I had not reached the station, I ignored him and drove directly over. However, just after I drove over, I suddenly heard a boom from above my head. This sound was so sudden that it scared me to death. Something fell. I said something to myself, wanting to make a little noise and increase a little sense of security. Seeing that the first stop was approaching, I planned to stop the car and go down to see if something had fallen on the roof of the car. But before I could park the car, a face suddenly appeared on the windshield. The face with teeth and claws showing was very scary, even scarier than the baby I met last time. What the hell? I was so frightened that I screamed, and subconsciously I wanted to reach out and slap the man's face off. However, before I could touch the face suddenly slipped and fell. At this moment, where do I dare to look? For a moment, I didn't even dare to get out of the car. But the first stop was empty, not even a soul, let alone a living person. After stopping for 3 minutes, I started the car and went to the next stop. But just as the car was driving out, my eyes accidentally glanced at the car window. In the car window, there is a white figure. The figure was standing right behind me. But I couldn't feel anyone behind me at all. When I subconsciously turned my head and looked behind me, I found that there was no one behind me. All I saw were 2 rows of empty seats. Where are people? At this moment, I was scared to death. When I looked back at the car window again, I saw that figure appearing in the car window again. He stood behind me and laughed sinisterly. Ha ha, a series of sinister laughs rang out behind me, scaring me to the point of peeing my pants. I thought to myself, since you dare to stand behind me, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Hualong had given me some advice before, and he taught me a trick. Of course, the price of learning this trick is a pack of 70 yuan Zhonghua cigarettes. Lin Hualong told me that when encountering a ghost, just bite the tip of your tongue and spray a mouthful of blood from the tip of your tongue. If you spray a ghost, it will seriously injure the ghost. At this moment, I just tried this method that Lin Hualong taught me to see if it works. I didn't hesitate at all. I immediately bit the tip of my tongue, and suddenly turned back and spat at the ghost in white. Pa! I roared, but it was actually painful. People who have never bitten the tip of their tongue may never know that when biting the tip of their tongue, the kind of heart-piercing pain that ordinary people can't bear. But the blood from my tongue didn't happen as I imagined. The white-clothed ghost disappeared. I turned around again and looked at the rearview mirror in the car. As a result, I saw the figure of the white-clothed ghost again. He was still standing behind me, laughing sinisterly. He was really haunting. At this moment, I was so angry that I was shaking all over. But at this moment, a horn sounded suddenly into my ears. I looked up suddenly and saw a car coming straight ahead. The owner of the car honked the horn frantically. This scene scared me so much that I almost flew out of my mind. I immediately stepped on the brakes, but to my despair, the brakes actually failed at this time. Holy shit! I screamed strangely. It was because the house was leaking and it rained all night. It's fine, but the brakes don't work. Hurry up and hit the brakes. My brakes have failed. I yelled wildly at the large truck speeding towards me. But the other party didn't brake and just kept pressing the horn. Beep, 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 beep. The sound of honking the horn fell into my ears like a reminder, making me go crazy. Listening to that heart-rending voice, I was so scared that my heart almost flew out of my throat. Just like that, amidst my crazy yelling, the 2 cars collided. However, what I imagined didn't happen. The car accident didn't happen either. I don't know what happened when I collided with the big truck, because I was so scared that I closed my eyes tightly. But I felt like I was hitting cotton, so soft. When I subconsciously opened my eyes again to find out, I saw the car running over a ball of paper. The pieces of paper were very large, wide and long. Although they were stacked on top of each other, they still covered the entire ground. I thought I would drive past the paper soon, but things were beyond my expectation again. No matter how hard I drive or how long I drive, the car still runs on paper. It was only at this moment that I finally came to my senses and felt that something was not quite right. Just like that, I kept driving without any passengers getting on the bus. After driving through the last stop, I failed to return to the company. After the last battle, it was like entering nothingness. Everything was gray, which put me in an uncomfortable state. This state is very depressing and makes people unable to extricate themselves. I can clearly feel that my state of mind is affected. At this moment, I got carried away and forgot everything. I only know that there is only one thing I want right now, and that is death. Yes, that's right. I want to die. My eyes unconsciously fell to the wrench in the car. I stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward while grabbing the wrench. I held the wrench in my hand and waited, and a strange smile unconsciously appeared on my lips. Not bad. I suddenly spoke. It's just that this voice is extremely high-pitched, and it's not my own voice at all. While I was stunned, I already raised the wrench in my hand and pointed it at my head. I couldn't control myself at the moment, and the wrench hit myself directly on the head. It's too late, but it's soon. At this critical moment, I clearly saw a pair of little feet wearing embroidered shoes come into view. Before the wrench could hit his head, he was suddenly snatched away by a chopping hand. Are you crazy? Bai Xian's voice suddenly came to my ears. After the wrench was taken away, my hand still fell and hit me hard on the head. For a moment, I only heard a dong sound, but I didn't feel any pain at all. You have gone astray, go back quickly. Bai Xian warned him, his face full of worry. I don't know why she is so worried about me, but I have only one goal at the moment, and that is death. I don't know why, but I suddenly had an obsession. It seemed that I was so persistent in dealing with death that I even enjoyed it. You should wake up. Bai Xian snatched the lighter from my hand and said with great disappointment. But I don't know why, but I was burning my hair with a lighter just now, but I didn't even notice it. Let me die. Suddenly, I spoke again. But the voice was still shrill, which made me feel frightened and terrified. Why die? I'll take you back. Bai Xianjiao scolded, and then, to my great surprise, she actually pulled me out of the driver's seat. Before I could react, Bai Xian drove out in the car. I saw her turn around and return to where she was. I looked at her blankly, not expecting that Bai Xian could also drive a bus. You know, this kind of car is not easy to drive. Almost an hour later, the car successfully drove into the company and stopped. And after being in a trance for a while, my whole body actually returned to normal. It's time for me to leave. As a pair of small feet wearing embroidered shoes appeared in front of me, Bai Xian's voice floated past my ears. When I subconsciously raised my head to see her, I found that Bai Xian had disappeared. She left. But I don't know where she went. Bai Xian, I called her and looked around, but I couldn't find her at all. This is not the result I want. It's just that I know at this moment that it's not a good place to stay for a long time. I have to leave quickly and talk about it when I get back. Regarding the fact that I was obsessed with death just now, if Bai Xian hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid I would have become a dead soul now. After returning to my residence, I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. All that came to my mind was the image of the bus driving into the forbidden area today, and I couldn't get rid of this image. It sticks to my heart like a gangrene attached to my bones. I suddenly felt uncomfortable again, with cold sweat all over my body and my face burning. I had a fever. I struggled to get up, but I couldn't. I felt weak all over, as if I was dehydrated. I knew that I had entered a death spiral. At this moment, I had no choice but to wait for death. At dawn, I was glad that I was still alive. At the same time, I was also very tormented. This night, I felt like a year, and I didn't know how I survived. But I did survive. At this moment, my body has recovered some strength. I struggled to sit up, and my whole body was so weak that I couldn't help shaking. I found my phone and called Lin Hualong. After the call was connected, I quickly said, Master Lin, save me. As soon as I spoke, I was shocked. Because my voice at this moment was still as sharp as last night, and it was not my own voice at all. Lin Hualong on the other end of the phone said sarcastically, how did you get run away by the yellow-skinned man? When I heard Lin Hualong's words, I was stunned for a long time and didn't react. At this moment, I didn't know what it meant to be run away by the yellow-skinned man, let alone what I had experienced. Could it be that I really didn't have much time to live? I don't know why, and I don't know when it started, but I have been prepared for death. I face and accept death calmly. This is particularly fatal, and it is also something I dare not face. When I was in a daze, Lin Hualong's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Boy, don't be afraid. Lin Hualong first comforted me. But what he said was nothing but nonsense. How could I not be afraid at this moment? Master Lin, what should I do? As soon as I opened my mouth, it was that shrill voice again. But Lin Hualong didn't seem to mind my voice at all, or maybe he had experienced so many strange things that he was no longer surprised. Nothing, tell me about your experience last night. Lin Hualong's weird voice came again, giving people a chilly feeling. Especially when I was on the phone with him, I always felt that he was talking to people's ears and blowing cold air. Last night, I collided with a large truck. The truck was like a piece of paper, I just explained, but halfway through, Lin Hualong's exclamation came from the other end of the phone. He seemed to have heard some shocking secrets, and kept asking me crazy questions on the other end of the phone. What? What did you say? Did you encounter a paper car? Listening to Lin Hualong's roar, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I thought, it's not you who encountered it, is there any need to be so anxious? But Lin Hualong's next sentence scared me a lot. He said that paper cars are not something that ordinary people can encounter. People who encounter paper cars will go astray and enter the spirit world every night. This means that every night, I have to face death, and it is very likely that I will not see the sun the next day. Boy, you are so unlucky. I will accompany you to the spirit world tonight. It just so happens that there are still things to pick up. Lin Hualong mocked me on the other end of the phone, and then hung up the phone after giving instructions. I listened to the busy tone on the phone and kept staring blankly. Just as I hung up the phone, the pair of small feet in embroidered shoes came into my sight again. The white fairy is here again. Why do you always come to see me recently? You weren't like this before. I asked Bai Xian dissatisfiedly, with a tone like complaining. But Bai Xian didn't care about my attitude towards her at all, just said to me with a worried face, after having the embroidered shoes, the connection between us is established. I can find you anytime and anywhere wearing the embroidered shoes. After listening to Bai Xian's words, I was completely speechless. Is it possible that I am shooting myself in the foot by finding the embroidered shoes for her and letting her come to me every day? Then are you a human or a female ghost? I couldn't help but ask again. In fact, this question seems a bit redundant. After all, Bai Xian doesn't look like a human being. However, to my surprise, Bai Xian's answer was only 4 words, I don't know. I was stunned. Is there still a ghost in the world who doesn't know that he is a ghost? Or, does Bai Xian still regard himself as a human? Just when I was confused, Bai Xian suddenly supported me. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. She called me and pretended to help me up from the bed. But at this moment, I was very confused. How did Bai Xian drive the bus back to the company last night? Moreover, how could she drive a bus? Thinking of this, a creepy idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Could it be that Bai Xian was one of the previous drivers? First of all, let's rule out the first one. After all, the first bus driver was Brother Zhou. And could Bai Xian be the second one? Or the third one? But how could a woman drive a bus in the middle of the night? This is obviously not in line with common sense. At this moment, I was actually interested in Bai Xian. Just her beautiful face, she doesn't look like a bus driver. Were you also a night bus driver like me before? I asked for no reason, and my voice was still shrill. Unexpectedly, Bai Xian gave me a blank look, and she was obviously a little angry. What I said just now must have offended her. After realizing this, I looked at Bai Xian a little embarrassed. But at this moment, I was so hot and uncomfortable that I really didn't feel like coaxing her. Besides, I don't want to coax a female ghost. Are you going to the hospital? After the atmosphere became awkward, Bai Xian took the lead to break the silence. No, I was straightforward and very firm. Okay, since you don't want to go, Bai Xian gritted her teeth in anger and immediately approached me. I don't know why Bai Xian is so nice to me, she actually cares about me so much. It's just that whether to go to the hospital or not is completely my own freedom, and it has nothing to do with her. Seeing Bai Xian rushing over, I immediately thought of the words female ghost asking for life. Don't come over. I was so scared that I immediately shrank back, but before I retreated to the corner, Bai Xian had already rushed over sinisterly. Before I could react, I felt a sudden chill all over my body. This feeling of chill in my heart made it difficult for me to bear it. Then, my body began to lose control. At first, it was just my hands and feet that didn't obey me, so I climbed out of bed. Then, a certain part of my body also didn't obey me, and for a moment, I became neither human nor ghostly. Although I was aware of everything, I couldn't control myself at all. At this moment, Bai Xian's voice suddenly rang in my mind, you have to go to the hospital immediately, you can't be in trouble. If anything happens to you, I won't live anymore. Bai Xian's tone sounded like she was obviously acting like a spoiled child. But she was originally a spirit, not alive, and she threatened me with nonsense about not living anymore. At this moment, I was very clear about my situation. I was haunted by a female spirit. Bai Xian could have haunted anyone else, but me. Just as I was complaining about being possessed by her and heading to the hospital, I suddenly ran into a figure. I couldn't help but stop and was forced to stop. And the person I ran into was none other than Lin Hualong. At this moment, I saw Lin Hualong holding a peachwood sword in his hand, looking very proud. Judging from his appearance, he probably just bought a peachwood sword. The price tag hanging on the peachwood sword had not been removed yet. I took a look and saw the price of 1,888. I didn't expect this peachwood sword to be quite expensive, and I don't know if it works well. Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Hualong suddenly shouted, "Hey! You evildoer, get off him!" When I saw Lin Hualong like this, I immediately called him a master. I didn't expect that he could see that I was possessed by Bai Xian and ordered her to get off me as soon as he opened his mouth. I was very moved. I didn't expect that Lin Hualong was so powerful and wanted to save me as soon as he came up. Dream on. Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded through my mouth, but it was not as sharp and unpleasant as my previous voice. I don't know what happened to my previous voice. I guess I entered the spirit world by mistake yesterday and was seriously invaded by the yin qi, which caused my voice to become like this now. When Bai Xian possessed me, I spoke her words and her voice as soon as I opened my mouth. Bai Xian's voice was very pleasant, like an aureole, very crisp and moving. You evildoer, don't be ignorant of life and death. I may die with this peachwood sword. When Lin Hualong heard Bai Xian's refusal, he was immediately angry. His yin and yang voice was very unpleasant, but at this moment, it gave me an extremely solid feeling in my ears. You'd better give up the idea of dealing with me, you are not qualified. Bai Xian spoke again through my mouth, as if she was not afraid of Lin Hualong at all. Okay. Since you are so unrepentant, I will use this 1888 peachwood sword to cut you to death. Lin Hualong screamed and raised his sword to cut me directly. I subconsciously wanted to retreat, but at this moment my body was controlled by Bai Xian, and I couldn't retreat at all. As a result, the peachwood sword hit my forehead firmly. With a clang sound, a big bump instantly appeared on my head. What surprised me was that I didn't feel anything in my body, and it didn't hurt at all. I tried my best to speak, but I couldn't say a word. It seems that your sword worth more than 1,000 is useless. Bai Xian used my mouth to mock, obviously looking down on Lin Hualong. Lin Hualong was so angry that he trembled all over. He stared at me and screamed, "You female ghost, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn." As soon as Lin Hualong finished speaking, Bai Xian used my mouth to speak again. "I'm not a ghost. You dare to quibble?" When Lin Hualong heard this, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. He picked up the peachwood sword and chopped at me. "Don't hit me. If you hit me again, I will fight back." Bai Xian threatened suddenly. I couldn't help but guess. Although Lin Hualong's sword was slashing at me, I didn't feel it at all. It must be because Bai Xian was possessed, and all the pain was borne by her. But Lin Hualong didn't listen to Bai Xian's threats at all, and he kept swinging the peachwood sword in his hand. There were 2 more swords papa hitting my face. Although I didn't feel it, I knew it was embarrassing. At this moment, I really wanted to remind Lin Hualong to save some face for me, but I couldn't say anything, which made me crazy. Lin Hualong kept hitting me with the peachwood sword like crazy, and Bai Xian couldn't bear it anymore. She controlled my body to resist Lin Hualong. Lin Hualong's small body of 1.7 meters was no match for me, a big man of 1.8 meters. Bai Xian controlled my body and directly lifted Lin Hualong up, like holding a little chicken. This wretched old man was no match for me at all, and I slapped him to the ground with 2 slaps. Lin Hualong was groaning, obviously he was beaten badly. "Bai Xian, stop hitting me, I'll kill you if you hit me again." I shouted to Bai Xian in my heart. "Okay." Bai Xian could hear my voice and answered me. I was very surprised, I had never expected this. "You stinky ghost, you dare to attack me." Lin Hualong got up from the ground and rushed towards me. Bai Xian controlled me and fought with him again, but this time, Lin Hualong directly put away the peachwood sword and fought with me. What surprised me again was that Lin Hualong was as flexible as an old monkey without using the peachwood sword this time. Bai Xian seemed to be a little stiff when controlling my body, and was obviously at a disadvantage when he started fighting. After a while, Lin Hualong turned the tables and I was beaten badly. Although I couldn't feel the pain on my face at all at this moment, I knew I must be in a mess. "I'll go first. This old guy is too powerful." Suddenly, Bai Xian's voice rang in my heart. She also told me to go to the hospital and take good care of myself. Then, I felt like I was being torn apart. Just as Bai Xian was about to leave my body, Lin Hualong suddenly pulled out a yellow talisman and slapped it on my forehead. Then, I felt as if I was frozen. Bai Xian, who had taken over my body, stayed in my body in an instant. At this moment, I could clearly feel that Bai Xian was imprisoned. Originally, I didn't feel anything when Bai Xian took over my body, and I couldn't sense her existence. But now I can clearly feel her, and even begin to regain consciousness. When I regained consciousness, I felt very uncomfortable all over. "Master Lin. We are one people, stop fighting." At this moment, I couldn't help but open my mouth and shout loudly. This shout stunned me. I can actually speak? But apart from speaking, I can't move my whole body. "Oomph, you are really lucky." Lin Hualong snorted coldly, with a deep sense of sarcasm in his words. I didn't understand what he meant by that. "Master Lin, what is your luck?" I couldn't help but ask. But Lin Hualong kept silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, I couldn't help but change the subject. Master Lin, please let me go. No. Lin Hualong said with a cunning face, I have to trap the female spirit in your body to death and burn her to death with your yang energy. However, as Lin Hualong's voice fell, the Bai Xian in my body shouted again, I am not a female spirit. This is her second rebuttal. Just now, Lin Hualong said that Bai Xian is a female spirit. She also refuted. This can't help but cause me a kind of confusion and illusion, thinking that Bai Xian is really not a female spirit? Bai Xian, are you a human or a spirit? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but ask Bai Xian in my heart. Bai Xian seemed to be very disgusted with answering this question, so at this time, she didn't say anything at all, but chose to remain silent. Faced with Bai Xian's silence, I was at a loss for a moment. You can't trap me to death. I have a soul contract with him. I can stay in his body as long as I want. Just when I was at a loss, Bai Xian's voice came from my body again. As Bai Xian's voice fell, Lin Hualong sneered and asked in disbelief, Are you really not a female ghost? No. Bai Xian's voice was firm. Then are you a human? Lin Hualong asked. No. Bai Xian's answer was very straightforward. Her answer puzzled me. At this moment, not only was I depressed, but Lin Hualong beside me was also filled with astonishment. He was staring at me coldly at this moment. In fact, his look was completely directed at Bai Xian and had nothing to do with me. Since you are neither human nor spiritual, then you are a monster. Lin Hualong spoke loudly. He stared at me and said solemnly. The look he looked at me had a meaningful look in his eyes. And the Bai Xian in me chose silence when facing Lin Hualong. If I were her, I would also choose silence. After all, if someone can't hear something, it's useless even if you explain it hundreds of times. Therefore, I can understand Bai Xian's mood at the moment. When Lin Hualong saw that the Bai Xian in my body was silent, his face suddenly turned livid. Do you dare to come out of his body? Let's confront him face to face. After Lin Hualong pondered for a moment, he finally said something coldly. As he spoke, he also pulled off the yellow talisman attached to my head. This is clearly an attempt to provoke Bai Xian. I thought Bai Xian could see through Lin Hualong's tricks, but to my surprise, Bai Xian actually agreed. Under my shocked gaze, a pair of small feet wearing red embroidered shoes appeared, and then Bai Xian appeared in front of me and Lin Hualong. How dare you show up? Lin Hualong sneered and immediately pulled out the peachwood sword again. But after thinking about it for a while, he put the Taomu sword away again. Because when he hit me with the mahogany sword just now, it had no effect at all. At this moment, my whole body suddenly felt uncomfortable and tight, and I had no time to take care of the two of them. Coupled with the fact that I was suffering from a high fever at the moment, my eyes suddenly went black and I fainted suddenly. As I fainted, I had no idea what was going to happen next. Since everything is a misunderstanding, it's easy to explain. It seems that we are still on the same team. When my consciousness returned, the voices of Lin Hualong and Bai Xian came to my ears. I don't know what the two of them talked about, but it sounded like they were shaking hands and making peace. I also hope that Master Lin will not tell him this matter first, and ask Master Lin to help the little girl keep it secret. Soon, Bai Xian's voice floated past my ears. After I regained consciousness, I could clearly feel the hard lumps on my face. These hard lumps must have been swollen parts of my face. I clearly remember that before I fainted, while Bai Xian was still on top of me, Lin Hualong whipped me with a peachwood sword. Although I didn't feel anything at that time, I feel it now. Lin Hualong was too cruel and beat me as if I were a spirit. This made me unable to stand it at all, and I wanted to risk my life with Lin Hualong. However, in the final analysis, God Lin Hualong was here to save me, so I shouldn't hold a grudge against him. Shoo, stop talking, he's awake, I can feel it. Just when I was pretending to be in a coma and wanted to secretly inquire about the conversation between the two, Bai Xian suddenly said something. Apparently, she said this to Lin Hualong. And when I heard the few words they said before, the he in Bai Xian's mouth must also refer to me. It seemed that I was undoubtedly being haunted by a female spirit, which made me feel particularly frightened and uneasy. Boy, how do you feel? Does your face hurt? Suddenly, Lin Hualong came up to me and asked me angrily. As soon as I heard what he said, I immediately cursed in my heart, you uncle. Although I was scolding him in my heart, I didn't say anything with my mouth, and I even pretended as if nothing had happened. Why don't you say anything? Are you stunned by my mahogany sword? Seeing my silence, Lin Hualong immediately asked. I ignored him, just opened my eyes and stared at him motionless. Master Lin, are you really crazy about smoking? Bai Xian on the side seemed very worried, so she stepped forward and asked. But Lin Hualong shook his head and said solemnly, "It shouldn't be. How could this be so stupid?" Bai Xian said anxiously from the side, "Master Lin, although your peachwood sword cannot hurt me, it may accidentally hurt his soul." Upon hearing what Bai Xian said, Lin Hualong still shook his head. He said firmly, "The peachwood sword cannot hurt a living person." Seeing that Lin Hualong was so determined, I immediately planned to tease him and vent my anger. So, I immediately grinned at Lin Hualong, giggle, "Stinky old man, so cute." When Lin Hualong heard me scolding him, his nose crooked at first. He was about to have an attack, but before he could get angry, he immediately reacted. Lin Hualong glanced at me blankly, as if he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, that's right. I suddenly remembered that I chopped his head with a peachwood sword before." Lin Hualong stared at me with a look of astonishment on his face. He suddenly changed the subject. "Isn't this kid really stupid because of being beaten?" Upon hearing Lin Hualong's words, Bai Xian immediately became anxious. She hurriedly stepped forward, reached out, and touched my forehead. However, no matter how she touched me, I kept grinning at Lin Hualong. And he kept repeating the same words in his mouth, although Lin Hualong was so angry that his face turned green. But now he doesn't dare to have an attack at all. After all, he was the one who slapped me stupidly, and he was the initiator. If Lin Hualong dares to get angry at me at this time, then he is so inhuman. "What should we do, Master Lin?" Bai Xian looked at Lin Hualong in confusion. Her face was full of worry and she looked anxious. I can see that Bai Xian cares about me very much. The worry on her face was a true expression of emotion. It's not just pretending. Regarding this, my mood became a little complicated. I thought to myself that although I am tall, I am not tall, rich, or handsome. I'm a tall, poor, and handsome guy at best, so Bai Xian has no reason to like me. What's more, being liked by a female spirit is something that no one can bear. When I thought that Bai Xian might really like me, the silly smile on my face suddenly froze. However, as soon as this change in me appeared, the old fox Lin Hualong suddenly realized something was wrong. A sneer flashed across his face, but he didn't rush to point me out. I can see that Lin Hualong is very likely to play dirty tricks on me. After all, I just pretended to be stupid and scolded him. "Don't be afraid, I can cure it." Lin Hualong immediately waved his hand and patted his chest to assure Bai Xian. His words were like giving Bai Xian a reassurance. Bai Xian's face obviously looked better, although her face had always been extremely pale. However, the emotional changes can be seen clearly on the face. This makes me wonder if Bai Xian is really not a female spirit? What if she is alone? But who is like Bai Xian? Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Hualong suddenly grabbed the base of my ear. He turned his head and smiled at Bai Xian slyly. "Don't worry, the base of the ear has wisdom. If someone suddenly becomes stupid, pull the ear off and it will be fine." After Lin Hualong finished speaking, he pulled my ear hard. He really had the guts. There was no room for mercy at all. I screamed in pain when he pulled me like this. I could clearly feel that I was crying because of the pain. But Bai Xian on the side was extremely happy. She said excitedly, "It's fine. He's fine. Don't worry, the good show is still to come." Lin Hualong said grimly, and he suddenly increased the strength of his hand. For a moment, I was in pain and cried. "Is it fine now?" Lin Hualong smiled at me slyly. Facing his smile, I cried out in my heart. "It's fine, I'm fine." I shouted loudly at the top of my voice. I was overjoyed when he shouted. Because I don't know what happened, my throat suddenly got better, and it wasn't as shrill and unpleasant as before. In any case, this is a good thing. But my face and the ears that were pulled by Lin Hualong hurt so much that I felt helpless. "It's okay if it's okay. I'll let you play dumb," Lin Hualong said in a sarcastic tone. Facing his sarcastic words, I really couldn't stand it. "Bai Xian and I will accompany you to drive tonight. If I'm not mistaken, you will drive into the spirit world." Lin Hualong took his hand back from my ear and said to me suddenly. When I heard what he said, my heart jumped to my throat instantly. I thought, why do I have to go to the spirit world? What's the difference between this and seeking death? But I also know in my heart that Lin Hualong has said this, which means that I can't escape this disaster anyway. Some things should be learned to face. "Okay, let's go." I nodded to Lin Hualong. Suddenly, I found that my fever had subsided, but the place where Lin Hualong had hit me with the peachwood sword was a little painful. Lin Hualong saw that I agreed. He paused, raised his hand and made a gesture to ask for a cigarette. I am not a stingy person, so I simply stuffed a pack of cigarettes that I had smoked a few cigarettes into his hand. To prevent him from always asking me for cigarettes, which is annoying. Lin Hualong looked at me with a gloomy look, and actually took out a cigarette from it and handed it to me. I didn't say anything polite to him, and directly reached out to take it. However, before my hand touched the cigarette, the old fox Lin Hualong actually trembled and directly cut off the cigarette. Boy, remember, this is a broken cigarette. Lin Hualong smiled at me evilly. I immediately frowned and asked him coldly, "Are you cursing me to death?" Even Bai Xian, who was standing next to me, looked at Lin Hualong with a puzzled look. But Lin Hualong shook his head and said, "You are wrong. This is fighting poison with poison. You are a dying man, and I am giving you a broken end cigarette for your own good." When I heard what Lin Hualong said, I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. However, I was too lazy to argue with him. After leaving the hospital, I wanted to go back and have a rest, but Lin Hualong asked me to go to the company and find a way to get the jade bracelet on Jin Suocheng's hand. Before leaving, Bai Xian gave me a white jade bracelet that was exactly the same as the one on Jin Suocheng's hand. This jade bracelet looks exactly the same as Jin Suocheng's jade bracelet, and it is simply a fake. I plan to do what Lin Hualong said and replace this jade bracelet with Jin Suocheng's jade bracelet to steal the day. Half an hour later, I came to the company and went straight to the office. As for how to get Jin Suocheng's jade bracelet, I have already thought of a way. That is to lie to him that I want to borrow the jade bracelet to take a look, and then quickly switch it when he takes a look, hide the real one, and return the fake one to him. Of course, this trick was also told to me by Lin Hualong in a veiled way. He did not directly point it out, saying that people of Taoism would not do such dirty things. I know that he is just trying to save face and wants to get his old face back. I am too lazy to argue with him about this. When I came to the door of the office, for some reason, my heart suddenly beat violently, and the whole person was particularly flustered at this moment. Just when I wanted to knock on the door of the office with an uneasy heart, my shoulders suddenly sank. This scared me so much that I almost jumped up. "Who is it?" I turned back angrily, and at a glance, I found that it was Jin Suocheng. "Captain, why are you outside?" Without waiting for Jin Suocheng to speak, I rubbed my hands and asked. At this moment, I could clearly feel my embarrassment. Jin Suocheng stared at me suspiciously, and he looked in a bad mood. "Can't I be outside? What are you doing in a sneaky way?" Jin Suocheng glared at me, and I clearly felt that he didn't like me. I shook my head and said, "I didn't do anything, I just wanted to discuss something with you." I laughed dryly at him and subconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette and hand it to him. As a result, I found that the cigarette was no longer on me. I just gave a pack of cigarettes to Lin Hualong. Just when I was a little at a loss, a gust of cold wind suddenly came from behind me. Then, a cold hand suddenly flashed through my hand. My brows frowned slightly, and I felt that there was something more in my hand. When I subconsciously took it in front of me, I was shocked. I saw something with a red seal in my palm, which seemed to be from Lin Hualong's office. I frowned and hesitated for a while, my mind turning quickly. After making a little calculation in my mind, I explained to Jin Suocheng, "Captain, I actually came to give you the official seal. I saw it in the conference room before." After that, he immediately handed the official seal to Jin Suocheng respectfully. Jin Suocheng took the official seal and looked at it, and his face became better. He nodded at me and said, "If there is nothing, go back first." After saying this, he pretended to be indifferent and pretended to go into the office. Seeing this, how could I let him into the office at that time? If I let him in at this time, wouldn't I be unable to get the white jade bracelet? I am not the kind of person who gives up easily, so now such a good opportunity is in front of me, how could I let it go? "Captain, I have something to tell you. Your white jade bracelet may be fake." I thought quickly and said it to him, then my eyes fell on his wrist. However, I found that Jin Suocheng's wrist was actually bare. His white jade bracelet was gone. "What did you say?" When Jin Suocheng heard me say that his bracelet was fake, his eyes narrowed immediately. In response to Jin Suocheng's doubts, I put on a firm look. I stood up, cleared my throat and said, "Your bracelet is fake." At this moment, I could clearly feel my guilty conscience, but I could also clearly feel the calmness I pretended to have on my face. Jin Suocheng looked at me straight, and said in disbelief, "This is impossible." I deliberately pretended to be determined, and tried my best to show that I was very determined. And Jin Suocheng seemed to believe it, and he immediately smiled at me strangely. "Okay, come in with me." As soon as he said this, he immediately opened the door of the office and took me into the office. I nodded and followed him. After entering the office, Jin Suwachung walked quickly to the desk, inserted the key in and twisted it, and immediately opened the small locker and took out the white jade bracelet from it. Seeing this, I couldn't help but secretly despise Jin Suwachung in my heart. I didn't expect that he was really an old fox. Since Lin Hualong robbed the white jade bracelet once, he has protected the bracelet so carefully and locked it up. You said my bracelet is fake? Jin Suwachung stared at me and asked coldly, how is it fake? When I heard what he said, I was choked and speechless for a moment. Jin Suwachung's eyes became more and more sharp. Being stared at by him like this, I felt a chill on my back. In a hurry, I thought of a way and took out the white jade bracelet on my body. Captain, look, this is your bracelet. I stepped forward quickly and handed him the fake bracelet that Bai Xian gave me. Jin Suwachung took the fake bracelet in my hand and kept looking at it. His face was obviously very ugly, and he didn't seem to believe what I said at all. In fact, even I didn't believe it myself. Mine was real and his was fake. Captain, Master Lin asked me to tell you that he swapped your bracelet at that time, and the bracelet he gave you was a fake one. For a moment, I was really forced to have no way out, so I had to pull Lin Hualong over as a shield. Although I didn't mean to throw dirty water on Lin Hualong, he is such a bad person that he instigated me to cheat Jin Suwachung of the white jade bracelet. He is unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Besides, I had no choice but to do this, and I didn't really want to put a big hat on him. Oh? The grandson of the surname Lin is so kind? Jin Suwachung's face showed a look of doubt, and it was obvious that he didn't trust me. To be precise, he didn't trust Jin Suwachung. I don't know about that. Anyway, Master Lin asked me to come and return this bracelet to you. I deliberately put on an attitude of being loyal to someone who entrusted me. I pretended to be very helpless so that Jin Suwachung could understand my difficulties a little. And Jin Suwachung seemed to be moved by my sincerity, and he actually believed what I said. Well, it's rare that someone surnamed Lin has this kind of heart. Jin Suwachung completely believed it, and he fell into the trap. I watched Jin Suwachung put his own bracelet aside and put the fake one on his hand. Seeing this, I quickly reached out and grabbed Jin Suwachung's real bracelet. Perhaps my eagerness alarmed him. Jin Suwachung first looked at me with a strange look. Then his eyes turned and fixed on the bracelet in my hand. He seemed to have seen through something. At this moment, my heart beat very fast, as if it would fly out of my throat at any time. In this case, my brain worked 10 times faster than usual. I thought of an excuse at the first time, and immediately explained to Jin Suwachung, Captain, let me help you get rid of your fake bracelet. When Jin Suwachung heard what I said, he was stunned at first. Then after a pause, he looked at me with an unaccustomed look. When did you become so diligent? Jin Suwachung stared at me gloomily. Just when I was dry-mouthed and didn't know how to explain, Jin Suwachung changed the subject. Well, it's a fake anyway. It's unlucky to keep it with you. Throw it away. After that, Jin Suwachung locked up the fake bracelet I gave him like a treasure. I said politely and left quickly with the real bracelet. At this moment, staying here for one more second will increase my risk of exposure. Things have come to the last minute. I don't want to fall behind at this critical moment. After leaving Jin Suwachung's office with an uneasy heart, I breathed a sigh of relief and immediately returned to my residence. Give it to me. The moment I entered the door, a small foot wearing embroidered shoes came into view. Then, I heard Bai Xian's voice. Looking up along the embroidered shoes, I saw Bai Xian standing in front of me in a daze, looking at me with a smile on her face. I nodded and was about to take out the white jade bracelet. But at this moment, Bai Xian trembled all over. She seemed to be frightened and disappeared in an instant. Then, Zhou Mao appeared in front of me. Brother, luckily I came in time, otherwise you would be dead. Zhou Mao came up to me and said in astonishment. When I heard what he said, I was confused. What happened? I couldn't help but ask Zhou Mao with a look of disappointment. Dead? Why would I be dead? Could it be? It's terrifying to think about it. I vaguely felt that I had been tricked, as if I was trapped in a vicious circle. Brother, you are stupid. Zhou Mao explained, if you give this white jade bracelet to that female spirit, you will be dead. At this moment, listening to Zhou Mao's instructions, I began to have random thoughts in my mind. Maybe, I was wrong from the beginning. From the very beginning, when I kindly gave Bai Xian some change, I made a mistake. At that time, I was fascinated by her fairy-like temperament and incredible appearance. Later, I mistakenly thought that the other party was just like Huang Pizzi. In order to get a witness, there was no difference between worshipping the moon and the nature was the same. But now, I not only suspect that my judgment is wrong, but also whether I have been deceived by Bai Xian. If this is the case, then I am afraid that I am really not far from death. Brother Zhou, what should I do? When I understood that Bai Xian ran away as soon as he saw Zhou Mao, I quickly asked Zhou Mao. At the same time, I also hoped in my heart that the other party could save me, even though Zhou Mao's first driver was a spirit. But Lin Hualong said before that spirits can be divided into good and bad. The only solution for now is to avoid her. Zhou Mao sighed helplessly at me and said, if we can't afford to offend him, why can't we hide from him? As soon as I heard Zhou Mao's words, I suddenly felt a sense of despair. Hide? I thought to myself, the key is that I can't even hide from you. I have to keep driving this car, otherwise I will die. If you were hiding, how could you drive this car? At this moment, I was thinking that Bai Xian was indeed a femme fatale. Often, the more attractive a person is, the more harmful they are to others. And Bai Xian should not be called a femme fatale, she is a femme fatale with a haunted spirit. Brother Zhou, I can't hide, I have to continue driving this train. I stared at Zhou Mao with a bitter face and explained my difficulties to him. When Zhou Mao heard what I said, he was obviously very surprised. He asked me in astonishment, who said that? Who told you to continue driving? When I saw Zhou Mao like this, I immediately felt that something was wrong. It was Master Lin Hualong, whom you introduced to me. I explained aloud. He told me to continue driving, and I could only survive if I drove for 49 days, saying that I could survive after 9 deaths and a lifetime. After listening to my explanation, Zhou Mao fell silent. After a moment of silence, he spoke to me again, since Master Lin asked you to continue, then you really have to continue. Hearing this, I was stunned. I thought, what if Bai Xian pesters me again? At this moment, I suddenly remembered that this white jade bracelet was given to me by Lin Hualong. It was he who asked me to steal the white jade bracelet. And judging from his attitude, it seems that he has reached a consensus with Bai Xian. Thinking of this, I hurriedly told the truth. After hearing this, Zhou Mao's face became dark and gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and said suddenly, I'm afraid that Uncle Lin has also been bewitched by this female spirit. She is really very skilled. When I heard that Master Lin was bewitched, I was shocked at first, and then suddenly realized something. I suddenly asked Zhou Mao, who is better, you or Master Lin? When Zhou Mao was asked this question, he almost reflexively said, isn't this nonsense? Of course Master Lin is better. After getting his answer, I immediately stepped back a few steps and distanced myself from him. I was worried that this Zhou Mao was impersonated by the fake Jin Suocheng before. Although I didn't know where the fake Jin Suocheng came from, since he could impersonate Jin Suocheng, he could definitely impersonate Zhou Mao. So at this moment, I couldn't believe whether the spirit in front of me was Brother Zhou. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing that I was on guard, Zhou Mao immediately asked, why are you hiding from me? You should be hiding from that female spirit. Seeing that Zhou Mao was so sure that Bai Xian was a female spirit, I became more suspicious of him. Because before this, Bai Xian had emphasized more than once that she was not a female spirit. And since Bai Xian was afraid of even Zhou Mao, she didn't have the ability to confuse Lin Hualong. Since Lin Hualong and Bai Xian have reached a consensus, it means that Bai Xian does not necessarily want to harm me. I fell into silence again, thinking carefully about whether Bai Xian has ever harmed me since I met her. It would be better if I didn't think about it. When I thought about it, I found that Bai Xian had never harmed me. She even used the change to consecrate for me before, which was obviously for my own good. However, Zhou Mao seemed to have never harmed me. He also introduced Master Lin Hualong to me. Since neither of them had harmed me, that means that Brother Zhou and Bai Xian are likely to be doing it for my own good. Since they are all doing it for my own good, could the Zhou Mao in front of me be the spirit that pretended to be Jin Suocheng before? Thinking about it this way, I became more and more certain that the Zhou Mao in front of me might be a fake. So I asked casually, Brother Zhou, do you still remember the soft Zhenghua I gave you on my first day of work? Is it good to smoke? I deliberately kept myself calm and tried to make my words seem real. When Zhou Mao heard what I said, he almost didn't hesitate at all, and answered casually, it's good to smoke, it's very good to smoke. Hearing this, I was shocked. Because on my first day at work, I didn't give Zhou Mao any soft Zhenghua at all. In fact, even a fool can see that this question is a lie. After all, soft Zhenghua is so expensive, and I'm not a rich second generation. How could I give a pack of soft Zhenghua to my colleagues as soon as I came in? Besides, we were not familiar with each other at that time. How could I give such high-end cigarettes? It is rumored that spirits have no heart. Their memories are almost all kept before they died, and all their consciousness is like the subconscious of living people. From this point of view, Zhou Mao in front of me is definitely a fake. I immediately took a few steps back again, until my back was close to the wall, and I stopped when I couldn't retreat. You are not Brother Joe, what the hell are you? I clenched my fists and entered a state of fighting at any time. At this moment, I subconsciously put the tip of my tongue against my teeth, wanting to try the blood from the tip of my tongue again to see if it works. Although I tried it last time and it didn't seem to work, it can't be generalized. Because the ghost last time was behind me when I looked in the mirror, but it disappeared when I looked back. So I can be sure that the ghost may be the ghost in the mirror. In this case, I can only see it when I look in the rearview mirror. When I look back, I naturally can't see it. If I didn't turn around and spit out a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue at that time, but spit a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue into the mirror, it would probably work. Hee hee, kid, how did you know I'm not Joe Mao? At this moment, the Joe Mao in front of me suddenly changed, and he turned into Jin Suwaching again. I just watched him tremble all over, shaking like a phantom. Then, he changed. This scene scared me a lot. My scalp was tingling, and I always felt that I would be replaced by this guy at any time. I even imagined what it would be like if this guy turned into me one day. I'm afraid that by that time, I would be dead, right? Just as I was thinking about it, a sudden knock on the door suddenly came. I was so scared that my soul almost flew out. However, when I looked up at the door, the thing just now was gone. Then, the landlord's voice came from outside the door. Why can't you get through on the phone? It's time to pay the rent. You haven't been here these days. If it were any other time, I would definitely be a little irritated and don't want to be urged to pay the rent. But now, I am extremely grateful to the landlord, and even think she is the best person in the world. Although her standard landlady figure is a bit disgusting, I still think she is a very dear landlord. Pay, of course I have to pay. I tried to recover from my previous state. I immediately walked quickly to the door, subconsciously avoiding the place where the thing just stood, and was invaded by the Chi for free. After opening the door, I hurriedly paid the rent to the landlord. Why are you so active this time? It's rare to see you like this. The landlord teased me. I forced an embarrassed smile at the landlord, and was about to compliment her, but the landlord's phone suddenly rang. Then, the landlord left in a hurry without saying a word. I could see that the landlord was in trouble, so I didn't ask any more questions. However, I still didn't dare to go into this house again, so I had to leave the house immediately and wanted to find a crowded place to stay until dark. Only in this way can I find some sense of security. After leaving the house, I walked out quickly. At this moment, walking aimlessly on the street, I felt a trance, as if I was hollowed out. Just when I felt that I was out of tune with everyone around me, I suddenly ran into a figure hidden. Before I could react, the person I bumped into shouted excitedly, "It's you!" I was slightly stunned when I heard this, and my eyes kept looking at the young man in front of me. "Who are you?" After looking for a long time, I still couldn't recognize the young man, so I asked in confusion. "My father is Joe Mao, and I am his son." The young man in front of me introduced himself. "My name is Joe Guangxai." When I heard that he was Brother Joe's son, I was stunned instantly. I thought to myself, how could I run into Brother Joe's son when I came out? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? But before I could ask the other party why he knew me, Joe Guangxai seemed to see through my thoughts. He explained to me, "My father came to me in a dream last night and asked me to find you and convey a message to you." When I heard Joe Guangxai's explanation, I felt it was not very reliable. If Brother Joe wanted to say something to me, he could just come to me in a dream. Or he could come to me directly. Why did he have to let his son come to me in a dream? After realizing this, I suddenly thought of another question. Since Brother Joe asked his son to come and convey the message, does that mean that Brother Joe is in danger and can't leave? Or, he can't get close to me? I'm afraid there's something fishy going on, and I immediately became more and more confused. In fact, I'm not such a vigilant person, but the things I've encountered recently are too incredible. But my tolerance is still strong, at least I didn't collapse or get scared crazy. Because I know clearly that I can't collapse. Once I collapse or go crazy, then even if I survive, there is no point. No one would like to live like a madman. After I came to my senses, I didn't know what Joe Guangxai said to me when I was in a daze just now. But I still asked him the first time, "Why did your father ask you to convey the message? Can't he tell me himself?" When Joe Guangxai heard what I said, he smiled bitterly. "My father said that there are all kinds of things around you, demons and ghosts, and those who get close to you will die." I never expected that Joe Guangxai would give me such an explanation. After listening to his explanation, I was completely dumbfounded. Are there really so many scary things around me? In this case, Wouldn't I be in danger of death at any time? Brother, my father asked me to tell you to go back to sleep quickly, otherwise you won't wake up. Joe Guinsai smiled at me honestly, obviously with an honest look. But for some reason, I always feel that this Joe Guinsai is weird. There is a very solemn aura on him, lifeless, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. Why did Brother Joe ask me to go back to sleep? I asked immediately, but I knew in my heart that Joe Guinsai should not know the reason. After all, he was just a messenger. But to my surprise, Joe Guinsai suddenly said, "Come with me, and I'll tell you." After saying that, he turned and left, not giving me a chance to react. As soon as I saw Joe Guinsai leaving quickly, I immediately followed him. As a result, he actually took me back to my residence. I couldn't help but be shocked, wondering how Joe Guinsai knew where I lived. Just as I was wondering, Joe Guinsai suddenly stared at me. Being stared at by him like this, I always felt that something seemed to be missing in the depths of my soul. Then, a long and melodious memory rushed straight to my head. I clearly saw my hometown, and I was standing at the entrance of the village at this moment. I didn't think much, and walked quickly towards my hometown. At this moment, I completely forgot my situation and everything. It seemed that in my consciousness, everything no longer existed, only the hometown in front of me was real. I walked very fast, and I didn't want to stop for a moment. I walked towards my hometown, one step faster than the other, and finally I just ran. Just when I was about to get home, I was at the door. But it seemed as if something was tripping me under my feet. I tried my best, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get over it. It was as if an invisible barrier appeared in front of me, making it difficult for me to take another half step forward. "Wake up!" Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came to my ears. I recognized the voice almost immediately. It was Bai Xian's voice. "Wake up, you can't go any further." Just as I hesitated, Bai Xian's voice sounded again. And I could clearly feel that the corner of my clothes was pulled tightly. "Little girl, don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise I will kill you." Just then, Joe Guinsai's voice also sounded behind me. Then, I heard Bai Xian scream, "You can't hurt him." Bai Xian seemed to be defending me, and yelled hysterically at Joe Guinsai. "Bai Xian? Joe Guinsai?" I muttered to myself, wasn't I in my hometown? How did I run into these two people? This shouldn't be. "Husband, turn back quickly, go back. I'll help you hold him back." Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded again, but this time, she actually called me husband. This surprised me even more, and I thought I was dreaming. "Ah! I'll take over your body. Sorry." When I was puzzled, Bai Xian's voice rang again. Then, I felt my head swell and fainted without any warning. Are you sure the ghost he encountered this time was not the one pretending to be Jin Suocheng? I don't know how long it took. When I regained consciousness, the voice of Lin Hualong came to my ears. "How similar is this scene to the one in the hospital?" "Master Lin, I can be sure that it is not the spirit pretending to be Jin Suocheng, but another new spirit." Then, Bai Xian's voice rang in my ears again. "That's strange, how come another one appeared?" Lin Hualong's weird voice seemed a little hesitant, and he changed the subject. "It seems that we have to wait for him to wake up and ask him." I clearly heard that after a pause, Lin Hualong asked Bai Xian what time it was and how long it would take before the departure. Bai Xian replied that it was 11:40, less than half an hour. After hearing Bai Xian's answer, Lin Hualong was obviously a little impatient. Then, I clearly felt a rough finger pressing under my nose, and it seemed that it was pinching my philtrum. A strange smell of smoke mixed with a foul smell immediately got into my nose, almost suffocating me to death. "No need to pinch his philtrum, he seems to be awake, I can sense it." Bai Xian's voice sounded again. Almost at the same time as Bai Xian's voice fell, I suddenly opened my mouth and breathed deeply. I then vomited with a vomit. But I was just vomiting air. I haven't eaten much recently, and my stomach is empty. Finally awake. After I retched for a while, Lin Hualong's voice came to my ears again. But his voice sounded a little proud, as if it was his credit that I woke up. "Your finger smells a bit spicy." I said this bluntly. In fact, Lin Hualong's finger was really unpleasant. Originally, I said this to defend myself and feel better. But Lin Hualong's next sentence made me regret it, and I retched again. "It's normal to have a pungent nose." I scraped off the corpse oil during the day and washed it more than 10 times but couldn't get rid of the smell. Lin Hualong's strange words made me vomit again. At this moment, I wanted to vomit my intestines out. It took me a while to recover. Just as I recovered, Lin Hualong came up to me grimly and said to me, "Boy, you saw a ghost in broad daylight today." You survived a disaster and you will have good fortune in the future. The first half of Lin Hualong's words shocked me, but his second half made me terrified when I thought about it carefully. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy this blessing. I clearly remember that before I fainted, Bai Xian called me husband. Could it be that this blessing was brought to me by Bai Xian? She became my wife? This is something I dare not imagine. I guess no one in the world would marry a female ghost as a wife, right? Before I could react, Lin Hualong came up to me and asked again, "Who did you run into today?" As soon as Lin Hualong asked, I shivered all over. Then, I felt a chill rushing from the soles of my feet to my forehead. I ran into Zhou Guangcai. Even so, I didn't hide the truth and told the truth directly. When Lin Hualong heard the 3 words Zhou Guangcai, he was dumbfounded. He asked me coldly, "Is Zhou Guangcai Zhou Mao's son?" I nodded and said, "Master Lin, how do you know? Did Zhou Guangcai tell you his identity in person?" Lin Hualong asked instead of answering, and his face was very solemn at the moment. Facing Lin Hualong's dark eyes and the look on his face, I felt that I was not feeling well. At this moment, I had the urge to cry without tears. Yes. Although I was scared, I still answered truthfully. Zhou Guangcai, on the day Zhou Mao got into trouble, he took the bus driven by Zhou Mao. Lin Hualong said word by word, "Bus number 14, number 9413. Ah! I was stunned. So, Zhou Guangcai is also a ghost? At this moment, I felt as if my lifeline was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. I felt like I was going to die at any time. You are really unlucky, you saw a ghost in broad daylight, don't you know? Lin Hualong suddenly shouted at me. I couldn't understand why he was so crazy. Why was he yelling at me for no reason? I am the victim. He came over to blame me. Although I was very angry, I didn't say anything. At this moment, Bai Xian came up to smooth things over. "Okay, it's getting late, hurry up and start the car, otherwise it will be too late." With Bai Xian's reminder, Lin Hualong slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot about this." Then, the two of us went out and headed straight to the company. At midnight, I started the car on time. After the car drove out of the company and just drove on the main road, I clearly saw that a paper-like road appeared in front of me. Just when I subconsciously observed the surroundings and wanted to take a detour, I found that the surroundings had turned into paper-like roads at some point. This scene scared me so much that my heart instantly rose to my throat. What are you afraid of? We have entered the spirit world, just drive your car well. Just when I was at a loss, Lin Hualong's voice suddenly sounded behind me, reminding me. I was very grateful for Lin Hualong's reminder. I calmed down and drove on regardless. After all, some things have not yet come to an end, and they must be faced. Suddenly, Bai Xian on the side seemed to remember something. She suddenly said to me, "White jade bracelet, you haven't given it to me yet." I immediately reacted and nodded, and took the white jade bracelet out of my body. "Here you go." I handed the white jade bracelet to Bai Xian without looking back. Then, a cold breath approached my wrist, and then, my hand was empty. I knew that the white jade bracelet was taken away by Bai Xian. But at this moment, Lin Hualong's voice suddenly sounded, "Wait." Bai Xian and I were both shocked when we heard this, and I subconsciously turned back to look at Lin Hualong. At this moment, Lin Hualong stood up from his seat with a serious face and walked quickly towards Bai Xian. I subconsciously stepped on the brakes and looked back at Lin Hualong. Why does this white jade bracelet seem to have an evil spirit coming out of it? Lin Hualong snatched the white jade bracelet from Bai Xian's hand and kept looking at it in his hand. He looked extremely serious and puzzled. After Lin Hualong looked at it for a full minute, he suddenly slapped his forehead and threw the white jade bracelet away almost subconsciously. "There's something wrong with this bracelet." Lin Hualong shouted and walked quickly towards me. He walked up to me and without saying anything, he slapped me hard with 2 hands. I was stunned for a moment by his whipping. I felt very aggrieved and couldn't understand why Lin Hualong was so crazy. "Are you crazy? You want to harm me and Bai Xian? Take out the white jade bracelet quickly," Lin Hualong said angrily at me. I was already full of resentment after being slapped twice by him, and coupled with his attitude, how could I have a good face to show him now? I yelled at Lin Hualong, "Didn't I give you the white jade bracelet just now? What's real or fake?" Upon hearing my explanation, Lin Hualong didn't seem to believe it at all. He immediately got into the driver's seat without saying a word, and put one leg directly on top of me. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this old guy is so flexible. But before I could finish sighing, Lin Hualong started to touch me. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." I suddenly felt a chill, thinking that Lin Hualong had some special hobby. "Be honest. However, Lin Hualong had no other good intentions. It seemed that I was thinking wrongly. After scolding me, he continued to search my body. This search turned up nothing. Could it be that you really didn't replace that white jade bracelet? Lin Hualong quickly got out of the driver's seat and asked me coldly. His face was full of suspicion, as if he didn't believe me at all. After I got the white jade bracelet from Jin Suocheng, I kept it on me. No, before I could finish my sentence, I suddenly realized something. Almost at the same time, Lin Hualong said to me, "No, we are probably being played by someone." He paused, looked solemn, and said with a strange tone, "Either the damn thing Zhou took it from your hand and adjusted the bag, or Jin Suocheng deceived you from the beginning and gave you a fake bracelet." When I heard what Lin Hualong said, I was completely confused. I wonder where all this is going. Although I have just realized that there is a high probability that I have been deceived. But the first thing I thought of was Zhou Guanxi, and I never thought that it might be Jin Suocheng. No, we have to get out of here quickly. When I hesitated, Lin Hualong said to Bai Xian, "Go and drive the car out of this spiritual world." Bai Xian shook his head when he heard this and said, "It's too late." Her face was pale and she looked like she was greatly frightened. Although Bai Xian's face is extremely white and does not look like a normal person's complexion. But at this moment, her face was frighteningly white, almost whiter than flour. What's wrong with being too late? If you're too late, you can't give it a try? Lin Hualong directly scolded Bai Xian. I have experienced his violent temper a long time ago. So at this moment, even though I felt sorry for Bai Xian being scolded by Lin Hualong, I had nothing to say. After all, Lin Hualong only scolded Bai Xian. What about Lin Hualong to me? He would be slapped on both ears at every turn. In fact, I can't stand him. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Hualong sacrificed himself for others and came to save me regardless of his own safety, I would have become anxious with him. Oh, okay. Bai Xian sighed resentfully. I can see that Bai Xian is very reluctant. But even though she didn't want to, she could only do it. After all, Lin Hualong is an old guy with a very hot temper. If he doesn't obey him at all, he will get angry. And I wisely got down from the driver's seat and made room for Bai Xian. In fact, I have always been puzzled, why does Bai Xian drive a bus? You know, before this, when I fell into the spirit world, it was Bai Xian who drove the bus out and saved my life. But how on earth did she learn to drive a bus? In other words, for Lingzhu, everything is simple? However, there is still a layer of doubt in my mind, that is Bai Xian spiritual? At this moment, I had exited the driver's seat and came to Lin Hualong's side. I couldn't help but ask Lin Hualong, "Master Lin, is Bai Xian a human or a spirit?" But Lin Hualong was busy playing with the white jade bracelet at the moment. He looked very busy and ignored me at all. Seeing this, I faced the risk of being scolded and asked Lin Hualong again, "Master Lin, what on earth is Bai Xian?" When I finished speaking, I clearly heard a wry smile from Bai Xian in the driver's seat. She seemed a little angry, but she didn't care about anything. Immediately afterwards, I received a violent shudder on my head. Ask me. Why are you 100,000? Lin Hualong cursed angrily, and then changed the topic. Hurry up and put on this white jade bracelet. He almost used a commanding tone, but for some reason I always felt that this white jade bracelet was eerie and scary. If I don't wear it, what if the Yin energy invades my body? I retorted almost subconsciously. I originally thought that when faced with my rejection, Lin Hualong would get furious and hit or scold me. However, this time, he rarely cursed or hit anyone. He just yelled at me, "If you don't want to die, put this thing on me." When I saw Lin Hualong being so impatient, I didn't dare to disobey him at the moment. I had no choice but to take the risk and wear the white jade bracelet. After putting on the white jade bracelet, I felt a heavy Yin energy, and my whole body became heavier. I thought, maybe it was because of this thought that I gained weight. Thinking of this, I laughed at myself. But at this moment, Lin Hualong exclaimed, "It's coming." When I heard him say this, I was stunned. I immediately asked subconsciously, "What's coming?" Lin Hualong said 5 words as if he was mumbling to himself, "The 100 spirits are walking at night." What? The 100 spirits are walking at night? I suddenly froze, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Then, Lin Hualong explained to me in one breath, "What you are wearing is not a bracelet made of gold lock, but a spiritual bracelet. This spiritual bracelet can attract evil spirits, but the evil spirits will not harm the person wearing the spiritual bracelet. Get off the bus now and lead away the night walking by Lingsho to make way for the bus. Bai Xian and I will find a way to come back and save you after we go out." After a while, Lin Hualong immediately forced a yellow talisman into my hand. He told me that it was a talisman and asked me to get off the bus quickly. Then, Lin Hualong turned his head and said to Bai Xian, step on the brakes. Oh. Bai Xian responded and did it immediately. But I didn't digest what Lin Hualong had just said to me at this moment. What Bai Lingshou walking at night, what spiritual bracelet, what talisman? Although I haven't understood what he said yet, I know clearly that there are hundreds of ghosts under the bus. If I get off the bus now, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces by those ghosts in a minute. So at this time, I will not get off the bus no matter what. Moreover, Lin Hualong also said that he would find a way to come back and save me after he and Bai Xian get out. But forget it. Wait until he escapes and finds a way to come back and save me, it will be too late. Lin, you should give up this idea. Wear this broken thing if you want to. Go and die if you want to. Don't fool me, I'm going to die. As I said that, I took the white jade bracelet off my hand and pretended to smash it. Seeing this, Lin Hualong slapped me in the face and made my head buzz. He took the white jade bracelet, stuffed a yellow talisman on the inner edge of the white jade bracelet, and put it on my wrist again. When I reacted, the white jade bracelet was already firmly locked, and it was obvious that I couldn't take it off. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood after being treated like this by Lin Hualong. Old dog Lin, don't go too far. I jumped up and pointed at Lin Hualong's nose and cursed, and even couldn't help wanting to hit him. If it weren't for his old age and frailty, I would have knocked him to the ground long ago. But I'm not the kind of person who bullies the weak. I'm a good citizen who respects the elderly and loves the young. Well, actually at this time I have forgotten the scene of Lin Hualong pressing me to the ground and beating me last time. This old guy seems to know martial arts. And at this moment, Lin Hualong was so angry that his nose was crooked after being scolded by me. Then, Lin Hualong ran to the driver's seat and directly pressed the button to open the door. With a swish sound, the car door opened immediately. I clearly saw that Bai Xian subconsciously wanted to stop Lin Hualong, but it was too late. Seeing Lin Hualong open the car door, I thought he was going to go down and fight those spirits in person. As a result, Lin Hualong just stood there motionless. Just when I was wondering, he suddenly pointed behind me and shouted at me, "Be careful." My heart sank when I heard that, and I subconsciously looked back, but I didn't see anything. Just when I was wondering, I felt my waist sink. Damn it! Lin Hualong kicked me out of the car with one foot, and after I was kicked out of the car, I rolled on the ground like a ball for several rounds. When I struggled to get up from the ground, I suddenly ran into a figure hidden. Just when I thought it was a ghost and was so scared that I almost jumped up, I found out that it was Bai Xian. Bai Xian, why did you get off the car too? I asked Bai Xian with a look of deep confusion on my face. I really couldn't understand why Bai Xian would get off the car, which was something I couldn't imagine. I came down to protect you. Bai Xian just said to me calmly, as if he cared about me very much. When I saw Bai Xian like this, I subconsciously remembered that she called me her husband before. So I couldn't help asking, Bai Xian, why did you call me your husband before? Bai Xian didn't react to my question for a while. She stared at me and was in a daze. I have to say that Bai Xian's daze is very cute. However, in this situation, I really didn't have the heart to appreciate her cute appearance. Because she and I have been surrounded by a group of ghosts, these ghosts are ready to move, and they obviously look like they want to tear Bai Xian and me apart. And at this moment, with a burst of engine sound, the bus suddenly moved. Before I could react, Lin Hualong had already driven the bus away. I subconsciously looked in the direction where the bus left, staring at the red taillights, and the whole person was dumbfounded at this moment. I thought Lin Hualong is really a talent, and he actually ran away at this critical moment. He was so cruel that he abandoned me like this. But I also know that others are unreliable. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on yourself. If you don't want to die. Almost at the same time when Lin Hualong drove the bus away, a large number of spirits chased the bus. Those spirits seemed to have not noticed Bai Xian and me at all. This scene shocked me. I never thought that Lin Hualong would lead these spirits over. Your spirit bracelet can avoid those spirits. They won't do anything to you. At this moment, Bai Xian suddenly reminded me. I almost subconsciously asked back, then why did you rush down to protect me? Nothing is absolute. Don't be afraid of 10,000 but be afraid of one. Bai Xian gave me a clear answer. I can see that Bai Xian cares about me very much. She treats me very well. But I don't know why she treats me well, and I don't know how to repay her. Just when I was a little distracted, Bai Xian suddenly exclaimed, "No." The car was stopped. Hearing this, I was shocked. What's going on? As I asked, I looked in the direction where Lin Hualong left. I saw groups of ghosts entangled the entire bus. After the bus was forced to stop, Lin Hualong seemed to be at a loss. Even though I was dozens of meters away, I seemed to be able to feel Lin Hualong's helplessness and panic at the moment. Go save him. After I yelled at Bai Xian, I rushed towards the bus. When I rushed towards the bus, I suddenly realized a problem. That is, Lin Hualong seemed to be doing this for my own good. He kicked me off the bus and drove away by himself, as if he wanted to lead these spirits away. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed wrong. If Lin Hualong drove to lead the spirits away, why did he leave Bai Xian and me in the spirit world? Wouldn't he just take me with him to escape? However, Lin Hualong must have his reasons for doing this. After all, I know nothing about spirits. I am just an old bus driver, but Lin Hualong is different. He is an old driver who specializes in dealing with spirits. I ran out of breath and finally rushed to the bus. And those spirits seemed to be afraid of something after Bai Xian and I rushed over, and they made way for me. I turned my eyes and looked at the door of the bus. As a result, I found that the door of the bus had been squeezed open, and many spirits had climbed into the bus. At this moment, Lin Hualong was waving his peachwood sword, fighting with a group of spirits with high spirits. However, I could see at a glance that Lin Hualong was pretending to be calm. In fact, he was already at a disadvantage. I knew clearly what would happen if there was a huge difference in numbers. Even if Lin Hualong's Taoist skills were superb, he would be overwhelmed when facing so many spirits. Don't be afraid, old dog Lin, I'm here to save you. I yelled at Lin Hualong and rushed into the bus with Bai Xian. For some reason, the way I addressed Lin Hualong changed subtly. But I also knew that it was because Lin Hualong was too disrespectful and beat and scolded me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so resentful of him and wouldn't have been so fussy right away. As Bai Xian and I rushed into the bus, I didn't know whether those spirits were afraid of the bracelet on my wrist or Bai Xian. In short, after seeing us rush into the bus, they all scattered like birds and beasts. As these spirits dispersed, Lin Hualong's legs suddenly softened and he fell to the ground. Lin Logo! I exclaimed. At first glance, others thought I had a grudge against him. But in fact, I wanted to go up and help him. I quickly stepped forward and supported Lin Hualong. Lin Logo, are you okay? I asked Lin Hualong worriedly. At this moment, Lin Hualong was breathing heavily. After he finally caught his breath, he said to me, "Little beast, what did you call me just now?" Hearing this, I said as if it was a matter of course, "Lin old dog, what's wrong?" When Lin Hualong heard me calling him Lin old dog, he was so angry that his eyes turned green. "You brat! I'll beat you up." Lin Hualong was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped me hard. In the past, Lin Hualong suddenly hit me because I was slow to react and didn't have time to dodge. This time, when I fought back and called him Lin old dog, I realized that this old guy would definitely hit me. So, when he was about to hit me, I suddenly shrank back to prevent him from hitting me. When Lin Hualong saw that I dodged him, his eyes and his face turned green with anger. Lin Hualong stared at me fiercely, and he almost gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Good boy, you still dare to hide? I will beat you to death today." Seeing that the situation was not good, I immediately ran away. Lin Hualong roared and chased me. Seeing that he was so lively, I suspected that his previous dying look was pretended. "Oh no, Master Lin is possessed by a ghost." Suddenly, Bai Xian exclaimed. As a result, this sentence immediately killed Lin Hualong. He turned his head and shouted at Bai Xian, "You are possessed by a ghost." Bai Xian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Hualong was not possessed by a ghost. Maybe she saw that Lin Hualong was so cruel and acted as if he was determined to beat me to death, so she misunderstood that Lin Hualong was possessed by a ghost. I knew in my heart that Bai Xian was worried about me. Lin Hualong chased me for a long time, but he couldn't catch up with me at all. Although I can't beat Lin Hualong, my legs are longer than his. I can't beat him, but I can run faster, so I'm not afraid of him at all. "Don't run, I won't beat you." Lin Hualong was exhausted, he couldn't do anything to me, so he had to take a step back. But I don't believe his ghost words, if he doesn't beat me, the sun will rise from the west. "Boy, come here, I promise not to beat you, I swear on my dug." Lin Hualong waved at me, he was breathing heavily, and his words were intermittent. But I'm not stupid, how could I believe him? Just looking at Lin Hualong's angry green face, it would be strange if he didn't beat me. I'm afraid he would tear me to pieces alive. "Master Lin, don't fool me, I don't even know what your dug is, or you swear on your personality? Maybe I will believe you." I kept a considerable distance from Lin Hualong. he was at the rear of the car, and I was at the front of the car. When he was chasing me just now, I ran desperately on the seat and ran in circles. Lin Hualong tried to block me in the middle of the car many times, and used his skinny hands to grab me, but I just managed to dodge them. At this moment, Bai Xian on the side said, "Are you stupid? Doug is more important than personality. If a Taoist loses Doug, he can't even be a human being. And if a Taoist loses his personality, it doesn't matter to him at all, because Taoists are already extraordinary and don't care about personality." Bai Xian said everything that should and shouldn't be said in one breath. When I heard Bai Xian's words, I was about to change my words and ask Lin Hualong to swear with Doug, but there was a sudden noise from the bus. Bang, bang, dong dong, ding. 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 One after another, shrill sounds came into our ears. I subconsciously turned my head to look outside the car, but it didn't matter if I didn't look, but I was so scared that I screamed wow when I saw it. Lin Hualong and Bai Xian also realized that something was wrong, and they quickly looked out of the car window. As a result, they found that the bus was surrounded by ghosts, holding all kinds of tools in their hands, and they were dismantling the bus. No! The ghosts are dismantling the bus, and they will dismantle people after dismantling the bus. Lin Hualong shouted immediately. My face changed when I heard it, and I immediately cast a questioning look at Lin Hualong. At this moment, I was so scared that I couldn't speak, and I could only use my eyes to ask Lin Hualong what to do. Bai Xian, take this kid and get off the bus quickly. I'll set up a formation on the bus. Lin Hualong immediately called out to Bai Xian. As soon as he said this, he immediately took out some things from his backpack and spread them out in the car. I stared at Lin Hualong's hand movements and saw that he was arranging some Taoist robes and other things. It seemed that he was going to perform Taoist magic. I was not confused about this, and I had expected it to be like this. In order to take care of my safety, Bai Xian directly got on me without saying a word and controlled me to run out of the car. After I ran out of the car under Bai Xian's control, I kept running forward. I shouted anxiously in my heart, "Bai Xian, don't do this. We can't run, go back and save Lin Lago." Although Lin Hualong drove the bus away and betrayed me before. But I will not betray him, because I am not that kind of villain. Although I am not a gentleman, I will not abandon my companions at the critical moment, watch them die without saving them, and only care about myself. Are you stupid? What are you going back for? Go back and cause trouble for Master Lin? Bai Xian said to me directly. This is the first time she has been against me since I have known her for so long. After being confronted by Bai Xian, I suddenly felt that I really didn't know how to live or die, and I couldn't tell my position at all. But if I were asked to abandon Lin Hualong like this, I really couldn't do it. Bai Xian, no matter what, we have to go back to save him. I immediately said to Bai Xian anxiously in my heart. But Bai Xian ignored me this time, she still controlled me to keep running forward. I was controlled by Bai Xian and ran faster and faster. This time was different from the last time. This time I could still feel it. My calves were cramped. When I was controlled by Bai Xian before, I didn't feel anything at all. I couldn't feel any pain in my body at all. Bai Xian, listen to me, stop quickly, don't run forward. I kept urging Bai Xian. At this moment, I was very worried about Lin Hualong. If Lin Hualong died here because of me, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. It was precisely because of this that I wanted Bai Xian to go back and save Lin Hualong. Lin Hualong must not get into trouble. If he gets into trouble, my conscience will be uneasy. However, before I could successfully persuade Bai Xian, she suddenly controlled me to stop. Before I could react, a group of figures suddenly appeared in front of me. The group of figures seemed to be one body. Because it was in the dark and the group of figures was a little far away from me, I couldn't see it very clearly. Black spirits carry coffins, Lark walks at night, evil spirits dismantle cars, and live people are put into coffins. Suddenly, Bai Xian's voice sounded in my heart. After she finished speaking, I was dumbfounded. What black spirits carry coffins, what night dismantle cars and put into coffins, etc., made me dumbfounded. Dong dong dong, as the footsteps approached, soon, the black shadow appeared in front of me. And at this moment, I finally saw clearly what was in front of me. This thing turned out to be a big black lacquered coffin. There were 4 black spirits under the coffin. This is the black spirit carrying the coffin. Husband, run! Bai Xian's voice sounded suddenly, and then she controlled me to turn around and run. But before I ran a few steps, I suddenly felt a huge force holding me tightly. This huge force made me very flustered, and I could clearly feel that this huge force completely imprisoned my entire body, making it impossible for me to move forward a little bit. Just when my mind went blank, suddenly, I was pulled backwards and flew away. But before I could react, I heard a bang. Then, a scream came from behind me, ouch. When I subconsciously wanted to go back to see what was going on, I clearly felt the coffin lid close with a bang. This heavy sound can touch people's nerves and make me feel extremely depressed. At this moment, I kept looking at the surrounding environment, but it was a pity that it was dark around me and I couldn't see anything. Just when I subconsciously sat up to make myself more comfortable, another bang sounded. My head hit a hard object, and I didn't know what it was. I raised my hand and touched it, and it felt like a black ceiling light was covering my head. Don't move, kid. It's heavy, but you're still moving around. Suddenly, a weird voice sounded in this small space. I immediately recognized the voice of Lin Hualong, the old dog. Is he also trapped here with me? Wasn't Lin Hualong on the bus before? How did he get here? While I was wondering, Lin Hualong's old and sinister voice rang out again, boy, don't move around, okay? My old bones are about to be crushed by you. Hearing this, I was slightly stunned, and then I stopped groping around with my hands. Just now, through groping, I found that there were pieces of wood-like things on my left and right and on my head. And the place where I was sitting was on Lin Hualong's body. I don't know why this old guy was here. A damp and moldy smell kept drilling into my nose. At this moment, I suddenly realized that I might have fallen into a coffin. Bai Xian's words suddenly emerged in my mind, something like a black spirit carrying a coffin. Old dog Lin, how did you get in? Although I was in doubt, when I thought of the old guy Lin Hualong to take the blame for me, I didn't know why my heart suddenly became much calmer. The black spirit carries the coffin, and the living person is put into the coffin. We are both alive, so we can't run away. But Bai Xian, that girl, escaped this disaster. Lin Hualong seemed to have gotten used to me calling him Lin Laogo. At this moment, he was not as irritable as before, but his tone of voice became much gentler. After listening to Lin Hualong's words, not only did I not understand the situation, but I became more and more confused for a while. Lin Laogo, are we in the coffin now? While I asked Lin Hualong, I kept supporting the coffin board above my head with both hands. I wanted to open the coffin board, but no matter how hard I tried, it was useless. This coffin board was like welded, and it couldn't be moved at all. Nonsense. If we are not in the coffin, are we still in the bus? Lin Hualong choked me unhappily. After a moment of silence, he suddenly changed the subject. Boy, don't waste your energy, it's useless for you to do this. Hearing this, I knew that Lin Hualong was right. I can't get rid of this immortal board with just these two moves. What should we do? Are we going to be trapped in this coffin? I asked back, but I was very unconvinced. I must get out of this coffin today, no matter what black spirits are carrying the coffin, and those evil spirits have smashed my bus. After I get out of this coffin, I still have a lot of things to deal with. At least I have to give an explanation to Jin Suocheng and the company. That's not necessarily true. The old Taoist was dragged down from the bus that was smashed into pieces by a group of ghosts and thrown into this coffin. The old Taoist fainted at that time. If it weren't for you hitting him, the old Taoist would probably still be dreaming. Lin Hualong called himself the old Taoist probably to save some face. I don't really believe his explanation. Because when I was put into the coffin, I clearly heard Lin Hualong say ouch. If he was in a coma, how could he feel it? Even if he was awakened by me, I'm afraid he would react after a while, right? So from this I can infer that this old guy is probably at his wit's end. And what he said just now was most likely to shirk responsibility, and at the same time he wanted to prove to me that he hadn't really done anything. Since Lin Hualong wanted to save face so much, I would naturally give him some face. So that's how it is. Master Lin, can you use some Taoist magic to move this immortal board away? I deliberately changed the way I addressed him and kept praising him. Lin Hualong wanted to save face anyway, and the higher I praised him now, the worse he would fall later. Is there something wrong with this? Lin Hualong's voice sounded obviously embarrassed. He said word by word, the Taoist magic may not be available for the time being. You just broke the old Taoist's waist. As soon as I heard this, I was speechless. This old guy is very good at making excuses, and the celestial demeanor he had at the beginning is gone now. I said, old dog Lin, what does performing Taoist magic have to do with your waist? I no longer wanted to save face for Lin Hualong and pointed him out directly. I thought that Lin Hualong would be furious when I exposed him, but unexpectedly he suddenly fell silent. This surprised me very much. Lin Hualong stopped attacking me. As soon as he calmed down, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Especially the bursts of dong-dong sounds, as if 4 footsteps were moving at the same time, constantly carrying the coffin forward. Lin Lago, you can't do it anymore, right? At this moment, I was panicking, but I tried my best to stay calm and not let myself show it. I want to talk to Lin Hualong and ask him if there is any other way to escape from here. Otherwise, you will really be trapped and die here. However, what made me speechless again was that Lin Hualong still ignored me. Could he be pretending to be dead? As soon as this idea came to me, I felt that I had guessed it right. Lin Hualong was exposed by me just now. Maybe he felt that there was no place for his old face, so he simply pretended to be dead to avoid embarrassment. It seems that I still have to give this old guy a step down. After making up my mind, I coughed lightly to hide my embarrassment. Then he turned to Lin Hualong and said, "Master Lin, is there any other way to get out of here?" As expected, as soon as I said this, Lin Hualong suddenly said, "Of course." Hearing this, I was shocked. I didn't expect that this old fox was still hiding it, but as long as there is a way, it would be fine. When I was shocked, Lin Hualong continued, "Boy, I wonder if you dare to use the soul resurrection technique." As soon as I heard this, I suddenly became confused. Because I have never heard of the soul resurrection technique, and this is the first time I have heard of these words in my life. The soul raising technique doesn't sound like a good thing at first glance. Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Hualong spoke again, "Boy, are you scared?" I know that Lin Hualong is deliberately provoking me. He deliberately thought I was cowardly and wanted to inspire my manly passion. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just the soul awakening technique? Why don't you show me one first? I teased Lin Hualong. But Lin Hualong's words immediately choked me to death. This won't work. I'm old. Once the soul resurrection technique is used, I won't be able to come back. Just when I wanted to mock Lin Hualong, there was a sudden bang 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 sound outside the coffin. Immediately afterwards, the entire coffin began to shake violently, as if it had suffered a huge impact. "Miss Sir, don't be afraid. Wait until I knock this coffin apart and rescue you." Suddenly, Bai Xian's voice sounded outside. Her voice seemed to be very penetrating. Even though it penetrated the coffin, it was clearly transmitted to my ears. But I always feel that this voice is more like coming from my heart, which makes me very confused. "Boy, you are really lucky. Bai Xian can do this for you, so you are lucky." Lin Hualong suddenly made fun of me. But I was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just asked him directly, how to use the soul resurrection technique. "What's the use? Just wait until Bai Xian saves you." Lin Hualong looked disapproving at this moment. "Stop making sarcastic remarks and tell me how to use the soul resurrection technique," I urged, my heart already burning with anxiety. Although I don't know how Bai Xian fought with the 4 black spirits carrying the coffin outside the coffin, I can vaguely feel that Bai Xian is struggling at the moment. "Hey, you kid wants to be a hero and save the beauty?" Lin Hualong mocked me. He still didn't tell me how to use the soul resurrection technique. I know clearly that this old guy is taking revenge on me for laughing at him, criticizing him and making him unable to step down. "Master Lin, I beg you, hurry up." I was so anxious that I said, "Bai Xian may not be able to save us. Don't wait until the time comes. Let's finish it together." Maybe my last words scared Lin Hualong, so he didn't fight me again this time, ha. "Boy, you have to think carefully. Once you use the soul resurrection technique, your soul will leave your body. This is no joke." Lin Hualong became serious, and he emphasized every word. It gave me the feeling that he was talking to me through gritted teeth, but I knew that Lin Hualong was not deliberately going against me. Instead, this old guy was reminding me. I don't care about anything else. I only know that if I don't go out to help, something will probably happen to Bai Xian. I am extremely firm every word. Bai Xian has helped me many times, so I decided to repay her once. Even if my body is broken to pieces, I won't hesitate. What's more, Bai Xian and Lin Hualong were involved in this turmoil because of my mess. If either of them made a mistake, I would never forgive myself. "Okay. I guess I'm right about you, kid." Lin Hualong burst out laughing, but his smile was so sinister and particularly penetrating. "Hurry up, Nyobi." I kept urging him. I don't know if it was because I was too anxious or what, but despite the damp and gloomy environment, I began to sweat. When I subconsciously reached out and touched the sweat on my body, I found that it was cold sweat. And this time, Lin Hualong didn't say any more nonsense. He immediately said to me, "Hold the origin and keep the oneness, and gather the qi in the dantian. The qi travels throughout the body, and the soul returns to the orifice. The eyes contain vitality, and the ears come out. Before Lin Hualong finished muttering, I directly interrupted him. What bullshit? Can you speak human language? Lin Hualong was slightly stunned by my retort. It seemed that he was too anxious and forgot that I didn't understand Taoism. After 2 dry laughs, he immediately changed his words and said, take a deep breath. After taking 10 deep breaths, open your eyes quickly and close them again. Imagine in your mind that your whole body is squeezed into your head. Under Lin Hualong's guidance, I started to do it. But halfway through, Lin Hualong suddenly stopped talking. Just when I was about to ask him what kind of plane he was using, Lin Hualong's loud roar frightened me so much that I shuddered all over. Break! Lin Hualong screamed and slapped me on the back of my head. Frightened by him like that, I jumped up. When I jumped, I found that I had penetrated the immortal board on my head, and my soul flew out of the coffin. Yes, I really flew out of the coffin. Fuck! Old dog Lin, you are awesome. After my soul flew out of the coffin, I became extremely excited. When I looked down subconsciously, I saw myself floating in the air. And under my feet was a big black coffin. I guess the coffin contained my body and Lin Hualong. And the 4 corners of the coffin were held by 4 black spirits. Just when I was a little dazed, I heard a bang. I subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, but I saw that Bai Xian was also carrying a white coffin, which was carrying a black coffin. The 4 black spirits were obviously angry. They stared at Bai Xian with a fierce look, and at the same time, they carried the black coffin and collided with Bai Xian. At this moment, I finally understood why I was shaking when I was in the coffin. It turned out that Bai Xian was carrying the white coffin and colliding with the black coffin. It was just that this white coffin surprised me, because I had seen red, black, and unpainted wooden coffins. But I had never seen a white coffin. The white coffin gave me a great visual impact, which made me stunned for a long time. This was something I had never expected and never thought of, that I would actually encounter a white coffin. Husband, run! Just as I was stunned, Bai Xian's voice suddenly rang out. She actually asked me to run. How is this possible? I came out of the coffin with great difficulty, just to help Bai Xian. Now she asked me to escape alone and leave her alone, which I could not do anyway. Besides, I am not that kind of person. At this moment, I can clearly see that Bai Xian is carrying a coffin alone and facing the black coffin carried by 4 black spirits. She is not an opponent at all. If this continues, I am afraid that Bai Xian will die sooner or later. I will naturally not watch her suffer and stand by and watch. Bai Xian, I'm coming. I yelled at once, and I don't know if I was hot-headed or what, but I just rushed forward without caring about anything. When Bai Xian saw me rushing towards her, she seemed anxious. Don't come over here. Run! Bai Xian yelled at me, but she was distracted. The white coffin was hit hard by the black coffin, and Bai Xian almost lost her balance. And I was in the state of soul at this moment, so my body was naturally very light. I quickly floated in front of Bai Xian and lifted the coffin with her. Charge! I yelled, and Bai Xian and I worked together to carry the white coffin and collide with the 4 black spirits. And the 4 black spirits seemed to be very angry at this moment, and they stared at me with gnashing teeth. If my eyes could kill me, I'm afraid I would have been torn into pieces at this moment. You shouldn't have come. Just as I gritted my teeth and accompanied Bai Xian to resist, she suddenly spoke to me. It sounded like she was complaining, but she was more worried about me. Why shouldn't you come? I can't watch you get into trouble. I can't do it. I told the truth, and together with Bai Xian, I resisted the impact of the 4 black spirits. Alas! After sighing, Bai Xian said nothing, but accompanied me to fight against the 4 black spirits. However, the 2 of us are no match for the 4 black spirits. These 4 black coffins are very fierce. After Bai Xian and I collided with them several times, the white coffin couldn't hold it and was smashed to pieces by their black coffins. This made me very angry, and I wanted to go forward and fight them desperately. But Bai Xian grabbed me and said, "Run." She pulled me around and ran without saying anything. I broke free from her hand and wanted to turn around to deal with the 4 black spirits. But at this time, the 4 black spirits had already hit me with the black coffins. They were very fast, and their aggressive appearance scared me. At this moment, I seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, and I was frozen in place without moving. Be careful! When the black coffin was about to hit, a white figure suddenly rushed in front of me. In an instant, Bai Xian's back came into my sight. I could clearly see that Bai Xian had her back to me at the moment, and she opened her hands as if she wanted to protect me well. But I am a man, how can I let Bai Xian protect me? If so, what kind of man am I? But everything was too late, and I was imprisoned by an invisible force, and I had no way to push Bai Xian away. When the black coffin was about to hit, the imagined thing did not happen. What surprised me was that at this critical moment, Lin Huolong suddenly jumped out of the black coffin. When he jumped out of the coffin, he was extremely domineering. When I thought he had also used the soul-raising technique, I realized it later. The immortal board was smashed into 2 pieces by Lin Huolong, and the black coffin also fell apart in an instant. My body fell out, but I didn't find Lin Huolong's body. It seems that Lin Huolong didn't use the soul technique. He just rushed out. But I was a little confused. How did Lin Huolong rush out? Could it be that he had another trick up his sleeve? Just when I was confused, Lin Huolong laughed triumphantly and said, "How dare the little black spirit be so presumptuous? Dare to put your Taoist master in the coffin? You are really rebellious." Lin Huolong scolded the black spirits while holding the spirit bracelet and beating them all down. Well, not bad. This spirit bracelet is indeed more useful after dripping blood. Lin Huolong shook the bright red spirit bracelet in his hand, but he had no intention of stopping. After beating the black spirits, he actually chased them and knocked on their heads. The 4 black spirits were beaten and cried out in pain. But Lin Huolong did not kill them all. He said loudly, "We Taoists are compassionate, focusing on collecting and destroying. It's just that there are too many spirits in this spirit world. I can't collect them or destroy them. I will let you go today." He pretended to be serious and scared the spirits so much that they didn't dare to approach. Then he walked towards me quickly. At this moment, I was floating in front of my body, thinking of a way to get in, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get in. "Hey, Bai Xian, when did you turn into Bai Ling?" However, after Lin Huolong came over, he didn't rush to let me enter his soul, but asked Bai Xian curiously. I thought this idiot was ignoring me on purpose, but to my surprise, Bai Xian's next words were a bit shocking. I turned into Bai Xian to make a scene where Bai Ling lifted the coffin and smashed the black coffin of Hei Ling, but I didn't expect. Alas! Halfway through his words, Bai Xian stopped abruptly and just sighed. Lin Huolong said in amazement, "Aren't you afraid that your body will lose its effectiveness?" Bai Xian shook her head in a somewhat stubborn manner, and finally she looked at me. That attitude seemed to be all for me. I would never ask about Bai Xian's affairs. If she wants to talk, I will listen, and if she doesn't want to talk, I will naturally not force her. This kid is really lucky. He is blessed to have such a beautiful wife like you. Lin Huolong said sourly, and his tone was still yin and yang. As soon as I heard what he said, I immediately felt something was wrong. In addition, Bai Xian always called me husband, and for some reason, I was extremely nervous and uncomfortable. However, this spiritual bracelet has been particularly useful since it was stained with the blood of the old Taoist just now. Lin Huolong walked quickly in front of me and smiled at me sinisterly, "Just watch." As his voice fell, I felt something hit the back of my head heavily. If I am not mistaken, it should be the spiritual bracelet. I didn't expect that old guy Lin Huolong would hit me with the spirit bracelet, just like he hit those black spirits just now. Could it be that Lin Huolong was going to treat me as a spirit? Just as I was thinking this and was furious, I felt a sudden twitch all over my body. Then, I fell to the ground inexplicably. When I came to my senses, I found that I had come back to my soul. I was hit back by this guy Lin Huolong. This surprised me very much, but I was used to these mysterious things, and I accepted it quickly for a while. Boy! This bloodstained spirit bracelet is useful, right? When I struggled to stand up from the ground, Lin Huolong muttered to me again. I was speechless and rolled my eyes at him, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. And when Lin Huolong saw that I looked impatient, he opened his mouth to say something to me. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept over. This gust of wind was very strong and came suddenly, which frightened me so much that my heart suddenly stomped. I could even clearly feel that this gust of wind was not kind, and it gave me a great sense of oppression. This sense of oppression seemed to be able to crush people at any time, making me feel bad. Damn it! This is too effective. How can it even attract evil spirits? Lin Huolong muttered to himself, and he stood there stiffly, as if he was facing a great enemy. I could see at a glance that Lin Huolong was in trouble. Zanzizi, suddenly, an extremely sharp, piercing and strange voice came. After this voice entered my ears, it seemed to pierce the eardrum and reach the top of my heart, making me tremble involuntarily. At this moment, I was extremely terrified. The evil spirit is coming, let's run. Lin Huolong immediately called out to me in Bai Xian, and pretended to turn around and run away. Run! Bai Xian also floated over and grabbed me. I couldn't make up my mind at this time. Since Bai Xian and Lin Hualong said they wanted to run, I had to run. However, before we ran a few steps, a gust of cold wind stood up in front of us. Yes, it was a gust of cold wind. The cold wind blocked our way, and then a human face stood out in the cold wind, looking ferocious and very scary. Hand over the bracelet. The face said to us viciously. The voice was exactly the same as the piercing laughter when the cold wind blew, which was terrifying. Dare to ask the old Taoist for the bracelet, you'd better give up this idea. Although Lin Hualong was guilty, he acted very strong. I grabbed the bracelet and smashed it on the face of the ghost. However, it didn't cause any waves. Not only did the bracelet not break the face of the spirit, but Lin Hualong's hand holding the bracelet was stuck. When Lin Hualong realized that something was wrong, it was too late. He looked a little weak and helpless at this moment. It was not until now that I realized that Lin Hualong was not that strong. But I know myself, although Lin Hualong is not very strong. But for me, Lin Hualong's strength is 100 times and 1,000 times that of mine. At least he is a Taoist and knows Taoism. What about me? I'm just a loser. Thinking of this, I suddenly got angry. I wanted to help immediately. At this moment, my brain was a little blank, and I almost didn't hesitate. After rushing up, I directly helped Lin Hualong pull his hand. I wanted to help him pull his hand out of that spirit face. But no matter how hard I tried, it was useless. Blood from the tip of your tongue, try it. At this moment, Lin Hualong suddenly shouted at me. I was slightly stunned when I heard it, and subconsciously asked him, why don't you try it? Lin Hualong got impatient when he heard that I was competing with him at this time. He shouted at me angrily, you are still playing tricks with me at this critical moment? Hurry up! Seeing Lin Hualong angry, I didn't know what to say, so I just bit my tongue. I spat directly at the ghost face. Pooh! I sprayed a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue on the ghost face with great accuracy. With a few sizzling sounds, the ghost face began to emit black smoke. Then, I felt my hand sink. Lin Hualong's hand was pulled back from the face of the evil spirit by me. Good fellow! Lin Hualong screamed and handed the bracelet to me. Spit some blood from the tip of your tongue and go and hit the evil spirit. Lin Hualong ordered me. I took the bracelet and asked subconsciously, why don't you go? Lin Hualong was so angry that he slapped me hard on the back of my head. He said angrily, go if I tell you to go. I shrank my neck, spit some blood from the tip of my tongue on the bracelet, and subconsciously raised the bracelet stained with my tongue blood. Boy, you dare to hurt me? But before I could do anything to the evil spirit spoke to me. Then, with a gust of cold wind blowing, the face of the evil spirit suddenly appeared in front of me. Moreover, it was just face to face, directly on my face. I could even clearly feel the evil spirit coming out of its mouth. Why don't I dare to hurt you? I don't know if it was to protect Lin Hualong and Bai Xian or what. Anyway, at this moment, I grabbed the spirit bracelet and smashed it down. It would have been fine if I hadn't smashed it, but when I smashed it, the evil spirit's face was smashed into my face. I was stunned for a moment. Just when I thought I was about to die, I found that except for the coldness in my head, there was no other strange feeling. Lin Hualong on the side suddenly burst into a sinister and strange laugh. Boy, you are really lucky. Lin Hualong staggered towards me and snatched the bracelet from my hand. I didn't rush to snatch the bracelet back, but said to Lin Hualong, old dog Lin, the evil spirit seems to have been hit into my body. Lin Hualong's face became strange when he heard this. And at this moment, the cold wind had dissipated unconsciously. He said to me with a face full of sarcasm, boy, I'm afraid you won't live long. What should I do? When I heard Lin Hualong's words, I almost blurted out subconsciously. What else can I do? Wait for death. Lin Hualong rolled his eyes at me, as if nothing had happened. I thought to myself, old dog Lin, it's not you who is going to die, you are really talking without any pain. Although I was 100 times dissatisfied with Lin Hualong in my heart, I didn't say anything. I must not show my dissatisfaction with him at this time. Because I knew that from the moment the evil spirit was hit into my body, my life was in Lin Hualong's hands. Because apart from Lin Hualong, among the people I know, it seems that no one can save me. So at this moment I can only put all my hopes on it, give Lin Hualong more face, and flatter him. Maybe Lin Hualong will save my life if he is happy? Master Lin, as a Taoist, you can't just watch someone die without saving him, right? I said to Lin Hualong with a shameless face, hoping that he could save me. But Lin Hualong laughed at me strangely, even if the golden immortal came down to earth, he couldn't save you. Take care of yourself. I didn't understand what Lin Hualong said at all. What did he mean that the golden immortal couldn't save me? For some reason, I always felt that Lin Hualong was fooling me. He just wanted to make the matter serious and scare me. Boy, let me out quickly. Suddenly, a voice sounded. And this voice seemed to come from my heart, as if I said it myself. Who? I was so frightened that I shuddered all over and asked subconsciously. My shout startled both Lin Hualong and Bai Xian. But they said nothing, as if they knew everything. At this moment, I was the only one who was kept in the dark. I am Master Wang Jiao. You dare to lock me in your body. Are you tired of living? Then, the voice sounded again in my body. At this moment, I finally understood that this Master Wang Jiao was probably the evil spirit that the bracelet had summoned before. I didn't mean to lock you in my body. I no longer spoke directly, but tried to speak with my heart. As expected, Master Wang Jiao could hear my heart. This means that it is indeed in my body. But why does it say that it is locked in my body? Could it be? Just when I was wondering, Master Wang Jiao spoke again. Boy, if you don't let me out, I will summon other evil spirits to deal with you. When I heard this, I was shocked. This Master Wang Jiao is obviously not easy to mess with. Looking at Lin Hualong's back, I subconsciously wanted to ask him for help. But Lin Hualong didn't mean to pay attention to me at all. He just strode forward on his own. I turned my head to look at Bai Xian again, wanting to seek Bai Xian's help. But Bai Xian shook his head at me, looking helpless. Seeing this, I knew that I had to rely on myself to deal with this Master Wang Jiao this time. So I said to Master Wang Jiao again in my heart, don't be impulsive. Tell me how to let you out, and I will let you out. Boy, are you not a Taoist? The tone of Master Wang Jiao sounded a little puzzled. His abrupt words made me unable to react for a while. But I still told Master Wang Jiao the truth that I was not a Taoist. The Master Wang Jiao in my body seemed very surprised, and he asked me several questions in succession. After learning that I accidentally locked it into my body with the spirit bracelet, Master Wang Jiao's anger subsided a little this time. In that case, stay in your body for the time being, and think of a way after leaving the spirit world. Master Wang Jiao actually kindly reminded me, you are on the wrong road, the exit of the spirit world is in the opposite direction, I blew up the gloomy wind to deceive you. When I heard what Master Wang Jiao said, I was scared and sweated. But I quickly told Lin Hualong and Bai Xian about it. But Lin Hualong didn't say anything, I thought he would question me. Unexpectedly, Lin Hualong turned around and didn't even say a word to me. That attitude looked like I was a plague god, making him stay away. But Bai Xian didn't dislike me at all, she followed me silently. Husband, you must find the real white jade bracelet quickly. My body has turned into a spirit body. I must have a place to stay, otherwise it will soon dissipate. Just as we were walking towards the exit of the spirit world, Bai Xian suddenly said to me. When I heard her say this, I was confused. I have no idea what a body is, but what I am more confused about is why she keeps calling me husband. Just when I wanted to ask her, a group of spirits suddenly appeared in front of me. This group of ghosts looked very majestic, and each of them was wearing the uniforms of ancient soldiers for war. Seeing this, I subconsciously stopped. Not only me, but also the pretentious Lin Hualong stopped. The Yin soldiers crossed the border. Lin Hualong said word by word. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting my heart hard. Although I don't understand the matter of ghosts, I still remember the 4 words Yin soldiers crossed the border. This is a commonplace. It is rumored that a group of Yin soldiers often active in the yang world and the spirit world, but never go to the netherworld. And this spirit world is the favorite place of the ghosts in the yang world. Although the environment is similar to that of the netherworld, it belongs to the territory of the yang world. And the Yin soldiers never enter the netherworld. They often wander in the land except the netherworld. As long as they see a living person, they will catch the living person and kill him. After the living person dies, he will become one of them. Put on their clothes, take their weapons, and cross the border with them to capture and kill people alive. Boy, let the evil spirit in your body come out to save your life. Lin Hualong was stunned for a moment, and saw a group of ghost soldiers coming towards us. He immediately turned back and shouted at me. At this moment, Lin Hualong, compared with his previous indifference to me, made a 180-degree turn. Old dog Lin, do you know to ask me for help now? I said sarcastically. Staring at Lin Hualong. You know, when I asked Lin Hualong to save me just now, he didn't even look at me straight in the eye. It's too late to regret now. Boy, don't settle old scores with me, quickly talk to the evil spirit in your body and ask him to help. Lin Hualong said nervously, otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. Just when I was a little shaken and was about to forgive Lin Hualong, Wang Ji in the body suddenly said, boy, don't count on me, I have no relatives or friends with you, I won't help you. Hearing this, I was immediately desperate. The Yin soldiers crossing the border are not a joke, and it is obvious that even Lin Hualong can't do anything at this moment. If Wang Jui, the evil spirit, doesn't help, I'm afraid it will be as Lin Hualong said, and I will die soon. But now it's not just me who will die soon, but also Lin Hualong. I feel it's pretty good to drag Lin Hualong down with me. But this is just a thought, I am not the kind of ungrateful person. To be honest, Lin Hualong has saved me many times. Besides, in this situation, saving him is saving myself. Master Wang Jiao, tell me, how can I help? I immediately discussed with Master Wang Jiao in my heart. But Lin Hualong didn't know the situation, he kept urging me. When I was getting impatient, my mouth moved involuntarily. Shut up! With a roar, I felt that my eardrums were about to be shattered. And then, with the two words I said, there were two streams of yin qi. These two streams of yin qi flew towards Lin Hualong in an instant, as if they had sealed Lin Hualong's mouth. Lin Hualong kept screaming, but it was difficult to say a word. Seeing this, I finally realized how powerful this Master Wang Jiao was. It turns out that evil spirits can be so powerful. Even Master Lin Hualong, who was so brilliant in my heart, was so vulnerable in front of Master Wang Jiao. Boy, are you negotiating with me? Master Wang Jiao suddenly said, I just borrowed your mouth for a while, don't mind. Hearing this, I naturally wouldn't say anything more. If there are conditions to negotiate, of course we have to talk about it. I spoke directly to Master Wang Jiao with my heart. Master Wang Jiao suddenly stopped talking, I guess he should be considering. But the group of ghost soldiers were getting closer and closer to us. Seeing that the group of ghost soldiers was less than 10 steps away from Lin Hualong, I hurriedly said to Lin Hualong, old dog Lin, are you scared silly? What are you still standing there for? Come here. As I finished speaking, Bai Xian on the side explained, Master Lin is imprisoned by the yin qi. Hearing this, I was so scared that my scalp numbed. I thought that only Master Wang Jiao had attacked Lin Hualong just now, and those ghost soldiers hadn't touched Lin Hualong yet. Just as this thought came up, Master Wang Jiao said in my heart, boy, don't guess, it was me who did it, this old bullnose is too noisy. When I heard what Master Wang Jiao said, I was a little surprised. But now the most important thing is to talk to Master Wang Jiao about the conditions and ask him to help me. However, Master Wang Jiao didn't seem to refuse me. Boy, if you want me to help you, you must sign a ghost contract with me. Master Wang Jiao said coldly. For some reason, its voice came out of my heart, making me feel cold all over. Even so, facing the group of ghost soldiers in front of me at this moment, I still chose to compromise. Although I don't know what the consequences of signing the ghost contract are, leaving here alive is the most important thing now. How to sign? I immediately asked in my heart. So, you agree? Although Master Wang Jiao's voice was unpleasant, I still heard a hint of surprise from it. I agreed to sign the ghost contract. I didn't say much, just agreed. Well, I'll take your heart blood now, you must not regret it. If you regret it, I will definitely suffer a serious injury, and then I will not be the opponent of those ghost soldiers. You have to think it over. Under the series of reminders from Master Wang Jiao, I had no time to care about anything else at this moment, and I agreed directly, I've thought it over. Almost at the same time as I said this, I suddenly felt as if my heart was pierced by a needle. It hurt so much that I couldn't even speak, but I just took a deep breath. This pain almost made me faint, but I don't know why, I seemed to be hanging on by something, and I didn't faint. Just when I was a little confused, I didn't know what I was suddenly controlled by. You little ghost soldiers, dare to offend Master Wang Jiao? And at this moment, I was controlled by something and took a step forward. Immediately afterwards, a few words came out of my mouth. Every word was as majestic as supreme, very arrogant. What surprised me even more was that after I scolded them, the ghost soldiers actually retreated one by one. It was obvious that the ghost soldiers were scared. Retreat! After I shouted again, the ghost soldiers actually fled in all directions, screaming. Just when I was at a loss, a black shadow suddenly flew out of my body. Before I could react, I saw an old ghost full of majesty floating in front of me. I recognized it at a glance. I was afraid that this ghost was Wang Jui. Wang Jui? I asked tentatively. Humph. You kid has some eyesight. Wang Jui snorted at me. However, it did not continue to pay attention to me, but looked at Lin Hualong. Old Nyobi, You always bully this kid, what kind of Taoist do you think you are? Wang Jui scolded Lin Hualong. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved, and the restraints on Lin Hualong were immediately untied. After Lin Hualong was untied, the whole person suddenly said angrily, "You evil spirit, don't be too arrogant, you dare to shout at me, I'm afraid you are looking for death? Old Nyobi, just you?" Wang Jui also snorted coldly, as if he didn't take Lin Hualong seriously at all. The two of them were on the verge of a fight. I immediately stepped in to smooth things over and said, "Old dog Lin, Master Wangzhou, stop making trouble and leave the spirit world first. I understand that delay leads to changes, especially in a place like the spirit world. It is precisely because of this that I don't want to stay any longer. What is there to leave? What have I, Lin Hualong, ever been afraid of?" Lin Hualong said with some bravado. But even I didn't believe what he said, let alone Master Wangzhou. Are you sure you're not afraid? Wang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lin Hualong. After being questioned by Wang Jui, Lin Hualong immediately became more unconvinced. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Wang Ji. "I said I'm not afraid." I think Lin Hualong is just trying to save face for himself. After all, he wanted to tear his face with Wang Jui just now for the sake of face. After I adjusted it, Lin Hualong quickly changed the subject. He diverted the conflict between the two and said that he was not afraid of being in this alien world. Wang Ji was fooled by him for a while, and immediately ignored that he had just confronted Lin Hualong, and instead questioned Lin Hualong. I believe Bai Xian can also see through Lin Hualong's tricks. It seems that only Wang Jui is kept in the dark. Although he is an evil spirit, the intelligence of this evil spirit is really worrying. "Okay, Master Wangzhou, let's go." I spoke up again to smooth things over. "Since Master Lin is not afraid to stay here, let him continue to play here." After saying this, I walked directly out of the spirit world. Master Wang Jiao and Bai Xian naturally left with me, but I don't know if Lin Hualong was trying to save face or what, but he refused to leave no matter what. He wanted to die, and no one stopped him. However, although I said this, I couldn't bear to see Lin Hualong like this. If he got into trouble in the spirit world, I would be responsible. What's more, he became like this because he was involved in my trouble. So at this moment, I actually felt guilty. And I also knew Lin Hualong's character very well. He must want a way out. As long as he was given enough face, he would definitely leave. After all, Lin Hualong is not stupid. He will definitely not stay in the spirit world, a haunted place. "Master Lin, do you want to have a midnight snack? I'll treat you." I turned around and called out to Lin Hualong, but in fact, I was giving him a way out. When Lin Hualong heard this, he really went downhill. He trotted in front of me and said to me with a smile, "Of course, let's go." Seeing Lin Hualong's expression, I knew he wanted to save face. After leaving the spirit world, I was suddenly shocked. Because the number 14 bus number 9413 was parked in front of me. I thought the bus had been torn to pieces by the spirits in the spirit world, but I didn't expect to see it here. What does this mean? This means that something strange is going to happen again. Just as I was hesitating, Lin Hualong came up from behind me. He rarely dispersed his usual weird look, and at this moment he said very seriously, "I'm back." When I heard these 3 words from him, I was stunned for a moment, and I didn't understand what he meant at all. I thought this old man was a seriously ill patient who escaped from a mental hospital. "Lin Laogo, what do you mean by this?" I asked him almost subconsciously. But Lin Hualong shook his head at me, looking mysterious. "Boy, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." I was 100 times dissatisfied in my heart, feeling that Lin Hualong just couldn't say it himself, and he said that he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask, which was simply fooling people. "Boy, he said that he was back, which means that this bus is back." Wang Ji suddenly explained, "If I'm not mistaken, the bus that was dismantled when you were in the spirit world was the body of this bus, so what is back now is the spirit of this bus, and the spirit coming back is not a joke." After listening to Wang Ji's words, I was immediately confused. And what he said about the spirit and the body, could it be that the bus also has a soul? This is too incredible. But what I am more confused about is why Wang Ji knew that our bus was dismantled. So I couldn't help but ask the question in my heart. After hearing my question, Wang Ji laughed and said, "When you entered the spirit world with the spirit bracelet, I had already noticed you, but I didn't show up until the time was right. What you suffered could not escape my eyes." "Okay." I nodded, although I didn't quite understand what Wang Ji meant. "Then can this car still be driven now?" I asked Wang Ji tremblingly. In fact, I felt a little weak in my heart and didn't know what I was worried about. But I always felt that things were not that simple. If you must drive it, you can only drive it when you are a spirit. Wang Ji didn't hide it from me and told me the truth directly. If you are not afraid of death, keep driving it. After that, Wang Ji disappeared. I don't know where it went, but I can sense that it is around me. Don't listen to his nonsense, drive the car back to the company quickly, and treat me to a midnight snack later. Just when I was a little confused, Lin Hualong suddenly came up to me and said something out of the blue. I nodded. But when I walked towards the car and wanted to get in, I suddenly found that my body went straight through the car. This scene scared me so much that I jumped away and didn't dare to get close to the car. Well, let Bai Xian help you drive the car back. Lin Hualong watched me unable to get in the car, and he kindly reminded me. But I'm not sure if his kindness is sincere. At this moment, Bai Xian came up very actively and drove the car to the company for me. But Lin Hualong took me to have supper and asked me to treat him. I really don't understand what Lin Hualong is up to. But I promised to treat him to supper, so it's hard to refuse. Don't worry, kid. Lin Hualong returned to his usual weird look. He patted his chest and promised, this supper tonight is definitely worth it. After that, he stopped a car without saying anything and went straight to the urban supper stall. Half an hour later, the car stopped and I took the initiative to pay the fare. After getting off the car, Lin Hualong and I found a seat and sat down one after the other. Lin Hualong ordered a lot of food, especially pig whip and leeks, and beer. Seeing that he was going to slaughter me, I was speechless. I say, old dog Lin, do you have kidney deficiency? Why do you order so many leeks and pig whips? I asked Lin Hualong with dissatisfaction. But Lin Hualong squeezed out a mysterious smile at me and said mysteriously, what do you know, kid? We came back from the spirit world, so of course we have to get rid of bad luck. When I heard what he said, I laughed out of anger. Do you need to eat so many leeks to get rid of bad luck? I looked at him with contempt. Of course, nourishing the kidneys can increase the exuberance of fire, and this bad luck is no different from dampness. As long as your kidney fire comes up, the bad luck can still escape? Lin Hualong used his perverse theories to seduce me. But I didn't buy his tricks at all. Because I know in my heart that although Lin Hualong is very powerful, he is also very good at fooling people. Boy, you have escaped a big disaster. You don't have to drive this bus in the future. No one will be alive when you get on the bus. Now the number 14 bus has become a real bus that eats people. No living people will get on the bus. Those who get on the bus are all ghosts. Because this bus itself is a hearse, you can't drive it anymore. After all the things ordered were brought up, Lin Hualong finished his words in one breath. But after listening to his words, I was dumbfounded. The number 14 bus has become a hearse? In this case, wouldn't it be a big deal? Old dog Lin, since this car has become a hearse, how can we continue to drive it? Do we have to load a car of ghosts every night? I said indignantly, if we continue like this, won't ghosts run rampant? When Lin Hualong heard what I said, he laughed. He explained to me while eating skewers, what do you know? If you don't drive this car, will the ghosts disappear? After listening to Lin Hualong's explanation, I suddenly realized it. But he looked at me with contempt, as if he was scolding me for being childish. But I was too lazy to argue with him, so I let him think whatever he wanted. By the way, didn't you say that I had to drive for 49 days? What about overcoming 9 deaths and winning a lifetime? I suddenly remembered what Lin Hualong had told me before, and asked him immediately. But Lin Hualong shook his head, the situation is different now. The car has been smashed, what are you still driving? In fact, at this moment I really want to say, don't we still have a hearse? But I swallowed the words when they came to my lips, because I knew that I couldn't drive this hearse. After all, I couldn't even get on the car, let alone drive it. What about this trip? After eating a bite of skewers, I couldn't help asking Lin Hualong again. Isn't that simple? Let Bai Xian take over for you? You don't know how to use such a good wife. Lin Hualong looked at me with more contempt. I was speechless about his teasing. But I was eager to know whether Bai Xian was a ghost. So I asked this question, after all, if you hold it in your heart for too long, it is easy to get sick. But Lin Hualong's answer to me was ambiguous, saying a lot of mysterious things that I couldn't understand. At the end of the conversation, I simply stopped asking and just drank with him. I drank until 1:30 in the morning, and I successfully got Lin Hualong drunk, but I was not much better. The reason why I wanted to get him drunk was to take him to my place to sleep, let him sleep on the bed, and I would sleep on the floor. Although I have a ghost contract with Wang Jui, I know that Wang Jui is a double-edged sword. If it is not used well, not only can I not save my life at the critical moment, but I might even turn against him, which is not fun. So I took Lin Hualong's living amulet back, which can be regarded as a psychological comfort for myself. Even if something really happens, Lin Hualong can go first, and I can still cushion the back. After paying the money with great pain, I took a taxi to take Lin Hualong back to my residence. I helped him to the bed and took off his shoes for him, which almost suffocated me to death. I don't know how many years he hasn't washed his athlete's feet, but I won't wash his feet for him. After all, I am not his wife. Enduring the smell of feet in the room, I made a bed for myself, and just as I lay down, a looming figure suddenly floated in front of me. I was startled, and subconsciously opened my mouth to shout, but it turned out to be Wang Jui. "You are so timid and dare to sign a ghost contract with me?" Wang Jui seemed to see that I was scared by him. I smiled bitterly. "I'm not a coward, I'm just a little bit nervous recently. In fact, I know that if ordinary people experienced something like me, they might have gone crazy a long time ago. I'm not bragging about my ability to bear. It's really good. But I didn't say these words so as not to provoke Wang Jui's ridicule. Can you be so nervous? You don't have any other skills, but you are good at talking nonsense." Wang Jui actually teased me. But I didn't explain more, so as not to let him say I was bragging. "I'm going to sleep first, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." I yawned, said politely to Wang Jui, and fell asleep as soon as I touched the pillow. Before falling asleep, I could vaguely hear what Wang Jui seemed to be saying to me, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Escape in the spirit world, and because of drinking too much, how could I care so much at this moment? I was already exhausted to the extreme. But what made me speechless was that when I was dreaming, Wang Jui suddenly appeared in my dream. I don't know why, even though I was dreaming, I was clearly aware of my state. "Boy, we signed a contract, you can't get into trouble. If you get into trouble, I will also suffer." In my dream, Master Wang Jiao seemed to be teaching me. I don't know what this dream was about. I only saw Master Wang Jiao wearing a teacher's coat, and I looked like a book boy, sitting under the podium. But this podium is very simple, and looks like a private school in ancient times. "Master Wang Jiao, you were not a teacher before, were you?" I asked Master Wang Jiao in my dream. Master Wang Jiao looked at me with wide eyes, and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" "I can tell fortunes, do you believe it?" I tried to fool Master Wang Jiao by imitating Lin Hualong's tricks. But as soon as I finished speaking, I was hit on the head. Master Wang Jiao took a ruler and hit me hard on the head twice, and said to me with regret, "Why don't you learn these things? You have learned all the bad habits of the old man." When I heard Master Wang Jiao scold me like this, I felt good for some reason, maybe because I got his care. And at this moment, I was sitting in the private school, staring at Master Wang Jiao, not knowing what he would do next. "Boy, I tell you, no matter what you think in your heart, I know it clearly. Don't forget that we signed the evil spirit contract." Wang Jui reminded me seriously, "Our hearts are connected. No matter what you think in your heart, I know it." Wang Jui looked very proud. But this is understandable. I didn't refute his words. "Boy, you can't drive this car." Just when I fell silent, Wang Jui spoke to me again. "It's just that what he said is nothing more than nonsense. Master Lin has already told me that Bai Xian will be my substitute in the future. She can drive it." I immediately told Mr. Wang Jiao the truth. But after listening to my explanation, Mr. Wang Jiao was so angry that he flew into a rage, and the ruler in his hand made a dong-dong sound. "Nonsense! This is simply nonsense. The number 14 bus has turned into a hearse and it still needs to be driven. I'm afraid this Nyobi is crazy. Doesn't he know the consequences of driving a hearse?" Wang Jui finished speaking in one breath, and every word was shouted out. I could see that he was venting his anger. However, I got a rough idea of what Wang Jui meant. If this number 14 bus continues to drive, the consequences will be serious. "Wang Jui, why can't this car be driven again?" I really couldn't figure it out, so I asked tentatively, hoping to get the exact answer from Wang Jui. "This cannibal bus is no longer just about eating people. Now it also eats spirits. In short, it eats everything." "Eat everything?" Wang Jui's last words frightened me greatly. "If this car is so powerful, why would you drive it? Wang Jui, what is this cannibal bus doing eating so many people and spirits?" I no longer care about so much at the moment, I just ask whatever comes to my mind, just to understand this matter completely. If you eat too many people, you will become a sperm. If you eat too much spirit, you will become a demon. If this car becomes a demon, it will cause great turmoil in the entire world. Wang Jui sighed helplessly. Just when I was puzzled and wanted to ask again. However, Wang Ji continued, if you really become a demon, let alone the earthly world, you will not even think about it in the spiritual world and the underworld. By then, Xianhuang in heaven will probably have to send powerful people to deal with this car. What Wang Ji said made me confused, but I could realize that this number 14 bus really couldn't be driven on. If it continued like this, one mistake might cause a big mess. When the time comes when life will be devastated and people will have no means of living, that is no joke. Wang Jui, but from what I see, Master Lin seems to have to drive this car down. It was very difficult for me to say something to Mr. Wang Jiu. But Wang Jui sneered at me, how do you know that the Nyobi who came out with you is the real Nyobi? Do you think Nyobi will give up easily after seeing me? We evil spirits and Nyobi have always been incompatible. As Wang Ji finished what he said, I woke up from my dream in an instant. But after I woke up with a start, I saw no trace of Mr. Wang Jui. I thought that Mr. Wang Jiu only wanted to see me in his dreams, so I tried to sleep. But no matter how much I tossed and turned, I just couldn't fall asleep, let alone fall asleep. Until daybreak, I wanted to wake Lin Hualong up. Only to find out that what was lying on my bed was a weasel. Damn it! I suddenly jumped up in fright and was completely confused. What the hell are you talking about? I yelled and pointed at the weasel monster on the bed. It wasn't until this moment that I realized that Bai Xian was gone. Just last night, after Lin Hualong asked Bai Xian to help me drive the car back to the company, I never saw Bai Xian again. But now, Bai Xian has disappeared. I suddenly remembered that just after I was thrown into the coffin carried by He Ling, I suddenly ran into Lin Hualong. Lin Hualong was in the bus before, he shouldn't be in this coffin. Even if the bus was smashed to pieces by those spirits, but the direction of the bus and the direction where the black spirits were carrying the coffin were not at all the same. How to explain this? Could it be that Lin Hualong in the coffin is not the real Lin Hualong, but this weasel? Then, I remembered that when Lin Hualong ordered a lot of leek and pork whip last night, he didn't eat much at all in the end. I was drunk at that time and didn't care, but I vaguely remember that he ordered 3 roast chickens and ate them all by himself. At this moment, I finally understood that those leeks and pig whip were what he used for cover. What he really wanted was roast chicken. Ordering more pork whip with chives was just to confuse me, to cover up the fact that he ordered 3 roast chickens in one sitting. This weasel is quite a thief. Just when I was hating this weasel in my heart, it suddenly opened its small eyes and started spinning around. Just when I was about to turn around and go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to chop it, the weasel on the bed suddenly spoke, "Stop." It spoke slowly and slowly, giving people the feeling of being out of breath and hanging. But how could I listen to it? A weasel pretending to be Master Lin, just stop when you tell me to stop? But just when I wanted to continue moving, I found that my feet seemed to be frozen on the ground. You kid, don't be naughty, I'm just here to play with you. The weasel suddenly spoke again, his voice extremely shrill and unpleasant. This also reminded me of the first time I mistakenly entered the spirit world. The voice I made after coming out seemed to be exactly the same as the weasel. Could it be that this weasel has always been responsible for the evil spirit? Why don't you kneel down quickly after seeing this great immortal? When I was stunned, the weasel spoke again. I never thought that I would be teased by a weasel today. I couldn't help but shout to Master Wang Jiu in my heart, wanting him to come out and save me, but Master Wang Jiu seemed to be hiding, and there was no response at all. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that even the evil spirit of Master Wang Jiu was afraid of this weasel? How powerful must this weasel be? Kneel down. Just when I was anxious, the weasel behind me roared again. It seemed to be angry. But the weasel just said that he just came to play with me. If it was just for fun, why did he let me kneel down? You can't play like this. But the weasel didn't give me the opportunity to hesitate and be stunned. After his roar, I only felt my calf muscles soften. Then, my body knelt down uncontrollably. Before I could react, the whole person turned around in a particularly weird posture while kneeling, facing the weasel directly. At this moment, I can clearly see the weasel sitting on my bed like a human being. Its condescending look not only does not look overbearing, but also a little funny. My heart is broken, but I can't help but want to laugh. Boy, you dare to be so rude to me, you really want to die. The weasel scolded me again. I said with some difficulty, Huang Daxian, it's a misunderstanding. I started to defend myself. I didn't know that Wang Tai-sin was here, so I was a little incoherent, and I really didn't know what to say halfway through. At this moment, even my quick wits were useless. Misunderstanding? Where did the misunderstanding come from? Do you know that we have met 3 times? The weasel lectured me in a dignified manner. But I couldn't hear a word of its words, just thinking it was farting. However, just as I was silent, the weasel began to count it in detail. If I remember correctly, you ran into me halfway when you were driving the first time. The second time was in the spirit world. You didn't find me, but I found you, but before I could get close to you, you ran away with that woman. The third time, that is, this time, I ran into you again. I followed you until you went out, and then I knocked that newbie unconscious with a stinky fart, and transformed into his appearance. After listening to the weasel's words, I finally understood what was going on. No wonder Lin Hualong was switched. It turned out that he was knocked unconscious by the weasel. If I guessed correctly, I'm afraid Lin Hualong is still in the spirit world. A night has passed. Will he be in danger? Thinking of this, my heart suddenly stomped and my heartbeat accelerated instantly. I began to be afraid and worried. All kinds of negative emotions came to my face and made me feel very uncomfortable. Boy, what are you in a daze? Let your woman come out. I want to enjoy her well. The weasel suddenly said again, if you enjoy it well, I will let you go. If you don't enjoy it well. Before the weasel finished speaking, I suddenly became furious and cursed at it. Enjoy your mother's shit. This weasel was too greedy. I naturally knew that the woman in its stinky mouth was Bai Xian. Although until now I still don't know whether Bai Xian is a human or a spirit. But I can't let this weasel defile Bai Xian, and in front of me. I can't let down Bai Xian's husband, and I can't let down Bai Xian's kindness to me before. I don't care how powerful this weasel is. Since it dares to say such words, I am not afraid of tearing my face apart. So what if it kills me? Even if it turns into a ghost, I will not let it go. You are just a stinky rat. How dare you show off in front of me? If you don't shut your stinky mouth, I will crush you to death. Although I was suppressed by the weasel and knelt on the ground, I was not inferior to it in momentum. Anyway, things have come to this point. If I really die, I will accept my fate. Even if I die, I can't bear to see Bai Xian being insulted by a weasel. You are so bold. Today, this great immortal will not tear you into pieces. This great immortal is not the Huang family immortal. While the weasel was muttering, it suddenly attacked. It jumped up from the bed and rushed directly towards me. At this moment, I yelled, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, we're fighting to the death, so I'm not afraid of it. But I'm not that kind of reckless man, because I have enough confidence. The weasel's brain is not flexible enough after all. It only imprisoned my body, but not my head. So I can speak and move my head. In fact, when I was swearing at it, I had already bitten a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue and was ready at any time. As long as this dog dares to move me, I will spray it to death with a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue. And now the weasel is furious and bites me regardless of anything. That's the best time. Seeing the weasel rushing in front of me, I laughed wildly. Go to hell, you stinky rat, ugh. As soon as the words fell, a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue sprayed out instantly. It sprayed right on the tip of the weasel's nose. The weasel was stunned for a moment, and it twitched its nose. I sneered in my heart, thinking that the weasel was dead. However, after it reacted slowly, it actually laughed at me. You kid think that the blood on the tip of your tongue can deal with me? How naive. When I heard the weasel's words, I was dumbfounded. No matter how hard I tried, I never thought that this weasel could be so powerful that he was not even afraid of the blood on the tip of his tongue. Seeing that the weasel was about to attack me again, I simply waited for death. I thought that after I died, I would immediately fight him heathen and turn into a spirit to tear the weasel into pieces. But at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone, making a bang sound, which made my eardrums numb. The weasel was also disturbed by the loud noise, and its rhythm suddenly slowed down by half a beat. Dare to fart and smoke me, you stinky rat, I will chop you today. Then, a whirlwind-like figure rushed in. Just by hearing the weird voice, I knew that Lin Hualong was here. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and was very glad that Lin Hualong was fine. However, the weasel was also very cunning. When it saw Lin Hualong rushing in with a peachwood sword, it actually ran straight to the window and escaped. You still know how to run? Lin Hualong chased to the window, but he was a human being and couldn't get out like a weasel. I stared at Lin Hualong, my eyes were a little hot. Why are you kneeling? I'm not dead yet. Lin Hualong happened to turn around at this moment. When he saw me kneeling on the ground, he immediately said something contemptuously to me. I shook my head at him and said, Master Lin, I don't want to kneel either. That weasel cast a spell on me. After listening to my explanation, Lin Hualong immediately rolled his eyes at me, took a step forward, and slapped me on the forehead. At the same time, He opened his mouth and shouted, "Break!" Then, I felt a sense of relief all over my body. Before I could react, my body regained consciousness and strength. I immediately stood up from the ground and asked Lin Hualong, "Master Lin, when did you come out of the spirit world? I heard from the weasel that it fainted you with a fart." When Lin Hualong heard what I said, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He rolled his eyes at me and said, "You believe the weasel's words? Are you really obsessed with the spirit?" Hee, whether you believe it or not, I still believe Master Lin more. In order to make up for the shadow of Lin Hualong fainting from the fart, I just flattered him. But after hearing this, Lin Hualong not only didn't thank me, but he took the peachwood sword and wanted to chop me. "I think you are possessed by a ghost. I will help you get rid of the evil spirit." Lin Hualong made up an excuse and chopped me down with the peachwood sword. But I am not a fool, so I will not stand still and let him chop me. "Old dog Lin, you are so heartless. I have been worried about you for so long, and you still chop me?" Lin Hualong didn't seem to understand my innocence, or in other words, he didn't want to understand. "You are possessed by ghosts. Where can the monster escape?" Lin Hualong stubbornly believed that I was possessed by a spirit, and kept chasing after me to chop. Until I couldn't run anymore, I simply held my head in my hands and let him strike twice with his sword. I thought to myself, since the peachwood sword is made of wood, it can't kill anyone, but it only hurts. However, what surprised me was that after I put my head in my hands and prepared myself, Lin Hualong's peachwood sword did not come down for a long time. Just when I was a little confused and let my guard down and wanted to see what was going on, I realized in an instant that something was wrong. The result was as I expected. Lin Hualong was just waiting for me to put down my guard. With two bang-bang sounds, Lin Hualong's mahogany sword hit my head twice. I grimaced in pain and kept sucking in cold air. Lin Hualong, the heartless one, pretended to me and said, "Just chop it out with Ling Sui. Don't be afraid. Take it easy. Take 2 more swords of my own way," Lin Hualong said, raising his sword and trying to chop me down. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I jumped up and shouted angrily, "Eat your uncle." As soon as I said this sentence, I raised my foot and kicked him with anger. But Lin Hualong easily dodged my kick, and even held a beautiful sword flower, and hit me on the head with the first 2 swords. These 2 swords were very heavy, they struck me so hard that I almost fainted. However, what surprised me was that Lin Hualong did not take the opportunity to knock me out intentionally. The last 2 swords actually knocked something out of my body. At first I thought my soul had been knocked out by this old pervert, but when I took a closer look I realized that it was Wang Jui who had been knocked out. At this moment, I was extremely surprised. I never expected that Wang Jui had been hiding in my body all this time. This was a bit hard for me to accept. "Nyobi, you dare to knock me?" After Wang Jui was forced out of my body, he shouted directly at Lin Hualong. But Lin Hualong said, "You evil spirit, what were you doing hiding when that weasel bullied this boy just now? Come out and deal with that weasel if you have the ability." As soon as I heard Lin Hualong's words about running against Wang Jui, I immediately understood. It seems that Wang Jui may not be Lin Hualong's opponent. After all, Wang Jui hid directly when he saw the weasel, but Lin Hualong was different. He just came in with a mahogany sword and was about to kill the weasel. The difference was huge. Okay, old Nyobi, I don't want to argue with you." Wang Jui smiled but said, "How about this? With a piece of news, in exchange for my health for half a year, you are not allowed to drive me away during this half year." As Wang Jui finished what he said, Lin Hualong snorted coldly, "You don't need to tell me, I also know the news. Do you want to say that you signed an evil spirit contract with this kid?" Before Wang Jui could react, Lin Hualong said angrily, "I tell you, I don't do this." But Wang Jui shook his head and said, "You should know that after signing the evil spirit contract, this boy and I will both prosper and suffer. And I also know that you know how to terminate the contract, but that's really not what I want to say." There was a mystery in Wang Jui's words. Not only was I attracted to him, but Lin Hualong's old dog was also interested. "Then you should tell me what the news is." Lin Hualong narrowed his eyes slightly. "If this news satisfies me, I can consider agreeing to your request for the time being." If I am not satisfied, Lin Hualong did not continue speaking, but just hummed twice to express his attitude. Compared to Lin Hualong, Wang Jui seemed calm and relaxed. "Okay, since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth." Wang Jui seemed to have made up his mind, and then he spoke. "Have you and Bai Xian reached some kind of consensus? I can see that you should care about Bai Xian's life and death. But have you noticed that Bai Xian has disappeared?" Bai Xian disappeared. After these 5 words came out of Wang Jui's mouth, I instantly froze. Although I've known this for a long time, I wasn't sure. And Wang Ji told the matter in front of Lin Hualong, which basically confirmed the fact that Bai Xian was missing. Where is she? Lin Hualong suddenly felt murderous intent, as if he was very concerned about Bai Xian's life and death. But Wang Jui pretended to be secretive. He smiled playfully at Lin Hualong and said, "Where it is, I can't say it yet, unless you promise me." Before Wang Ji could finish his sentence, Lin Hualong interrupted directly, "Okay, I will personally bear witness and use heaven and earth as a guide to make your contract with this boy's evil spirit last for half a year." Upon hearing Lin Hualong's words, Wang Jui's eyes began to glow green, and he looked obviously very excited. Wang Jui is an evil spirit, and the way his eyes glowed green made my heart skip a beat. Although I was ready to sign an evil spirit contract with Wang Jui, I had no choice but to do so before. But now that old dog Lin is making the decision for me, I am naturally not willing to sign it. So I said pitifully to Lin Hualong, "Master Lin, can you not sign this thing?" But Lin Hualong said directly to me, "Do you still want to save your wife? If you do, just shut up." I was even more confused when I heard this, even though I knew that the word wife in Lin Hualong's mouth referred to Bai Xian. But I never knew why Bai Xian was my wife, and I still haven't figured out whether Bai Xian was a human or a spirit. But Lin Hualong didn't seem to give me a chance to refute, and he directly made a witness for me and Wang Jui. In this case, I have to let Wang Jui live in my body for half a year. Just thinking about this makes me feel sour. But things have come to this point, even if I regret it, it's useless. I have no choice but to accept it. After Lin Hualong made a witness for me and Wang Jui and I became a master-servant relationship. The only thing that makes me feel a little comfortable is that I am the master and Wang Jui is a spirit. After all, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Now that Wang Jui wants to hide in my body and keep a low profile, he naturally has to lower his dog head. But I will also ask Lin Hualong how to drive Wang Jui out of my body. Once Wang Jui dares to disobey my will, I will drive him out of my body immediately. Okay, now you can tell me where Bai Xian is, right? After doing everything, Lin Hualong asked Wang Jui. And Master Wang Jiu also answered very straightforwardly, "Of course there is no problem." Then, Master Wang Jiu explained the cause and effect of the matter. Last night, after the weasel disguised himself as Lin Hua and asked Bai Xian to drive the hearse back to the company, he asked his rats and grandsons to capture Bai Xian. Master Wang Jiu said that if he guessed correctly, then Bai Xian must be trapped in the rat's nest now. As for how he knew it, he didn't explain it clearly, only saying that this was a way of resonance between their evil spirits and the guardian fairy. In other words, the evil spirit's handle is in the hands of the guardian fairy. And the handle of the guardian fairy will still fall into the hands of the evil spirit. No wonder Master Wang Jiu hid when the weasel was causing trouble before. It turns out that it and the weasel don't interfere with each other. Realizing this, I suddenly felt that it seemed that Lin Hualong didn't seem to be much better than Master Wang Jiu. So I asked Wang Jui, who is better, you or Master Lin? But as soon as I said this, Lin Hualong and Wang Jui both fell silent. Seeing that they didn't say anything, I didn't make trouble for myself. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, my cell phone suddenly rang. I saw that it was Jin Suocheng calling, but I didn't rush to answer the phone. I looked at Lin Hualong and Wang Jui and said to them, "Master Lin, Wang Jui, Jin Suocheng called me." When Lin Hualong heard this, he immediately said to me, "Then what are you doing? Answer it." Oh. After I answered, I quickly picked up the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Jin Suocheng's exasperated voice came from the other end, "Where did you drive the car?" When I heard Jin Suocheng's words, I was stunned for a moment and couldn't react for a while. But just when I was stunned, Jin Suocheng spoke again, "Also, the jade bracelet you gave me is fake. Where did you put my real bracelet?" Jin Suocheng's simple words were like a heavy bomb that made me breathless. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, let alone how to answer him. "Captain, I should have driven the car back to the company. As for your bracelet, listen to my explanation." I was a little hesitant, but before I finished speaking, Jin Suocheng interrupted me directly and asked me to go to the company in an imprisoned tone. He said that if I couldn't see me within half an hour, I would not only be fired, but also sue me and let me spend the rest of my life in prison. Being threatened by Jin Suocheng, I not only didn't back down, but became more and more angry. It's no exaggeration to say that Jin Suocheng successfully angered me. Jin Suocheng knows it? Just when Jin Suocheng hung up my phone, Lin Hualong came up and squinted his old eyes and asked me in a weird tone. But I was not in the mood to answer any of his questions at the moment. I just asked him, "Do you have cigarettes? Give me one." Lin Hualong was not vague, and he actually stuffed the pack of cigarettes I stuffed him last time back. I was slightly stunned, thinking that you are a conscientious old man. But I didn't rush to take his cigarettes, I just grabbed one and lit it, and didn't touch the rest of the cigarettes. I am a principled person, and I will never take back what I have given away. But for some reason, Lin Hualong didn't light the cigarette, he just watched me smoke quietly. Lin Hualong's attitude was like watching a joke. What surprised me even more was that Wang Jui also bowed to the side and stared at me. I didn't understand what these two old guys meant, but I was in a bad mood at the moment, so I didn't care so much. I was smoking one cigarette after another, and suddenly I felt something was wrong. Because when I was smoking, Wang Jui beside me was actually taking a deep breath and sniffing his nose constantly. I turned my head subconsciously and saw that this guy was actually sucking the smoke I exhaled. And at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and cut off the cigarette in my hand. Boy, don't smoke if you don't want to die. Lin Hualong stared at me sinisterly, and that look made me wonder. Why can't I smoke? I stared at Lin Hualong hesitantly and asked. But Lin Hualong didn't answer me, he just looked at Wang Jui beside him. Wang Jui's figure flashed and disappeared immediately. At the same time, I could clearly feel that something was added to my body, but I couldn't feel what it was. Because this kind of thing is vague, very ethereal, like a dream, like a bubble. You are sucking your life, Lin Hualong said suddenly. Hearing this, I became more and more confused, and I had no idea what Lin Hualong meant. Perhaps seeing my stupid look, Lin Hualong couldn't stand it anymore, and he patted my head with a pair of hands full of calluses like eagle claws. Actually, I could dodge his blow, but I just didn't dodge it. Because I wanted to go along with him for once, only in this way, I could learn from him why I couldn't smoke just now. Boy, listen carefully. Lin Hualong said every word seriously, and he looked very serious. In the future, you must not smoke in places where this evil spirit is. You exhale a puff of smoke, and it inhales it. You exhale your popularity, but he inhales your life. After listening to Lin Hualong's words, I finally understood. In my heart, I scolded Wang Jui for being nothing. As a result, Wang Jui's voice came from the bottom of my heart. Boy, don't bother scolding me. We are equal to each other. Don't blame anyone. After saying that, Wang Jui added, besides, did I force you to smoke? It was you who wanted to smoke. After listening to Mr. Wang Jui's teasing words, I felt even more uncomfortable. And my desire to smoke was all because of Jean Locke, but it was also my fault beforehand. It was me who secretly exchanged the bracelet for a white jade bracelet made of gold. I can't blame anyone, it's all my own fault. Finally, I took a deep breath and stood up, ready to go out. But Lin Hualong grabbed me and asked, where are we going? I told the truth, go to the company and find Jin Suocheng. He has something to tell me face to face. After listening to my explanation, Lin Hualong's old eyes suddenly narrowed again. After a moment, he released his hold on my hand and squeezed out a sentence, it's not impossible for you to go, but if you go, there will be no return. After saying that, Lin Hualong still looked at me firmly. I knew in my heart that Lin Hualong's words were definitely not meant to scare me. What should we do? I squeezed out a sentence with a dry mouth, feeling very unhappy. What else can I do? If you don't want to die, you don't have to go. If you have to go, no one will stop you. Lin Hualong looked at me with a look of disappointment, as if I was hopeless. I know that he didn't leave me alone, otherwise he wouldn't have reminded me. However, even though Lin Hualong reminded me, I still have to go. I have to find Jin Suocheng. Some things should be explained clearly face to face or face to face. Master Lin, give me the bracelet. Finally, I took a deep breath and spoke to Lin Hualong. I am not the kind of person who hides away from things. On the contrary, I choose to face them. Because many things cannot be avoided by hiding. Even if we can hide for a while, can we hide for a lifetime? It's better to face it and accept it calmly, so I will never flinch, let alone escape. Oh, what is supposed to come will always come, go ahead. Lin Hualong finally sighed and gave me the previous spiritual bracelet. Since Jin Suocheng is pretending to be stupid with me, then I will accompany him to the end. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm definitely good at pretending. See for yourself. After arriving at Jin Suocheng's office, he threw a morning newspaper in front of me. This newspaper came out this morning. I took it and read it. After watching it a few times, I suddenly felt a sense of horror in my heart. Because what was published in this newspaper was actually the wreckage of bus number 14 after it fell off a cliff. Looking at the bus that fell off the cliff and looked like a pile of rubbish, I felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, no one was injured, it was just the car that crashed. You were the one who drove the car last night. Logically speaking, You should have driven the car into the cliff, but why did nothing happen to you? Jin Suochang spoke several sentences in a row, with an aggressive attitude. But I didn't know how to explain it at this moment, so I had to make a random excuse. Am I destined to die? When Jin Suochang heard this, he laughed angrily. Indeed, you are very lucky. I always feel that his words are a pun, as if he is implying something, but I can't hear the specific meaning. So I had to shut up and say no more. When Jin Suochang saw my silence, he immediately changed the topic. What kind of shameful deeds did you do to defraud me of my bracelet? I suddenly found that Jin Suochang's words were getting harder and harder to listen to. I didn't notice this before. Your bracelet is here, I'll give it back to you now. I was too lazy to explain to Jin Suochang, and I didn't want to talk nonsense to him, so I simply took out his white jade bracelet and pressed it gently on the newspaper. However, the moment I pressed the bracelet on, I suddenly felt a blur in front of my eyes. Immediately afterwards, a large area where the bracelet was pressed took shape, and a scene that seemed slightly familiar to me emerged. After taking a closer look, I immediately realized it. Isn't this picture the spiritual world? At this moment, I was staring at the pictures in the newspaper in a daze, as if I was actually there. Jin Suochang kept calling me from the side, and I didn't know what he was talking about. In short, I didn't listen to a word. Boy! Don't let your eyes be covered. Just when I felt like I was about to lose myself, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice is relatively familiar, it is Wang Ji speaking. He told me not to be blinded, which was very obvious. It seemed that I was blinded by spirits. As his words fell to the ground, my whole body twitched violently, and my whole body also reacted in hindsight. Are you a guinea pig? Are you so deaf? I yelled at you for a long time and you couldn't hear me. After I came to my senses, I could only hear Jin Suochang cursing, and his words became more and more bitter and difficult to listen to. I sneered in my heart, thinking that you are the guinea pig, and your whole family is guinea pig. But I didn't say anything, I just stared at him quietly. Jin Suochang felt a little frightened by my stare. He subconsciously took a step back and then looked at me seriously. What do you want to do? As he spoke, he also picked up the jade bracelet on the table. Looking at Jin Suochang's posture, it seemed as if he was deliberately guarding against me. Captain, are you still afraid that I will steal your bracelet right under your nose? I asked Jin Suochang with a solemn face. Jin Suochang rolled his eyes at me and treated his jade bracelet like a baby bump, holding it in his hand and playing with it. But when he was halfway through playing, his expression suddenly changed. This isn't quite right. Jin Suochang first took a breath of cold air, then took his jade bracelet and began to look at it. After looking at it for a long time, Jin Suochang suddenly screamed strangely and threw the jade bracelet away. His eyes turned red instantly, and he shouted at me, "You want to kill me? This is a spiritual bracelet." When I heard the word spiritual bracelet, I couldn't help but get goosebumps all over my body. What makes me even more confused is how Jin Suochang recognized it as a spiritual bracelet. I always feel that he is faking it. This is a particularly strong premonition. It was so strong that it made me feel flustered. Could it be that Jin Suochang did it on purpose? Captain, this bracelet is the one I exchanged with you before. I defended myself aloud. But Jin Suochang said reluctantly, "Hurry up and hand over the real bracelet, or I'll fucking kill you." While he was scolding me angrily, he had already walked over quickly, pretending to attack. When I saw Jin Suochang like this, I quickly stepped back, ready to tear my face at any time. "Captain, don't joke, this is indeed..." Before I could finish my sentence, Jin Suochang raised his hand and slapped me on the face. I was eager to explain, and forgot to be on guard for a moment, and was slapped by him. With a buzz, my head suddenly made a mess. This guy was too ruthless, and he hit me so hard that I staggered and almost fell to the ground. Are you kidding? Who the hell is kidding you? Jin Suochang came up and slapped me twice. "Hand over my bracelet quickly." I was a little dazed by his previous slap, and it was difficult for me to react for a while, so he slapped me directly on the face twice. These two slaps made me fall to the ground. "How dare you!" Almost at the same time when my butt landed on the ground, the voice of Master Wang Jiu suddenly rang out. Then, a figure rushed out of my body and ran straight to Jin Suochang. Jin Suochang was frightened by Master Wang Jiu and turned around to escape, but he was soon frozen. "You kids still raise a ghost?" Although Jin Suochang had his back to me, the fear and trembling in his voice were clearly transmitted to my ears. I didn't know how to explain Jin Suochang's question. Because I didn't raise a spirit, I just signed a contract with Wang Jui. So, I didn't need to explain anything. "You are blind. He is the only one who can raise me?" Before I could explain to Jin Suwachung, Wang Jui was furious. After he shouted at Jin Suwachung, his whole body began to change. Before I could react, Wang Jui's body turned into what I had dreamed of before. But then, Jin Suwachung screamed. His scream was so harsh that I couldn't recover for a while. At this moment, Wang Jui had his back to me. I had dreamed that Wang Jui was dressed as a teacher in my dream before. I just don't know what he looked like when he died. I'm afraid that he must have looked very miserable, otherwise Jin Suwachung wouldn't be so scared. Master Gio, I wanted to ask Master Wang Jio to show mercy and stop scaring Jin Suwachung. But I didn't expect that Master Wang Jio would turn around immediately after I shouted. His face was too horrible to be described. Anyway, I couldn't bear to watch it. Even if I was enduring it in a dream, I couldn't stand it. But Jin Suwachung didn't faint at this moment, which was beyond my expectation. Boy, this guy is not a human. Suddenly, Master Wang Jio's figure shook in front of me, and after becoming a little blurry, it suddenly turned back to its original appearance. When I heard Master Wang Jio's words, I was dumbfounded. He actually said that Jin Suwachung was not a human. Combined with what Master Wang Jio said, plus the things I had suffered recently, I was dumbfounded. I never expected that the captain was not a human. If that's the case, then I have been targeted as soon as I got this studio? What does this mean? Boy, you don't have to be so excited. Wang Jui suddenly reminded me, he is not a human, but it does not mean that the original guy is not a human. He was just replaced temporarily. What do you mean? After listening to Wang Jui's words, I was completely confused. But Wang Jui did not explain anything, he just rushed directly to Jin Suwachung. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Before I could see clearly what was going on, Jin Suwachung's body was actually scattered in front of me. I watched Jin Suwachung being scattered just like that. At this moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. Jin Suwachung was standing in front of me alive just now, but now he was hit to death by Wang Jui. Boy, follow me. Just when I was stunned, Wang Jui suddenly said to me. Then he asked me to follow him. I didn't hesitate at all and hurried to follow him. Wang Jui came to the corner of the office, and he didn't see how hard he used, just pushed it casually. An unbelievable scene suddenly appeared in front of me, and I saw that the corner seemed to be pushed down by Wang Jui. As the corner collapsed, the scene inside was immediately seen clearly by me. I saw that there was a different world behind the corner, which seemed to be another small compartment, and there was a person lying inside. I looked closely and saw that this person was none other than Captain Jin Suwachung. Captain! I shouted and immediately stepped forward to wake up Jin Suwachung. But Wang Jui said, "It's not over yet, this is also the guy just now." When I heard him say this, I was dumbfounded and didn't understand what Wang Jui meant. If I guessed correctly, that guy in Wang Jui's mouth naturally refers to Jin Suwachung, but Captain Jin was obviously dispersed by him just now. Wake him up first, and we'll verify his identity. While I was staring at Jin Suwachung in a daze, Master Wang Jio gave me another order. I nodded and went up to pinch Jin Suwachung's philtrum. Soon, I woke Jin Suwachung up. As two coughs sounded, Jin Suwachung slowly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling with empty eyes. Captain Jin, are you okay? I pulled Jin Suwachung up from the ground and asked him with concern. But Jin Suwachung's incoherent words made me a little dumbfounded. Hey, I was obviously drinking, why am I here? When I heard him say this, I quickly explained, Captain, you may be entangled by a ghost. But Jin Suwachung shook his head and said, impossible, this is impossible. Then, Jin Suwachung stared at me, and after looking at me for a few times, he seemed to react belatedly. He said to me, it's you, kid. When did you come here? It was obvious that Jin Suwachung knew nothing about what had happened. When I didn't know how to answer him, Jin Suwachung slapped his forehead, as if he suddenly remembered something. He walked quickly to me, grabbed me, and said viciously, boy, give me back my jade bracelet. The one you replaced for me is fake. When I heard this, I was stunned. How could this be exactly the same as Jin Suwachung's reaction just now? But I couldn't say anything at this moment, so I could only tell him the truth. Captain, to be honest, I only have one spiritual bracelet in my hand now, which is the one I helped you get rid of last time. I deliberately emphasized the word deal with because when I took away Jin Suwachung's jade bracelet, I deliberately said that I would deal with it for him. I think Jin Suwachung should still remember it at this time, so I naturally have nothing to say. Because I believe Jin Suwachung is not stupid, he should know clearly what I mean. Really? Jin Suwachung asked me suspiciously. Then, he stretched out his hand to me and said, where is the spiritual bracelet? I laughed dumbly and said, I have shown it to you just now, you threw it away. Jin Suocheng seemed angry after hearing what I said. He said angrily, you fart. I was dumbfounded when I saw Jin Suocheng's moody look. I don't know what his intention is. Captain, you can't be unreasonable. I said to Jin Suocheng with a helpless face. But as soon as I said it, I immediately regretted it. Because I suddenly remembered that it was the previous Jin Suocheng who lost the bracelet. And that Jin Suocheng had been killed by Wang Jui. But I don't know what the relationship is between that Jin Suocheng and this Jin Suocheng. What's unreasonable? Mine is not a spiritual bracelet, give me back my bracelet. Jin Suocheng yelled at me in frustration. At this moment, Wang Jui suddenly came up and asked me, what does his bracelet look like? I can't tell. Why don't you ask him? I explained to Mr. Wang Jiao and pointed at Lin Hualong at the same time. Wang Ji nodded when he heard this, and immediately turned his eyes to Lin Hualong. He said in an extremely sinister tone, boy, tell me, what does your bracelet look like? Jin Suocheng seemed to be very dissatisfied with what Wang Ji called him. He looked a little angry and said, who are you calling boy? I'm calling you. Wang Ji didn't give Jin Suocheng any face, he angrily shouted, you don't accept it, do you? After that, Wang Ji made a few gestures directly to Jin Suocheng. I couldn't understand what Wang Ji was doing, but after he finished making the gesture, Jin Suocheng's whole body seemed to be tied up, and he looked very twisted. What did you do to me? Let me go. Jin Suocheng roared at Wang Jui. But Wang Ji turned a deaf ear and just stared at Jin Suocheng. He said word by word, tell me, what does your bracelet look like? I thought that Jin Suocheng would not be so convinced, but to my surprise, as Wang Ji spoke one sentence. This time, Jin Suocheng did not confront Wang Ji like he did just now. I saw that his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his mind, and I quickly answered, my bracelet is a white jade bracelet. There are 7 holes in the center of the bracelet, and each hole is different, after Jin Suocheng explained. Wang Ji nodded. And I also thought clearly in a short period of time, and even concluded that the gold-locked bracelet should have been swapped by Zhou Guangcai. After all, I was confused by Zhou Guangcai at that time. So I immediately spoke to Master Wang Jiao, Master Jiao, the bracelet may be in the hands of a spirit named Zhou Guangcai. Upon hearing my words, Wang Ju's spiritual eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, which looked very scary at first glance. The spirit named Zhou Guangcai? Wang Ju seemed a little surprised, but I could clearly see a hint of disdain in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ju snorted coldly and said, then I will capture Zhou Guangcai and question him. As Wang Ju finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared under my nose. It's like disappearing into thin air. However, I have long been accustomed to Wang Ju's spiritual skills. After Wang Ji disappeared, the restraints on Jin Suocheng's body seemed to be lifted. He quickly came to me and asked me, you kid, tell me clearly, what is going on? Where did you take my bracelet? As soon as I saw Jin Suocheng in such a vicious attitude, I didn't want to pay attention to him. Although I'm not the kind of person who was emotionally driven, I was very disgusted by Jin Suo's appearance. What do you mean by not speaking? Jin Suocheng roared at me, do you still want to do this? When I heard that Jin Suocheng threatened me, I had no choice but to suppress my helplessness and said, it's a long story and it's hard to explain in one sentence. Anyway, I just want to help you get the bracelet back. Do you think it's okay? I tried to keep my tone as polite as possible, so as not to make the mistake of Jin Suocheng make me unhappy again. But Jin Suocheng looked unconvinced. Maybe he thought I was perfunctory. Tell me the truth, kid. Where did you get my bracelet? Jin Suocheng clung to this question and asked me over and over again. But I didn't want to answer him at all, and I didn't bother to answer him. Just when I was about to lose my temper and was about to explode, 2 evil winds suddenly blew in out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Wang Jui and Zhou Guangcai appeared in front of my eyes. However, at this moment, Zhou Guangcai was obviously captured by Wang Jui. He looked extremely embarrassed and looked like he had been beaten up. Is this bracelet yours? Wang Jui threw a bracelet like a magic trick, and the bracelet seemed to have eyes when it was thrown out of Wang Jui's hand, and actually flew straight towards Jin Suocheng. Jin Suocheng raised his hand to catch the bracelet, but his eyes became a little evasive. I saw all this with my eyes, and I had more doubts about Jin Suocheng in my heart. It's my bracelet. Jin Suo seemed to be pretending to be calm as he squeezed these 5 words out of his mouth. Since it's your bracelet, keep it well and don't embarrass him again. Wang Jui warned him coldly, but there was a hint of threat in his words. As for the him in Wang Ju's mouth, he naturally refers to me. I have to say that this contract with evil spirits was not signed in vain. At least at critical moments, Wang Jui will stand up for me. Okay, that's no problem, as long as I can get the bracelet back, Jin Suwa said as if he was in a dilemma. But Wang Jui stared at Jin Suwacheng and said coldly, the number 14 bus crashed, can you get a new one? Although Wang Jui sounded like he was discussing, his tone contained a commanding tone. What? Bus number 14 crashed? Jin Suwacheng obviously looked unbelievable. But Wang Jui was too lazy to talk nonsense to him, and just stared at him. Jin Suwacheng had nothing to say at this moment, and he didn't ask any more questions at the moment. He just said with a helpless face, it's not up to me whether to change or not, the company has the final say. In fact, I was very confused at this moment. It was Jin Suwacheng who told me that bus number 14 crashed, so why did he pretend not to know now? But I also understood one thing, that is, it was not the Jin Suwacheng in front of me who told me that bus number 14 crashed, but the previous Jin Suwacheng. But what is the connection between these two Jin Suwacheng? This puzzled me, so I simply stopped thinking about it. It's a headache to think too much about this kind of thing, just let it go. You can do it yourself. For Jin Suwacheng pushing the matter to the company, Wang Jui didn't bother with him at all. Or rather, Wang Jui was too lazy to care, but he asked Jin Suwacheng to do it himself, which sounded like an ultimatum. At this moment, I seemed to see Jin Suwacheng's death. It was as if Jin Suwacheng would die at any time if he didn't do it. After all, evil spirits are not easy to provoke. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, once you provoke an evil spirit, you may not know how you died. And Master Wang Jiao is such an evil spirit. Let's go. Before I could react, Master Wang Jiao called me and wanted to take me away. In fact, I was still a little unwilling at this time, because I was not the culprit, and Jin Suwacheng insisted on slandering me for replacing his spirit bracelet. Even if I was the instigator, I had already returned the bracelet, and it was obviously Zhou Guangcai who caused the trouble. But I have nothing to say now, after all, I am also wrong. I had no choice but to nod heavily at Wang Jui and follow him out. After leaving the office, Wang Jui went straight into my body. I was like a container, to hold Wang Jui. I was very resistant to this at first. But after Wang Jui stood up for me just now, I was able to accept it a little. However, just as I left the company, Wang Jui's voice suddenly came out of my heart. Boy, do you know why I want to take you away? Wang Jui's tone was a little sarcastic. I didn't answer him in my heart, because my mood was very complicated at the moment, and I didn't want to say anything. Boy, do you know what it means to be in front of people and behind people? Wang Jui saw that I didn't speak, so he asked me again. When I heard what he said, I answered with a vague understanding, not true in front of people, but true behind people? Wang Jui seemed a little surprised after hearing my answer. He seemed to be stunned for a moment before he said, not bad, quite intelligent. In fact, I couldn't see Master Wang Jiao, and I didn't know what his expression was. But for some reason, I could feel his every move, perhaps because he was integrated with me. Then, before I could react, I felt a chill in my eyes and ears. That kind of chill was not just ordinary chill, but bone-chilling chill. This feeling made me extremely uncomfortable, as if my eyeballs and ears were about to freeze off. Just when I was about to give up, Master Wang Jiao's voice rang out from my heart again, boy, hold on first, it will be fine soon. I don't know what evil spirit Master Wang Jiao had done to make me like this. But since he asked me to hold on, I can only grit my teeth and hold on. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I can't hold on, I will have to go to the west to see Tathagata Buddha. Maybe many people will wonder why I am so afraid of death, and may even laugh at me. But I want to say something to those who have not experienced real death. When a sharp knife hangs less than 1 centimeter from your eyeball, you will know why I am so afraid of death. After I gritted my teeth and held on for about 10 seconds, the extremely cold feeling finally gradually disappeared. As my ears and eyes returned to normal temperature, Master Wang Jiao reminded me, boy, I have opened your spiritual eyes and ears for you. Now listen carefully and look carefully. As Master Wang Jiao's voice fell, my head seemed to be controlled by someone, and I turned to the office. Then, to my surprise, my sight penetrated through layers of obstacles and could even clearly see everything that happened in the office. What surprised me even more was that I could not only see the scene in the office, but also hear Jin Suwacheng's voice. How did you get exposed? Jin Suwacheng's tone sounded a little exasperated. I sneered in my heart, wondering if this Jin Suwacheng was hiding something from me. Just as I was thinking this, another voice rang out, if the evil spirit catches me, can I run away? I am nothing in his hands. I looked in the direction of the voice and felt that the voice was a little familiar. Then I clearly saw that the person who spoke this was none other than Zhou Guangcai, the son of Brother Zhou. While I was stunned, Jin Suocheng and Zhou Guangcai blamed each other. It was obvious that both of them wanted to push the responsibility to each other. And in their conversation, I finally understood everything. This Jin Suocheng is in the same group with Zhou Guangcai. At the beginning, Jin Suocheng seemed to have expected that I would mess with his spirit and replace his white jade bracelet. Then he agreed with Zhou Guangcai to give me the real white jade bracelet, and then Zhou Guangcai would find a way to get rid of the bag. In this way, even if I knew that there was something wrong with the bracelet, I couldn't go to Jin Suocheng. What's more, Jin Suocheng can pretend to be a victim. Of course, there is another point that Jin Suocheng may never have thought that there would be another identical him who would come to settle accounts with me. Another Jin Suocheng made the decision for him and asked me to come to the company. By this time, I had understood a lot of things. But I didn't feel relieved. Instead, I felt like I had fallen into a bigger quagmire. Boy, it's good to know about this. There's no need to reason with them, because you can't win. When I was angry, Wang Jui reminded me again. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Wang Ji is pretty good in other aspects except that he is an evil spirit. At least he knows how to care about me and stand up for me. Then what should I do? I clenched my fists and squeezed out these words almost from my teeth. Let it go and do your duty. After Wang Ji answered me, he ignored me again. Just as I was hesitating whether to listen to Wang Ju's words, my cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Lin Hualong, the old dog, calling. I didn't hesitate and answered the call directly. Where are you, brat? As soon as the call was connected, Wang Ju's weird voice came, which made people feel uncomfortable. Don't you know I'm in the company? Why are you asking me when you know the answer? I yelled at him angrily. Of course I knew you went to the company, but I didn't expect you to be gone for so long. I thought you had gone back by now. Lin Hualong explained on the other end of the phone. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so I asked him directly what he wanted to do. Lin Hualong was not vague, he told the story in one breath. After listening, I immediately hung up the phone and took a taxi to Shanao Village. On the way to Shanao Village, I kept thinking about what Lin Hualong said on the phone. He said that he had found Bai Xian in a cave in the back mountain of Shanao Village. There was a weasel nest in the cave, and the weasel had set up a trick. Even a master like Lin Hualong couldn't get in, which shows that this weasel is actually quite capable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suffocate Lin Hualong with a fart and pretend to be Lin Hualong to trick me into eating the roast chicken. However, Lin Hualong clearly told me that only I could enter the cave and only I could save Bai Xian. I was very confused about what he said, and even my mind was a little confused. But no matter what, I have to go. Because Bai Xian has done me a favor, now is the time to repay the favor. After a full half an hour, the taxi arrived at Shanao Village. After arriving at Shanao Village, I did not get off the car directly, but asked the driver to drive directly into the village. After arriving at the back mountain, we got off the bus and paid. After paying the fare, I quickly discovered Lin Hualong's wretched figure. Old dog Lin. I waved to Lin Hualong. He was standing in front of the cave at the moment, stretching his neck to look inside. And I clearly saw that this guy was holding something like a compass in his hand. I couldn't see clearly because he was a little far away, so I simply walked towards him quickly. Old dog Lin. I called him again, and reached out and slapped him hard on his slightly hunched back. Lin Hualong said ouch and turned around to glare at me. He even raised the compass to hit me, but he finally put it down. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to treasure the compass, and he didn't know what kind of treasure it was. To this day, I still remember the price tag of the mahogany sword he bought, 1,888. However, Lin Laogo was far less interested in the mahogany sword than he was in the compass. It seems that this compass is definitely not cheap. Hey, this compass is quite valuable, isn't it? I joked at Lin Hualong. But he said angrily, I'll slap you. While he was talking, he raised his hand to hit me. Of course, I wouldn't just stand there and let him hit me, but Lin Hualong didn't show any real intention, so he let me go when he saw that he couldn't hit me. I asked you to save Bai Xian. Why are you coming here to care about my compass? Lin Hualong blew his beard and glared at me, and at the same time put away his precious pimple. That posture made it look like I was going to steal it from him. You said on the phone before that Bai Xian is in the cave, so why can't you go in? I asked Wang Ji curiously, and at the same time glanced into the cave. It didn't matter if I didn't glance at him. As soon as I glanced at him, a strong smell hit my face, making me hold Lin Hualong in his arms and retching. Look at your show. You can't even bear this little pain. I think you are close to death. Lin Hualong mocked me. But this was not the time to argue with him. After all, saving Bai Xian was more important. Hurry, how to save me? Is there any danger inside? After a short period of time together recently, based on my understanding of the old dog Lin Hualong, the reason why he didn't go into the cave to rescue Bai Xian was probably because of the danger. There is definitely danger, but an experienced person really can't get in. Only you can get in. Lin Hualong gave me a blank look. I was very familiar with his last words because he had said them before on the phone. Why can only I go in? I asked Lin Hualong very puzzledly. But Lin Hualong suddenly had a mysterious smile on his face. For some reason, as soon as I saw his smile, I felt like something was going to happen. This old bitch is most likely trying to trick me. Sure enough, as soon as this idea came to me, Lin Hualong suddenly gave me a hard push. And I was exactly like the scene when I was pushed down by Lin Hualong on the bus when I was surrounded by hundreds of spirits. But after I was pushed out of the car last time, Bai Xian also got out of the car. She was still with me at that time. But it's different now. Now I have to go in and save Bai Xian. After being pushed into the cave, the stinky smell suddenly became stronger and made people sick to smell it. At this time, I really couldn't bear it and wanted to turn around and run out. But I knew I couldn't do this. I came in to save Bai Xian, how could I escape? As for the mystery mentioned by Lin Hualong, after I came in, I didn't find anything wrong. After trying to take a few steps forward, I found that the light was getting darker and darker, and the light from the outside could not penetrate at all. I don't know why, but at this moment I always feel like there is something standing still in front of me, as if it's still staring at me. But when I stretched out my hand and touched it around, I didn't even find a fart. This means that there is nothing at all, it is entirely my own psychology that is causing the trouble. Holding back my heart that was beating wildly, I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight mode, and looked straight ahead. However, I was immediately dumbfounded by this photo. Everyone jumped up in fright and quickly stepped back. Because the weasel got into this hole at some point. At this moment, the weasel and I were nose to nose, face to face, it was very scary. At this moment, I finally understood why Lin Hualong's old dog didn't come in on his own and wanted me to come in. I bet he had already anticipated that there would be danger here, so he let me come in to wade into the muddy water. I also clearly know that I am just a cannon fodder, and I have been completely used by Lin Hualong. While I was greeting Lin Hualong's 18th generation ancestor in my heart, the weasel in front of me grinned at me. Good boy, we meet again, how dare you come to my old nest? It spoke to me in a questioning tone, leaving me speechless for a moment. What? Are you afraid now? The weasel scared me so much that it said grimly to me, it's too late. As soon as the words fell, the weasel opened its mouth and bit me directly. At this moment, I was not prepared at all, and he bit me on the forehead. I don't know what's wrong with this weasel, why did it bite my forehead instead of other places? I am not good at other things, but I am definitely stubborn. So the weasel didn't get any benefit from this bite, it didn't even bite my scalp. I raised my hand and slapped the weasel hard, and it flew out. With a strange cry, the weasel hit the wall like a small ball. You dared to attack me? After falling from the stone wall of the cave, the weasel shouted at me fiercely. At this moment, Lin Hualong's voice suddenly came from behind me. He just shouted, next. Then, I heard a clang sound. When I subconsciously looked back, I saw a peachwood sword falling to the ground almost against my heel. As soon as I saw the peachwood sword on the ground, I immediately made up my mind to fight the weasel to the death. Since it dares to attack Bai Xian, I will kill it. Today, either I will kill it with a sword, or it will bite me to death. Just when I was about to pick up the sword to attack, the weasel chanted a few spells in a weird way. Before I could react, I was fixed in place. This scene reminded me of the weasel that used the same method on me when I was at my residence not long ago. I don't know what spell it chanted, but it controlled my body and made me kneel down before. But now, I can't move at all. This weasel is really too much. But I can't do anything about it, after all, it's the Huang family fairy. Hee hee, you want to fight me? I'm afraid you're too young. The weasel snorted coldly and laughed at me unscrupulously. Although I'm at a disadvantage at the moment, I will never bow to a weasel. Moreover, it's a weasel that wants to do something bad to Bai Xian. So at this moment, my hatred for this weasel has reached its peak. As long as I get a chance, I will definitely not let it go. Husband. Don't worry about me, run. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of the cave. I heard it clearly, this voice was not someone else's, but Bai Xian's. Moreover, her voice sounded very pitiful at this moment. This means that Bai Xian is being tortured at the moment. I can even hear the cries of several weasels. Obviously, the weasel's offspring are bullying Bai Xian. When I thought of this, I was so angry that I wanted to kill all the weasels. Bai Xian! I roared and wanted to rush in to save her, but I was helpless because I couldn't move at all. Hee hee, you can't save her. You can't save yourself, and you still want to be a hero to save the beauty? The weasel teased me. Today, I will let you watch with your own eyes how I defile your wife. After saying this, the weasel turned and walked deep into the cave. When I saw its twisting and showing off tail, I was so angry that my scalp was numb. Boy, dog blood is coming. Just when I was helpless and angry, the voice of Lin Hualong, the old dog, rang again. Then, I clearly felt that a basin of unknown liquid was poured on my head. What a fishy smell! It was so sour. What are you doing? I was so angry that I turned around and saw that it was none other than the old man Lin Hualong who poured it on me. What are you doing? What the hell is that? I wiped the unknown liquid all over my head and brain. In fact, I knew it was dog blood. After all, Lin Hualong told me just now. But I still found it hard to accept, so I wanted to ask Lin Hualong for confirmation. And the answer Lin Hualong gave me was not surprising at all. He smiled at me slyly. Nothing, just black dog blood. When I heard the 3 words black dog blood, I was so angry that I wanted to jump up and beat Lin Hualong up. However, I held back. Because I realized it after a while that the black dog blood poured by this guy was a bit disgusting. However, it was quite effective. Because after the black dog blood was poured down, I was back to normal. After I realized that I was back to normal, I was too lazy to argue with Lin Hualong. Instead, I rushed to the depths of the cave, shouting, "Don't be afraid, Bai Xian, I'm here to save you." I held the peachwood sword tightly in my hand, even though I knew clearly that I was in a very bad state at the moment. But for some reason, I felt a sense of honor. And I also understood that I was severely used by that old guy Lin Hualong. Although he said that he couldn't come in, only I could enter the cave. But now I know very well that he just wanted me to wade through the mines first. After I suffered the trick of the weasel, Lin Hualong came in to rescue me, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he saved me, so I owed him a favor. Second, with me in front, Lin Hualong could naturally ensure that he could retreat safely. So at this moment, he must be secretly happy in his heart. But I was too lazy to care about him. I only had one idea now, which was to rescue Bai Xian. I was running fast, and with a black dog blood on my head, I must have looked terrible when I ran. When the weasel saw me like this, I didn't know if it was scared or what, and it ran away with its rats and rats. But there was no way to retreat inside. There was no place for them to hide except the bare wall. The weasel was quite cunning, and it turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. But its descendants didn't have such magical powers. I was angry at the moment, and it was the kind of anger that rushed straight to my head. So when I saw the weasel abandoning its descendants and running away, I didn't plan to let go of the nest of little weasels. Because when I rushed in to save Bai Xian, those little weasels were still crawling on Bai Xian, obviously taking advantage of her. This scene, no matter which man saw it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand it. What's more, I was the one that Bai Xian kept calling husband. So, none of this nest of weasels could escape the disaster, and they were all crushed to death by my peachwood sword. For some reason, after killing this nest of weasels, I didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, I felt deeply guilty. This year is the year of the rat. I wonder if I will suffer retribution for killing so many weasels. But I also know that I am a dying man, and I might be killed by the evil spirit tomorrow. So I don't care about retribution at all. Bai Xian, are you okay? After letting out a long breath, I turned around and walked towards Bai Xian. Bai Xian shook her head at me and said, "I'm fine, those weasels can't do anything to me." But you, halfway through the words, Bai Xian suddenly changed the subject, and it seemed that she wanted to scold me. But when the words came to her lips, I don't know if she couldn't bear it, and she didn't say it after all. And I squeezed out a smile that I thought was very honest to Bai Xian. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, no matter what evil spirit can't hurt you." I was bragging shamelessly, but in fact, it was all thanks to Lin Hualong today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the ability to save Bai Xian. If it weren't for Lin Hualong's support, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the weasels long ago. Thinking of this, I plan to treat Lin Hualong to a good meal tonight. Do you want to order some roasted chicken? It had been several hours since Bai Xian was rescued. It was dark now. Lin Hualong and I were at the midnight snack stall. What's the point of roasted chicken? You'll be so full that you won't be able to drink. Lin Hualong looked at me with some resentment, as if he was complaining about my stinginess. But when I heard what he said, my heart became much calmer. In fact, I asked him this on purpose, mainly because I was worried that when I was rescuing Bai Xian, Lin Hualong would be knocked unconscious by a weasel's fart again. Then he disguised himself as Lin Hualong and tricked me into eating the roast chicken. But then I thought about it, and I laughed to myself. Because this possibility is simply slim. First of all, it is impossible for Lin Hualong, an old fox, to fall twice in the same place. Secondly, if it was really the weasel who disguised himself as Lin Hualong again, he might have killed me long ago. After all, I killed its descendants with a mahogany sword, and the weasel and I have an irreconcilable hatred. But what I am particularly puzzled about is why there was no retaliation from weasels on the way back from the back mountain of Shaneo village? Could it be that this weasel is busy dealing with the funeral affairs of its descendants and has no time to talk to me? Just when I was thinking wildly, Lin Hualong suddenly said to me, "Boy, you have to be careful lately, especially when you get out of the car tonight." As soon as I heard Lin Hualong's words, I suddenly said with confusion on my face, "What kind of car is that?" "That car is not." Before I could finish my sentence, my phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was a call from that guy Jin Suocheng. Actually, I didn't really want to answer it. Because after I left the company with Wang Jui opened my spiritual eyes and ears. At that time, I already had an ugly face. So at this moment I am very disgusted with this hypocritical guy Jin Suocheng. Because before this, I never thought that Jin Suocheng and Zhou Guangcai were actually in the same group, and the two of them teamed up to deceive me. No wonder Wang Ji told me at that time that the good show is yet to come. When I saw Jin Suocheng and Zhou Guangcai working together, I already fully understood what Wang Ji meant by the word good show. The phone is ringing. When I was deep in thought, Lin Hualong suddenly reminded me. I barely came back to my senses, only to find that my phone kept ringing, but I forgot to answer it because I was distracted. But no matter what, Jin Suocheng is the captain and my immediate boss after all. For this reason alone, I really have to answer the call. After the call was connected, Jin Suocheng said on the other end of the phone, "Continue to be on duty tonight. The car has been repaired and is now parked in the same corner." After Jin Suocheng finished his sentence, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for me to reply to him. After listening to what Jin Suocheng said to me on the phone, I was so angry that my liver almost exploded. It seems that Jin Suocheng already knew about the crash of number 14 car, but why it only took one day to repair the car? This is not very scientific. Just when I was puzzled, Lin Hualong suddenly said, "Boy, the crash of the car is just an illusion, because the people who dismantled the car were a bunch of Lingsho. As long as there are professional Lingsho car repairmen to repair it, it can be fixed quickly." Lin Hualong's words directly touched my mind, as if he could see through me. However, I can still readily accept what he said. I bet there is still such a profession as Lingzhi car repairman in this world. However, what I am more confused about at this moment is the place in Shaneo village. You know, the weasel dragged Bai Xian to the cave in the back mountain made of gold and locked him up. Bus number 14 also crashed on the cliff of Shaneo village. Coupled with all the strange things that happened before, I always feel that this mountain call village is not simple, as if it has some kind of connection with the spirit world. After this idea came to me, it ran uncontrollably in my mind. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't suppress this idea. "Master Lin, do you think Shaneo village is related to the spirit world?" I couldn't help but ask Lin Hualong. But Lin Hualong looked like he had expected that I would ask him this question. "Let's eat food and drink first. We'll talk about these things later." Lin Hualong greeted me directly. At this time, I didn't want to listen to him anymore. After all, I still understand the principle of being controlled by others. I want to take advantage of someone else's weakness, but I want to ask Lin Hualong for help now, so naturally I have to listen to him honestly. After having a few drinks with Lin Hualong, perhaps drunk, turned to me and said, "Boy, there are some things that you shouldn't and cannot know. Do you understand?" As Lin Hualong finished speaking, I became more and more confused. "What do you mean I shouldn't know and can't know? This is simply an insult to me. This Lin Hualong, he actually dares to look down on me. Lin Laogo, don't you seem too unkind when you say this?" I asked Lin Hualong directly, regardless of whether he could understand what I meant. "Why am I not being kind? I'm not doing this for your own good." Lin Hualong also burped while speaking, and at the same time reached out to me for a cigarette. I stood up directly, turned around, and walked towards the department store not far away. I don't know how Lin Hualong is feeling at the moment. Maybe he thinks I'm going to leave the order. But it shouldn't be possible. Maybe he had already figured out that I had run out of cigarettes and deliberately found this opportunity to remind me? After all, Lin Hualong is a guy who can figure things out, so it's impossible for me to know what's going on in his mind. But he will definitely know what I am thinking. I bought a pack of 10 yuan and returned to my seat. I opened it and threw it on the table, indicating that Lin Hualong could take whatever he wanted. But he stared at me with strange eyes for a few times and asked me maliciously, "You let me take this?" I could see that Lin Hualong wanted to pretend to be an immortal when he spoke. However, he looked too vulgar. No matter how he pretended, he didn't look like an immortal. "What else? How about you buy a pack of Xiao Zhenghua?" I forced an awkward smile at Lin Hualong and hinted at him crazily. But Lin Hualong's next sentence blocked me directly. "Okay, I'll buy it, you pay." Lin Hualong said with a smile, "If I have a good time with this Xiao Zhenghua tonight, I might give you a life-saving talisman to avoid the fatal blow of the weasel." When I heard what Lin Hualong said, I immediately got up and bought another pack of Xiao Zhenghua and threw it to him. At the same time, he rubbed his hands and smiled slyly, saying, "Give me a life-saving talisman. Seeing how little you can do, I'll give you one more." Lin Hualong seemed to be a little drunk, and directly took out 2 yellow talismans and handed them to me. I took them and saw that the 2 yellow talismans were different. One of them seemed to have some red lines drawn with cinnabar, which I couldn't understand at all. The other one was something drawn with black liquid. At first glance, it looks a bit like a pair of eyes, so I called this charm an eye charm. After all, I don't know this talisman or anything. So I put the life-saving charm directly into my personal pocket, and as for the eye charm, I put it in my pants pocket. After finishing the late-night snack, Lin Hualong said that he would let me see his fate tonight, whether he would live or die, and leave it to fate. Before I could ask him to stay, Lin Hualong patted his butt and left. This made me feel a little helpless, but I couldn't say anything. In the end, I had to break my teeth and swallow it. After Lin Hualong left, it was almost 11:30. He came to the roadside alone with a cigarette in his mouth and waved to stop a taxi. After getting in the car, I told the driver the name of our company. But the driver stared at me with a strange look, which made me feel very nervous. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" I asked the driver and threw the cigarette out of the window. I thought maybe it was because I was smoking in the car that the driver stared at me like this. But that was not the case. After I threw away the cigarette butt, the driver still stared at me with that weird look. "What are you looking at? Drive quickly." At this moment, I endured the numbness of my scalp and urged the driver. He nodded after hearing this and then started the car. But after the car drove a short distance, he said to me abruptly, "Boy, the place you are going to is too far, so the price will have to be increased." When I heard this, I immediately burst out laughing. Because the company is only about 2 kilometers away from the late-night snack stall, the price is still increased. Okay, whatever you want." Although I was unhappy, I didn't bother to argue with the driver. He has the final say on the price increase, but I have the final say on how much to pay. If he wanted to kill me, it would be impossible. I will definitely pay him according to the actual price, whatever it is. I won't give you a penny, and I won't give you a penny less. That's just me, I'm more pragmatic. However, what surprised me was that he drove for almost half an hour even though he was only 2,000 meters away. Seeing that 12 o'clock was approaching, I was afraid of delaying my departure time. Immediately he said angrily, "Can you stop talking in circles? I'll be delayed in my business later, so I won't get complained." I took advantage of my drunkenness to yell a few threats at him, but in fact, I only drank half a glass of beer and was not drunk at all. How do you say that drunkenness makes people cowardly? After all, I have to get out of the car later, so I can't drink to avoid drunk driving. Complain? Just submit. The driver said darkly, his tone full of disdain. When I saw this driver being so arrogant, I was speechless. Just when I was greeting the 18th generation of his ancestors in my heart, he suddenly said, "I'm afraid you won't find a place to complain to me." When I heard this, I burst out laughing. This driver seemed to be crazy, and he seemed to be driving a taxi with a sense of superiority. But I was too lazy to talk too much nonsense with him, so I simply said straight to the point, "Don't you just want to add more money? Just add more, and I'll give it to you later." After finishing the sentence, I warned you a little worriedly, "But I'm warning you, don't go around in circles again, otherwise I won't pay you a penny later, and I'd rather get out of the car and run back by myself." Perhaps he was frightened by my threat, but the driver actually compromised for a moment. I could clearly see him grinning through the rearview mirror and saying, "Just increase the price. It'll be there in 1 minute." When I heard what he said, I immediately snorted and expressed my deep disdain. 1 minute, is he teasing a child? After driving in circles for so long without even reaching the company, I was even worried that the driver might have fainted. But what puzzles me is that he didn't say how much the price increase would be. Since he didn't tell me, I didn't bother to ask, so I could negotiate the price later. However, to my surprise, a minute later, the driver actually parked the car at the door of our company on time. When I saw his speed, I was really surprised. Boy, if you had agreed to increase the price earlier, I could still have delivered it to you in 1 minute. The driver grinned at me. I rolled my eyes at him disapprovingly and asked directly, "How much is it? Scan WeChat and give it to you." When the driver heard what I said, he immediately said, 1 million. When I heard the words 1 million, I was about to curse. I thought to myself that I don't look like a rich man. Why do I ask for 1 million as soon as I ask for it? I'm afraid I'm thinking too much? As a result, before I could even blurt out a curse word, the driver added 2 more words, netherworld coins. The 1 million he said shocked me, but now he said something about ghost coins. I was so angry that I wanted to kick open his car door and run away without giving him a cent. "Then I'll burn it for you?" Although I was angry in my heart and thought that the driver was trying to make fun of me, I simply took advantage of his trick and pissed him off. However, what surprised me again was that this guy actually agreed. It's not impossible. As soon as he said this, he threw a business card to me and grinned at me. "Burn it according to the address on it. Don't burn it wrong." After saying these words, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. When he drove away, I even suspected that this guy was drunk and came to work. But in the next moment, this thought was wiped out from my mind, replaced by fear. Because I clearly saw that the car turned into paper not long after it drove out. And there was an advertisement painted on the rear glass of the paper car, T&D Taxi Company. Behind it was a series of phone calls, starting with 4, with 0 and other numbers in the middle, and then ending with 4. My eyes were straight. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, I came back to my senses and called out, "Wang Jui. Jui, why didn't you remind me just now?" The driver was obviously. Before I finished speaking, Wang Ji said with disgust, "Look at your little achievement. What's the difference between a hearse and a hearse?" After mocking me, Wang Ji turned into a ball of black mist and drilled into my body. But I was completely messed up in the wind. After I came to my senses, I bent down and picked up the business card on the ground. I saw that it was the same as the one on the rear window of the hearse. The company name and phone number were on the front, and the address was on the lower right corner. When I saw the address, my eyes widened. There were 4 tiny blood-red words printed on it, "Fingdu Taxi." I never thought that I could get a taxi to the underworld in my lifetime. This is too ridiculous. I'm afraid that something big is going to happen. The carriages from the underworld are coming to drag people away from the earth. This is a sign of evil spirits running rampant. Bai Xian suddenly came out and reminded me, "You have to be careful lately." Hearing this, I nodded. Seeing that there were less than 2 minutes left before departure, I immediately rushed into the company and climbed into the driver's seat of the bus. As I sat firmly, I glanced at the time and it was exactly 12 o'clock. On time, departure. When the car drove out of the company and drove along the avenue that I am particularly familiar with but have deep memories of, my heart collapsed. Let's not talk about the strange things we encountered before and the weasel we offended during the day. Just the clever driver I met tonight was enough to shock me for a long time, and it was hard for me to recover. Look at the road and drive carefully, and don't think about what happened just now. Just when I was feeling complicated, Bai Xian suddenly reminded me. I have to say, putting aside the mystery of Bai Xian's identity, her stuff is pretty good. Because I really don't know whether to treat Bai Xian as a human being or as a spirit, so I can only treat her as a toy of the opposite sex. Even though I was comforted by Bai Xian, I still felt brooding about what happened just now. I don't know if that old bitch Lin Hualong has ever taken a taxi to the underworld before. At this moment, I felt uncomfortable, so I simply turned to Bai Xian and changed the subject. "By the way, Bai Xian, you asked me to find the white jade bracelet for you." Before I could finish my sentence, Bai Xian smiled sweetly and said, "There is no need to look for it. Now that I am a legal body and no longer a spiritual body, it is useless even if I find the white jade bracelet. In fact, I'm not sure whether the bracelet Bai Xian asked me to find was the one Jin Suocheng was wearing. At least Lin Hualong told me before that what Bai Xian was looking for was the bracelet Jin Suocheng was wearing. But later, by some mistake, that guy Zhou Guangcai used a spiritual bracelet to trick him out. I don't know why, but I feel empty in my heart and feel sorry for Bai Xian. Even though she said no, I still felt sorry for her. After all, the fact that she changed from a legal body to a spiritual body made me feel that something was wrong. Bai Xian must have been traumatized. It's just that I don't understand these mysterious things. Just when I felt guilty, Bai Xian told me not to think too much and drive well. I responded and drove carefully according to her wishes. Unexpectedly, while I was driving, Bai Xian suddenly spoke to me and said, "Actually, if you can help me make a wooden body, I would be extremely grateful." When I heard what she said, I felt a little confused at first and couldn't figure out what a wooden person was. But I thought it wouldn't be difficult to be a wooden person, so I agreed. "Bai Xian, please forgive me for asking, what do you want a wooden man to do?" After agreeing, I felt a little confused again, so I asked her again. "Oh, that's it." Bai Xian sighed and had no choice but to explain. I listened patiently to her while driving. After Bai Xian explained for a while, I finally understood what she meant. Before this, when Bai Xian was still in his magical body, he was no different from ordinary people, and at the same time he also had some special functions of spiritual beings. However, until now, Bai Xian himself can't figure out whether she is a human or a spirit. Last time in the spirit world, in order to save me, Bai Xian transformed into a spirit body and became a white spirit. She carried the white coffin by herself and collided with 4 black spirits carrying the coffin. After she turned into a ghost, she became a spirit body. The spirit body will not be like ordinary people, that is to say, it cannot walk in the sun, and it will also dissipate some energy, which is yin qi, from time to time. When her yin qi dissipates, she will cease to exist and will completely disappear from this world. What I have to do is to help her make a wooden man and let her live in the wooden man, so that she can retain her yin qi. Actually, I know one more thing. I can guess it even if Bai Xian doesn't tell me. That means Wang Jui has occupied the only position in my body. If it weren't for the fact that I signed an evil spirit contract with Wang Jui and gave up my only position to him, Bai Xian would be able to live in my body. But now, the only position is gone, so I have no choice but to be a wooden man for Bai Xian. At this moment, I finally understand why that old dog Lin Hualong said that I have a good wife. Although Bai Xian calls me husband one after another, even though I don't recognize Bai Xian as my wife. But in the final analysis, Bai Xian is simply too good to me. I even felt a little compassion. After finding out Bai Xian's identity, if she was really a human being, I would definitely marry her. But this possibility seems a bit slim. Thinking of this, I sighed for no reason. As soon as I sighed, I heard a weird, high-pitched laughter. I looked around and after a few glances, I didn't find anything wrong. I just don't know why, but I have a strong sense of foreboding in my heart. So I couldn't help but ask Bai Xian, did you hear anything just now? When Bai Xian heard this, he shook his head at me and said, I didn't hear that. When I heard what Bai Xian said, my eyelids jumped. In fact, the laughter just now was very similar to the voice of the smelly weasel before. Could it be that I was frightened by it and had auditory hallucinations? Just as I thought so, I sighed again and tried to test it. As a result, when I sighed, the weird laughter sounded again. I quickly asked Bai Xian again, asking her if she heard it. But Bai Xian's answer was still the same as before, saying that she didn't hear it. I immediately didn't believe it, and immediately said to Bai Xian, then you have to listen carefully. Bai Xian stared at me with a puzzled look, but she still nodded seriously. After Bai Xian nodded, I sighed. However, I didn't rush to ask Bai Xian if she heard any strange sounds, but continued to sigh, alas, alas, as I sighed, the weird laughter kept ringing. But Bai Xian didn't say anything, she still stared at me with a particularly strange look, as if she was looking at a lunatic. I continued to sigh without giving up, and when I sighed for the 10th time, Bai Xian suddenly exclaimed, I heard it. Seeing Bai Xian startled, I was also startled by her. But I was still very excited, just like the excitement of achieving a certain goal. So I hurriedly asked her, tell me, what did you hear? Bai Xian said to me with horror, a few words that I will never forget. You're dying. Bai Xian said to me almost word for word. When I heard what she said, I was stunned. What did you say? I looked at Bai Xian in disbelief and asked her, why are you cursing me? When Bai Xian heard this, he shook his head with an innocent face and said, that voice just said these 4 words. I didn't curse you. However, after Bai Xian said these words, he suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. She quickly changed her words and apologized to me. I'm sorry, I didn't react at the moment. And just when Bai Xian apologized to me, I clearly saw a weasel running in through the open window. But I clearly remember that all the car windows were closed and not opened. But at this time, I had no extra time to think. After all, this nasty weasel had already rushed into the car. What I have to do now is rather than bear it to the end, because I have to drive this car. After all, it is death to open it, and it is death not to open it. Instead of doing this, it's better to do your part. However, I am particularly worried about Bai Xian at the moment. I don't know if this weasel will attack Bai Xian again after seeing her. But then I thought about the talisman given to me by Lin Hualong, and my heart instantly relaxed a lot. Boy, you are about to die, why are you still driving? At this moment, the weasel suddenly rushed aside. It squatted down like a human and taunted me. I turned a deaf ear to the weasel's taunts, but I was full of contempt for it in my heart. I want to let you sneeze for a while first, and then I'll make you look good later. I know very well what it means to hide and then attack, because only in this way can we gain an advantage. After all, the gap between me and this weasel is too big. If I don't hide and show off later, I will be just as squeaky as it is. I'm just afraid that I will die miserably. At this moment, my concept has changed. It will be okay if I die, but I cannot harm Bai Xian. If I die, who else can appear at this time to protect Bai Xian? I clearly knew that my thoughts had changed, and I subconsciously ignored my own life and death and became more concerned about Bai Xian. Unknowingly, Bai Xian's position in my heart has suddenly become extremely important. Boy, if you destroy my descendants, don't even think about coming back alive tonight. Su Shi saw that I ignored it, and the weasel suddenly became violent, as if he was angry with embarrassment. Remember, I am Mr. Huang. I want you to know my name so that you can understand better. The weasel spoke with a treacherous face, and at the same time threw a black light at me. It seemed that he wanted to repeat his same trick to imprison me. But since I have the talisman given by Lin Hualong, I will naturally not be afraid of it. Sure enough, as the weasel made little moves on me, nothing happened to me at all, and I continued to drive the car well. Hey, it's still open? You can still move? The weasel first asked a question in confusion, and then changed the topic. It seems that you have found a way to solve it. But I ignored it from beginning to end and just regarded it as air. Huang Yiri seemed to have a great time directing and acting. After he finished pretending to be 13, he seemed to be angry for a moment when he saw that I still looked indifferent. Boy, do you dare not to take me seriously? Mr. Huang scolded him coldly. Well, I'll operate on your wife first. As soon as I heard it said it was going to attack Bai Xian, I couldn't sit still. Laugh. He immediately applied the brakes and the car came to a halt. The sound of the brakes is harsh, but no matter how harsh it is not as harsh as its unpleasant and sharp sound. In fact, at this time, I wanted to take action against Mr. Huang. But what a coincidence, the place where I brake happened to be the first stop. As soon as the car stopped, I pressed the button to open the door out of habit. With a sound like a puff of air, the car door opened. To my surprise, at this moment, a hunched figure slowly got into the car. And after getting on the bus, he also put in coins and sat aside. At this moment, Bai Xian has hidden behind me. She seemed to be very frightened, and like me, she didn't say a word from beginning to end. I turned my head and looked at Mr. Huang first, and then looked at the passengers on the bus. As a result, when my eyes fell on him, Bai Xian suddenly said, "Grandpa-son." Her voice sounded very excited, and I recognized the person who got into the car at a glance. This person is none other than Sun Laoqi. I don't have a good impression of Sun Laoqi, because at the very beginning, I mistook him for Ling Sui. But later I learned that Sun Laoqi had watched Bai Xian grow up. At this moment, Sun Laoqi was still as usual, holding a cigarette bag in his mouth and smoking cigarettes one after another. I clearly remember that he had hit me with his tobacco pole before. Moreover, after he raped me, he even claimed that he was doing it for my own good. Actually, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges, and it's not just because he hit me with a dry cigarette bag. In fact, the reason why I dislike Sun Laoqi is because this person gives me a weird feeling. If I had to use one word to describe this feeling, it would be, keep away from strangers. Bai Xian, be good, don't be afraid. Sun Laoqi pointed at Bai Xian and said, as long as Grandpa Sun is here, no one can bully you. After hearing what Sun Laoqi said, Bai Xian seemed to relax a little. She no longer hid behind me, but quickly walked to Sun Laoqi and sat down next to her. Boy, what are you doing standing still? Let's get off to the next stop. Perhaps Sun Laoqi saw me staring at him in a daze, so he actually warned me. I nodded without saying anything and was about to start the car. But Mr. Huang suddenly said, don't drive. As soon as I heard what it said, the anger in my heart could no longer be suppressed. It provoked me again and again. Originally, I planned to endure it until I found the right opportunity to kill it with a fatal blow. But now this thing is so arrogant, how can I bear it? I just opened it today, what's going on? I almost roared, and after giving Mr. Huang a hard look, I stepped on the accelerator hard. Then you can't drive away. Mr. Huang smiled sinisterly, his voice was unpleasant and even soul-eating. Immediately afterwards, a huge engine roar sounded. But no matter how loud the sound was, the car never moved forward half a meter. This means that the buses are all controlled by Mr. Huang. Humph. You dare to challenge a bus that eats people? Sun Laochi snorted coldly, and he grabbed the pipe and knocked it aside. Dang dang dang. 3 crisp sounds spread throughout the car. Then, I seemed to hear a roar. But that roar seemed to come from the engine. This made me wonder, could it be that this number 14 bus really eats people? Before I could react, the car suddenly rushed out like an arrow from a string. I was not fully prepared, and the car suddenly shook me hard. The most unexpected thing happened suddenly. After I was shaken, the car seemed to have consciousness, and the seatback suddenly fell back. The car also shook instantly, and I fell out of the driver's seat. But I always felt that I was pushed out just now. It felt like I was in someone's arms, and now I was abandoned by the other party and thrown out of his arms. Just as I was staring at the driver's seat in disbelief, a furry thing suddenly jumped onto me. My body shook reflexively, and I grabbed Huang Yiri, and threw it out with a strange cry. But when Huang Yiri was halfway through the flight, he rushed towards me with his teeth bared. Looking at his posture, it seemed as if he was going to bite me to death. But how could I let him bite me to death like this? Die! I roared, took out the life-saving talisman that Lin Hualong gave me from my pocket, and slapped it directly at Huang Yiri. Huang Yiri didn't seem to expect me to do this, and he was caught off guard and was stuck by me. However, what I imagined did not happen. This Huang Yiri not only did not have any trouble, but he bit the talisman in one bite. Damn you! Huang Yiri yelled angrily and bit me fiercely. I subconsciously wanted to block it, but found that I couldn't block it at all, because this guy's speed was so fast. In addition, the number 14 bus was like alive, driving forward madly. Due to the high speed, the carriage was also very bumpy. When Huang Yiri was about to bite my neck, Bai Xian spoke, "Grandpa-son, please save my husband." She was begging for mercy from the old guy Sun Laochi. Almost at the same time as Bai Xian's voice fell, I heard Sun Laochi say good. Then, I saw a huge smoke ring slowly floating over. The speed of the smoke ring was very fast, and it instantly wrapped Huang Yiri. Huang Yiri struggled desperately, but to no avail. At this moment, I finally understood why Sun Laochi hit me with his pipe. It turned out that he really saved me. Now it seems that Sun Laochi seems to be a master, not as close to strangers as I imagined. You know, I met this weasel on the road at the beginning. Later, Sun Laochi got on the bus, and after hitting me, he said it was for my good. Thank you, Grandpa-son. I struggled to get up from the ground and said something polite to Sun Laochi. After all, including the last time, he saved me twice, so it was only right for him to be polite. No need to thank me, just treat Bai Xian well in the future. Sun Laochi said to me with a half-smile. I could hear what he meant, but I didn't dare to agree to it anyway. But at this moment, I suddenly realized that Sun Laochi had watched Bai Xian grow up. If that's the case, does that mean Sun Laochi knows Bai Xian's identity? Just when I wanted to ask Sun Laochi whether Bai Xian was a human or a spirit. But Mr. Huang Er opened his pointed face and spoke in an unpleasant shrill voice, Sun Laochi, I know you. You ruined my good deeds last time. Faced with Mr. Huang Er's reminder, Sun Laochi said indifferently, so what? Ha, so what? Mr. Huang Er sneered, Mrs. Huang-san has set his sights on you, so take care of yourself. As Mr. Huang Er finished speaking, Mr. Sun Laochi's old face suddenly turned ashen. I can see that Mr. Sun is very nervous at this moment. Could it be that he is afraid of Mrs. Huang-san? Just when I was confused, Mr. Sun seemed to have made up his mind suddenly. He said to Bai Xian, let's go, this kid is hopeless. As he said that, Bai Xian pretended to be unwilling to leave no matter what. She shook her head at Sun Laochi and said, Grandpa-son, thank you for helping me just now. If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't abandon him. I knew clearly in my heart that the he in Bai Xian's mouth was naturally me. Sun Laochi shook his head inside when he heard this, and finally whispered a few words in Bai Xian's ear before getting up and getting out of the car. Bai Xian watched Sun Laochi leave motionlessly, and her expression looked very struggling. I don't know what the old guy Sun Laochi said to Bai Xian just now. Could it be that he was trying to sow discord? Just as I was thinking about this, the damned Huang Eri yelled at Sunlachi with his sharp and unpleasant voice, "Sunlachi, quickly disperse your stinky smoke ring." Sunlachi, who had just dodged to the side, was stunned when he heard this, and he broke his dry pipe without thinking. There was a muffled sound of "bow," and Sunlachi's dry pipe was broken by him and thrown directly into the trash can. Immediately afterwards, Huang Eri regained his freedom. I can tell that Sunlachi's smoking pole is probably extraordinary. "Grandpa Sun," Bai Xian said with a sad face, "this is your treasure." Sunlachi's face was full of bitterness when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "It's already this time, why do you care whether it's a treasure or not?" As soon as he said this sentence, Sunlachi jumped out of the car directly through the window. The open car window is exactly the car window that Mr. Huang jumped in before. Although Sunlachi looks old, he is not only agile, but also not afraid of death. You know, the car is traveling at high speed now. If you jump, wouldn't your body be shattered to pieces? It's just that I didn't have time to think about it at this moment, because Mr. Huang had already rushed towards Bai Xian. "Boy, first I'll let you watch me ravage your wife, and I'll make you feel so distressed. Then I'll whip out 3 of your souls and eat 7 of your souls alive." Mr. Huang started provoking me openly and honestly. "You dare!" My mind was so hot that I couldn't care less about it, and I immediately rushed towards it. At this moment, I suddenly remembered that I still have an eye charm. But I kept the eye charm in my trouser pocket and had no intention of using it. But now, in order to protect Bai Xian, I have no choice but to become a living doctor. "Come on. Come to me if you dare." I immediately shouted down, but my heart was very complicated. "Because the seeds of Mr. Huang are gone, please give me what you have given me." While challenging him, I quietly held the eye talisman in my hand and approached Mr. Huang as quickly as possible. Mr. Huang screamed strangely, very proud. Its sharp voice was very harsh, especially its ugly face, which made me want to slap it to death. Mr. Huang stared at me with contempt, and in his eyes, I seemed to see the impulse of a moth flying into a flame. I could see that Mr. Huang was very disdainful, and he looked down on me at all. And what I wanted was this kind of contempt, this kind of contempt. The more he underestimated the enemy, the more I could seize the opportunity to hit him with one shot. "Eye talisman, it depends on you," I muttered in my heart, and after rushing to Mr. Huang I didn't hesitate at all. At this moment, I seemed to be carrying the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, and slapped the eye talisman directly on Mr. Huang body. In fact, I have made mental preparations. I know that this is useless and I can't kill Mr. Huang at all. Even, I can't cause any harm to it. However, just when I thought so, I heard a sizzle sound. Under my astonished eyes, Mr. Huang was hit by the eye charm and a scar was left on him. This scar looked very creepy, and the place where Mr. Huang was hit suddenly became charred. At this moment, I was particularly proud, thinking that this eye charm was the finale. For the first time in my life, I felt that buy one get one free was so cost-effective. Although Lin Hualong sometimes cheats people, this time he cheated beautifully and reliably. After all, this eye charm is simply amazing. But what is the saying? Extreme happiness leads to sorrow. Just when I was getting carried away, Mr. Huang suddenly pounced on me. Before I could react, the whole person was knocked down by it. "Don't!" At this moment, I could even clearly hear Bai Xian's roar. Then, I clearly felt a chill and numbness in my neck. Everything depends on a sword. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, like a teacher reciting a poem. "I know, it's Master Wang Jiao. Master Wang Jiao, are you here to save me?" Almost at the same time when this thought came up, the furry feeling on my body disappeared. And I relaxed as a whole, but I didn't relax at all. I didn't faint at this time, and I was alert at this moment. But for some reason, all my strength was lost at this moment, and the sound in my ears became very vague. The only thing I could hear was Bai Xian calling me husband, and other than that, I couldn't hear anything. In fact, I was particularly worried about whether Master Wang Jiao was the opponent of Master Huang but then I thought that Master Wang Jiao was also an evil spirit after all. Realizing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. And when I wanted to open my eyes at this time, I found that my eyelids were very heavy, and I didn't know why. But I didn't insist in the end, because I knew clearly that I couldn't open my eyelids today. I never do useless work, and I have a high tolerance for things, so I am very easy to accept, even the biggest changes. In the end, my consciousness stopped at the number 14 bus that took me to the hospital, and then I couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. "Young man, I apologize to you on behalf of Huang Shower, and I beg you to forgive me. I don't know how long it took, but I seemed to have a dream. In the dream, a weasel as big as a dog knelt in front of me like a human. But I don't know why this weasel knelt down to worship me. Immortals like them who have achieved the Tao should look down on mortals like me. But at this moment, a cold snort came. Then, Master Wang Jiu, dressed as an ancient teacher, slowly walked over. At this moment, I finally understood that maybe Master Huang almost killed me before, and Master Wang Jiu appeared at the critical moment and attacked Master Huang. I'm afraid this dog-sized weasel is so servile to me because he's giving face to Master Wang Jiu and is afraid of him. We agreed to stop at a certain point, but your Huang shower has crossed the line. Although we don't interfere with each other, this kid has signed a ghost contract with me. It's fine if you cause trouble to him, but you also want to kill him. Isn't this going to damage my 1,000-year cultivation? Master Wang Jiu said 3 sentences in one breath, and each sentence was like a thunderous explosion, which frightened the big weasel and made it tremble constantly. I'm sorry. Master Wang Jiu, I apologize to you here. The big weasel looked like he was frightened by Master Wang Jiu and kept apologizing. Humph. But Master Wang Jiu just snorted coldly, as if he didn't accept the other party's apology at all. And I couldn't bear to watch it at this moment. After all, Huang Santai and I looked like an old lady. I really couldn't bear to let an old lady like her kneel down and beg for mercy. So I immediately begged for mercy from Master Wang Jiu on behalf of Grandma Huang San. Master Jiu, I don't care about Master Huang Er's matter. Why don't you just let this old lady go? However, after listening to what I said, Master Wang Jiu frowned and snorted, humph. Let her go? Grandma Huang San is an old weasel who eats people without leaving any bones, and you still want me to let her go? In fact, I said this to smooth things over for Master Wang Jiu and Grandma Huang San. I am not stupid, so I can see that Grandma Huang San is not simple. But I really can't stand it. After all, I really feel guilty when Grandma Huang San begs for mercy in her old way. And Master Wang Jiu seemed to see through my thoughts. He finally sneered, you kid, take care of yourself. Then, Master Wang Jiu, dressed as a teacher, disappeared in an instant. But Grandma Huang San bowed to me 3 times. When she bowed and disappeared, I woke up with a start. When I sat up subconsciously, I found myself lying on the bed in the ward. Beside the bed were Bai Xian and Lin Hualong, but Master Wang Jiu was nowhere to be seen. In fact, at this time, I was particularly looking forward to Master Wang Jiu's appearance. I also wanted to ask him what happened just now. After all, such a big thing happened, it would be a lie to say that I was not afraid. What are you doing? Suddenly, Lin Hualong's voice sounded beside me, as if he was reminding me. But Lin Hualong's tone was full of hostility. I just came back to my senses, turned my head to look at Lin Hualong, and asked, what's wrong? When Lin Hualong heard what I said, he smiled contemptuously, you still ask me what's wrong? If it weren't for your wife, you would be torn to pieces now. After listening to Lin Hualong's words, I was dumbfounded and had no idea what he meant. But based on my understanding of Lin Hualong, he never talks in full. So at this time, I didn't have any hope for him at all, but turned my attention to Bai Xian aside. Bai Xian seems to have realized that I want to get answers from her. That's it. Bus number 14, just when Bai Xian was about to explain to me, Lin Hualong went too far and directly covered her mouth without mercy. After Bai Xian's mouth was covered, he screamed Ahu for a moment, but it had no effect at all. I can see that Lin Hualong is very strong. What are you doing? I immediately felt unhappy and almost shouted at Lin Hualong, let me go, Bai Xian. When Lin Hualong saw me yelling at him, he immediately looked at me in disbelief. In this regard, I did not give in at all, but stared at him with wide eyes. Lin Hualong seemed to be furious for a moment when he saw that I was ready to tear myself apart for Bai Xian. He pointed at me and finally said something that made my heart tremble. You kid, take care of yourself. After saying that, Lin Hualong left the ward directly, apparently not planning to pay attention to me anymore. And his words were almost exactly the same as Wang Jiu's words. At this moment, I almost thought that Huang Santai and Bai Xian were the same person, but then I thought about it and realized that my idea was too absurd and funny. I even thought that I was a little mentally disturbed and could doubt everything. But I also know that I have been hit too hard recently, and my body and mind can no longer bear it. Seeing that Lin Hualong had left, I immediately asked Bai Xian again, Bai Xian, what happened? Can you please tell me about it? Bai Xian's expression was hesitant to speak, and he opened his mouth only to hesitate whether to tell me. Tell me, am I not your husband-in-law? I saw Bai Xian hesitated and didn't speak, so I quickly urged him. When Bai Xian saw what I said, he sighed softly and told me what happened. It turned out that when I fainted, Bai Xian took action, But how could Bai Xian be Huang Yuri's opponent? He could only be ravaged unilaterally. Even if he was always at an advantage, Bai Xian was always at a disadvantage. Even though Wang Jui was also present to suppress the battle, Wang Jui did not take action yet because it still adhered to the previous rules. When Bai Xian had no power to resist, Wang Jui couldn't help but take action, and the previous scene happened. Then what will you do now? If you become a spirit body? I quickly asked, and I also understood how serious this problem was. Once you become a spirit, you must find a suitable item for Bai Xian to take refuge in. Where do I have such a thing now? Although Bai Xian has mentioned this before, I still want to make it clear. When I become a spirit, I can only inhabit the gloomy wood. Without this thing, I'm afraid I will dissipate in this world soon. I was shocked when I heard this sentence. Although I have never regarded Bai Xian as my wife, but this is the real deal. If nothing else, Bai Xian became what I am now because of me. Now I finally understand why Lin Hualong stopped Bai Xian from letting him tell me what happened. Once I knew, I would definitely try my best to find Yinshanmu. Where can I find this gloomy wood? I quickly asked Bai Xian. Bai Xian shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not know the whereabouts of Yinshanmu. At this moment, I remembered that there was one person who definitely knew the whereabouts of the dark wood, and that was Wang Jui. It was impossible for this mature guy not to know the whereabouts of this thing. Wang Jui, I know you heard all this. Please tell me quickly where to find this gloomy wood. I called out Wang Jui directly without any hesitation. After all, he and I signed an evil spirit contract, sharing blessings and hardships. Isn't this what we should do? We can't let him use my body in vain if we cowright. You kid, you know how to call me when something happens. You share the blessings and the hardships. You have the nerve to say this. If it weren't for me, you would have died so many times. You should share the hardships with me. Wang Jui floated out of my body and said, with an extremely disgusting expression on his face. When I heard this, I felt embarrassed and touched the back of my head. Indeed, Wang Jui seemed to be wiping my butt all this time. Wang Jui, please don't forget the faults of villains. Please tell me where to find this thing. It's because of me that Bai Xian became like this. I can't be ungrateful. After Wang Jui heard what I said, the expression on his face seemed to be a smile but not a smile, and he said, I can tell you, but I'm just afraid that you won't dare to go. There's no place I dare to go. As soon as Wang Jui finished speaking, I patted my chest and said, but after I said it, I immediately regretted it. Indeed, I didn't dare to go to many places, but Bai Xian was right next to me. How could I take it back? I could only bite the bullet and straighten my spine. Wang Jui also heard my embarrassment, but he didn't expose me. Instead, he slowly said, this thing can only be found in extremely cold and gloomy places. Moreover, it is called Yinshan wood. In fact, it is a person who was buried in a cold water place during the Yin period. The coffin under the body was infected by the Yin Qi, which turned into Yinshan wood. Hearing Wang Jui's words, I probably understood what I was looking for. It turned out that I was going to dig up other people's graves, which would shorten my life according to the old people. Is there only Yinshan wood in this place? There is no other place. I asked hurriedly. I know my courage. It's fake to say that I'm not afraid. It doesn't sound good. I guess I will be defeated in it in a minute. Wang Jui snorted when he heard what I said. Do you think the Yinshan wood is easy to find? Where can it come from if it is not in such an extremely dangerous place? And you just boasted loudly, but you are afraid when you get your hands on it? Wang Jui's words also provoked my temper. I gritted my teeth and said, Wang Jui, according to what you said, where is this place? Wang Jui's eyes were lost in thought. After a long silence, he said, Muling Village. Where is Muling Village? I asked. Muling Village is on the mountain southwest of Miaosan City, but I don't remember the exact location. You will know it when you go there. After hearing this, I climbed up from the bed, quietly took out the suitcase from the iron cabinet, and walked out the door. I have heard of Miaosan City, but the reason I heard about it is because it is said that this place has a lot of Yin energy and some strange things often happen in that city. After leaving the hospital, I stopped a taxi and got in. Sometimes I have to say that fate is so wonderful, especially bad fate. As soon as I got in the car, I felt something was not right. Everything seemed very familiar. Then a familiar voice appeared. Little brother, where are you going? I put the suitcase aside and said carelessly, go to the airport. You can go to the airport, but you have to pay extra. When I heard this sentence, I always felt as if I had heard something similar before. Then I remembered that this was not the voice of the hearse driver. I quickly looked up and saw that it was indeed this guy. Why is this guy still haunting me? He is always there wherever I go. He just wants to kill me. Little brother, I didn't expect us to meet again, he said with a sneer, and his expression made me shiver involuntarily under the dim light. What are you looking at? You kept looking at me last time too. You just think I'm easy to bully. At this time, I also got angry. Unlucky things happened one after another, so I started to curse. Bai Xian saw that I was angry and held my hand. His gentle eyes calmed me down. Hey, this is interesting. You didn't even burn any money for me. You still owe me money, but you're still so arrogant. He heard my tone, and his face looked a little wrong. His face was originally pale, but now it became a little green. I also understood that I just said this because I was angry, so I smiled and said, I'm sorry, I forgot, you keep the account first, and I will give it to you when the time comes. When he heard that he had forgotten what I said, he snorted coldly and said, okay, remember this time, you must burn it to me when the time comes. Okay, please drive quickly, I'm in a hurry to catch my flight. I agreed to him without hesitation. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I understand this very well. But there is one thing to say, this hearse does drive very fast, because the airport is in the suburbs, and it usually takes at least more than an hour to drive there, but this time it only took half an hour to get there. After Bai Xian and I got off the car, the hearse disappeared at a glance. Mom, next time I see this car, I will never get in it. I cursed secretly and walked into the airport. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and the flight to Miaosan City would probably take 2 hours. After receiving the ticket, I got on the plane directly and closed my eyes to rest. When the stewardess woke me up, I had already arrived in Miaosan City. After getting off the plane, I dragged a suitcase and walked towards the airport entrance. I was sleepy-eyed at this time, and there was no spirit at this time. The airport was empty at this time, but this was also in line with other people's descriptions of Miaosan City on the internet. At night, basically no one comes out of Miaosan City, and even if they come out, it is only because they have to support their families. I walked to the taxi queue, looked carefully and found that nothing was wrong, then opened the door and got in the car. Driver, please go to Muling Village. I spoke. The driver in front shuddered when he heard this, looked back at me angrily and cursed, get out, I won't take you with me, I won't go with whoever wants to go, no matter how much you pay. The driver drove me out of the car with an angry look on his face, and I also looked confused, thinking that this guy had no business to do. I walked to the next taxi and stuck my head into the passenger seat to ask. Master, are you going to Muling Village? Where? Muling Village? 2A, Gun, don't stop me from doing business. It's so unlucky to meet such a person as soon as I go out. What kind of person is this? If you don't want to go, don't go. He spits. Isn't he disgusting? I cursed secretly with a look of disgust on my face. I walked towards the next taxi, but after asking more than a dozen taxis, they all had the same attitude and directly rejected my request. Looks like I'm going to be walking tonight. I looked at the last taxi and had lost hope. I walked over to the taxi and poked my head into the passenger seat. The master was a middle-aged man with a beard on his face and deep dark circles in his eyes. The co-pilot next to him was throwing a pack of white-sepped wolves. Master, I want to go to Muling Village. Can you go here? When I asked this question, I no longer had any hope. But to my surprise, after hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man said, Go, I can go, but I have to pay more. Oh my God, because of that hearse driver, I hate the words add money, but at this time I nodded quickly. I quickly put the suitcase in the trunk, fearing that the driver would regret it. After I got into the back seat, I felt relieved. It seemed that the driver would not abandon me. When the car started, I put my head in a comfortable position and asked, Master, why are you all so afraid of Muling Village? Is there anything weird about it? After looking around, the middle-aged uncle reached into the passenger drawer and opened the drawer. When I saw this scene, I was shocked. I know that some drivers specially choose the night to rob others for money and death. But the next second I let out a long breath. What the middle-aged uncle took out from the drawer was not a knife or a hot weapon, but a red talisman. He held the talisman tightly and muttered something in a low voice, then said, This Muling Village is a place known to our people. Everyone knows that this place is in the southwest of the city, but no one has ever been there. Although I was born and raised here, I have never been to this place. I just know the approximate location, so I can only take you to a general place. I got anxious when I heard this. It turned out that he wanted to cheat me of my money. The middle-aged uncle saw my expression in the rearview mirror and probably guessed what I was thinking about writing. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not trying to rip you off, but no one has been to this place, and no one will go there. If I hadn't wanted to save my seriously ill daughter, I wouldn't do your business." I was stunned for a moment after hearing this and asked, "Why don't you dare to do it? What happened?" The middle-aged uncle looked at me in the rearview mirror, sighed and said, "Young man, I can probably guess that you are one of those anchors who just want to make money here. I know you young people don't believe this, but this place is really a bit weird." After saying this, the uncle picked up the cigarette on the co-pilot's seat and said to me, "You don't mind?" I shook my head and waited quietly for the driver to say the next words. From the uncle's mouth, I learned what happened in Muling Village. It is said that Muling Village used to be a village with hundreds of people living in it. Later, one of them, a bachelor named Wang San, bought a beautiful city girl from somewhere. Everyone was jealous when they knew about this. As for saving this girl, don't even think about it. The people in the village are extremely united. Such things will not be spread at all, let alone calling the police. Even if someone called the police, they would conceal the matter with the cooperation of everyone. There really were policemen coming, but they couldn't even enter the village. A group of barbaric villagers stood at the gate of the village with hoes and shovels to stop them, and they couldn't even enter. It was also for this reason that the girl in the city could only stay here. Originally, she also accepted her fate and planned to marry a chicken, and married a dog, so she married Wang San. But Wang San is really a piece of shit. After getting married, he went out to drink every day and beat his wife when he came back. Even other villagers couldn't stand it, but what's the big deal? People in the village can only give a few words of advice. Anyone who helps this girl may be accused of helping outsiders, so they turn a blind eye to domestic violence. Although she was abused, the girl endured it, and not long after, she became pregnant. This is a good thing, but Wang San didn't change his bad habit of drinking at all when he encountered this incident, and even made it worse. Until one day, Wang San drank at night, walked back home in a daze, and saw his wife cooking. "Lin Mian, come and pour me a glass of water." Wang Er put his feet on the table and shouted with his back against the armchair. The city girl named Lin Mian was used to Wang San's temper. Without hesitation, she supported her waist and went to the kitchen to get water for Wang San. At this time, she was already 9 months pregnant. She was motivated to persevere because of this child. But she was already 9 months pregnant at this time, and her body was not as agile as usual. When she was about to pour the water into the cup, the child in her belly kicked her, and she loosened her hand with a stomachache. The boiling water splashed everywhere, and Wang San in the yard heard the sound and stood up and walked to the kitchen. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that Lin Mian's feet were scalded by the boiling water, but he didn't care about these things after drinking. He went up and kicked Lin Mian in the stomach, cursing, "You are a money loser. You can't do anything right. I think you want to die. You can't do anything right even if I beat you. Damn it." Even though Lin Mian begged and cried, Wang San's feet did not stop. He kept kicking Lin Mian hard without stopping for a moment. When Wang San was tired of kicking, he held the doorframe and found that Lin Mian was no longer crying and shouting. There was no sound at all. And there was a pool of blood under Lin Mei. He was just a gangster. He panicked when he saw this scene. He just wanted to vent his depression, but he kicked Lin Mian to death. He quickly lay on the ground and put his hand on Lin Mian's nose. He found that there was no sound at all. He panicked. But he had no other way in this situation. He looked around, took a coffin from his room, put Lin Mian in the coffin and walked towards the back mountain. The reason why there was a coffin in his house was because there was a custom in Muling village that when a child was born in the village, a coffin would be built and placed in the house, which meant promotion and wealth. Back to the point, after Wang San put Lin Mian in the coffin, he casually put the shovel on the coffin and pulled the coffin into the mountains with a cart. After walking about 5 or 6 kilometers, he arrived at a pond. At this time, Wang San was sweating profusely, but he did not dare to stop for a moment. He dug a deep pit at the foot of a sycamore tree with great effort. Thanks to his body, he was able to dig such a big pit. After he hastily threw the coffin into the pit, he quickly buried the soil and went home with the trailer. He also knew that this kind of thing could be concealed for a while, but not for a lifetime. A few days later, someone in the village found that Wang San's beautiful wife was missing. The women in the village were the most gossipy. Soon, the news spread throughout the village. Rumors spread everywhere. Wang San knew he was in the wrong, but he did not stand up to refute the rumors. Until the 7th day after Lin Mian's death, the villagers could hear Lin Mian's cries and cries for help at 12 o'clock in the evening. The resentful voice kept circling over the village, and the dogs outside the yard began to bark. But it didn't take long before the sound turned into a wailing hum. However, no one paid much attention to it in the middle of the night, just thinking that Wang San's wife had returned. When they went out the next day, they found that all the dogs, chickens, and ducks in the village were dead, and they were all cut open from the abdomen and died in pain. Seeing this scene, they realized that something was wrong, so they all went to Wang San's house together, intending to ask for clarification. Wang San also heard Lin Mei's wailing last night, but he was also emboldened by the alcohol and slept soundly, thinking it was just a dream. It was not until the next day when the whole village came to knock on his door that he woke up slowly. Under the villagers' questioning, he slowly told the story. Hearing these things, they cursed and said it was a sin, but there was no other way. At this time, a blind old man in the village stood up and spoke. This happened because Lin Mian couldn't forgive Wang San. The only way now is to go to the place where Lin Mian was buried and burn her body to get rid of this evil spirit. Otherwise, all our villagers will die. Everyone knew that the blind old man had some skills, so they forced Wang San to take them to the place where Lin Mian was buried. Soon they arrived at the place where Wang San dumped the body. Under the coercion of everyone, Wang San dug up the grave and dragged the coffin out with the villagers. Now we just need to open the museum and burn the body. Otherwise, our village may not be saved. The blind old man said tremblingly with a cane. When the young man in the village heard this, he opened the coffin, but the moment he opened the coffin lid, they were all stunned. Lin Mian inside the coffin was covered in blood, and her originally white maternity dress had been dyed bright red. Her 10 fingers were all bloody, her eyes were wide open, staring at the sky, with a look of reluctance on her face. The coffin lid was full of scratches, and everyone immediately understood what had happened. In other words, it turned out that Lin Mian was not dead, but just faked his death. Later, when he woke up in the coffin, he found that he was locked in the coffin. And there was no way that the woman who was 9 months pregnant could push away this thick layer of earth. There was silence all around, and the blind old man quickly asked what happened. The cover of this coffin is covered with fingernail scratches. A young man gritted his teeth and said with trembling. When the blind old man heard what the young man said, his face turned pale with fright. We can't leave, we all have to die here. The villagers were already superstitious, so they subconsciously stayed away from the coffin when they saw this scene. One of the young men had a very bad temper, and when he saw this scene he spoke. I'm so scared. It's just a corpse. I'll go home and get gasoline to burn it clean. Everyone saw that the blind old man didn't speak and was counting something on his fingers, so they acquiesced and let the young man go home to get gasoline. It has to be said that the young man has great firepower. It would have taken more than half an hour for everyone to walk, but it only took him 10 minutes to run back and forth, and he was still not out of breath. Although this young man had a bad temper, when he was about to pour the gasoline, he still asked, Blind old man, you can just burn this thing, right? The blind old man nodded gloomily. After seeing the old man's permission, he didn't hesitate. He poured out the bucket of gasoline, struck a match and threw it down. In an instant, the fire ignited. Seeing the flames, everyone felt relieved. After all, fire has been able to give people a sense of security since ancient times. Zila. There was the sound of meat fat exploding from the fire. When the women in the village heard this sound, they also understood something. Many of them bent down and retched. They usually just killed a chicken. They had never seen such a scene. At this time, a resentful cry came from the fire. Even though it was only noon and the sun was shining directly, when the cry sounded, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Mom, is this the ghost you've seen in the daylight? Blind master, what should we do? Everyone was talking about it for a while, and many women directly covered their children's ears. You come out in broad daylight to scare people. It's not us who killed you. If you cry too much, get out of the way. I'll work harder. The young man with a fierce personality gritted his teeth and cursed, and at the same time picked up the unfinished gasoline. He pushed away the person in front of him and threw the gasoline barrel directly into the fire. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the flame grew another 3 inches. At this time, the crying slowly stopped, and everyone let out a long sigh. Wang San, you are really committing a crime. Please surrender yourself now. A woman who hugged her child tightly complained with a look of disgust. It's none of my business. She's not dead and she doesn't make a sound. If she wasn't dead, how could I have buried her? Wang San shook his head without hesitation and shied away the responsibility. Jail? Don't even think about it. This is murder. It's not a matter of being locked up for a year or two. It might even be a shooting. Thinking of this, Wang San shook his head repeatedly. At this time, an old man with a cane and a mean look on his face walked out, coughed slightly and then spoke. Okay, this matter is over like this. Anyway, Wang San bought this girl from outside. She doesn't even have a household registration. This matter is over like this. The woman holding the child turned her head when she heard this. She originally wanted to say something, but she lowered her head and stopped talking. This old man with a white beard is the mayor of this village. Now that he has spoken, she, a woman, does not dare to speak back. After looking around for a week, the village chief found that no one contradicted him, so he nodded with satisfaction. If this matter spreads, he will probably no longer be able to become the village chief. Although it is only a small village of 100 people, he can deduct some of the annual subsidy from it. He is very satisfied with his current life. So it is impossible for everyone to expose this matter. From now on, no one should mention this matter again. Whoever brings it up will see if he gets any good results. Wang San looked at the village chief with a grateful face. Although he was usually not very good, he came out to protect him at this time. At this time, the flames gradually became smaller, and everyone looked directly at the flames, wanting to see how it burned. The flames gradually disappeared, and a bright red coffin was revealed. The red color on the surface of the coffin became deeper, as if it was painted with blood. How is this possible? The young man with a fierce personality subconsciously took a few steps back. What happened at this time was beyond his knowledge. This is gasoline. Not to mention burning a person, even a pig would probably be burned. The appearance of this scene made everyone present restless. This matter was beyond their understanding. One of the young men walked towards the coffin cautiously, and when he looked down from above, he screamed in fear and then fainted. Seeing this reaction, one of them gently pushed the fierce young man, motioning him to go over to see what was going on, and by the way, pull back the young man who had fainted next to the coffin. At this time, there were so many people present, and even though it was such a strange thing, he didn't want to lose face, so he gritted his teeth and walked forward and looked into the coffin. Lin Mian in the coffin was unharmed, and the ferocious expression on his face actually curled up the corners of his mouth, and his wide eyes seemed to be looking at him. It seemed to be laughing at them for not knowing their own abilities. He quickly stepped back a few steps, picked up the fainted young man and retreated to the back, with cold sweat on his forehead. What's going on? People around asked. She laughed. He was originally fearless, but now his lips were pale and his tone of voice was trembling slightly. What? The blind old man was more shocked than them. When he heard this, he fell to the ground. He had never opened his eyes because of his blindness, but now his eyes were wide open, with only a white eyeball like a cooked fish. No, this won't work. The blind old man murmured to himself, got up on his hands and knees and asked, what direction was Lin Mian's head facing when he was buried? Arrive. While I was listening in ecstasy, the driver suddenly grinned at me. For some reason, he looked particularly sinister. But I didn't think much about it. After paying the fare, I got off the car and left, walking quickly towards the village. However, just as the accelerator sounded behind me, a strange laughter suddenly penetrated my ears. I am very familiar with this laughter. It was the laughter of the driver just now. However, he had clearly left just now, so how could the laughter stay? Thinking of this, I subconsciously thought of the woman in the story. She was going to be burned alive, but when the villagers looked at her, she suddenly laughed. From this point of view, she should not be dead. It's just that the woman is still a mortal body after all, so how can she withstand the devouring of fire? This shouldn't be the case. Just as I was deep in thought, Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded in my heart, Ms. Sir, don't think too much, be careful of going crazy. Hearing this, I nodded, and immediately deliberately avoided these thoughts, and walked quickly towards the village. After all, my purpose is to find Shinmu, and it is not good to meddle in too much. But I can vaguely feel that if I want to get the gloomy wood, I have to get out of this business, otherwise there will probably be big trouble. It's getting late now, and I probably won't be able to drive back in time tonight. However, with that old bitch Lin Hualong here, he should be able to drive for me all night. After all, Lin Hualong can drive a bus, I have clearly seen this. When he was in the spirit world, Lin Hualong wanted to abandon me and Bai Xian. He drove a bus and ran away, which was particularly hateful. When I entered the village with Bai Xian using a flashlight, I suddenly discovered that the village was not as brightly lit as I imagined. What I felt instead was an extremely dark and dead silence. This feeling can drive you crazy at any time. I think I might not be able to stand it. Bai Xian. I swallowed hard, tried my best to stay calm, and called Bai Xian. Bai Xian quickly responded, "Ms. Sir, I'm here. What's wrong?" "Fine." I smiled bitterly and shook my head. I don't know why, but when I heard Bai Xian call me husband, I felt inexplicably at ease. Things have reached this point. It would be a lie to say that I am not afraid. But I also know very well that fear is useless. Many times, problems can only be solved by facing them. If fear is useful, then when everyone is in trouble, don't do anything and just be afraid. In fact, I am an activist, I can guarantee this. The light from the mobile phone flashlight is actually very dazzling at this moment, but in this long night and the empty village filled with people, it is like a stone sinking into the sea. I seem to have a premonition that the light of my mobile phone will be swallowed up by darkness at any time. The people in this village don't know what happened, they must have died. However, I am only here for the dark wood and will never interfere with other matters. Otherwise, not only will he get burned, but he may even die here. After walking for almost 800 meters, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a sign out of the corner of my eye. I subconsciously turned my head and looked around, and saw 3 bloody and crooked characters written on the sign, Fengmen Village. As soon as I saw these 3 words, I was dumbfounded. I never thought that this would be Fengmen Village. But I know very well in my heart that this should not be Fengmen Village. Just as I was thinking this, the voices of Bai Xian and Wang Ju sounded in my heart almost at the same time. Don't be afraid, Fengmen Village is not a specific term, but a general term. As long as there is no one left in the village, it will be called a closed village. Bai Xian and Wang Ju each said one sentence. But after listening to their explanations, instead of letting my guard down, my heart became even heavier. I never thought that I would accidentally break into a place like Fengmen Village. You know, there are rumors that once people enter Fengmen Village, they will definitely not be able to come out. Therefore, at this moment, I firmly believe that I can't stay here any longer, and I have to quickly find the dark wood and escape. Wang Jui, is there any way to determine the location of the dark wood in this village? I asked Wang Ju with my heart, and at the same time I could clearly hear my own trembling voice. I'm afraid you have to find this yourself. Wang Jui responded to me quickly, but he seemed unable to help me at all. In desperation, I sighed and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue walking forward. Before I got deep into the village, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Because no matter how I walked, I always seemed to be lingering near the 3 big bloody characters that read Fengmen Village. "Ms. Sir, you've been hit by a ghost." Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded, making my heart skip a beat. Ling Sui breaks the wall? Although I was shocked, I always felt that things were not that simple. If it were just the spirit that broke the wall, I shouldn't have been wandering around here for so long. Because before this, Master Wang Jiu told me that I would never be hit by a ghost. Because I signed a ghost contract with him, half of my breath is the breath of ghosts. Ordinary ghosts dare not come to me to hit the wall, because if they are not careful, they will alarm Master Wang Jiu. Then the ghosts who hit the wall will be swallowed by Master Wang Jiu at any time or beaten to death. So at this time, I can be sure that I am not as simple as being hit by a ghost. I am afraid that the ghost that is causing trouble tonight will not be afraid of Master Wang Jiu at all. From this point of view, things are not simple. Master Wang Jiu, just when I wanted to ask Master Wang Jiu, his voice immediately rang in my heart. But this time, Master Wang Jiu was obviously angry. He said angrily, "Boy, don't come to me for everything. Come to me for things you can't solve. Understand?" When I heard what Master Wang Jiu said, I quickly understood it, and immediately sighed helplessly, "I understand. Bai Xian, is there any way to get out of this wall built by the spirit?" I had no choice but to ask Bai Xian. After all, I don't understand these mysterious things at all. So at this time, I can only put my hope on Bai Xian. It's very simple to break the wall built by the spirit. Bai Xian was halfway through her words, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and she stopped talking abruptly. Seeing this, I immediately realized that something was wrong. I couldn't help but think, could Bai Xian have any unspeakable secrets? Although this idea was a bit absurd, I didn't ask any more questions, but just quietly waited for the next step, waiting for Bai Xian to tell me a reliable method. In fact, I only have one thing in mind now, that is to find the ancient wood and leave here as soon as possible. "Are you still a virgin?" Suddenly, Bai Xian said to me out of the blue. I was stunned when I heard this. I couldn't think of it, Bai Xian would ask me such a question. In this case, Bai Xian's method may not be very reliable. After all, if it was reliable, why would he ask me if I was a virgin? So at this time, I was still very worried. "I am a virgin, what's wrong?" Although I was in doubt, I still answered truthfully and asked a question in return. Because I really couldn't figure out what Bai Xian was going to do. But Bai Xian didn't look shy. Instead, she seemed much calmer. It's good that you are a virgin. It's much easier if you are a virgin. Don't worry, it's easy to do. When I was stunned, Bai Xian said again, stand still and don't move. Turn to the left 3 times, then turn to the right 3 times, and then pee on the spot. After listening to Bai Xian's words, I was a little surprised, but this method of peeing on a virgin should work. In this case, I might as well give it a try. Because I have heard from the older generation that virgin urine has a strong yang energy and can drive away evil spirits. So, I didn't care about being shy at the moment, and simply did what Bai Xian said. Because I knew that Bai Xian would not harm me, so I didn't have any other ideas at the moment. After peeing on the virgin urine, Bai Xian asked me to move forward quickly and never look back. I didn't know why Bai Xian didn't let me turn around, but I still did it honestly, walking forward with my head down. But the more Bai Xian didn't let me turn around, the more I wanted to turn around and see what was going on. Perhaps, this is a kind of suicidal mentality. Because when people can't do something, they will find ways to do it, including me at this moment. After walking forward for 100 steps with my neck stiff and my body stiff, I not only didn't relax, but became more nervous. Because in my subconscious, I have already gone deep into this village. However, when I thought so, I glimpsed a familiar sign on the side from the corner of my eye. I turned my head subconsciously and saw that it was the sign with 3 big bloody words Fengmen Village. Just when I was shocked, I glimpsed something behind me on the right again, as if something was approaching me. At this moment, my heart has been raised to my throat. It's a lie to say that I'm not afraid. I can't wait to turn around and leave here and escape from here. Don't look back. Just when I subconsciously wanted to look back, Bai Xian's voice sounded again, and she reminded me again. In fact, I was particularly confused at this time, and I wanted to look back to see what was going on. However, before I turned around, Bai Xian said again, husband, you may not just be a ghost hitting the wall. After hearing Bai Xian's words, I was even more afraid to look back. So at this time, I couldn't help but ask hurriedly, what's going on? Has the ghost's wall not been broken yet? Husband, I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you. Bai Xian's tone was full of deep apology. I don't know what's going on, but I can be sure that it's not as simple as a ghost hitting the wall. After listening to Bai Xian's words, my heart trembled violently. Not a ghost hitting the wall? What could it be? Could it be that I will encounter the black spirit carrying the coffin again this time? For some reason, I am now full of fear of the black spirit carrying the coffin. Last time, Bai Xian became Bai Ling because of the black spirit carrying the coffin. If he encounters the coffin carrying again, will Bai Xian be scared? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but worry. So I asked Bai Xian this question directly, but Bai Xian didn't answer me. She just told me, run forward. Something is catching up with you. When I heard this, goosebumps all over my body fell to the ground instantly. Something is catching up? What could it be? Could it be the black spirit carrying the coffin? When I thought of the scene of 4 black spirits carrying a big black coffin, I was scared. So I didn't think about anything at the moment, but just ran according to Bai Xian's instructions, running for my life. This time, I ran hundreds of meters away in one breath. In fact, my physical fitness is pretty good, but I have been unlucky recently, and I haven't had a good sleep in a day. It is precisely because of this that I am a little weak now. After running for several hundred meters and running too fast, I was gasping for breath. I was gasping for breath and felt dizzy. I even felt a threat of death approaching me. If I didn't escape quickly, I would die at any time. Don't stop. Bai Xian seemed to realize that I was about to run out of energy, so she warned me. Hearing this, I almost squeezed out a sentence from my teeth, okay, I will never give up. Because at this moment, I know very well in my heart that once I give up, it means death. This consequence is not something I can afford. So at this moment, how can I give up? What I want more is to persevere. It is precisely because of this that I grit my teeth and rush forward with all my strength. After running almost 1,000 meters, my eyes began to have black spots. I know clearly that I am afraid that my body is overloaded. It's not enough that I haven't exercised for too long, and I always eat, drink, and sleep poorly. In this way, it would be strange if I can continue to run for my life. And it is not easy for me to run such a long distance at this moment. After all, I have tried my best. Although my calves are very soft at this time, and even the tendons on them are spinning, I still don't want to stop. However, things don't go as I wish. Just as I gritted my teeth and continued to run forward, my right foot suddenly moved to the side and twisted. Although I stopped in time and managed to catch my right foot, my body was unstable and I was exhausted. So I couldn't keep my balance anymore and fell to the side. Almost less than 5 seconds after I fell, before I even got up from the ground, I clearly felt something chasing after me. This time, I was so shocked that my whole body trembled violently. Just as I was struggling to get up from the ground and escape, my shoulders suddenly sank. I could clearly feel that a hand was pressing hard on my shoulder, making it difficult for me to breathe for a moment, and my whole body seemed to be on the verge of death. Don't look back. Bai Xian suddenly reminded me again. As soon as I heard Bai Xian's reminder, I reacted instantly. But when I tried to struggle to get up from the ground, my hand became heavier and heavier. I knew in my heart that I might not be able to get up today. But I am not the kind of person who gives up easily, so at this time, I will naturally not be willing to be pestered by the thing behind me, whether it is a human or a spirit. Let go of me. I immediately roared. Even though I wanted to look back, I didn't dare. You're not old, but you have a bad temper. The unknown thing behind him said suddenly. As soon as I heard the other party mocking me, I felt like crying. I didn't expect that even Ling Sui would be so good at bullying people these days. Since Ling Sui can control people's life and death, he can just kill me, so why come here and laugh at me? Besides, is it fun to laugh at me? Or can it bring him great benefits? At this moment, the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became, and I wanted to fight that thing behind me. Miss Sir, I seem to have made a mistake. Suddenly, Bai Xian explained again, the person behind you seems to be an old man, a living person. As soon as I heard this, my heart suddenly became calmer. He didn't think much of it immediately, and simply turned his head to take a look. With just one glance, he could clearly see that there was an old grandfather behind him. It's just that this old man's appearance is a bit scary. Fortunately, I have long been accustomed to scary scenes, and I was not frightened for a while. Grandpa, why are you so mysterious? You scared me. I patted my chest and took his hand away from my shoulder. After I took my hand off, the old man grinned at me. Young man, go back to where you came from. This is not the place you should be. When I heard this, I felt somewhat unconvinced. After all, the world is so big, who doesn't want to see it? Where is there that I can't go to? Is it possible that there are restrictions on going to a place? From this point of view, where is the fairness? Now we are an equal and open society. I estimate that this old man is probably old and confused, and his thoughts are still stuck in their old days. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing? So at this moment, I couldn't help but feel contempt for the old man in front of me. Grandpa, what you said is wrong. Why can't I come here? After I struggled to stand up from the ground, it took me a while to catch my breath, and at the same time I asked my grandfather aloud. The old man smiled kindly when he heard this. Young man, you have misunderstood what the old man meant. I am not targeting you alone, but no living person can come here. As soon as I heard this, I was immediately confused. Because Bai Xian told me clearly just now that this old grandfather is a living person. Since he is a living person, why is he here? So what he just said is self-contradictory, isn't it? Thinking of this, I immediately asked directly, Grandpa, since you said that living people cannot come here, why are you here? Aren't you a living person? I deliberately emphasized the tone of the last sentence, which also hinted that the old man was too unreasonable. But the other party was not angry at all. He said calmly, of course I am a living person, but I am the guide. Guide? I asked back because I was very unfamiliar with this word and had never heard of it in my life. And I didn't know if it was a career or what. Okay, young man, don't ask more questions than you should. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled at me. It's getting late, so go back quickly. If it's later, you won't be able to go back. After hearing the other party's kind reminder, I suddenly shivered all over. But before I could ask the question, the old man spoke again. You didn't bump into the spirit just now, nor did it hit the wall. It was just the spirit covering your eyes. There are too many spirits here, and no living person can come in. Yes, once you come in, you will lose your way. After hearing what the old man said, I think his explanation is quite reasonable. It's just that I'm still a little unconvinced by the so-called spirit covering eyes. After all, I haven't found any ghosts since I entered Fengmen village until now. But if you want to talk about spiritual beings, there is one, and that is Wang Jui. After all, Wang Jui is at the level of an evil spirit, and he is not an ordinary spirit. You brat, do you dare to scold me? Just when this idea came to me, Wang Jui's voice suddenly sounded in my heart. I subconsciously wanted to explain out loud, but when I thought about his attitude towards me before, he also said that if you encounter something that can't be solved, come to him again, but don't go to him for general things. This gives me the feeling that the evil spirit contract was signed in vain. So at this time, I directly ignored Wang Jui. I simply continued to talk to the old man, but no matter how I asked, the old man just kept urging me to leave quickly and said nothing. Just when I was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Wang Ju's voice rang in my heart again. Boy, are you angry? You still ignore me, are you too arrogant? Hearing Wang Ju's arrogance, I subconsciously said in my mind, if you can convince this old man to take me to find the dark wood, I will obey you. I deliberately used the two words obey you to provoke Wang Jui. I thought he wouldn't fall for it, but I didn't expect this guy to be so childish. Wang Jui seemed very angry. Okay, this time, I will convince you. Almost at the same time when Wang Ju's voice disappeared in my heart, I just felt like something came out of my body, and my whole body was light. Before I could react, the old man in front of me suddenly froze, as if he was possessed by a demon. Then, the old man said to me, Boy, come with me, I'll take you to find the dark wood. When I heard this, I was stunned. Because the old man clearly called me a young man, why did he suddenly call me a boy? And this voice also sounds very much like the voice of Master Wang Jiu. He was possessed by Master Wang Jiu. Just when I was confused, Bai Xian suddenly reminded me. I just reacted. No wonder the old man didn't chase me away and helped me. It turned out that he was possessed by the old man Wang Jui. But I have to say that Wang Jui's methods are really good, it's amazing. It seems that Wang Jui is going to possess the guide and take me to find the dark wood. But even if the dark wood is found now, there are still a lot of things to do next. For example, use the dark wood to polish a small wooden man, so that Bai Xian can live in it. And this small wooden man must be related to Bai Xian. In addition to this, you have to find a craftsman to polish it out. If I were to do this, I couldn't do it. So, finding the dark wood is just the beginning. Under the guidance of the guide, I quickly followed him into Fengmen village. Ga, ga, suddenly, a crow's cry sounded, and I got goosebumps all over my body. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. I heard Bai Xian's concerned voice behind me, and my heart couldn't help but warm up. Okay. I looked back at Bai Xian, but as soon as I looked back, I was stunned. Because Bai Xian behind me had become somewhat transparent without knowing when. Her whole body seemed to be shaky and would fall apart at any time. Bai Xian, what's wrong with you? I almost blurted out and asked Bai Xian. At the same time, my eyes were fixed on her, fearing that something would happen to her. I'm fine. Bai Xian's face was pale, and she squeezed out an extremely far-fetched smile at me. But I knew clearly in my heart, how could Bai Xian be fine? She was just comforting me and didn't want me to worry. Bai Xian, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Bai Xian was so wrong, I was extremely worried. What are you doing? Let's go. Just as I was waiting for Bai Xian to answer, the voice of Master Wang Jiu suddenly came from the guide. I looked back at Master Wang Jiu and said unhappily, Wait a minute, Bai Xian seems to have had an accident. What's the big deal? Just find the dark wood. Don't worry, your wife won't disappear within 3 days. After listening to Master Wang Jiu's words, I didn't feel relieved, but became more worried. Because according to what he said, Bai Xian only has 3 days? If I can't find the dark wood within 3 days and make a little wooden man for Bai Xian to live in, then Bai Xian will disappear into thin air? Thinking of this, I couldn't bear it, so I didn't say anything more and hurriedly followed the guide who was possessed by Master Wang Jiu. At this moment, I suddenly thought of that old dog Lin Hualong. I don't know if he is still going well. At 12 o'clock, the last bus will be driven by Lin Hualong. Thinking about it carefully, I actually owe Lin Hualong a lot of favors. But I firmly believe that as long as I can survive, one day I will be able to repay Lin Hualong's favor. When I followed the guide who was possessed by Wang Jui to a remote place in Fengmen village, the guide suddenly stopped. Okay, this dark wood is under the ground. You can dig out the coffin and look for it. The guide turned around and said to me and Bai Xian expressionlessly, but the voice he made was Wang Ju's voice. I nodded and didn't say much. Then, the guide's body twitched, and Wang Ju's figure flew out of the other's body and instantly floated into my body. However, I was no longer surprised that Wang Ju always used my body as a place to stay. After Wang Ju left the guide's body, the guide's consciousness returned at a very fast speed. But I didn't have any tools to dig the coffin buried under the ground at this moment. The more important point is that I am not ready yet. If I had been well prepared, I would not have been so passive. Young man, the guide's eyes were fixed on me. He stared at me and said sarcastically, You actually raised a spirit? You can also control the spirit to possess my body. You are not simple. When I heard the guide's words, I was stunned. Obviously, he knew everything. Although Wang Ji possessed the guide's body, he seemed to have no consciousness to control him at all. Grandpa, it was not my intention for Wang Ji to possess you, but Wang Ji's intention. I argued aloud to express that I had no ill intentions. The reason why I was so polite to the guide and patiently explained to him. First, because the other party is an elder and deserves my respect. Second, I know clearly that it is unlikely that I can get the Darkwood by myself, so I need help. And the guide in front of me is obviously a very good helper. It is precisely because of this that I will be polite, and at the same time I also hope in my heart that I can get help from the other party. If I can convince the guide to help me, I will be halfway to success. Master Wang Jiao? The guide was startled, as if he had heard a name he shouldn't have heard. Seeing him like this, I immediately asked, Grandpa, do you know Master Wang Jiao? I tried my best to force a smile, making myself look harmless and easy to get along with. The guide stared at me in disbelief, not straight as before, which made my hair stand on end. Grandpa? Seeing that the other party was stunned and didn't speak, I couldn't help but urge him again. Ah? The guide seemed to be slow to react. He shook his head, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he asked me hesitantly, what is your relationship with Master Wang Jiao? After hearing what the guide said, I became more and more certain that this person might know Master Wang Jiao. But I didn't expect that Master Wang Jiao's name was so famous that even the guide in Fengmen village knew him. Master Wang Jiao and I are good friends. After a little hesitation, I had to answer without comment. Because my relationship with Master Wang Jiao is very complicated, even I can't explain it clearly. After listening to me, the guide nodded and said, since you have a good relationship with Master Wang Jiao, I can help you once. I can see that you came here for the Darkwood, right? Before I could react, the guide asked me directly. At this moment, I was just about to ask Master Wang Jiao in my heart if he knew this guide. But when I heard the guide say that he would help me get the Darkwood, I immediately ignored the idea of asking Master Wang Jiao. Immediately, he nodded vigorously at the guide and said, yes. I came to Muling village only for Shin Mu. Muling village? The guide suddenly asked back, his expression looking very surprised. Seeing this, I quickly asked, what's wrong, Grandpa? Isn't this Muling village? The last sentence, I asked subconsciously. But just after I subconsciously asked this question, I began to doubt it. This seems to be Fengmen village, not Muling village. Just as I was thinking this, the old man spoke again, young man, you are mistaken. This is Fengmen village. Before I could react, the guide spoke again, as for the Muling village you mentioned, it's at the west end. This is the east end. Dong too? I was dumbfounded. But before I could recover, the guide said again, young man, don't worry, your goal is to get the Darkwood anyway. We don't have anything else in Fengmen village, but we have plenty of Darkwood. After listening to what the guide said, I subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, I didn't think much about it, but planned to cooperate with the guide. As long as I could find the Darkwood, everything would be easy. In fact, I still have other thoughts at this moment, but I am just forcing myself not to think too much. After all, Wang Ji asked me to dig out the coffin from the ground. As for the gloomy wood, I'm afraid it's under the coffin floor. And what's in the coffin, if I'm not mistaken, is probably the city woman with a miserable life experience in the story told by the driver. If this happens, I'm afraid things won't be easy to handle. If that woman was really in the coffin, why did she appear in Fengmen village? Shouldn't she be buried in Muling village? Or is it that the guide is lying to me, and this is actually Muling village? But he has no reason to lie to me. What good will it do him to lie to me? Just when I couldn't help the feeling of surprise in my heart, the guide suddenly pulled me. He said in a deep voice, follow me to find a guy to come over and dig the ground. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, then understood and nodded to him immediately. In less than 10 minutes, the guide took me into a farmhouse. It seemed that this was his home. But when I scanned his home with the light of my mobile phone, I suddenly found that it was covered with dust, and it didn't look like anyone had lived there. Grandpa, is this your home? I couldn't help but feel doubtful, and asked him tentatively. However, what surprised me was that the guide shook his head and denied it. Young man, this is not my home, and I don't live here. After listening to the grandfather's explanation, I finally understood. He immediately smiled at him and said, I thought this was your home. The guide suddenly turned back to look at me and asked in a cold voice, do I look like a dead person? Upon hearing this, I quickly shook my head and said, I'm sorry, Grandpa, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? He asked again, which caught me off guard, and for a moment I didn't know how to answer. Perhaps the guide saw that I was in a bit of a dilemma, so he stopped pressing me. I can tell that this guide is not a bad person. And he seems to be quite considerate, giving me the feeling that he can read people's hearts. Soon, the guide found a pointed shovel and an iron catalpa. "Let's go, hurry up and find the dark wood, and then I'll take you out of here. You can't stay here for long." The guide kindly reminded me and handed me the shovel. After taking the shovel, I asked curiously, "Grandpa, if I can't stay here for a long time, why can you?" In fact, I just asked out of curiosity. It was completely unintentional and I had no intention of offending him. But the old man suddenly said with a straight face, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't." That posture was as if I had committed a big taboo. Seeing this, I had no choice but to shut up and stop talking. Under the leadership of the guide, I followed him quickly back towards the empty space before. However, just halfway through the journey, Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded, "Oh no, you are being followed." I was shocked when I heard this, and blurted out almost subconsciously, "What's following you?" Originally I asked Bai Xian this question. But unexpectedly, I was overheard by the guide. Perhaps he thought I was asking him, and for a moment he actually replied, "It's normal for spirits to follow me. I am the guide." He turned back and glanced at me sideways, and continued to explain, "I not only guide the way for living people, but also for spirits. So no matter how many spirits are following us now, it's normal. Young man, you must not look back." After listening to the guide's explanation, I nodded in understanding. Even though I knew in my heart that there were a bunch of spirits following behind me, I was no longer so afraid. To put it simply, we have become accustomed to it. After all, I have experienced many such incredible things before. Especially when I was in the spirit world, I was surrounded and bullied by hundreds of spirits. So at this time, I am not worried or afraid at all. Because I can clearly feel that this guide is not simple, it seems that as long as he leads the way, I will be fine. Under the guidance of the guide, I try to keep myself calm and return to the place where the woman was buried before. Don't rush to do it. Just when I raised the shovel, the guide suddenly reminded me. I turned my head and looked at him, and cast a puzzled look at him. After all, I really don't understand what the guide means, why he asked me not to rush to do it. Among the ghosts who followed tonight, there is one who is the real owner lying in the coffin underground. But she is now a ghost floating outside. If we dig her grave in front of her, it will inevitably anger her. Once the ghost increases its resentment and turns into an evil spirit, it will be difficult to deal with. Perhaps the guide saw that I was full of doubts, so he explained directly. And after listening to his explanation, I also suddenly realized it. What should we do? Isn't it impossible to dig out the dark wood? I asked the guide in a daze, and my heart was in my throat. That won't happen. The guide shook his head and said, "There is only one way now, that is, I will lead away all the ghosts including her, but you have to dig the grave yourself." After hearing the guide's words, I had nothing to say. So I immediately nodded my head vigorously and said, "Okay, thank you, Grandpa, for leading them away." The guide just nodded when he heard this. He didn't say much, but I saw a complicated look in his eyes. I could clearly see that he seemed a little confused. It's just that I don't know what he is struggling with, and it's not something I should care about. After the guide left for about 5 minutes, I asked Bai Xian, "Have all the spirits left?" "They're all gone, now you can dig into someone else's coffin with peace of mind." Bai Xian responded to me quickly, and after I got her exact response, I suddenly felt happy. He didn't care much at that moment, he simply raised the shovel in his hand and started digging up the soil. The soil here is very moist and extremely soft under your feet. So when I dug the soil, it was not strenuous at all, but it was very relaxed. After digging half a meter deep in one breath, I found that my physical strength was clearly unable to keep up. At this moment, I was breathing heavily from exhaustion, and I even had the illusion that this hand was not mine. If you think about it carefully, maybe you are exhausted. I immediately laughed to myself, took out the cigarette pack from my pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it, and started puffing away in the silent night. This time when I smoked, Wang Ji did not come out to inhale my secondhand smoke. When I was in the hospital, Wang Ji came out to smoke my secondhand smoke when I was smoking, trying to suck away my longevity. But later, after Lin Hualong stepped in and completed the evil spirit contract with Wang Ji for me, Wang Ji was obviously much nicer to me. Just when I thought of this and smiled to myself, Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded, "Stop smoking." I was stunned when I heard this, because I was a little confused about the situation, let alone why Bai Xian was so nice that he didn't let me continue smoking. Just when I was wondering, Bai Xian's voice sounded in my heart again, there is a spirit behind you secretly sucking your longevity. Don't suck it anymore. After hearing what Bai Xian said, I immediately reacted, and at the same time my heart thumped and beat very hard. At this moment, I don't know who I have offended. Good. After I agreed immediately, I immediately stubbed out the cigarette in my hand and threw it on the ground. Almost at the same time I threw away the cigarette, a scary voice came out from behind me. Why don't you stop smoking? Keep smoking, you are the one. The voice sounded very scary, and the other person was obviously scolding me. And I knew very well in my heart that the reason why I was reprimanded was because I did not continue to smoke, so the spirit behind me could not continue to suck my life essence. It is precisely because of this that it reprimanded me. Thinking of this, I cursed secretly and glanced back subconsciously. It doesn't matter if I don't look back in the end. When I turned around, I almost jumped up in fear. I clearly saw a spirit floating behind me at this moment. Half of Ling Zhou's face seemed to have been severely injured, and it was torn to pieces alive. I can tell that this is what it looked like before it died. Hey, you still dare to look back? Are you very courageous? While I was frightened, the spirit taunted me. In fact, at this time, I really wanted to turn around and run away, not to stay with this spirit and be bullied by it. But I didn't do that. I bit the bullet and stayed. The reason is very simple, not for anything else, just to help Bai Xian get the dark wood. Uncle, we had no grudges in the past and no grudges in the recent days. Why do you need to embarrass me? I said with a bitter face to the spirit in front of me. Just because you broke into Fengmen village today, I can't tolerate you. The Lingso gave me a weird smile and said sarcastically, what's wrong with a person like you who has no ability? Why do you have to come to Fengmen village to commit suicide? Are you here to seek excitement? His last words shocked me greatly. I was not here to seek excitement. At this moment, I can't wait to leave here quickly. If it weren't for Yinshinmo, I wouldn't have come to this haunted place. So I immediately spoke directly to the spirit and told the truth. Uncle, to be honest, I came to Fengmen village to find Yinshinmo. The Lingsui narrowed its eyes when it heard this. After looking at me carefully, it said, why are you coming to Fengmen village to find Yinshinmu? You should go to Muling village. As soon as I heard this, I immediately asked, is there no dark wood here? Lingso shook his head and said, no. When I saw that this spirit was so easy to get along with, I felt slightly relieved. Although its appearance is a bit scary, since I came into contact with spirits like Zhou Mao and Wang Jui, I have discovered that spirits can also be divided into good and bad. The uncle in front of me obviously does not look like a bad spirit. Since he is not bad, I feel relieved. Even so, I was still somewhat wary of him. After all, you cannot have the intention of harming others, and you cannot have the intention of guarding against others. Uncle, are you mistaken? The guide clearly told me that there is a dark wood here, and it is right under my feet. I said something to Uncle Lingso with some reluctance. But the other party seemed to be stimulated by my words. He said coldly to me, I said no, it means no. Also, which guide are you talking about? When I heard that the uncle spirit didn't even know the grandfather, I had no choice but to describe the grandfather's appearance to it. But after listening to it, the uncle spirit said to me angrily, that's our spirit king, what's the guide or not, I think your brain doesn't work well. When I heard the uncle spirit scold me, I was immediately furious. I thought to myself that if my brain didn't work well, then you would be a guinea pig. But I thought about it, but I didn't say anything. Because I am still self-aware, I know that I can't afford to offend ordinary spirits. Especially the uncle spirit, who died miserably. Well, maybe I made a mistake. I smiled at the uncle spirit, and at the same time, I was thinking about how to get rid of him. However, before I could think of a solution, the uncle spirit said to me, have you finished asking all the questions you need to ask? When I heard him say this, I always felt that he was going to send me to hell. Although I felt a little awkward and uncomfortable, I still answered honestly, I have finished asking. The uncle spirit sneered and said, since you have finished asking, then continue smoking. Keep smoking? My mind suddenly buzzed, and I couldn't figure out what this uncle spirit meant. So I couldn't help but asked, can't I stop smoking? What surprised me was that this uncle said to me categorically, no. Seeing that the other party's attitude was so firm, I quickly asked Bai Xian in my heart, this Uncle Lingsu seems to be a bit difficult to deal with. Is there any way to get rid of him? Have no idea. Bai Xian responded to me immediately, Miss Sir, please be careful, ask him a few more questions, hold him back first, and wait for the guy to come back. After hearing what Bai Xian said, I immediately slapped my thigh. I thought to myself, why didn't I think of holding back this Uncle Lingsu first? At this moment, I even felt that I had been frightened and my brain was not working very well. I'm not bragging. In fact, my mind has always been quite flexible. At this time, I still had some resistance in my heart, because I didn't want to play tricks with a spirit. He is not a woman. Do I deserve to coax him like this? But if I don't coax him, this Uncle Lingso will definitely force me to smoke and thereby absorb my longevity, which makes me very unhappy. So at this time, I can only bite the bullet and try to please him. Uncle, can I have tea? In desperation, I really didn't know how to talk nonsense to him, so I simply asked a nonsensical question. And I also know that the risk of asking such a question is very high, and the other party will definitely see through it. It's just that I've said what I said, and it's like water thrown out. I can't take it back. And the fact is that Uncle Lingso has already seen through my little Jojo. His aura became colder and colder, and he said maliciously to me, "Don't talk about what you have and what you don't have. Light up your cigarette quickly and light it up for me." When I saw him being so strong and difficult to deal with, I suddenly became angry. Can't I quit smoking? I immediately yelled at Uncle Lingso, intending to fight to the end. No. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lingzu didn't play according to common sense at all. He floated directly towards me and gave me a cold smile. "If you don't light up the cigarette, I'll beat your soul and skin you." As soon as I heard what he said, the bad breath in my heart became even more unbearable. After all, the clay figurine is still very angry, and this idiot actually threatened me like this. I'm really not that scared. Would you like to smoke one? I directly criticized Uncle Lingso. I thought that with Mr. Wangjiu inside me, if you really want to suck my soul out, you will be able to see Mr. Wangjiu come out later. Not urgent. Unexpectedly, the Uncle Lingso said something slowly. Before I could figure out what he was thinking, this guy said in a cold voice, "I'll torture you first, then I'll peel off your skin, extract your soul, and kill you. Now I'm going to make your life worse than death." The uncle was provoking me like a child. As soon as I heard what he said, I felt that this guy's IQ was worrying. But then I think about it, most spirits live by obsession, unless they have cultivated to the level of Wang Jui. Although Wang Jui is an evil spirit, he is an evil spirit that has been around for thousands of years. Although I don't understand why he hasn't cultivated into an immortal family such as Earth Immortal, I know clearly that when it comes to evil spirits, Wang Jui is definitely invincible. Let's get back to the subject. If I'm not wrong, this uncle's spiritual obsession is probably sucking people's longevity and harming them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pestered me to stop smoking. In order to verify my guess, but also to show that I am not afraid of him. Immediately, I asked Uncle Lingzong directly, "Bitch, what is your obsession?" The Uncle Ling Chong who was originally going to attack me was startled when he heard what I said. Then he grinned at me and sneered, "Obsession? My obsession is to devour living souls and keep devouring living souls." After saying one sentence, he rushed towards me with his teeth and claws bared. And when I was talking to him about his obsession just now, I had already bitten the tip of my tongue and asked him to prepare a mouthful of blood from the tip of his tongue. At this moment, Uncle Lingso rushed towards me, and he just hit my mark. "Go ahead." I yelled, opened my mouth, aimed a mouthful of blood from the tip of my tongue, and sprayed it on his. Uncle Lingso didn't seem to have expected this trick from me. Before he could react, he was caught off guard and had a mouthful of blood sprayed on his face from the tip of my tongue. Zitsy, with the sound of teeth grinding, Uncle Lingzong's entire face was immediately disfigured by the blood from my tongue. To Uncle Lingzong, the blood on the tip of my tongue is probably the same as sulfuric acid. "Do you feel good?" I gave the uncle a sly smile. "Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you come back again? I want to see who kills whom." As soon as I said this, Uncle Lingsu seemed to be very angry. He immediately rushed towards me without saying a word, as if he wanted to kill me. Seeing that he was so unrepentant and wanted to risk his life with me, I stopped being polite to him. "You want to die so much? I'll help you." I laughed out loud. However, at this moment, I will no longer use the blood on my tongue. Even though I am not tired of being deceitful, I still want to try the blood on the tip of my tongue. But unfortunately, I can clearly feel that the smell of blood in my mouth has faded a lot. If I use the blood on the tip of my tongue again, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to this uncle spirit. After all, this bastard must have been on guard against me, so I have to be careful. "Try this." Just when I was about to run away in a hurry, Bai Xian's voice suddenly rang in my heart. Then, I felt a coin in my palm. I can be sure that it is a coin by this feeling. Bai Xian told me clearly before that she had this coin consecrated. Now I want to use this coin to see if it works. If it works, I will go to the temple to ask the master to consecrate my whole body. In this way, I will have no taboos. While I was fantasizing in my heart, the uncle spirit opened a dark mouth and bit directly at my face. Looking at his posture, it seems that he wants to fight back and bite my handsome face. Humph! I am no longer stage frightened at this moment, and I am not vague at all. I immediately stuffed the coin in my hand into the uncle spirit's mouth. I could clearly hear the uncle spirit swallowing the coin with a gulp. He seemed to have dragged the coin down. He was really good at eating. I was stunned. But at this moment, I saw clearly that after the uncle spirit swallowed my coin, the coin glowed with a yellow light in his body. If I guessed correctly, this yellow light is the Buddha's light on the coin. After all things that have been illuminated have Buddha nature. Now the light yellow light has slid down the uncle's spiritual belly. Just when I was wondering if the coin would leak out of his butt, the uncle's spirit suddenly floated back. Little brat, do you dare to plot against me? Uncle Lingso was obviously angry with embarrassment, and he asked me coldly. Anyway, we have already broken up with each other at this moment, how can I still be polite to him at the moment? So I said directly, of course I dare to plot against you, why wouldn't I? Who do you think you are? Even though my words were very arrogant, I succeeded in irritating the Uncle Ling Sui. But Uncle Lingzu was not as angry as before, and rushed forward regardless. Obviously, after 2 losses in my hands, this guy has a long memory. Okay. Since you want to die so much, I will help you. After a moment of silence, Uncle Lingzong started shouting aggressively again. Faced with his clamor, I rolled my eyes. After all, I have nothing to say to him. Since we are going to fight, let's fight happily. Wait, I don't seem to have any cards to deal with Uncle Lingso. The blood on the tip of the tongue may not work after being used once, and the coins that were opened were also swallowed by the uncle's cleverness. My biggest support now is Wang Jui. However, I still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked Bai Xian, do you still have the polished coins? Have. Bai Xian's answer made my eyes light up and my heart was even more delighted. But before Bai Xian could put the coin into my hand, the Uncle Ling Sui rushed over at a very fast speed. He directly put his hands on my head? Snapped. As a voice sounded, my head suddenly buzzed. Cho, you little kid is too ignorant. I decided to beat your soul first, and then peel off your skin. Uncle Lingso screamed in front of me. At such a close distance, his disfigured face looked particularly frightening. Okay, it's good to extract the soul. I endured waves of nerve shock and spoke with an almost trembling voice as if I had been electrocuted. Ha, you still dare to be so harsh? The uncle smiled strangely. Come out, I'll draw out your soul. Almost at the same time as Uncle Lingzong's words fell to the ground, I felt light all over. It was as if a huge energy had been extracted from the body. Could it be that what he took away was not Wang Jui but really my soul? No, this is wrong. Just when I thought this, Wang Jui's voice suddenly sounded, how outrageous. Then, I clearly saw the figure of Wang Jui appearing in front of me. At this moment, the Uncle Lingzong was holding Wang Jui's head with both hands without knowing what he was talking about, floating in the air and swaying constantly. Wang Jui's heavy body seemed to be shaken to pieces by his uncle's spirit. Did you really get Mr. Wang Jiu out? I had regained some consciousness at this moment, and said overjoyed, Uncle, you are dead. Uncle Lingzu didn't seem to understand the situation yet, but Wang Jui's hands mistakenly slapped away his hands that were pressing on Wang Jui's head. Wang Ju scolded angrily, you're just a junior, pretending to be sneaky and don't know whether to live or die. After Wang Ju finished speaking, he snorted coldly, which was full of aura. Immediately afterwards, he pinched Uncle Lingzong's disfigured face. To be precise, it is to stay. After Wang Ji pinched the uncle's delicate face, he twisted him and swung him around like a kite. Wang Ji obviously insulted his Uncle Ling Sui. I thought I was going to see a good show, this Uncle Lingso was just kicking the bucket. Is Mr. Wang Jio so easy to mess with? The answer is obvious, no. Just when I was enjoying the misfortune with the mentality of watching a good show, the Uncle Ling Sui who was manipulated by Wang Ji suddenly broke free. After breaking free from Wang Ji's hand, he quickly distanced himself from Wang Ji. Originally I thought this bitch was going to run away, but what I never expected was that instead of running away, he rushed towards me. That speed and posture are simply not too scary. But, how could I be so scared? So at this time, I am not afraid of him at all. This Uncle, Lingzhua, is nothing. If he can't fuck Mr. Wang Jiu, then he comes to fuck me. This is simply unconscionable. It was him who made me truly understand what it means to pick the weakest persimmons. Seeing that the distance between my uncle and me was getting closer and closer, I simply turned around and ran away. In fact, I was not afraid of him, I really ran away. Instead, I deliberately sold Uncle Lingzu a flaw to make him think that I was afraid of him, thus underestimating the enemy. As long as he underestimates the enemy, I can throw the coin in my hand just right to deal with him. So at this time, I am actually retreating in order to advance. However, what surprised me again was that after chasing this Uncle Lingzong for a certain distance, he suddenly stopped. When I saw that he was no longer biting me and chasing me, I was slightly startled. "Hey, you bitch, come here and bite me. Bite my face." I yelled at Uncle Lingzo and couldn't help but raise my middle finger towards him. That's right, just provoking him outright. Whatever this Uncle Lingzu does to me, I will do to him. He dares to look down on me, so I won't give him a chance. However, what I didn't expect again was that this uncle's spirit not only ignored my shouting, but also floated directly into the pit I dug half a meter. No, he wants to use a corpse to revive. Suddenly, the voice of Master Wang Jiao came from not far away. When I heard what Master Wang Jiao said, I was stunned at first. Then when I wanted to stop it, it was too late. Although I didn't know what using a corpse to revive meant, I could hear that it must be very dangerous, and this thing should not be underestimated. "Don't get close to that pit, come here." Just as I was staring at the half-meter deep pit in a daze, Master Wang Jiao's voice came again. And at this moment, Bai Xian simply took over my body and controlled me to turn around and run desperately towards Master Wang Jiao. But halfway through the run, I heard a bang behind me. Then, a huge aftermath mixed with mud flew over and hit me hard on the back. I was thrown forward by the mud and fell flat on my face. "Get up, run!" Wang Jui shouted at me while rushing towards me at a rapid speed. "Husband, hold on." Bai Xian's voice suddenly rang in my mind. After reminding me, she controlled my body to get up from the ground and ran quickly towards Wang Jui. Get down quickly." I don't know why Master Wang Jiao wants me to lie down, not to mention that I don't have control over my body now. "Bai Xian, Master Wang Jiao wants me to lie down." I couldn't help but say this to Bai Xian in my heart. "What are you lying down for?" Bai Xian responded in confusion. Then, I looked back uncontrollably. As soon as I turned my head, I saw a red-painted coffin crashing into me. I was knocked out by the impact. When I landed, I felt like my butt was about to burst, and I was in excruciating pain. And Bai Xian was knocked out of my body because of that blow just now. Dark wood. At this moment, Bai Xian looked up and stared at the red coffin that flew over our heads. I looked up following her gaze, and saw that there was actually bright red liquid at the bottom of the coffin. I don't know if the paint on the coffin fell off when it came into contact with water or if the body inside was bleeding. But at this moment, I couldn't care so much, I only thought about the dark wood. I even had a trance illusion that there was no difference between me and the spirit. At least at this time, I was just like the spirit, with only the dark wood in my eyes, which was an obsession. The spirits rely on obsession to exist. But people cannot have too many obsessions. Once the obsession is excessive, they are no different from the spirits. As for the so-called obsession of transcending life and death, it is nonsense in my opinion. Bai Xian, you wait for me here. I struggled to get up from the ground, ignoring the pain in many parts of my body. Okay. Bai Xian responded very obediently, and she also said to me sweetly, "Take this." After saying a word, she patted me several coins. I took the coin and cast a grateful look at her. Then, I held the coin tightly in my hand and rushed to the big red coffin in one go. "Don't come over to make trouble." Before I rushed out a few meters, Wang Ju scolded me from a distance. At this moment, he had already fought with the big red coffin. "Be careful behind you." Suddenly, Bai Xian's voice sounded. I subconsciously looked back and saw that the uncle's spirit had floated over without knowing when. I turned around suddenly and immediately came face to face with it. Ha, the uncle's spirit blew a mouthful of yin qi directly at me. I was caught off guard and inhaled it. For a moment, I felt like I had inhaled a fart, and I rolled my eyes. But my mind was still active at this moment, and I even realized that something was wrong with the big red coffin. What was the bang explosion just now? Could it be that the uncle's spirit brought out the coffin, or that the coffin had become a spirit? At this moment, I thought of bus 14 again. It is said that it is a bus that eats people. Then is this big red coffin also going to eat people? No, if the big red coffin wants to devour Master Wang Jiao, then it is not as simple as eating people, but eating spirits. Thinking of this, I shuddered all over. At this moment, the uncle spirit in front of me said with a smug look on his face, "Boy, who are you talking to? You are still bewitched by me." When I heard this, I was furious. It turned out that I didn't react when I was thinking about something just now, and this uncle spirit thought that I was bewitched by his bad breath. "You think too much." I screamed at the uncle spirit, and at the same time, I slapped the coins in my hand on his face. Before the uncle spirit could react, I slapped him. Then, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. I grabbed the pointed shovel that fell to the side and chased after the victory, hitting the uncle spirit randomly. But this shovel has not been used, and it seems to be useless when it hits the uncle spirit. I was immediately ashamed. "I'm going to kill you." The uncle spirit seemed to have greeted me in advance and informed me that he was going to kill me. But, I'm not a fool, how could I stand still and let him kill me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. This uncle spirit is so naive. At this moment, Master Wang Jio was fighting with the big red coffin. For a while, I could only fight this uncle spirit by myself. In fact, I had no confidence at all, but I was confident. Many times, fighting also requires a flexible mind. Since the uncle spirit's obsession is to harm people, then I will let others harm him. So I immediately stepped back a few steps to distance myself, and said to the uncle spirit, "Uncle, I have a good resource for you to use. Don't you want to absorb the lifespan? But come with me?" When the uncle spirit heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought. As soon as I saw him start thinking, I knew that this stupid old man with low IQ had fallen into the trap. Seeing him thinking, I didn't urge him, and simply waited quietly. After a full minute, the uncle spirit seemed to have figured it out and made up his mind. He nodded at me and said, "Take me there, where are there still living people? You are not going to take me to Muling Village, are you?" When he asked me this, I just said, "Yes, I have to go to Muling Village to find the ancient wood." But I never thought that my words would come true, and I really went to Muling Village. But these are all later stories. In fact, I was just perfunctory to him. The bottom of the big red coffin is the dark wood. Do I have to go to Muling Village to find it? So at this time, I was completely fooling the uncle spirit, but he couldn't see it at all, which made me very happy. "Okay, then I'll go with you." The uncle spirit replied to me, he was fooled. But before I could secretly rejoice in my heart, the uncle spirit warned me, "If I know that you kid is playing with me, I will kill you." Don't worry, how could I play with you?" I replied, but I secretly complained in my heart, "It would be strange if I didn't play with you to death. I can't take the uncle spirit to Muling Village, after all, I don't know where Muling Village is. I will take him to find a guide and let the guide deal with him. How far is it?" After walking about 800 meters, the uncle spirit suddenly asked me a question. I shook my head and said, "It's hard to say." But at this moment, the uncle spirit suddenly said to me, "Actually, I know where Muling Village is, and I also know that there are no living people in Muling Village." When I heard this, I was suddenly shocked, thinking that my cleverness might have backfired. "Actually, this is Muling Village." Before I could react, the uncle spirit laughed strangely and said, "Do you think you can fool me?" I stared at the uncle spirit in a daze, and suddenly felt that he was not as stupid as I thought. "I agreed to go with you just to kill you. I know Master Wang Jio," the uncle Linksway said slowly, and I was stunned. This was something I had never expected. "I know that you have a close relationship with Master Wang Jio, so I am following you now, just to prevent Master Wang Jio from protecting you." The last sentence of the uncle Linksway made my hair stand on end. "Then you clearly told me before that Muling Village is in." At this moment, I still wanted to ask clearly. But before I finished asking, the uncle Linksway interrupted directly and said, "You are too young and too naive." Do you believe what Linksway said? When I heard this, I was stunned. Indeed, I was too arrogant. I shouldn't have been careless before, and I shouldn't have looked down on this uncle Linksway. I thought his IQ was worrying and treated him as a fool. But I was fooled by someone without knowing it. This made me very angry, but I could do nothing about it. After all, this uncle's spirit is stronger than me. At this moment, I even had an illusion that humans cannot fight against spirits. "Husband, let me possess you and I will deal with him." Just when I was confused, Bai Xian's voice suddenly rang in my heart. When I heard Bai Xian say that she would help me deal with the uncle's spirit, I didn't know why I felt a sense of frustration. But now I have no choice but to agree to Bai Xian. So at this time, I didn't hesitate at all, and nodded and said, "Okay." As soon as my voice fell, my body lost control. I knew in my heart that the control of my body was in Bai Xian's hands again. I gave myself to her, but what I couldn't figure out was why she could deal with the uncle's spirit. Or, Bai Xian was just a spent force, just trying it out. Thinking of this, my heart tightened for no reason. And at this moment, I clearly saw that I had put my fingers into my mouth and bit them one by one. Every time, I only bit a small hole, but that was enough. After biting all my fingers, Bai Xian controlled me to rush towards the uncle spirit. That posture was completely fearless. Seeing this, my heart also tightened. I hoped that Bai Xian could win, but I always felt that she didn't seem to be very sure. What if I couldn't beat the uncle spirit? What if I lost? So at this moment, my heart was very complicated, and the whole person was tangled. I seemed to be trapped in a vicious circle, and this vicious circle kept circulating, making me extremely uncomfortable, and even felt that I was worse than death. I watched Bai Xian controlling me and the uncle spirit collided with each other. The uncle spirit was not afraid at all, and even didn't take me seriously. I fought with the uncle spirit directly, and my hands kept scratching the uncle spirit. Every time I grabbed the uncle spirit, he screamed. Although I could hurt the uncle spirit, I was not much better. Just when I was tense, Bai Xian controlled my body and rushed up again. But this time, I was knocked to the ground by the uncle spirit. And Bai Xian was forced to fly out of my body. I could see that she was knocked away. Run! Bai Xian shouted at me. I struggled to get up from the ground, grabbed Bai Xian, and ran desperately. And the uncle spirit was biting and chasing me closely. I was so angry that my nose was crooked and my whole body was shaking. I wanted to turn around and fight the uncle spirit hidden. But I am also a self-aware person. I know that I am not the opponent of the uncle spirit. So at this time, I naturally would not attack him, but honestly ran forward. After running not far, I saw a wooden house. I don't know what I was thinking, and I rushed in directly. As a result, after I rushed in, the door behind me closed automatically without wind. With a bang sound, I was dumbfounded. I looked back subconsciously, but saw that the door was closed and I couldn't get out at all. And I didn't know where the uncle's spirit had gone, and he didn't chase me in. Fortunately, he didn't chase me in, otherwise I would be caught in the trap. So at this time, my heart was in my throat, and I was extremely worried. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't afraid. At this moment, I was breathing heavily, and my nerves relaxed a little. It would be better if I didn't relax. Once I relaxed my nerves, I couldn't stand it. I leaned against the door and gasped desperately, and my heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to fly out of my throat. At this moment, I relaxed, and I found that my 10 fingers were in great pain. I still remember clearly that Bai Xian broke all my 10 fingers just now, which made me very embarrassed now. 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. I was in so much pain that I almost fainted. At this moment, I kept walking around in this room. The doors and windows were closed and I couldn't get out. Even if I smashed the windows and doors desperately, it was useless. I couldn't get out. I just couldn't get out. At this moment, I was even a little desperate. In fact, my initial idea was to run in to hide from the uncle's ghost, but I didn't expect that I dug a hole and buried myself. Don't be afraid, you can definitely get out. Just when I was frustrated, Bai Xian's voice suddenly sounded beside me. I turned my head and saw Bai Xian standing beside me. But at this moment, her figure looked even dimmer, and it was even more looming than before. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel distressed and felt that I was too sorry for Bai Xian. She followed me and suffered too much. Although I have never acknowledged Bai Xian as my wife, she has always regarded me as her husband. I really can't figure out whether Bai Xian has water in her brain or something. Perhaps, this is great love in her eyes. But in my eyes, Bai Xian has a problem with her brain. Suddenly, Bai Xian gently pulled me. What's wrong? I turned my head and looked at Bai Xian, and barely came back to my senses from my deep thoughts. Look outside. Bai Xian pointed to the wooden window with a crack. I immediately went over, half-crouched by the window with my butt sticking out, and kept looking at the scene outside with my eyes squinting. The moment I saw the situation outside clearly, I was dumbfounded. I saw a bunch of very strange people carrying a sedan chair outside, and the key point was that they were not only carrying the sedan chair, but also jumping around. I was very confused by this scene, and I felt a little aggrieved in my heart. At this moment, I heard a voice. The sound came from outside. It seemed like someone outside was causing trouble. The 8 immortals carry the sedan chair, and the idlers stay away. I saw an old woman leading the crowd in front. I could see clearly that this was the sedan used to welcome the bride, and it looked particularly festive. Wait, this isn't festive. Although the sedan was made of bright red satin, there was always a solemn and gloomy atmosphere everywhere. And at this moment, I suddenly realized something was wrong. This is Fengmen Village. If people in Fengmen Village get married, how can it be a real marriage? When I thought of this, my hair stood on end, and I was immediately stunned. Could it be that I am getting married by Ling Sui? Just when I thought this, I saw the red curtain in the sedan suddenly opened a small corner. Immediately afterwards, half of a human face popped out, and it obviously looked like a little girl. As soon as I saw the pitiful and aggrieved look on the little girl's face, my sympathy suddenly overflowed. My eyes were almost fixed on the little girl. At this moment, I could see clearly that her little mouth was slightly open. Although she didn't make a sound, I could tell through her mouth that she wanted me to save her. Because the mouth shape is the word save me. Just when I wanted to ask the little girl what was going on, a human face suddenly came closer from far away. What are you looking at? Immediately afterwards, a cold voice sounded, which scared me so much that I almost jumped up on the spot. But fortunately, my endurance was strong enough, so I didn't jump out of fright. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt very panicked. At this moment, I was even more frightened to the extreme. This was something I had never imagined, and I was not even ready to face it. I stared at the face in front of me, completely frightened. No, I didn't see anything. I explained aloud. What are you looking at if you're not looking at something? The other party obviously didn't believe me. The old face looks particularly scary. The old lady was almost face to face with me while she was talking. The cold breath sprayed on my neck, and there was a faint sticky feeling. Tell me, what are you looking at? The old woman talked to me in a leisurely manner, with no expression on her face. I broke out in a lot of cold sweat for no reason. No, I didn't see anything. I'm not sure, but I pray in my heart that I can get through it. After coming here, I encountered nothing that I could not handle. The spirit that was chasing me just now disappeared, and I seemed to have provoked something else. The sound of gongs and drums continued, and the old woman never left. Even my breathing gradually slowed down. Although I was almost out of breath, I was still slowly slowing down my breathing involuntarily. The feeling of suffocation became more and more intense. This familiar old lady is so powerful. I wonder if she will let Bai Xian go after I die. Suddenly I heard two crisp sounds, and my whole body suddenly broke out of the controlled state. Fresh air rushed into my body, and the burning pain in my lungs was relieved a lot. There was a sinister laugh in his ears. The old woman who was face to face with me just now suddenly jumped in from the window. It turns out there's another one in the house. It seems like it's going to be really lively tonight. The old woman spoke to me in Bai Xian in a sinister tone. I don't know why, but I ignored the two of us. I looked down and saw the 2 coins at my feet, and understood where the crisp sound came from. Bai Xian saved me again. Now she and I are trapped in this room. There are still 3 hours left before Bai Xian's spirit body will really dissipate. Can I really get the gloomy wood and keep Bai Xian? I had doubts about myself. Perhaps this suspicion has always been there, but I have never had such a strong feeling before. Bai Xian patted my arm and told me not to be afraid. Just look at her illusory and thin body, once again blocking my way. I don't know why, but I feel a little more panicked. If Bai Xian takes action for me again, will he really disappear from this world from now on? If she were human, there was still the possibility of turning into a spirit. She and I can meet again in the future. It's just that she is a spirit body now. What will be left after she dissipates? I mustered up the courage to stand in front of Bai Xian, but I was still very afraid of the old woman. The thoughts in my mind are extremely firm. I can never hide behind Bai Xian anymore and let her fight for me. I and the 2 of us ran here by accident. I didn't mean to offend you, and we didn't see anything. The old woman didn't listen to my explanation, turned over and left the house. Returned to the wedding party. And there is another strange spirit in the house. I don't know when he appeared, but fortunately he didn't mean to embarrass me. Although he has nothing to do with those things beating gongs and drums outside. But I have a feeling that he may not want my life. Ling Sui walked forward and was close to me again. I was very panicked. His appearance was silent. How could I not be afraid? Today is my big day. Since you are all here, please stay and have a wedding drink. I never dreamed that I would be invited by a spirit to stay for a wedding in my lifetime. This is unprecedented. But he dared to invite me, but I didn't have the courage to stay for a wedding. I was just about to find an excuse to leave this place quickly. I felt Bai Xian pulling my arm. Then Bai Xian's weak voice came from behind me. Thank you for the invitation, then we will stay here and have a glass of wedding wine. I don't understand why Bai Xian obeyed his arrangement and stayed in this unsafe place. After hearing Bai Xian's answer, the spirit took the initiative to retreat far away and ignored us. Bai Xian knew that I didn't understand her, so she took the initiative to whisper in my ear. The spirit that has been chasing you is outside. The doors and windows were closed just now, and I couldn't feel him, so I could detect him. After Bai Xian's reminder, I found that there was a place where the window was broken, and the old woman came in from there. But why didn't I hear the sound of glass breaking? Why didn't the spirit that was chasing me come in? Was he afraid to come in, or was there some other reason why he couldn't enter the house? The only thing that could scare him in the room was definitely not me and Bai Xian. I didn't have time to think about it. There were other sounds outside soon, and the sound of knocking on the door came intermittently. It was like knocking on my heart. The wedding procession was still in the same place as before, moving slowly forward. Who was knocking on the door now? People have 3 spirits and 4 spirits. When I was young, I accidentally heard a crazy old man talk about it. This means that when a person knocks on the door, he knocks 3 times, and only when a spirit knocks on the door, it knocks 4 times. The voice just now was intermittent, but I could hear it clearly. It is the rhythm of 4 breaks. Not him. Before I could ask, I heard Bai Xian's voice in my ear. I understand who Bai Xian is talking about, but if it's not him, then which one is he? Where am I now? Could the person here be Wang Jude? The knocking on the door didn't stop, and the sound gradually became louder. Also becoming more and more impatient. The soul was suspended in midair without any change. It was as if it hadn't heard the knock on the door. Just wait and see what happens. Bai Xian was afraid that I would act rashly, so he hurriedly warned me. After all, in my current situation, it's best to stay the same in the face of ever-changing circumstances. I tried my best just now, but the door panel didn't move at all. Becoming vulnerable to the increasingly louder knocks on the door. I couldn't help but feel a chill running down my spine when I heard the door panel creak. He smiled bitterly to himself. Luckily he was still a strong man and still had to be protected by Bai Xian at all times. What is trying to break through the door? Is his target me, Ling Sui, or Bai Xian? I subconsciously moved a step towards the window, wanting to take a look at the doorway from the window. However, the knock on the door still reached my ears clearly. The door was empty, with no sign of anything spiritual. Where did that knock on the door come from? It was because Ling Sui had lost his sight. So that I can't see anything? Bai Xian noticed my little move, but he didn't stop me. Follow me closely, protecting me with your illusory body. If she is a spirit, she must be a good spirit. If she were a human being, I'd probably already like her. I couldn't help but fall in love with her, and I was fascinated by her. If something unexpected happens, you should leave here quickly. You are a spirit now. As long as you want to leave, the spirits outside will not make things difficult for you. Sorry, I may not be able to get you the dark wood. A tragic emotion suddenly emerged in my heart. It was as if I expected that after the door was broken open, I would be doomed. Speaking of which, I should have died a long time ago. Ever since I took over the number 14 bus because of money, I should have died in various accidents. The best thing is to end up half disabled and spend the rest of your life crazy. Having escaped death many times now is enough. Bai Xian wanted to come over and cover my mouth. But he didn't expect that the spirit in the room would make other moves. Suddenly he appeared right next to my face. The cold tip of his nose touched the tip of my nose. I had no doubt that when I spoke, I would be lip to lip with him. If I read correctly, Ling Sui is a man. Think about the possibility that you will be lip to lip with a man, to be precise, a spirit whose face you can't see clearly. My stomach couldn't help but churn. Don't panic, he can't get into my house. For the first time, Ling Sui took the initiative to comfort me, and then appeared in midair directly opposite the door. I don't know why I feel that the human face is comforting me. But I do feel a lot more at ease. Bai Xian didn't say anything anymore, and gave me a look, telling me to be more careful. I don't know if it's my imagination. After a while, Bai Xian's body seemed to become more unreal. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her away into the world, erasing all traces of her existence. After about a few minutes, the knocking on the door stopped. I could hear the easy sound of gongs and drums coming from outside again. Looking out the window, I can easily see it. The wedding team is getting closer and closer to the door, and the little girl I asked for help just now. His face was full of despair, and he had given up asking for help. Even if I sympathized with her, it was of no use. Now I am the clay bodhisattva crossing the river and cannot save myself, so how can I possibly save her? I can't help but watch a young girl being harmed by spirits. Bai Xian grabbed my arm and shook his head firmly at me again. I'm afraid that I will do something overestimating my abilities in front of Ling Zhou. Ling Zue seemed to have said just now that today was his happy day. The little girl in the sedan outside the door should be the one he wants to marry. I tried to calm myself down, thinking of Ling Sui's weird and unpredictable speed. Like teleporting. I want to steal someone from him. Am I overestimating my ability? The old woman who was at the front of the wedding line had already arrived at the door. I don't know how they managed to travel such a small distance for such a long time. It's really the 8 immortals who carry the sedan chair and the evil spirits who take the wives. Bai Xian thought to himself. Not minding what he said at all, there was another thing to hear. And when I heard that the evil spirit took a wife, cold sweat broke out on my whole spine. The spirits floating in midair are not fellow spirits, but evil spirits. An evil spirit like Wang Jui is something I cannot afford to offend. Without Mr. Wang Zhou, I would not dare to set foot in Fengmen village even if I had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. It's just that he is the same existence as Wang Jui. Can I still escape unscathed? To be honest, I am not surprised that there is an evil spirit in such a strange place like Fengmen village. What I don't understand now is why he stayed to drink with Bai Xian and me. When the wedding procession entered the house, I realized that the entire wedding procession was only as tall as my calf. Even the little girl in the sedan chair was the same. The so-called 8 immortals carrying the sedan chair means that animals that have become spirits are carrying the sedan chair. The sound of gongs and drums that was clearly audible just now sounds much quieter. I was curious about what would happen next, and I had an ominous premonition in my heart. Sir, the witness we invited didn't come. An old voice came from the ground, and there was no doubt that it was the old woman who was speaking. This voice was faintly familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had heard it before. Bai Xian pulled my hand and exerted force suddenly. Feeling the pain in my arm, the ominous feeling in my heart seemed to be confirmed. Those two can also be. There is no doubt that the evil spirit is talking about Bai Xian and me. Impossible, the evil spirits will give you 10 years of life after 1 bow, and it will be hard to meet after 3 bows. We will not be the witnesses. Bai Xian's illusory body protected me behind her. Before she spoke, she turned back and made a mouth shape to me, signaling me to run quickly. I felt powerless. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. If I escape, the evil spirits outside will not let me go. If I stay here, the evil spirits will not let me go either. Even if I am lucky and escape from their hands by chance. Who knows what else I will encounter in Fengmen village. It is only now that I realize how dangerous Fengmen village is. I came here without any preparation, looking for the dark wood for Bai Xian. It's not for her own good at all, and it might even be harming her. The evil dead is more human than I thought. After hearing Bai Xian's words of rejection, he never turned his back on him. Promise to be my witness. I have the gloomy wood you found for her. The fear that was originally in my heart was completely dispelled by the 3 words gloomy wood. Bai Xian is about to disappear from the world because of me, so I can't refuse the evil spirit's request. Bai Xian kept shaking his head at me, indicating that I should not agree. Negotiating a deal with an evil spirit is like seeking the skin of a tiger. I know all this. I know better that if I escape, I may not be able to leave Fengmen village smoothly. It's very likely that Wang Ji is still fighting with the big red coffin and can't free his hands to save me. The way Bai Xian is now, if he doesn't do anything, he won't be able to survive for long. I can't miss gloomy wood. I don't even know what the little girl in the sedan is, so why should I save her? So I must be the witness. I promise you, but you have to give me the dark wood first. I ignored Bai Xian's obstruction and said firmly. A feeling of great pride suddenly arose in my heart. This time it's finally my turn to do something for Bai Xian. The evil spirit happily took out the gloomy wood and handed it into my hand. The dark wood on the red coffin is not the same color as the one I almost got just now. The piece of gloomy wood I got looks gray. Holding it in your hand is like holding old ice. I resisted the discomfort in my hands and handed the gloomy wood to Bai Xian with a smile. With this piece of gloomy wood, Bai Xian will not disappear in the world. A white light flashed before his eyes, and Bai Xian got into the gloomy wood. Then the cold air in the gloomy wood suddenly erupted. I subconsciously threw the gloomy wood in my hand. Everything that happened next seemed like a movie. And I was just a bystander, imprisoned in place by Bai Xian, unable to move. I can watch Bai Xian fight against the evil spirits and the wedding team. The wedding team that was only as tall as my calf just now began to show their prototypes one after another. The sedan bearers were 4 spirited weasels, 2 spirited black rats, and 2 white snakes. In the blink of an eye, they were beaten by Baisien and fled in all directions. Logically speaking, I should be happy that Baisien is so powerful. It's just that my heart has been completely enveloped by an ominous premonition. I don't feel any joy at all. An evil spirit as powerful as Wang Jui has no power to fight back against Baisien. You actually gave up your spiritual source for this boy. The evil spirit said this angrily. I have never heard Baisien talk about what the spiritual source is. Judging from the fearful appearance of the evil spirit, it must be something very important to the spirit body. What would happen if Baisien lost his spiritual source? I don't know, I can't even open my mouth to speak now. I wanted to hear Baisien's answer, but she remained silent. Knowing that he could not get any benefit, the evil spirit took the bride in the sedan and fled in a hurry. Baisien also left the house, but quickly came back. The spirit that forced the 2 of us to run around just now was caught in her hands. There was no room for fighting back. I watched helplessly as Baisien tore the soul into pieces, and the wailing sound in my ears was endless. Realizing that I could move, I slowly walked to Baisien. I wanted to ask how she could be so powerful before I even asked her. Ms. Baisien may not be able to protect you in the future. These are the remaining coins. They may be able to save your life at a critical moment. You can carry a few of them with you, as if I am still by your side. Baisien smiled and said to me, I can understand this sentence. But I couldn't accept the meaning of the words. I opened my mouth several times and didn't know what I should say. Time waits for no one. Baisien was just like a real person just now. It seemed to be blown away by the wind and disappeared without a trace in front of me. All that was left was a mess. Because Baisien's fighting power was overwhelming just now, all the mountain spirits and the wedding team died in this room. Around them, something else appeared. I don't know if there is any danger out there, or if the evil spirits will come back. There was an indescribable feeling of grief in my heart. It lingers in my heart and can't go away. A dark wind suddenly broke into the room, and I didn't even have the desire to raise my head. The white immortals on my left and right have disappeared, and I am just lingering on. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. Hey, your little wife is gone. It seems that Inshinmu doesn't have to look for her anymore. Wang Ju's rude voice came from the door, and a lot of anger burst out of my heart for no reason. If he hadn't coaxed me into signing an evil spirit contract, Baisien could have rested on me. I don't need to come here to look for Inshinmu, and I won't just watch Baisien disappear. Seeing my ferocious expression, Wang Jui swung his way into my body. No matter how I called, there was no response. After calming down alone for a while, I came out of my anger. You must act according to your conscience. Without Wang Jui to shock Mrs. Huang, I'm not sure what would have happened now. Perhaps Baisien has long disappeared from the world, and it can only be said that there is gain and loss. Come out and talk to me. I begged. Instead of taking my anger out on Wang Jui, I might as well blame myself. Baisien changed from a Dharma body to a spirit body in order to rescue me from the black spirit coffin. This time he disappeared in order to rescue me from the evil spirit marrying a wife. Wang Jui appeared in front of me silently and shook his head at me. He obviously looked down on my current appearance. In fact, not only did he look down on me, but I also looked down on myself. A grown man always relies on others and has no ability at all. What kind of man is he? She burned her spiritual energy for you willingly. If you don't want to let her down, just live well. Wang Jui is not good at comforting people, and he doesn't want to pay attention to me at the moment. But there are only him and me. The 2 of us are still grasshoppers on the same rope, and he will not get any good if I die. He could only comfort me dryly with a fierce face. There were still cigarettes in my pocket, but I didn't dare to take them out again. Who knows if there will be other ghosts who will secretly suck my life when I smoke. I have been tossing and turning for most of the night, and I have no strength. After suddenly relaxing, I was as soft as noodles. I fell to the ground and subconsciously looked around. When I lowered my head, I suddenly noticed that there was a notebook at my feet. The half-open notebook had 2 words on the edge. Zhou Mao. I couldn't help but pronounce his name. Why does Brother Zhou's name appear in the diary? Curiosity drove me to open the diary. The bus in the background of the diary seems to be the number 14 bus. Bus with tail number 9413. Could it be that this is Brother Zhou's diary? I know that Brother Zhou is Lingjin and the first driver of the number 14 bus. I'm not as afraid of him as I thought. After all, he never meant harm from the beginning. If he hadn't reminded me and pointed me to find Lin Hualong, maybe the grass on my grave has grown by now. Opening the diary completely, I browsed the contents in 3 lines at a glance. This is not Brother Joe's diary. I quickly read the first page and then turned over several pages at once. This is a diary recording the deaths of previous drivers of the last bus on Route 14. I turned to my name at the end, and my heart was beating so hard. Wang Ji noticed that I suddenly stopped moving, and stretched his head to look at the diary in my hand. Unprepared, the diary came into Wang Ji's hands, and he read it with gusto. And my mood is really not that good. I saw the ending of Brother Joe. To be precise, it was not the ending for him alone, but the ending for him and that car of people. Human flesh is nothing more than delicacies to spirits. Brother Joe and the passengers in that car all made a feast of delicious food. I don't know why Brother Joe became a spirit, but I can guess the reason why he helped me. Grabbed the diary back from Wang Jui's hand. I turned to the end, the page where I recorded my first driving experience. Wang Jui was not unhappy either. He stretched his head and continued to read the contents of the diary. I also focus on journaling. The one about me was longer than the others, a full 14 pages. I remembered what Master Lin once said to me. I have to drive the number 14 bus for 7,749 days to get rid of the curse of the number 14 bus. There is still half a month left before the 14th day, and the contents recorded on the last 14 pages of the diary have not been experienced by me yet. I turned to the last page, eager to know my ending. Will he be killed or disabled like the previous driver? The diary has ended with me. Will I be the last number 14 bus driver? 9413, will I be the one who survives a narrow escape? The last page of the diary was torn out in half. The part that records my ending has become a mystery. You're so lucky, why did you become someone's sacrifice? Wang Ji teased me playfully, as if he knew something. I thought to myself that it was really possible that he knew. After all, he has been working as a spiritual master for many years, and he has seen a lot. But intuitively speaking, I think it would be better not to ask him. Who knows if he will talk nonsense, because Ling Zuo's words are the most unbelievable. Under the dim moonlight, I looked at the ground carefully, feeling that there should be some clues. About me and the incredible last bus on Route 14. Stop looking for it. Apart from the diary in your hand, all that's left is a small card under your feet that might be of some use. I have always been skeptical about Wang Ju's words. When I raised my feet, I saw that there was actually a card under my feet. I bent down to pick up the card, and then I noticed Wang Ju standing behind me and took a deep breath. It was as if most of the strength had been taken away from my body in an instant. He turned around suddenly and glared at Wang Ju fiercely. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to take my life while I'm weak? As I spoke, I could feel my body being extremely weak. Even when his life was sucked away by the spirit, he never felt such a strong discomfort. You kid made too much fuss, so I sucked your manhood. Wang Ju's nonchalant tone really irritated me. Is yang qi inhaled casually? If you suck out the yang energy, I will die. Knowing that this old guy had bad intentions, Bai Xian disappeared into the world. My amulet is gone, and even Wang Ji bullies me. For a moment, I, a strong man of 1.8 meters, felt as aggrieved as a child. No, didn't the person you were with tell you that you couldn't leave your back to Ling Sui? Wang Jui said helplessly, he never expected that I would be wronged. After imparting knowledge to me, Wang Jui got into my body. It was only now that I realized that I had left my back to Ling Sui. Once there is any strenuous activity, the lamps indicating yang energy on the top of the head and shoulders will be affected. The yang energy in a person's body will become unstable, and the spirit may absorb the yang energy. I feel that if I deal with you every day, I will be killed by you sooner or later. I was smoking outside just now. He had obviously noticed that there was a ghost following me. When I smoke, they don't stop me at all. He was probably unhappy because of what I told him, but Wang Ji didn't make any movement at all. In such a ghost place, there was no one to talk to. You can imagine how scared I was. Outside the window, which had been silent for a long time, there was another rustling sound. My heart tightened, and I clutched the coins Bai Xian left for me. The coins were neatly stacked together, and I stared at it. The panic in my heart gradually calmed down. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I really don't believe that Master Wang Jiu can watch me die. This old thing is very hypocritical. If I beg him humbly, it will probably be useless. When there is really a ghost who wants my life, He will help me without me begging. But I will suffer a little, such as being beaten half to death by the ghost. Or being cut into a bloody mess by a flower knife. Master Wang Jiao, Master Jiao, you are magnanimous. You have sucked my young energy, but you can't watch me die. Master Wang Jiao was amused by my useless look. He came out of my body and kicked me first. Fortunately, he still showed mercy in this kick. Is this all you can do? There is wind outside, and the trees are shaking in the wind. Hearing Master Wang Jiao's explanation, I didn't know what to say for a while. Since I became the last bus driver of Route 14, I haven't had a good rest for a long time. Not only has my physical fitness declined, but I am also always in a state of fear. If there is a slight movement outside, I will feel panic and fear. People have a natural fear of ghosts, and I don't think it's shameful. I just feel embarrassed when being laughed at by Master Wang Jiao. If you listen carefully, the sparse sounds outside are really made by the movement of trees. But I have a hunch that the sound of the trees seems to be covering something. It may not be peaceful outside. Maybe a ghost will come to this room at any time. Without Bai Xian, I feel more and more that I can't move here. Where is the big red coffin just now? I suddenly remembered the coffin that fought with Wang Jui and asked curiously. Even fear can't make people give up curiosity completely. I remembered the story the driver told me on the way. I am very curious, is the person in the coffin the woman who was buried alive? Is this place Fengmen Village or Muling Village? The uncle ghost who deceived me was torn to pieces by Bai Xian, who was full of fighting power. I couldn't ask anything from him, so I could only ask Wang Jui indirectly. It would be better if I didn't mention the big red coffin. Since I mentioned it, Wang Jui no longer paid attention to me and focused on looking out the window. The door was wide open at this time. Standing at the door always feels terrified, and I walked to the door with my head held high. I raised my hand to close the door, so as not to be scared when looking outside. But I pushed it several times, but the door would not close. It was as if I had tried my best just now, but I had not opened the doors and windows. Go squat under the window, and it's best not to breathe. Master Wang Jiao suddenly scolded me, which scared me. I saw him float in front of me and raised his hand. The door, which was still motionless just now, swayed and closed together. It blocked the strange scene outside the door. I don't know why he asked me to squat under the window and not breathe. But can people not breathe? Isn't this difficult for me? I didn't move all the time, probably because I made Master Wang Jiao impatient. I don't know when he came behind me and kicked me to the corner under the window. Agree to everything you hear, and don't open your eyes no matter what happens. I heard nervousness from Master Wang Jiao. I know how capable he is. It's not easy to kill me if something can make him nervous. I didn't dare to breathe, squatting under the window with my eyes closed. There was still no other sound outside, and it seemed very calm. It was like a pool of stagnant water. I knew very well that if stagnant water suddenly raised waves, it would most likely kill people. Master Wang Jiao would not do anything without a purpose, I knew that very well. He must have sensed something in advance, so he asked me to squat here. What could it be? Could it be the big red coffin just now? Thinking of the big red coffin that could fight with Master Wang Jiao, I couldn't help but shudder. I didn't know where Master Wang Jiao was now, but he must be in the house. The waiting time was particularly long, and the wooden door made the first dull sound. My hanging heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The wooden door was very strong, and it had always kept the unknown things out. I kept Master Wang Jiao's instructions in mind, and didn't dare to breathe heavily or open my eyes. The dull sound stopped after 4 times, and silence returned outside. After waiting for a long time, I wanted to ask something. There was a subtle sound coming from the window above my head. It seemed like something was hitting it gently. It still sounded very rhythmic, just like the knocking sound before. There was a pause after 4 knocks, and the rhythm was very strong. If it were placed in real life, this sound would not be obvious. It might not attract anyone's attention, but in this ghost place, the 4 knocks were tantamount to telling the people in the house, there is a ghost outside. The knocks became louder and louder, and the rhythm became more and more intense. I seem to have heard the sound of the window breaking. It won't be long before the window above my head will be broken into pieces. I can no longer stop the things outside. Just when I thought that the window would be broken into pieces in the next second, the knocks turned into a sharp sound. This sound is not unfamiliar to me, the sound of nails scratching on the glass. Whenever I hear this sound, I feel creepy. The hair on my back stood up, and cold sweat flowed out uncontrollably. The person who can make such a sound with the window must be a woman with very long nails. Suddenly I remembered that there was a place on the window that was broken. The old lady who had turned into a weasel just now came in from that place. So will the person outside the window also come in from that place? I wanted to remind Master Wang Jiu, but I didn't dare to speak without authorization and disrupt Master Wang Jiu's arrangement. There will be no Bai Xian to save the situation in the future, and I can't do whatever I want. It wasn't long after Bai Xian disappeared, but I couldn't help thinking about her. The window finally couldn't bear the weight and broke into glass shards. I felt a lot of glass shards falling on my back. There was another piece that fell from the collar into my clothes. I didn't dare to move, for fear of attracting the attention of the spirit. I was even more afraid that the glass shards would cut my flesh. If blood came out, it would be even more troublesome. Something was wrapped around my back, and it felt a little itchy. I endured the discomfort in my body and continued to pretend to be a wooden man. There was a sly laugh in my ears, which sounded like a woman's voice. I didn't dare to listen more, and tightly grasped the 2 coins in my palm. It seemed that the 2 of them were my only hope. Don't hide anymore, come out. You dare to dig out someone's coffin, why are you still hiding from them? After she said that, I was sure of her identity. She was indeed the one who had just fought with Master Wang Jiu. She must be a particularly difficult person. Unless Bai Xian showed up with full combat power. Otherwise, Master Wang Jiu could only fight with her. It seemed that Master Wang Jiu came to find me just now to lead her away. I didn't expect that she could still come. Little enemy, why don't you come out? Then I'll come to find you. The wooden door creaked and opened weakly. I felt that I couldn't squat anymore and might fall to the ground at any time. Fortunately, the instinct of survival made me close my eyes. There was a gust of wind, and then it seemed like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The evil laughter of the female spirit became clearer and clearer, and I couldn't tell where she was. The sound came from all directions, as if it was everywhere. I was sure that Master Wang Jiu was in the house. But now I couldn't help but wonder whether Master Wang Jiu was in the house. Did he go somewhere else, or hide like me? I heard the sound of the bell clearly. The sound of the bell was very clear. It was not easy to be ignored. The sound of the bell was left and right, which made me very curious. I suddenly had an urge to open my eyes. Just before I opened my eyes, the coin in my hand suddenly became very hot. Called me out of the weird state. Bai Xian saved me again. I was extremely grateful for the so-called 3 Smiles marriage, which made Bai Xian appear by my side. Now even if she disappears from the world, the things she left behind still protect me. Hey, you weren't fooled. Are you not here? The female spirit murmured to herself, as if she was speaking to herself. I grabbed the 2 coins harder and harder, trying to reduce my sense of existence. I don't know why, but I always feel that the female spirit is not looking for Wang Jiu. She should be looking for me. After having this thought in my mind, I didn't dare to act rashly. When Wang Jiu said that just now, he probably realized that she was coming with bad intentions. So here it is, I see you. The female spirit's voice suddenly appeared in my ears, and goosebumps all over my body rose. Did she really find me? Just when I was about to break the jar, her voice came from not far away. Still the same sentence, so you are here, I see you. A good soldier is never tired of deceit. Are the current spiritual intelligences so high? I complained in my mind, suddenly feeling like a fool. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Who knows what will happen if I am exposed under the eyes of the female spirit? Probably because she never found me, the voice of the female spirit spoke softly. It's no longer the same as before. Get out of here right now, or I'll skin you and cramp you when I get you out. The female spirit said viciously, her laughter full of treachery. Mom, I found him. Suddenly there were children's voices in the room, which scared me to the point where I had breathing problems. I took a deep breath, which made me cough. When I started coughing violently, I knew I had been discovered. Sure enough, the bell came to me. The corner of my clothes was also grabbed, and I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. I finally found you, open your eyes and show me. I don't understand why I was asked to open my eyes and show her. It's impossible to open your eyes anyway, so there's no way you can lie to me. My lack of cooperation completely angered the female spirit, and I don't know what she used to wrap around my body. The whole body was wrapped in soft things. I felt like I was floating, as if I was being lifted up into the air. And the thing wrapped around my body became tighter and tighter. Everything in my body was being squeezed out. Just when I was about to lose consciousness, Wang Jiu's voice came to my ears. Stop. The female spirit's magic was broken, and I fell to the ground. I don't know how high she got me, but at this moment, my shit almost fell out. What was wrapped around me was taken back. Even though I was hit so hard that there were stars in my head, I still didn't dare to open my eyes. Okay, open your eyes. If you can't hide, forget it. Wang Ju's tone was very bad. I guess they think I'm too troublesome. This is also true. His old man is the one who controls the wind and rain in the spiritual world. The Een soldiers were able to take care of it, but now they have to hide. If it were me, I would be very upset. That beautiful sister, I didn't mean to do it. As I spoke, I slowly opened my eyes. The appearance of the female ghost is not as scary as I thought, but it is still scary. It's better to be by Xian. Although she is a spirit, she is just like a fairy. I acted very well behaved. God knows why I would use the word well behaved to describe myself. Apparently the female spirit was very satisfied with my attitude and showed one to me. A scary looking smile. The little Lingso who spoke just now also came to my side and pulled my hand. The hand being held could clearly feel the coldness of the soul. I took a deep breath subconsciously, but fortunately I didn't dare to throw the little clever hand away. What do you think? Go dig my house. Why do we have such a deep hatred? The female spirit asked unceremoniously and looked at me with an unkind expression. At this moment, I was very lucky that I didn't throw away the little clever hand just now. Otherwise, not only would I have a bad attitude, but I would probably be beaten up by the female ghost. I weighed my level of lying and decided to tell the truth. I want the gloomy wood. The guide will take me there. After telling the truth, I saw unabashed hatred in the female spirit. My wife needs the gloomy wood to live in, otherwise she will disappear from the world, but there is no need now, she has disappeared. I said angrily, feeling very aggrieved. Before Shinmu could get it, the female spirit came to the door again. It was hard to get the gloomy wood, but Bai Xian still didn't stay. No matter how you look at it, I am trying to draw water from a bamboo basket but in vain. Even with a high school diploma, I know what useless work is. The female spirit was stunned for a moment, as if she remembered something again. I don't know why I told her that Bai Xian is my wife. She didn't speak, and I didn't dare to say anything more. I kept winking at Mr. Wangjiu, but he ignored me. I'm not discouraged, and I don't know why. Living in the same room with an evil spirit and a large and small spirit. I didn't feel fear, but instead felt a strange sense of peace of mind. Sure enough, the longer I spent with Mr. Wangjiu, the more I followed him on his path to perversion and never returned. The female spirit suddenly went crazy in the room, as if she was looking for something. Fortunately, he didn't mean to hurt me. Wang Ji didn't speak, so I had no choice but to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The dead weasel on the ground was caught and thrown aside. There were 2 snakes pressed under the red coffin. I guess they were already crushed into meat patties. The little ghost led me to the red coffin for some reason. I was reluctant, fearing that the female ghost would misunderstand me. I was still planning to get the dark wood. If she wanted to kill me, I probably wouldn't be able to escape alive. But I didn't have the courage to shake off the little ghost. I followed her stiffly, step by step to the red coffin. The red coffin was not open, only a small gap at the edge. Even if my eyesight was good, I couldn't see anything with such a small gap. There weren't many things in the room, and they were soon turned into a mess. I looked like an outsider, watching the female ghost go crazy with cold eyes. Unexpectedly, she suddenly rushed over and grabbed my collar. She lifted me up high. Compared with our body shapes, I was twice as heavy as hers. But she lifted me up without any effort, and lifted my feet off the ground. Wang Jui didn't say anything, but fortunately she didn't make the next move. Although this position was a bit uncomfortable, it was still possible to survive. Where is she? The female spirit suddenly pulled me back and looked me in the eye. I saw a blood-red color in her eyes, and the hatred that turned into substance. Who is she? I asked blankly, and I really didn't know which one she was asking about. Suddenly remembering how Wang Jui and her fought together, I had a bad feeling in my heart. What is the relationship between the Uncle Lingsu who was torn to pieces by Bai Xian and her? Where is your wife? The female spirit asked with an unkind expression, as if I couldn't give her a reasonable answer. The next moment she will rise up and kill me here. We met the 8 immortals carrying a sedan chair, and the evil spirit married a wife. For the sake of the dark wood, I want to be the witness for the evil spirit. After I get the dark wood, I couldn't continue talking, but fortunately the female spirit didn't ask any further questions. I don't know how she did it. When he opened his hand to me, there were dots of white light in his hand. The white light is the trace left by Baisian. She hasn't said anything yet, but I'm sure of it. The female spirit waved her sleeves. The palm-sized gloomy wood is missing from the corners of the big red coffin. She placed the white shimmer into the gloomy wood. Then the dark wood came into my hands. The scarlet gloomy wood seems to have an indescribable evil nature. It nourishes me so much when I put it on you. If you are a heartless person, my sister will definitely not be able to forgive you. Fortunately, you still have some conscience. Is the female spirit so easy to talk to? From the gloomy wood, I clearly felt Baisien's aura. The female spirit has really found Baisien. Even Baisien can't help me now. She can stay with me and just exist in this way, and I feel very satisfied. At any other time, I would not have left the scarlet gloomy wood by my side. Thank you, sister. Do you mind if I dig your grave? I asked curiously, feeling very relaxed. It was a rare peace of mind after becoming the driver of the last bus on Route 14. If Master Lin were here, most likely his jaw would drop to the ground. Who would have thought that I, Su Ren, would one day be able to chat and laugh with Lingzhou? Female Lingzhou was obviously confused by my question, and Wang Ji gave me a blank look. I also realized that what I asked was too mean. In case she forgot just now, I asked, what does she plan to do to settle the score in the future? Do you mind? Why don't you mind? But today the moon is bright and the wind is clear. I don't want to kill anyone. I looked out the window and looked at the scenery outside. The moon is there, but this damn place. When I thought of this, I suddenly understood that this was the female spirit who was stepping down for me. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have encountered such an easy Tototalk spirit. The evil spirit that seemed so talkative just now actually harbors evil intentions. Little Lingzhou seemed to like me very much and kept holding my hand. I wanted to ask the female spirit about the situation in the village, but before I could open my mouth, Wang Ju stopped me with his eyes. With my intuition, I could feel that Wang Jui was hiding something from me. He seemed to know something, but he just didn't want to tell me. If I insist on asking, I will probably say the same thing. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. Before I could think of what to say, the wooden door slammed shut. I looked at Mr. Wang Jiu with confusion, wondering what he was up to. Wang Ji shook his head and indicated that he had nothing to do with me. The body that was originally relaxed suddenly became tense. Who could it be? I vaguely sensed something was wrong. As the guide had just said, the owner of the red coffin followed behind him. He went somewhere else to lure it away so I could dig out the gloomy wood. As for the female spirit, she has never left her coffin. Who is lying? The guide wants to deceive me, so why should he lead me there? If the female spirit was deceiving me, then why did she help me collect the broken spirits of Baisian? How could he take out the gloomy wood on his own initiative? After peeling away a lot of fog, I thought the truth was within reach. Suddenly, he was once again surrounded by fog and barriers. Wang Jui suddenly got into his body. His voice rang in my heart. Don't think about it. Being too curious is not a good thing. Go squat behind the door. Walking around the red coffin, I squatted behind the door and didn't dare to make any move. There was no sound outside, and the door suddenly closed. It's like a hallucination of several of us together. Only now did I find out. There seems to be no one around me who is completely trustworthy. The female spirit is unreliable, and Wang Jui is unreliable. My strength is simply not worth mentioning in front of Ling Sui. He took out a few coins from his pocket and saw the power of coins several times. I subconsciously regarded the coin as my trump card, or a talisman. The female spirit was very calm, grabbing the little spirit and getting into the red coffin. If Mr. Wang Jiu were in front of me, he would definitely receive a resentful look from me. I felt like I had been squatting for almost an hour. There was still no sound outside. Even the sound of the wind blowing and the trees moving just now disappeared completely. Thinking of this, I just understood why Wang Ji felt like facing a powerful enemy. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many powerful spirits? That time when I accidentally entered the spirit world, it seemed dangerous. In fact, if you try hard, you can still cope with it. But I don't even know where the enemy is now. Give it a try. What should you fight with? The quieter it is outside, the more noticeable the sound of my breathing becomes. In such an atmosphere, I couldn't control my breathing. Breathing heavily. I was fed up with this passive state, and I screamed desperately in my heart. At some point, the red coffin was covered with a layer of faint red light. I don't know if it was the female spirit that was controlling the coffin. The coffin moved towards the window at a constant speed, with the bottom tightly attached to the ground. It made a sound that made my teeth ache. I called out Wang Zhu's name in my heart, but there was no response. Why didn't this old thing speak? The sound echoed in the room for a long time, until the coffin stopped under the window. Why didn't the female spirit respond? Or did she move the coffin under the window? Why under the window? In an instant, my brain suddenly worked very well. The red coffin blocked the window. If something happened, the door wouldn't open. I couldn't climb through the window, so I had to stay here. Let the spirit slaughter me. I desperately called out Wang Jui. Maybe he was annoyed by his noise, so he finally responded to me. Shut up, idiot. Wang Jui didn't mean to explain to me. I knew he was still there, so I wasn't so nervous. We still have to take the necessary precautions. Bai Xian is not here, and I completely trust Wang Jui. I held the dark wood that Bai Xian was placed in my hand. The cold dark wood, now holding it in my hand, does not feel uncomfortable. Then in the moonlight, I saw many blood threads wrapped around the red coffin. The blood threads as thick as hair wrapped the coffin tightly. It was like a silkworm pupa, and soon the coffin could not be seen in its original shape. The red blood threads extended from the window and wrapped around my body. I swallowed my saliva, but I didn't have time to be thankful. Suddenly, there was a sigh in my ear. Who was it? The sigh was right beside my ear, and I could even feel the cold breath. Who is it? Where did it come from? Why is there no movement at all? Even though I was full of doubts, I didn't dare to act rashly. A light laugh came from my ear, and the sound hit my heart neither lightly nor heavily. I wanted to look back, but I didn't have the courage. The coin in my hand didn't change at all. I couldn't help but wonder if the coin had expired. It's really lively tonight, and there are still strangers. The voice came from behind me, and I heard it clearly. No one knows better than me, there is a wall behind me. So who is talking? Where is it? This is the second time I heard the word lively tonight. Is it because of my arrival that it is particularly lively? And why does the diary related to the driver of the last bus of number 14 appear here? I thought about why I came to Muling village. It was Wang Jui who pointed the place to me, so what did he know? Is it really a coincidence that I met the 8 immortals carrying a sedan chair and the evil spirit married a wife? Or was it calculated by someone? Questions came out one after another in my mind. It was as if everyone around me, every ghost, and everything they guided me to do had a special meaning. And I was played around by them from beginning to end. I stood up suddenly and turned around, staring fiercely behind me. I wanted to see what was scaring me. A strange-looking puppet was suspended in the air. Looking closely, it was entangled with blood, so it could float in the air. Was it that scared me just now? I looked at it carefully again. It was very different from the puppets I played with when I was a child. It was very delicate, but the 2 eyes were particularly large and glowed with black light. It gave me an indescribable sense of evil charm. How did you get to Muling village? When the puppet spoke, there was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in its voice. It always gave me a weird feeling. Master Wangzhou didn't move at all, and the coffin that was wrapped like a cocoon didn't react at all. The puppet didn't look particularly scary, and I was able to pretend to be calm. I came here by taxi. I told the truth, I did come here by taxi. I also heard the driver tell a supernatural story, and he didn't finish it before we arrived. The puppet controlled the blood threads and surrounded me. There were only a dozen blood threads around me, and I smelled a strong smell of blood. The blood threads it controlled were not drawn from living people. The blood threads did not get close to me, and it didn't seem to have any intention of hurting me. But it was hard for me to accept it just lingering around me. Living people don't easily come to Muling village. Are you running Fingdu taxi? I didn't expect the puppet to know Fingdu taxi, but when I came here, I took a taxi in the human world. But it was right, living people can't easily come to this place. If you accidentally enter here, you can't get through it at all. It's a trick set up by the guide. I was able to come in thanks to Master Wangzhou. I took a taxi from the human world. I asked more than 10 cars, but only one was willing to come. Since I saw the evil of this place, I can understand why taxi drivers are unwilling to come. Night bus drivers are afraid of encountering evil things, and they are even more taboo to go to evil places to avoid trouble. So it is normal for them not to come. It's not simple. No wonder he came from Muling village. I couldn't tell the difference between the 2 Muling villages, but I could understand what the puppet meant. The puppet was more talkative than I thought, and it could be said to be kind. Inviting me to sit in front of it, the puppet told me about Muling Village. Muling Village and Muling Village are the same place. But later the water source was cut off, and the village was full of corpses. Only Muling Village was left, existing at the junction of the spirit world and the human world. I wanted to ask the puppet how I could leave. I couldn't open my mouth anyway. After the puppet finished the story, I saw a joke on his unchanging face. The game has begun, you have to survive. Throwing down this sentence, the puppet left the room. The blood threads wrapped around the surface of the coffin also disappeared. Just when I breathed a sigh of relief, I suddenly heard the roar of Master Wang Jiu in my heart. Get out of this room quickly. I hesitated for a moment, and then I heard a dull sound coming from the red coffin. Seeing that I didn't move, Master Wang Jiu became more and more irritable. Run quickly, if you keep dawdling, I will have to stay here to bury you. I didn't dare to neglect it. Master Wang Jiu had never shown such a look. The sound in the coffin was not right, as if I was trapped inside. I recovered some strength and pulled the door open. I ran away without doubting why Master Wang Jiu said that. Before I ran far, I heard the sound of the coffin breaking. The female spirit who was friendly just now suddenly became extremely ferocious. How could I be faster than her? I didn't run far before she caught up with me. I felt the cold wind blowing behind me, and my legs felt heavier and heavier. My legs, which were as soft as lead, were now as soft as noodles. I stumbled and knelt on the ground after running a few steps. A bloody smell came up in my throat, and my lungs were weak and hissing. The coin in my hand was getting hotter and hotter, and I subconsciously threw it behind me. I heard the heart-wrenching screams of the female spirit. I struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards the unknown place in front. Wang Jiu suddenly got out of my body and appeared in front of me. Follow me, get down quickly. The female spirit suddenly turned hostile and became unreasonable. The only person I could rely on was Wang Jiu, even though there were still many suspicious points about him. The diary I picked up from the house was still in my trouser pocket, and I didn't throw away the business card. I didn't know how far I ran, and there should be nothing else following me. Wang Jiu didn't listen, and I didn't dare to stop. After passing several courtyards, I looked inside curiously. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything, except for the few knife marks on the door, which were particularly eye-catching. When they reached an empty place, Wang Jiu finally stopped. I guessed that if he didn't listen, I would be exhausted to death. After coughing for a long time, I finally recovered. He looked half dead and sat on the ground. What's going on? Don't tell me. Don't ask so many questions that you shouldn't know. I don't want to hear this again. In the past, when Bai Xian was still here, I could ask nothing. Now continuing to be confused may not be a good thing. Probably because my attitude was extra determined, Wang Jiu didn't hide anything from me this time. Boy, there are some things you don't know about. Let's forget about it. But you know everything, and it will be difficult to escape. I nodded firmly, and Bai Xian disappeared from the world because of me. She was my wife, although I would never admit it. It's not easy for me to get away now. Just tell me clearly. This is not the first time I have experienced something weird. I have seen many things, and when I see them again, they are not so scary. You and Bai Xian are indeed husband and wife, destined to be married. Although I don't quite understand why humans and spiritual bodies have such a marriage. Wang Jiu talked about this matter doubtfully. The only one who probably knows the reason is Bai Xian himself. It's a pity that Bai Xian turned into dots of white light and was merged into the gloomy wood. When I was running away just now, I didn't even drop the dark wood when I fell to the ground. Even if I knew it was related to a female spirit, it might harm me. Speaking of important things, what just happened? I said a little impatiently. At first glance, it seemed that Wang Jiu and I were upside down. He used to act like an uncle in front of me, but now I can be regarded as a turned surf singing. Wang Jiu subconsciously looked around, looking particularly vigilant. The surrounding area was so empty that it was hard to imagine a village full of houses and trees. There will still be an open space like this. That puppet just now was a wraith, and you and I are still in his barrier. Is that little puppet a wraith? A ghost born out of resentment? But why is Wang Jiu so afraid of him? After all, he is also an evil spirit that brings disaster to others. Even Mrs. Huang Santai had to stay away from her, so why did she give up when she encountered a resentful spirit? Probably because I couldn't control my expression well. Wang Jiu saw the disgust in my eyes. The old man was also very angry, so he kicked me when he came up. Still facing the butt. How dare you dislike me? If you hadn't been running around, how could you have rushed into its barrier? I was the one who rushed into the barrier of the resentful spirit. I don't quite believe it. But now is not the time to argue. In the barrier of the resentful spirit, you become meat on its chopping board and can be slaughtered at will. How do you get out of here? I asked nervously, looking at Wang Jui's helpless look. Is there no way to escape? Fortunately, Wang Jui is well informed and has some ideas. It's just that I don't quite accept his method. There are two ways. One is that I use you as a sacrifice and activate the Nightwalk of Bailing to break through the barrier of the resentful spirits. Wang Jui said with ill intentions. I didn't expect that he was actually plotting against me. Thinking of the evil spirit contract between the two of us, I breathed a sigh of relief. I am the master and he is the servant, so he cannot harm me. What about the other one? This is non-negotiable. I said angrily, I guess he was just talking. He didn't really mean to take advantage of me, otherwise he would never say it. He will definitely hide in the dark and stab him in secret to kill him. He wouldn't tell me at all, so I could be on guard. Wang Jui showed some disappointment. I didn't expect that he was really interested in me, so I was so angry that I glared at him. The other one is that I use your anger as bait to lure away the resentful spirits, and then you use your blood and essence to break through the barrier. This sounds very feasible, at least it is not a way to kill me. It can save my dog's life and escape smoothly. Before I was happy for 2 minutes, Wang Ji poured a basin of cold water on me. To be precise, it was ice water, which chilled my heart. Angry is the blood of the heart. Fortunately, 1 bowl is enough. As for the essence and blood to break through the barrier, about 10 bowls are enough. Wang Ji made a big bowl, which could hold as much as 6 taels of rice. After having such a hard work, I kicked my legs straight away. What's the difference from the method just now? Isn't it enough to be a dead man? Looking at Wang Ju's malicious smile, I really wanted to rush over and punch him. His hands unconsciously rubbed inside his pocket, and suddenly he touched the card he picked up from under his feet. Since I picked up this card, I haven't bothered to read the contents inside. Not sure where the leisurely elegance came from, I took out the card and prepared to read the content on it. When I saw the 4 words in the corner, Fengdu rental, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. I thought it was some important clue, but I didn't expect that my joy was in vain. Putting the business card back in my pocket, I sat listlessly on the ground, as if I was breaking the jar. I didn't expect Master Jio to be with me on the last stretch of the journey. If you can get away, get out quickly and don't worry about me. It is true that the words of a dying man are good. I'm too lazy to embarrass Mr. Wang Jio. I can't escape anyway, so it's better to let him seek his own blessings. Wang Jui didn't appreciate it either, but rolled his eyes at me. I closed my eyes and thought about what happened during this period, and suddenly I remembered the puppet's words. He asked me if I rented it out from Fengdu, so I could rent it out from Fengdu into the boundary? Master Jio, Master Jio? I called Mr. Wang Jio several times, but the old guy didn't respond at all. I stood up and walked to Wang Jui. I imitated the way he kicked me and raised my legs to kick him. It can be regarded as an end to the hatred in my heart. Before Wang Jui showed his power, I immediately stepped back and said, "Can Fengdu taxi come over?" Wang Jui was stunned by my question and looked at me with a puzzled face. Unexpectedly, he nodded in the end. I couldn't help but smile and hurriedly took out my mobile phone to call the car booking hotline. There was no signal in this ghost place, but the call was connected. In the past, I would have been very surprised. Now my mentality has not changed at all, as if this is how it should be. I didn't expect Fengdu Taxi to be so humane. The customer service is a female spirit with a gentle voice and a good attitude. After asking where I was, she told me not to move around and that a car would come to pick me up in a minute. Fengdu Taxi can be said to have a deep connection with me. It's not the first time I've taken a car, so I don't feel scared. Knowing that the taxis in the spirit world are very fast, I just stood here and waited for the arrival of the car. While waiting for the car, the female spirit who had disappeared for a long time suddenly chased me. I don't know where the little ghost that had been following her went. I didn't see the crazy look of the female ghost just now. Now I can see it clearly. Even though I have seen many ghosts, I am still disgusted. Fortunately, I didn't have time to eat at night, otherwise I would be disgusted by her. The clothes on the female ghost were tattered, and her hair was not as smooth as it was at the beginning. Her eyes were bulging out, and she looked very scary. There were many marks of burns on her face, and the flesh buds were waving ferociously. I hid behind Wang Jui and consciously left her to Wang Jui. Master Jio, leave it to your old man to block her and wait for the taxi to come. We will win. I had the attitude of just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Wang Jui was so angry that he wanted to throw me directly to the female spirit. Fortunately, he still remembered that we were grasshoppers on the same rope. If I die, even if he escapes death, he will still be seriously injured. Wang Jui and the female spirit were fighting together. The two of them were evenly matched before, but now Wang Jui is at a disadvantage. Being pressed down and beaten by the female spirit, he looked so miserable. After all, Wang Jui is also an evil spirit, an existence that can drive hundreds of spirits to walk at night. How could he be beaten like this by the female spirit? Could it be that he is also a fake, and the fake evil spirits can't enter my body? Although the female spirit was at the upper hand, there was nothing she could do against Wang Jui for a while. Naturally, they focused on me. After all, I looked easy to bully. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have thrown out a few coins and laid down on the ground. I'm afraid it's already been disemboweled and its internal organs pulled out by her. Fortunately, Wang Jui is not a vegetarian, so he took advantage of the female Lingzong's disadvantage. I kicked her far away and finally distanced herself from me. I breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly awaited the arrival of the taxi. It's just that the taxi came a little slowly today, and while I was waiting, I felt desperate. The sound of taxi horns came from the distance. Soon the taxi stopped in front of me. I looked up and saw that the driver was an old acquaintance. The driver didn't look good when he saw me. Speaking of which, I still owed him 2 fares and didn't pay him. No wonder people roll their eyes at me. If it were me, I would most likely have to kick the accelerator and drive away. Meet again, I said with some embarrassment, fearing that someone would be unhappy and drive away. The driver rolled his eyes and smiled maliciously. Fortunately, I have ridden in his car twice and was greeted by his signature smile. There is still a certain degree of resistance, at least not frightened. I wanted to open the car door and get in, but I didn't expect my hand to reach the car door. I was kicked far away by the female spirit. When I fell to the ground, I suspected that I would be crippled. Fortunately, I was lucky. Although it hurt a little from the fall, I was still able to get up. I stumbled forward and ran forward, not caring whether it hurt or not. This time, we finally got into the taxi smoothly, but Wang Jui was entangled not far away by the female spirit. There is no way to escape. I can't leave Wang Jui alone, but I can't do anything. Sit tight and close the door. It's time to go. The driver said angrily. He didn't care whether Wang Jui got in the car or not. Wait a minute, I said eagerly, staring at the situation outside. Fortunately, Wang Jui was cunning and noticed me getting into the taxi. Then he led the female spirit towards me. Surprisingly, before Wang Jui got into the taxi, the female spirit got in instead. As soon as I got into the taxi, the female spirit wanted to do something to me. Unexpectedly, there are more rules for renting in Fengdu than I thought. Before the female spirit could take action, she was repulsed by the yellow light surrounding me. The taxi driver showed a strange smile without any fear at all. Fengdu taxi prohibits fighting in the car. If you violate Lingso, you will be fined 10 million. How do you plan to pay it, madam? As if she didn't understand what the driver said, the female spirit attacked me again. The yellow light knocked her back again. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Jui penetrated directly into my body. If you don't listen to the advice, just go down. I watched dumbfounded as the car roof suddenly disappeared. The car seat suddenly bounced up, and the female spirit was thrown out, and she didn't know where she went. The car returned to looking like an ordinary taxi. The expression on the driver's face did not change at all. At this moment, I felt that the sly smile on his face was very friendly. You haven't given me the money for the last 2 rides yet. Remember to burn the money for me when you get off the bus, otherwise you will be refused rides in the future. I used to be intimidated by renting in Fengdu, but now I feel more comfortable with it. I promised the driver straight away, and I felt very guilty for holding him back for so long. The driver didn't look good on me because I agreed happily. Instead, he continued to say sinisterly, the car's defense system was activated just now. The maintenance fee for one activation is 10 million. The yellow aperture just blocked me twice, a total of 20 million. Fortunately, it was Fengdu's spiritual coin, otherwise 20 million would be a huge mountain. I will never make so much money in my life. I'll burn money for you when you get off the car. Can you take me back to the dormitory downstairs? Nyasan City is not far from the dormitory. I'm not sure if I can take a taxi there directly. However, Fengdu's rentals all use roads borrowed from the spirit world, so the distance should not matter. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Wang Ju's feeble voice appear in my heart. Go to the bus company, it's not yet 12 o'clock, you have to get out of the bus. Only then did I remember to look at my watch. It was really not 12 o'clock yet. Although I know Master Lin will drive the car for me, who knows if there will be any surprises. It's better for me to drive myself. And today, Sunday, will I meet Bai Xian? There is still an extravagant hope in my heart. Bai Xian has not disappeared from the world. As long as I'm driving this one, she'll be there on Sunday. She got on the bus from a certain station and stayed by my side. I hurriedly changed the place, and the driver didn't have any objections. He just reminded me again. You must remember to pay me the fare. It's not a good thing to owe Fengdu's wages. It was indeed my fault for always delaying the fare. So I didn't dare to feel uncomfortable when the driver chased me for money. Besides, it was thanks to him just now. Otherwise, whether it was the puppet ghost feared by Master Wang Jiu, or the female ghost who could suppress him, I would probably be in danger. Maybe it was because of my good attitude that the driver actually talked to me for a few words. Be careful when driving at night. Fengdu Taxi also has a designated driver service. As long as you have money, Lord Wuchang can also come out. I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at this time, and nodded subconsciously, not taking it to heart. The driver didn't care whether I listened or not, because the car had already arrived at the door of the company. At this time, there would always be a light left at the door of the company's garage. After getting out of the car, the whole garage was pitch black. It was pitch dark. The whole garage was like a monster with its mouth open, ready to swallow everyone who entered. I looked at my watch. It was only 11:30, so I was not in a hurry to get out of the car. Master Lin should not have come yet, so I took out my phone to make a call. The screen reflected my face and the face behind me. Cold sweat broke out on my back. When did it appear behind me? This face is not unfamiliar to me, the Uncle Lingsu who was torn to pieces by Bai Xian. Exactly what he thought. Hasn't he disappeared? Why do you still appear behind me? I gritted my teeth and took a step forward, pretending not to notice him, and put the phone back into my pocket naturally. Approaching the garage door, I took out my phone again. The screen was in my face, and behind me. This time the face didn't appear again, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, I thought I was dazzled, so I saw it wrong. Before I could walk out again, Wang Ju's furious voice echoed in my heart. Stop it quickly, do you want your life? My outstretched legs were retracted. Even though I don't understand why Wang Ju said this, the situation is not right now. I can still detect this. Call Lin Hualong. There is a ghost behind you. I can't do anything about him. Wang Ju said angrily, and I saw a hint of frustration on his face. Thinking about how many years he has been a powerful figure in the spiritual world, he has lost his former majesty since he followed me. I quickly turned on my phone, found Master Lin's phone number, and called him. The phone kept ringing, but no one answered. Just now I just noticed a human face on the phone screen, but now I can clearly feel the cold aura. It was like an invisible ribbon wrapping around my neck, gradually tightening. The phone hung up automatically and I gradually lost control of my body. Wang Jui was worried at the sight but could do nothing. I have already thought about my outcome, which is that I will probably suffocate and die miserably at the garage door. Tomorrow's morning news should be that a bus company driver named Su died of suspected suicide early this morning. Some imaginative netizens will probably make up some touching stories for me. If I'm lucky, maybe I can become a ghost. When the time comes, we will definitely have to settle accounts with the one who killed me. Everyone is spiritual, so there won't be much difference. God had destined that my life should not end like this. I guess I rolled my eyes. The melodious music came from the phone, which was my exclusive ringtone for Master Lin. I was suddenly able to move, picked up the phone, and heard Master Lin's voice coming from the speaker. Have you found Yinshinmo? It's pretty fast. I was just about to wipe my butt and didn't have any hands to answer the phone. Lin Hualong said disapprovingly. If Master Lin were by my side, I would definitely kill him with a few words. In the time it took you to wipe your butt, the magic behind your back almost didn't kill me. Where are you now? I'm at the door of the garage. Why didn't I even turn on the light? There's a ghost behind me. Come here quickly. I hurriedly urged Master Lin. After all, whether he could save me or not depended on his ability. Wang Jui was helpless against the spirit behind him, and this thing was very evil. If I didn't look in the mirror, I wouldn't be able to spot him at all. I moved the phone away and turned on the speaker, the screen still facing my face. It can also clearly take care of the place behind me. Just now, the uncle looked like a ghost, but now he has turned into a female ghost. There are a few strands of blue hair on my head. The female spirit was lying on top of my head, nibbling on the top of my head. The spirit behind you? Just stand there and wait for me, Master Lin said anxiously, and listening to his tone, I could feel the seriousness of the situation. The phone was hung up and I stopped doing anything unnecessary. Just standing there waiting for Master Lin to come over. It seems that he can really deal with the spirit behind him. When did I get into it? Why has it never been discovered? Just as I was wondering about the origin of the spirit behind me, the melodious sound of music came again. It was Master Lin's call. I didn't dare to hesitate and quickly picked up the phone. Now close your eyes, turn left 3 times, turn right 3 times, then take off your underwear and put it on your head. I can accept the first 2 instructions, this one is to put the underwear over your head. I really can't accept it. Master Lin was afraid that I would cut corners, so he warned me again. Be sure to turn left 3 times, turn right 3 times, and then pull your underwear on. No one will care about your 2 ounces at this time. Master Lin warned me again and again, but I dare not do it. My heart skipped a beat. Anyway, there was no one in the garage at this hour. I was the only driver who drove the last train at 12 o'clock. You shouldn't let others see it, and besides, staying alive is more important. This place must not be the real garage door, otherwise I should have seen Master Lin. Following Master Lin's instructions, after I finished spinning, I put my underwear on my head. Then Master Lin patted me on the shoulder. When you open your eyes, you will see a garage with a few small lights. Master Lin was running out of breath, and now he was beside me. Who sucked your yang energy? The yang fire in your body is almost extinguished, no wonder you got the spirit behind it. I glared at Mr. Wang Jiu sadly, and Master Lin understood what was going on. Your grandma is a jerk. You want this boy's fate to be decided directly. Why are you sucking his yang energy when you have nothing to do? Master Lin was furious and looked quite scary. Wang Jui didn't have the nerve to explain anything. It was indeed him who took advantage of me being unprepared and secretly sucked away my yang energy. After scolding Master Wang Jiu, Master Lin seemed to have let out a breath of anger. Then he remembered that the ghost behind me had not been dealt with yet. You are unlucky, you have such a black-heart evil spirit servant. Master Lin rubbed my shoulders, and I don't know where the needle came from. He took out a drop of blood from each of my shoulders. The 2 drops of blood were pulled by Master Lin and fell on the top of my shoulder, as if they were ignited by something. With a whoosh, they disappeared completely. I felt that my body seemed to be injected with endless strength. The fatigue just now was swept away. It's fine now, drink this later and you will be fine. I still believe in Master Lin's words, after all, he still has a lot of ways to deal with evil spirits. What is the origin of the ghost behind? Why can't Master Wang Jiu do anything about it? I asked curiously. Master Wang Jiu is an evil spirit, and he has a natural suppression on all evil spirits. Even Master Lin is not his opponent, why doesn't he dare to deal with the ghost behind? Master Lin rolled his eyes and couldn't help but start cursing again. It's a miracle if he can deal with it. He uses your yang qi to fight your yang qi, afraid that you won't die fast enough? I have no doubt that if Master Wang Jiu hadn't drilled into my body now, Master Lin would definitely not let him go. This is the blood from the shoulder that ignited your yang qi. You are lucky to have saved your life. Damn, what's behind you? Master Lin's voice suddenly became very strange, and I realized that something was wrong. I wanted to turn around to see what was going on behind me, but I resisted. Take out your phone again. This time, the thing lying on the back of my neck turned into that weird puppet. Master Lin, what exactly is it? I asked with a trembling voice. I felt fear in this weird thing, fear deep in my bones. Master Lin shook his head and looked at me with pity. Give me a feeling that I will die soon. I looked at my watch. It was already 11:45. You should go to the garage now and warm up the car when you are 50. Please take care and leave on time at 12 o'clock. Thinking of the diary I picked up in Muling Village today, I wanted to take it out. Give Master Lin a look so that he can help analyze the situation. It is simply impossible for me to solve the mystery of the last train on Route 14 by myself. The diary was placed in my trouser pocket, and I couldn't get it out even after a lot of effort. I don't care about what you are carrying now. Go get out of the car first to avoid any accidents. Master Lin urged me and I nodded. At this moment, melodious music came from the phone again. The familiar ringtone made me change my expression. This is my exclusive ringtone for Master Lin. Master Lin's hands were outside and he had no chance to call me. Who is this person in front of me? It seems that the mobile phone has been dropped. It should have been picked up by the old man looking at the garage. You go in first and I will get the mobile phone. After saying a few words, Master Lin hurriedly ran to the garage doorman. Intuitively, I feel that Master Lin is not telling the truth. After hesitating, I picked up the phone. I heard Master Lin panting heavily. It could be said that he was out of breath. I felt increasingly uneasy. If the person just now was not Master Lin, but Ling Sui pretending to be one, then I would probably be out of luck. Master Lin, where are you? I asked eagerly, eager to know what the thing I encountered just now was. You didn't do what I told you? Where have you been? Master Lin's tone is very bad, I can basically confirm it at this moment. The thing I encountered just now was not Master Lin. It's just that I clearly followed his instructions, so why didn't I see him? Where am I now? Oops, I forgot to tell you. With your underwear on top of your head, you should be at the garage door in the spirit world now. Master Lin said in a fuss, and my heart also went cold. Could it be that this is really the spiritual world? Then where was the dark place I went to after I got off the car just now? And Wang Jui, he is hiding, or he didn't come with me. It's already 11:45, what should I do? I didn't care to say any kind words and continued to grind on. The last train on Route 14 cannot leave on time. The most important thing now is to keep the last train on schedule. I listened to Master Lin curse a few curse words. It seems that it is indeed not a good thing for me to accidentally enter the spirit world alone. Listen to me, I'll take the bus for you tonight, and you'll rent it out. Go directly to the bus stop and wait for me. Master Lin is still quick to respond, but I can't get Fengdu rental now. I still owe several fares to others. If I don't pay them off, I won't be able to get a rental car in Fengdu. So this method just doesn't work for me. I can't get a taxi in Fengdu. I owe a lot of fare. If I don't burn it with him, I can't get a rental in Fengdu. This is what God wants to kill me. When I spoke, I felt really helpless. As long as I rent out the fermented wine once less, or pay for the first 2 times, I won't be in trouble. I can't take a taxi in Fengdu and I haven't paid the driver. I'm being warned now. Master Lin sighed as if he suddenly realized something. He stopped talking. I just wanted to ask him what to do. An arm fell on his shoulder, and its voice came to his ears again. Why don't you come in with me quickly? We won't have time to leave on time. The person who came to me was Ling Sui, who took the form of Master Lin. With it on my shoulder, I could only passively walk with it into the garage. The phone hasn't been hung up yet. I guess Master Lin can hear what Ling Chong and I are talking to. I don't know what Master Lin would do, give up the last bus on Route 14 and choose to save me? It seems impossible to stop the last train on Route 14 now. But let me deal with the spirit for more than 2 hours, even if it takes my life, I can't do it. If I had the ability to conjure spirits, I would fool everyone into being dizzy. If I'm still a bus driver, I'll go into sales and make a living by mouth. Wait a minute, my stomach hurts. I pretended to squat on the ground, as if I really had a stomachache. I don't know if Lingso will see through me, but I really can't think of a good way. After lowering my head, the handset of the mobile phone was closer to me. I don't know when, I turned the call volume down to the minimum. I lowered my head again and could vaguely hear what the person on the phone was saying. No matter what happens, don't start bus 9413 in the spirit world. After saying this, Master Lin hung up the phone, leaving me alone and confused. I guess Master Lin said that there must be something wrong. In fact, even if Master Lin didn't say it, I wouldn't start the bus. Let's delay it first. If the delay time exceeds 12 o'clock, we will say it's late and go on strike for a day. I don't know if I have the talent to be an actor, but I don't think so. When I was in school, I went to the film and television city to work part-time, wanting to be an extra. I was despised by the assistant director and looked dumbfounded. Now I need to compete with my acting skills. I guess my level is just that of a child with kindergarten IQ. It's better to be a little stupid, so that you don't find anything wrong. Master Lin, you should drive the bus. I have a stomachache and I'm afraid I have to fight with the toilet. I said aggrievedly, pretending to be pitiful. The spirit following behind me was obviously not happy. It didn't expect me to say I had a stomachache. I heard it say in a bad mood, go to the toilet quickly, I will warm up the bus for you. If you don't get out today, you may not be able to survive. The spirit threatened me, but I was not really afraid. It was nothing more than death. What made me even more unsure was the guy called the ghost behind by Master Wangzhou. Was the fake Master Lin dealing with him just now, or was he helping the evil? I don't know the specific situation. It's better to get away with it for now. To delay time, I saw the spirit went quite far forward. Then I pretended to shout at it and asked it to stop for a while. I sensed impatience and deep malice from the spirit, even though it was quite far away from me. I tried to force out some smiles and said flatteringly, "Master Lin, did you bring toilet paper? Give me some quickly. I can't hold it any longer. I also have cigarettes." I pretended to be impatient, probably because he misunderstood that I had a stomachache. So even if my expression was inconsistent, it didn't attract the attention of the spirit. I also had the intention of testing. Master Lin didn't answer my call for the first time. He said he was going to the toilet and was about to wipe his butt. This old guy has a habit of going to the toilet, smoking while shitting. So if he is the real Master Lin, he must have cigarettes and paper in his hand. I gritted my teeth and looked at the spirit, with a somewhat ferocious look on my face. I couldn't tell whether it was hatred or fear, but fortunately the spirit didn't notice anything. "Go to hell, kid, who goes out with toilet paper? You're not a woman. The cigarettes are in the car. Go to the toilet first. I'll find you in the toilet later." With just this sentence, I was sure that this was really a spirit, not Master Lin. Even if they are exactly the same, there will be many flaws. I hunched my back and walked slowly to the toilet. How slow can I walk? It's just a turtle's pace. I don't know if the spirit noticed me. Anyway, I didn't dare to straighten my back. There were 2 or 3 coins in my hand. Suddenly I realized that there were only a few coins left that Bai Xian gave me. It might not take long before I used them all up. I took out one and put it in my chest pocket. The coin was slightly warm, warming up my blood that had cooled down due to fear. The spirit's voice came from a distance, with some teasing. "You don't have a stomachache, you have hemorrhoids, you walk so slowly, like an unmarried girl." I didn't care what he said, and continued to walk to the toilet at this speed. I always felt that the toilet and the garage were a bit far away, and the place was too remote. Now I just hate that the place is not far enough, and not remote enough. It takes me about 5 minutes to walk to the toilet normally. This time, I dragged my feet and walked slowly, taking a full 10 minutes. There were still 3 minutes before the bus left, so I was probably too late. I pretended to take off my pants and squatted in the toilet. My face was still full of hatred and bitterness, just like constipation. When I came in, I was very sure that no one else was in the toilet. Why did I hear coughing at this moment? Was it the ghost chasing me? I then pretended to have a stomachache, as if I would never stop fighting with the toilet. Hee, save me, save me. In the men's toilet, I heard a woman's voice. I broke out in a cold sweat on my back, and my calves kept going weak. I closed my eyes and tried to slow down my breathing. Today in Muling village, I could hide under the eyes of the red coffin female ghost. I don't know what kind of evil spirit is causing trouble at this moment. But in this way, the possibility of me being discovered should be small. I resolutely suppressed my curiosity, so as not to see something scary because of my curiosity. I would be scared to death. "Brother, save me, please save me." Something grabbed my trouser leg and kept shaking. I calmed myself down and pretended that I didn't feel anything. Who knows if she was just testing me randomly, and I am a living person who can't do anything. She still wants me to save her, and I beg her to save me. I hardened my heart and pretended that I didn't hear anything. Sure enough, the female ghost who asked for help didn't find me. I didn't respond to her all the time, so she climbed down the stairs to the next toilet cubicle. Repeated the previous words. There was no one in the next few cubicles, and it was even more impossible for anyone to respond to her. The female ghost who asked for help was more persistent than I thought. She didn't get anything after climbing over, so she climbed back along the stairs. This time her words were different from before. "I found you, please save me, I'm in so much pain." This voice is like a complaint, extremely sad, even if it is not said in front of me. I feel that my conscience is once again under great test. The female spirit who asked for help came to the cubicle behind me and repeated the words just now. Then she crawled back to me. I was still the same, but this time the situation was not right. She crawled on me and didn't say that sentence. I was not sure if she found me. I didn't dare to act rashly, trying to balance my breathing frequency and try not to expose myself. I have enough messes on my body now. If I know about the injustice of the female spirit, she is asking me to redress her grievances and seek justice for her. Then will I still be alive? My life is a mess, how can I have the mind to help others? I don't know how long she crawled on me, I felt my body was stiff. At this time, the door of the toilet was suddenly opened. The female spirit who was lying on me just now suddenly disappeared completely. I suddenly gasped. The ghost followed my breathing and came over. What did you do? You're gasping so hard? Did you eat shit behind my back? The ghost said jokingly. I rolled my eyes weakly. I didn't say or do anything else. It really looked like diarrhea. It looked like I was exhausted. It was a pity that there was no excrement in the toilet, otherwise it would be more like it. Shut up and drive quickly. I have a stomachache and can't drive. Otherwise, don't drive. Anyway, it's okay if you don't drive for a day. I said in a bad mood, just hinting and testing the attitude of the spirit. The spirit looked at me deeply, and the look in his eyes was a little strange. I think he must have played tricks behind my back and waited for me to take the bait. But today I really went against the toilet, as long as the real Master Lin didn't show up. I was squatting in the toilet. I couldn't drag me out of the toilet when I was pooping. I don't think the spirit would be so cruel. Today is the middle of the month. If you don't drive on the full moon night, I'm afraid there will be a sudden disaster. Are you sure? The spirit pretended to ask and intimidate me, waiting for me to be scared. Then he coaxed and tricked me into driving the 9413 bus of the spirit world. No matter if it's a disaster or not, I'm afraid I'll die faster if I go out today. I said angrily. I didn't expect the spirit to nod in agreement. He looked at me meaningfully, with some meaning in his eyes that I couldn't understand. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave the toilet. I didn't stop him, and took advantage of him before he left. I quickly closed my eyes and breathed steadily, so that the female spirit wouldn't be able to connect seamlessly as soon as he left. I guessed it right. After the ghost's footsteps disappeared, the female ghost who asked for help appeared again and clung to my back again. Why don't you want to help me? Can't you help me? I died so tragically, Ting is in so much pain, please save me. The two words Ting are familiar to me, as if I have heard them somewhere before. It happened that I had nothing to do at the moment, so I tried to recall where I heard someone mention Ting. It seemed to be the bus company. When I first came, I tried hard to get along with everyone. I went out for drinks and dinner with other people all day, and heard them talk about a lot of things that happened in the company. It was true or false, I heard it but didn't take it to heart. Now thinking back, the two words Ting appeared most frequently. It seemed that she was the daughter of a driver, and her father also drove the last bus, but not the last bus at 12 o'clock like mine. It was an ordinary last bus, basically leaving at around 9 o'clock. Ting's parents were divorced, and she always went out with her father. There were not many passengers at this time, so it didn't matter if there was one more or one less person on the bus. The manager of the company did not say much. Instead, he gave Ting's father an extra subsidy of 100 yuan. That was 10 years ago, 100 yuan was still a large amount, and Ting's father became more dedicated. Later, he took over the last bus of another bus, and the departure time was just half an hour later than the closing time of the bus he was driving. The night bus basically would not be late, and it would just run back with all its strength. In the early years, the inspection was not so strict, so no one would care if the bus was closed earlier. After accepting another bus, Ting's father took his daughter to run two last buses. One day, Ting fell asleep in the car, and her father did not think much about it. When closing the car, he directly locked the car door and let his daughter rest in the car for a while, and waited for the other car to close, and then took his daughter home. Unexpectedly, when he came back from closing the car, the daughter was no longer in the car, and it seemed that she jumped off the lathe. Ting was thin, so she could jump out of a very small window. Later, her father searched the entire garage but couldn't find Ting. When he found the toilet, he found that Ting had died tragically in the toilet. Her body was beaten to pieces. At that time, Ting's father fainted and went crazy when he woke up. He is still living in a mental hospital and occasionally wakes up. He hid and cried, saying that he was sorry for his daughter. Later, the women's toilet in the garage became a men's toilet, and no one knew the reason. If I hadn't met Ting in the toilet, I probably wouldn't have remembered it. Ting died an untimely death, and I sympathize with her, but I don't know what her ghost looks like. What's more, she has been dead for so many years, and I may not be able to deal with her. When Master Lin comes, I can ask him if he can help Ting. The little girl is really pitiful. Maybe I didn't react at all, which angered Ting. She left me and rubbed her hands on my face. I felt her hands were wet and there was a lingering smell of blood. So what was smeared on my face was Tingting's blood. If it was blood, I would be afraid, but I could still accept it. I was afraid that she might have rubbed some unknown liquid when she was crawling on the ground. The floor of the men's bathroom is not necessarily very clean, there are really all kinds of things on the floor. I would rather accept something a little more horrible than have those unknown liquids rubbed on my face. Do you have any sympathy? Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you call for help? Do you think that if you are not among those people, you are really innocent? Impossible. My heart trembled, and I felt that Tingting's words had other meanings. When Tingting was murdered, someone saw the process of her murder. That person did not become an accomplice, but he chose to watch. Just like me now, pretending to be deaf and dumb. Pretending not to see anything. Maybe the murderer and he are also acquaintances, or even close friends, so he can't speak? I found excuses for him in my heart, but I also knew. He chose to watch and was also half an accomplice. They all had bad results, they all lived a life worse than death. I am really happy. Tingting's voice became sharp, and I felt it was harsh when I heard her voice. The murderer got the retribution he deserved. Why are you still unwilling to reincarnate? I was very curious, but I still didn't dare to open my eyes. The dark wood in my pocket gradually became hot, and I was a little panicked. Why would the dark wood be hot, or was it that the female spirit gave me something that was not a dark wood at all? I didn't care that Tingting was still beside me. I opened my eyes and took out the dark wood. The dark wood, at this moment, turned into a strong red like a fire. I didn't pay any attention to Tingting at all, and I didn't see what she looked like now. What I cared about was the dark wood in my hand, and by Xian inside. There is a sister inside, she is so uncomfortable, she is about to disappear from this world, if she can't disappear. Tingting said in my ear with a smile, and the sharpness in her tone just now could no longer be heard. But I didn't ignore her gloating tone. What happened to Bai Xian? Is she very uncomfortable? Is this a dark wood? The only one who can answer my question at this moment is the murdered girl, Miss Tingting. I looked up at Tingting. Even though she looked ferocious, I didn't feel scared. Just when Nihal wanted to get closer to her, he fell heavily to the ground. Only then did I realize that I hadn't raised my pants at all. No wonder he tripped over his pants and fell into a dog's mouth. In front of a lingso whom I had never met before, I couldn't help but feel that I couldn't hold my head up. Tingting is still a half-grown girl, which is almost like molesting an underage girl. You're an interesting person. I've been in the men's room for so many years and I haven't seen anyone before. That's just mediocre. For a little girl, who is not a minor, to comment on my dignity as a man, I really feel shameless. It's just that now is not the time for me to be ashamed, so I just pretend I didn't hear anything. Are you Tingting? I'm a new driver. Isn't this piece of wood in my hand a dark wood? I'm not sure if Tingting knows what gloomy wood is, but there's no one else, or lingso, who can ask her now. I can only count on Tingting to answer me. Fortunately, Tingting still knows the result from her mouth, for me. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured down my face, pouring all the enthusiasm in my heart away. This is not a dark wood, this is a bloody wood from the dark place. I have never heard of bloodstained wood, but the red coffin of the female soul seems to be completely soaked in blood. Therefore, the name bloody wood fits the situation very well. What will be the consequences if Bai Xian is placed in the bloody wood? I just don't think female spirits are so kind. Also, Wang Ji has lived for a long time, how could he not be able to tell the difference between dark wood and blood wood? Since they are different, why didn't Wang Ji tell me? The sister inside is very uncomfortable. She will be awakened every once in a while and repeat her last movements. She will not be able to recover at all. Bai Xian finally dissipated into the human world. I don't know if Ling Sui will feel the pain. But she must be very uncomfortable, otherwise Tingting would not say it. I held the blood-stained wood in my hands, not knowing what to do. If Master Lin were by my side, he might still be able to save Bai Xian. But Master Lin drove out for me, and it might take 2 hours before he can come back. I place my hope on Tingting, hoping that she can find a solution. Tingting's nature is not bad, so even if she died tragically, she had no intention of harming others. Otherwise she could have done something to me long ago. Can you help me? It's my wife inside. I'm an ordinary person and I can't save her. I begged Tingting, knowing that I was embarrassing her. It's just that I really have no other choice. I can't do it and watch Bai Xian leave again. If she can come back this time, whether she is a human or a spirit, the two of us will be a real couple. As expected, Ting looked troubled, and finally she gritted her teeth and pulled out a palm-sized wooden man from the corner of the toilet. This is the gloomy wood where I live. I'll help you place her in it first. I'll make do with this piece of blood wood. I didn't expect that Ting would be possessed by the gloomy wood. This is the spirit world. For spirits, it is their home. Why do they need the gloomy wood to live in? I blurted out my doubts. You are in the spirit world, why do you still need to stay in the dark wood? Ting looked at me like an idiot and suddenly laughed, pointing to the top of my head. Only then did I realize, good guy, my underwear is still on my head. Now I have lost all face, I really don't have the face to see anyone. He hurriedly hid in the toilet stall, took off his pants and put his underwear back on. My immense resentment now disguises itself as Master Lin's spirit. If it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't have even remembered that my underwear was on top of my head. I don't care about being shy when I put my underwear on. After all, there are still important things waiting for me, and Bai Xian cannot be delayed. When I came out of the toilet, Ting also changed her appearance. He looks like a junior high school student of 15 or 16 years old, and he looks extremely delicate. The two braids look very student-like and give me a very well-behaved feeling. Don't be afraid. The toilet does not distinguish between the spiritual world and the human world. This place is both the spiritual world and the human world, but to be precise, it is neither the spiritual world nor the human world. I nodded in understanding, but Ting could see that I didn't hear. He looked like a little adult and shook his head. He muttered, rotten wood cannot be carved. I was about to refute her, but she spoke first. Don't talk. Don't look at me as I'm only 15 or 16 years old. I'm actually older than you. If I were still alive, I would be 32 this year. 32 years old, so it's been more than 10 years since she was killed, right? She also said just now that she had already taken revenge, so why did she still stay here? Could it be that the little girl has some weird hobbies, like watching men go to the toilet? Why don't you reincarnate? What are you doing here? I asked this question in confusion. Ting's face suddenly became unsightly. It's not that I'm mean, it's just that I feel a strong sense of loss. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. When I first died, I was obsessed with revenge. But when I wanted to leave, I found that I couldn't even get out of the toilet door. Looking at the palm-sized area in the men's room, I suddenly felt a little sympathy for Ting. I think she was probably a shy little girl back then, and she couldn't bear to be in close contact with a group of grown men every day. So it is normal to become thicker and thicker. Time flies much faster when you have someone to talk to. Just when I was about to say something, Ting suddenly pushed me. Go back and squat. That thing just now is here again. That thing just now? Is she talking about Ling Sui disguised as Master Lin? I also became nervous and hurriedly ran back to the pit, took off my pants and squatted down. When I was anxious, I broke out in a cold sweat. It really felt like I had a stomachache, and the pain was unbearable. When Ling Sui came in, Ting disappeared. I heard footsteps and looked back pretendingly. Unexpectedly, I didn't see anything. This makes me feel strange. The spirit pretending to be Master Lin just wants me to get out of the car, so how can he get out of the car for me? Just now he promised me to drive for me, but in fact he might be perfunctory with me. I can't see him at the moment, which is normal. Otherwise, if he suddenly appeared, wouldn't the secret be revealed? I heard the sound of walking. Why is there no one there yet? Why is Lawan hanging around here when he has nothing to do? I said pretendingly, feeling grateful for Ting's sensitivity. I noticed the spirit coming long ago and kindly reminded me. Otherwise I would be in a state of panic. I spoke softly, as if I was mumbling to myself, and I was sure that the ghost could hear me. Anyway, I was talking to him anyway. Old Antu? Do you have any paper? Come and help me, my legs are numb from squatting. I shouted at the top of my lungs, not caring whether it was embarrassing or not, because no one was here anyway. After waiting for a long time, old Anta naturally wouldn't answer me. After all, he should be asleep now. When the last bus of number 14 comes back, just raise your hand and open the door. In the end, I don't know whether to say that I did a good job or had bad luck. I squatted for a long time, but Ting didn't come out. I knew that the ghost hadn't left yet, so I continued my acting career. Before the ghost left, I waited for old Antu. The old guy saw someone running around in the garage, and was afraid that something would be lost in the car and he would have to pay for it. So he put on his clothes and came with a flashlight to look around. If it were somewhere else, we were in the human world and the spirit world respectively, and he couldn't find me. But in the toilet, he was so sleepy that he yawned and saw a person squatting in the toilet. He screamed and turned around and ran away. I wanted to follow him, but then I thought, following him out might not be a good thing. Olden ran out a few steps and came back. I was surprised. I didn't expect this old guy to be so brave. I looked at his walking posture carefully. I couldn't help but shiver. Lawan's head was haunted by spirits, and he could only tap the ground with his toes when he walked. This is what I once heard someone say. The reason why I remember it so clearly is not because normal people cannot walk in this posture. I knew that Lawan was not so courageous and would not come back if he ran away. Although people are back now, they are possessed by spirits. Why don't you get out of the car in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid that someone named Jean will cause trouble for you? On weekdays, Lawantu was always smiling and seems to be very talkative. Even though he was smiling at this moment, he still felt a little weird. I don't know how to answer him either. Is the spirit possessing Lawantu the one pretending to be Master Lin? I'm not sure, but I know if it wasn't him. There were 3 spirits in the toilet at this moment. It's okay if the other 2 don't know Tingting's existence. I'm afraid they will take Tingting into account. It's not my fault that I didn't know what to do. I took over the last bus on Route 14, or came to work as a driver for the bus company. They seem to have planned everything, one link after another. Even if I try my best, I can't break free. My stomach hurts. What can I do? Why don't I let someone else take the car out for me? I'll treat him to dinner later. I pretended to be disapproving, as if I really asked a colleague to take charge of the class for me. In fact, ever since I became the driver of the last bus on Route 14, my colleagues have been avoiding me. When eating, I wish I could stay far away from you. Zhou Mao, who I was very compatible with in the past, is Ling Sui. No wonder many times when I talked to him, people passing by looked at me in confusion. If it were me, I would also find it strange that someone's lunatic is talking to himself there. Lawan smiled, making the atmosphere even more strange. Don't stare at me. We are all men. What's there to see? The look in Lawanta's eyes made me feel uncomfortable. It was hard to say it directly, so I could only indirectly remind him of the spirit attached to him. Hee, what a good boy, you still know how to be shy. How old am I? I haven't seen anything like that. Why should I be embarrassed? Lawanta said to me very considerately, and then left the toilet on his own initiative. As Lawan's head came out of the toilet, I became more and more nervous. The spirit pretending to be Master Lin hasn't left yet. What does it want to do if it stays here? I looked at my watch. It was just past 1 o'clock and Master Lin hadn't come back yet. But it's fast, if the spirit can't come over. Tingting and I chatted and discussed things. Time will naturally pass quickly. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. At this moment, Ling Sui doesn't move at all. I will not take the initiative to provoke him. I will save money if I can. Who knows what kind of unexpected situations will happen in the future. Coins are currently my lifesaver. I think about what happened today. What I can't understand is the diary in my pocket. It's not so much a diary as it is the death note of the driver of the last bus on Route 14. Will my results be predetermined? Even the few times I escaped death were expected? I squatted for a long time and my calves kept getting numb. Tingting never appeared, but the gloomy wood in my pocket trembled uneasily a few times. It was as if Tingting was reminding me. What is she trying to remind me of? I slowly turned around and looked around at the dilapidated toilet. If not here, I met Tingting who turned into a spirit. I would also foolishly mistake the bloodstained wood for the gloomy wood, torturing by Xian all the time. Why didn't Wang Jui recognize Xuechenmu? Or maybe he recognized Xuechenmu and had no intention of telling me. Treat me like a fool. The thoughts in my mind were all jumbled up, and I was not a smart person to begin with. Thinking about this kind of thing now is really painful. The gloomy wood in the pocket began to shake violently again. This time the shaking was obvious. Not only was it shaking, but it was also cold. I could really feel the cold through my clothes. At the same time, the coins in his hand also became hot. I have experienced it all these times, and there are situations where coins become hot. I looked around again, but with my naked eyes, I couldn't find anything. Only now did I discover a cruel thing. If I don't want Lingso to find me, it can be said to be very difficult. But Lingso doesn't want me to discover it, I can be unaware of it. I stood up and put on my dirty clothes. The main reason is that my pants are half taken off and stuck there. If there is an unexpected situation, I can't run away. Come on, I can't handle this. In a daze, I heard Tingting's broken voice. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing wrong with me, and it wasn't an auditory hallucination just now. So Ting really talked to me? Whose opponent is she? I was full of questions and wanted to leave the toilet. My legs felt like they were filled with lead. It couldn't be lifted at all. Even when moving on the ground, he always moves forward on his face. Come out, what are you, making trouble here? I yelled loudly. Ting's voice was wrong just now, I couldn't throw her away. I don't believe anyone knew about Ting's existence in the garage toilet for so many years. If someone is thinking about her this time, I can only say that she was implicated by me. With my scolding, Ting's embarrassed figure suddenly appeared. She was really embarrassed. But who hurt Ting like this did not show up. How is it, are you okay? I asked nervously, and saw Ting lying on the ground, shaking her head at me. She was still motioning to me. What did she want to tell me? I saw it clearly. Ting opened her mouth several times, but didn't say anything in the end. Instead, it seemed like she was tortured. There was a gust of wind in my ears. I saw clearly that Ting's arm was cut off by an invisible knife. It disappeared directly in the air without leaving any trace. Ting finally made a sound this time, a desperate roar. I realized that Ting was related to me, and I was anxious and angry. What kind of hero is it for a little girl? What's wrong with you? Come to your father, I said with a stiff face. Even though I was extremely afraid of death, I couldn't do it at this moment. I watched Ting suffer because of me. We were not related, how could I ask her to do so much for me? The ghost hiding in the dark heard what I said and suddenly stopped. Then, I heard the ghost's giggles from all directions. This kind of laughter seemed to bring a kind of mental damage to my brain. It kept attacking my mind and drove me crazy. I was helpless. I could see him there, and the coin in my hand was still useful. But I couldn't find any trace of it now, and it seemed that I could only wait to die. The old aunt who had just left appeared silently, and then the spirit appeared not far from me. I never dreamed that it would be the spirit attached to the old aunt who helped me solve the dilemma. When did the spirit take the initiative to help me? Boy, take that little girl and hide aside, so that you can see the ability of Master Wangzhou. The one attached to the old aunt was Master Wangzhou? I thought it was incredible, and then my heart was full of joy. Even if Master Wangzhou didn't care about me, he couldn't watch me die. If he really didn't want to save me, he wouldn't show up. But where did he go just now? Why did he suddenly appear now? What kind of role did he play and what happened today? In my heart now, Master Wangzhou, who has been with me for a while and signed a contract with evil spirits. He is far less trustworthy than Ting, and the dark wood is still in my pocket. It reminds me all the time that Master Wangzhou is hiding something from me. This is not the time to think about things. I still know what is important and what is not. I took a half step back and walked to the corner with Ting. Ting curled up and kept covering her arms and rolling around. When she looked at the ghost who looked exactly like Master Lin, her eyes were full of resentment. I have no doubt that if she had the chance, she would kill him. Probably because she found that Master Wangzhou was here, it couldn't get any advantage. So in just a few minutes, the ghost pretending to be Master Lin left the toilet. Master Wangzhou didn't chase him out, but took the initiative to leave old Antu. He looked at me and Ting meaningfully. You are capable, you used to be protected by Bai Xian, and this time you can trick the little girl into working for you. I glared at Master Wangzhou, but I also knew that he was telling the truth. Ting was fighting for me just now. But for no reason, why do you do this? Am I worth it? I don't know if it was because I was too tired, but I fainted in the surprised eyes of Master Wangzhou. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Not only was Master Wangzhou by my side, but even Master Lin was sleeping soundly beside him. Looking at the slovenly Master Lin, I breathed a sigh of relief. Intuitively, I felt that Master Lin had no reason to harm me. More importantly, if he wanted to harm me, I would have died countless times. Tell me, Master Wangzhou, what's the matter with the blood-sinking wood? I asked unhappily, too lazy to get up from the bed. But I must ask about this matter clearly. This time, whether it's him or Master Lin, it's better to tell me the truth. It's not easy to perfunctorily deal with me as usual. Master Wangzhou smiled awkwardly, looking guilty. Sure enough, he knew something, otherwise, he would never show a guilty expression. The functions of blood-sinking wood and yin-sinking wood are somewhat similar, and it was not a good time to speak out. Master Wangzhou said with a lack of confidence, but he seemed a little timid. I did not expect that I could still ask the old fox about the matter in my lifetime. He was also unable to speak out. Recalling the situation last night, it was indeed not a good time to speak out about this matter. And all kinds of emergencies emerged all night long. No wonder I fainted in the end. But how is Ting Ting? I was taken away by Master Wang Jiao and Master Lin. Will she be targeted by the spirits if she stays there? Where is Ting Ting? Did you leave her there alone? I asked angrily, and I kept thinking about Ting Ting in my heart. I couldn't bear to let the little girl be treated inhumanely again. The spirit pretending to be Master Lin wanted to harm me last night. In the end, Ting Ting suffered for me. Let's go check it out tonight. There's something about that toilet. If a spirit wants to go in, it will go directly to the third dimension. Master Wang Jiao said mysteriously, but explained why he was attached to Olden last night. Olden was very timid. If he found out that he had slept in the toilet all night today, he would be scared to death. Speaking of which, he had worked as a security guard in the bus company for many years, so he should know what happened to Ting Ting in the past. He must have been scared. You should just take care of your wounds now. There are only 2 drops of blood on your shoulder. There's a big thing behind you, so you'll have a lot of trouble. Master Wang Jiao said maliciously. When I thought there was something behind me, I couldn't help but shiver, and subconsciously wanted to take out my phone. Look at the situation behind me. Don't look at it. I advise you not to look at it. If you look at it, it will suck away some of your yang energy. Master Wang Jiao said it very confidently, and I didn't dare to act rashly. I had to wait for Master Lin to wake up. Master Lin should have a way to deal with the spirit. It should be able to solve the problem behind me. I have a lot of questions in my mind, and I don't know where to start. Master Wang Jiao seemed to see through my inner thoughts and sighed at me. But he didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, Master Lin finally woke up and looked embarrassed. I guess he must have encountered a lot of emergencies when he was driving last night. That's why he was so embarrassed. Master Lin yawned, sat up, and saw me lying on the bed with my eyes wide open. He walked to my side and patted my face. Then he raised his arm and slapped me hard. I have never been slapped in the face since I was a child. At this moment, even though I respected Master Lin, I showed an unhappy look. You are a capable person, and you can go to the third dimension by accident. After hitting me, Master Lin shook his arm. Then he took out a small piece of something similar to a candle from somewhere. He rubbed it evenly on his hands. Then, a black flame ignited in Master Lin's hand. I have never seen fire of this color. Normally, flames are hot and represent the light of justice. But the black flame has no temperature at all. It is cold and messy. The flame burned for a while and then went out automatically. Master Lin's face showed some changes. The thing behind you was licking your face just now. I hit it. Why didn't I feel anything when it licked my face? But Master Lin would never make up such a story to deceive me. I wanted to know what the thing behind me was, but I thought of what Wang Ji said, so I suppressed my curiosity. If my yang qi was sucked away, I would be dead. It would be too aggrieved to die in its hands. This thing behind you is very weird. I can't do anything about it at the moment. Master Lin said with some embarrassment. The main thing is that it sucked 2 drops of blood from your shoulder and extinguished the 2 lights on your shoulder. I was stunned for a moment, and finally understood. What good thing did the fake Master Lin do last night? But I clearly felt warm and comfortable last night. The 2 drops of blood on my shoulder did not ignite the 2 lamps on my shoulder, but instead fertilized the things behind me? The tone of my voice was full of disbelief. No matter how reluctant I am, I can only accept it in the end. For a while, I have to deal with that thing behind me. The fact of sharing a bed and being in close contact. Until Master Lin finds a solution, otherwise we can only be together during this period. I explained Bai Xian's situation to Master Lin, but I didn't expect that he would show an expression of relief. This expression made me very uncomfortable, as if Bai Xian deserved to die. If you die, just die. I already felt that something was wrong with her, so I don't need to tell you to be careful about her. I don't understand what Master Lin means. But such words make me very uncomfortable. Master Lin realized that I felt guilty towards Bai Xian and didn't say anything more. I wanted to take out the diary I found in Muling village and searched through both pockets, but I didn't expect any trace of it. Where did my diary go? I remember it clearly, it was in my pocket. I wanted to ask Master Wang Jiao, but I saw him behind Master Lin, shaking his head cautiously at me. I don't quite understand what Wang Ji means, but I also want to hear what he is going to say. Master Lin gave me a few more words and left my dormitory. He said he was going out to buy some things to prepare for what was going to happen in the evening. As soon as Master Lin left, I looked at Mr. Wang Jiu inquiringly, waiting for him to give me a reasonable explanation. The old boy also has his own little calculations, and he may not necessarily be of the same mind as you. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Xian and I are both spiritual beings, I wouldn't bother to meddle in your business. Wang Jiu's tone of voice sounded a little careless. I knew he wasn't kidding, he wasn't a troublemaker himself. Even though I knew very well, he and Master Lin still hid something from me. I desperately want to know, what are they hiding? Master Lin went out not long before he hurried back. There is also a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He is quite well dressed, with a yellow robe, which makes him look like an outsider. When I went to buy something, I happened to meet my former fellow student. Senior brother is very knowledgeable. Please ask him to come over and see what is behind you. The tone of Master Lin's words was not quite right, and the senior brother he spoke of didn't look like he was showing me what was behind him. I don't want to force anyone to do something difficult, but I just can't do it in front of Master Lin, and I don't want to make things difficult for him. I don't think there's much to see. There's a village's ghost behind it. If you don't do bad things, how could you be contaminated by this thing? Senior brother Lin's tone was not good, rather impatient. I want to explain, but I don't know how. What is the resentment of ghosts? I haven't done anything evil. Conscience of heaven and earth, even if I want to do something harmful to heaven and earth, I don't have the courage. Then this ghost thing can only be acquired in Muling Village. After I went to Muling Village and came back, I had this thing with me. When it comes to doing things that are harmful to nature, I don't think I'm that capable. I can honestly say that Master Lin has never seen this thing before, so it must be a rare item. How can I have such great ability? Muling Village? Senior brother Lin asked back, with a bit of incredulity in his tone. No wonder it's like this. After I explained clearly, the way senior brother Lin looked at me was no longer the same as before. I immediately understood why senior brother Lin looked impatient just now. He probably thought I was a traitor. Probably the most important thing for people like them as cultivators is to punish rape and eliminate evil. I really can't show a good face to someone like me who is suspected of being a treacherous person. He didn't slam the door and leave, which was already giving Master Lin face. I still have something to do. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay here for long. I know the solution to the resentment of the ghosts, so I don't need to explain it one by one. I didn't expect Master Lin's senior brother to be such a serious person. He was silent when he came and even more unprepared when he left, not giving anyone any time to react. Master Lin had no intention of stopping him, but instead sent the senior brother out with a respectful look. Seeing how respectful he was to senior brother Lin, I knew that senior brother Lin must be a powerful person. It's just why he doesn't want to stay and help me solve the resentment behind my soul. Is it really okay to just rely on Master Lin? Master Lin seemed to see my confusion and took the initiative to explain. My senior brother has never been involved in worldly affairs. If I help you resolve the grudges behind your soul, you will be contaminated with karma, and karma is poison to him. I answered in my heart for Master Lin, so he is a real worldly master, and you are just a black-heart old man who was cheating. After Wang Jui heard that the thing behind me was the resentment of a lost spirit, he couldn't help but smile with gloating. I have no doubt that he was just laughing at me, and not secretly. Master Lin's expression was very serious, as if he was thinking about a solution. Seeing his hatred and deep bitterness, I knew that the resentment of the spirit must be a difficult existence. 3 ways, you choose. Master Lin suddenly spoke, which scared me. After all, he had been pretending to be dumb for more than an hour, and even when I said I wanted to eat roasted kidneys to replenish my young energy, he ignored me. Now that he suddenly said there were 3 ways, I had a bad feeling in my heart. The 2 methods of Master Wang Jiu and Muling Village are still vivid in my mind, which benefited me a lot. When I heard this, I subconsciously became alert. You speak first. I said reluctantly, and the ominous premonition in my heart became stronger and stronger. If it is a good way, Master Lin will take action directly. At this moment, he was hesitant and could not say it. He could not make a choice, so he simply passed the buck to me, the person involved. I have to make it clear to you first. The thing behind you is the resentful spirit. If this thing lies behind you for more than 7 days, your yang qi will be sucked dry. When he said this, I clearly felt that Master Lin had bad intentions. Later, his words proved that my feeling was not wrong. The first method is to soak the bloody sanitary napkin in water. When Master Lin said this, his face turned green and he was also very disgusted. I felt a little queasy and shook my head without thinking about it. Who can accept the first method? Being able to drink this water makes you a true warrior. Master Lin guessed that I would refuse, and then came up with the second method. Then there's the lokia after giving birth. Just take a sip. This can also break the grudges of the ghosts. I'm not sure what lokia is. Wang Jui was grinning from side to side. Looking at his gloating look, I could guess that it was definitely not a good thing. I quickly checked and found out that this was not a sanitary napkin soaked in water. It's all a way for disgusting mothers to open the door to disgusting people and make them sick. I would have to go crazy and soak a woman's bloody sanitary napkin in water. This lets people know that I still have the face to see others. Even if no one knows about it, wouldn't it make me sick enough to think about it? Master Lin is next. Without hesitation, I pinned my hope on the last solution. I hope this method will not disappoint me, at least it will give me a way to survive. I rejected the first two in a row, and Master Lin showed a heavy expression on his face. There is another way. You can find a girl, break her body, and soak the bloodstained cloth in water. I looked at Master Lin with a puzzled face, suspecting that he was joking with me. What kind of solution is this? Could it be that you are bullying me, so you are lying to me? I watched helplessly as Master Lin's face turned red, and then he said angrily, "Who is kidding you? Do you think I am willing to joke with you about this kind of thing? Just pick one." Master Lin said angrily, but there was an expression of relief on his face. I suddenly understood why Master Lin didn't speak for a long time. If it were me, I wouldn't speak either. He told me what to do, just go and get something, it would be great to crack it. I don't know, and I don't feel disgusted, so naturally I won't feel any resistance. Is there a fourth option for this? I can't do it. My tone was very sad. You can all guess how sad my expression is now. Master Lin gave me a helpless look and said weakly, "You have to figure it out yourself. There are still 6 days left. If it doesn't work, I'll open my mouth and feed it to you." Of these 3 methods, the easiest and best is the first one. Wang Jui said embellishingly on the side, for fear that I would not feel aggrieved enough. Still unwilling to give up, I tentatively asked Master Lin again. "There is really no other way? Why do I think you are joking with me?" Master Lin nodded, and my heart became colder. Afraid that I wouldn't believe it, Master Lin hurriedly explained it to me. Grudges of lingering spirits are quite tricky. The first 2 are extremely mean things, fighting poison with poison. The last one is because virgin blood is the most yang and strong thing, which can resolve the grudges of lingering spirits. I lay on the bed with a bitter look on my face, feeling really all kinds of things in my heart. Although I am not young, I am still a child and I don't want to have a relationship with any girl out of nowhere. I always feel sorry for Bai Xian. But of the remaining 2 methods, only the first is easy to obtain. Wang Jui was indeed right. But if you really ask me to drink this water, I think it would be better to kill me directly, which would be more satisfying. Maybe it's my attitude of being indifferent, which is really embarrassing. Master Lin reluctantly came up with the last solution. Actually, there is another way. There is a kind of flower in the spiritual world called manju shahua, which is what you call bayanhawa. Boiling water with the rhizome of bayanhawa can wash away the resentment of the ghosts and send these resentments to reincarnation. I sat up suddenly, knowing that this old guy hadn't told me the truth, but compared to other methods, looking for manju shahua was really more dangerous. No wonder the old guy didn't want to say it. After all, after telling me, I would definitely choose this method. And it's not safe for me to go to the spiritual world alone. With my little martial arts skills, there is no way I can protect myself, so he can only accompany me. Then let's take this. The spirit world King Jiuyi is familiar with it, so let him lead the way. I said it bluntly. Being in the spiritual world is equivalent to being in Wang Jui's territory. It shouldn't be too troublesome to ask him to take me to collect manju shahua. Wang Jui looked at me like a fool. This look made me very uncomfortable. Think about it, Mansusaba is a treasure in the spiritual world. You can only try your luck in places where Mansusaba once grew and see if you can find the roots. The treasure of the spiritual world? I was stunned for a moment. If you put it this way, it's not easy to find manju shahua? Then I have to try my luck. If I am lucky enough, I might be able to find the roots of manju shahua in the spiritual world. Wang Jui sneered and did not refute me. But Master Lin looked at me with a little pity, as if I was a poor person. People's luck is related to yang qi. Your current luck is probably that you were easily hit on the head by a flower pot while walking on the road. I didn't expect it to be like this, but if I were asked to choose the first option directly, I really couldn't accept it. Try your luck in the spirit world, but if you can't find it, think of other ways. Speaking of the spirit world, I suddenly remembered that I still owed the Fengdu taxi driver a lot of money. If I don't give the money to the driver, I will really become a blacklisted customer of Fengdu rental. Speaking of which, although Fengdu taxi is weird, it is really amazing. Niuling village is such a weird place, but they can find me and take me out smoothly. I'm going out for a trip. I still owe Fengdu taxi a lot of money. Buy some paper money to pay them back. Master Lin nodded and did not object to my going out. I put on my clothes and stood in the sun. I felt uncomfortable. It was like being exposed to the sun, and the body instinctively had a rejection reaction. The sun was not scorching at this time. Normally, the sun should be very comfortable on the body. Master Lin patted my shoulder and said gloatingly, "You are particularly afraid of light now. You will feel uncomfortable when you come out. The longer the resentment of the ghost is behind you, the more serious your reaction will be." I didn't know what to say. I endured the discomfort in my body and walked towards the funeral clothing store not far away. I remember that there is such a store selling this kind of things nearby. Other places are too far away and too troublesome to go. The street is still busy. I watched the traffic light turn green and hurriedly raised my legs to walk over. When I walked to the middle of the road, a car suddenly rushed out from nowhere. It was as if it was aiming at me, and it was so aggressive. I was stunned and at a loss, but fortunately Master Lin pulled me and moved me several steps away. Then the car brushed my back and rushed past. The car rushed from behind me, then braked and stopped in the middle of the road. Although I can't see my face, you can imagine how ugly my face is. Anyone else would not look good. The driver got out of the car with a cautious look on his face. If nothing else, he apologized sincerely. I suddenly had a problem with my car, which disturbed my little brother. "Look, I'll give you 3,000 yuan, so we can calm down. How about this thing being over?" The car owner asked for 3,000 yuan, which surprised me. I looked at the car he drove, which was a half-new Volkswagen. I muttered in my heart, it turns out that people are not what they seem to be. Who knows if someone who drives an ordinary car will be a boss? After all, he didn't hit me. 3,000 yuan is a lot. There's no point in being so polite, I don't have anything to do. I don't hit the smiling person with my hand, and since they have a good attitude, I naturally don't care too much about it. It only took me 2 or 3 minutes to deal with the traffic accident that almost happened. When the driver saw that I was easy to talk to, he immediately got back in the car and counted out 4,000 yuan. Put it directly into my hand. What I said just now was 3,000, but in the blink of an eye it became 4,000. I was also shocked. This money won't be used so much. You can just take it back. There's nothing wrong with me. Maybe I influenced you? I honestly say that apart from being frightened, I did not suffer any other harm. A few hundred yuan is enough for mental damage compensation. If you have a good attitude and don't pay, it's okay. I was a little embarrassed that the car owner was so polite. Probably sensing my attitude, the car owner gave me a business card and then stuffed me with 2,000 yuan. "Brother, keep this money and my business card. If you need anything, call me. I have something waiting at the construction site, so I'll leave first," the car owner said hurriedly, and then I understood why people were willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. When the car left my sight, I heard Master Lin say enviously, "I'm not afraid of Mercedes-Benz and Land Rover, I'm just afraid of Volkswagen with letters." That person just now is definitely worth hundreds of millions to start with. Starting with 1 billion? I was so shocked that my jaw almost dislocated. I'm a good boy, Su Ren, will still have contact with billionaires in my lifetime. There are also other people's business cards, which I never thought of. I used to dream that one day I could become a billionaire. However, this moment is probably the closest I've ever been to a billionaire. Master Lin looked at my dumbfounded look and couldn't help but shook his head inside again. Afraid that I wouldn't be able to tell, he was despising me for being worthless. It's nice to have money. I felt this and walked towards the shroud shop without stopping at the intersection. When the car owner gave me money just now, many people saw it. I have always been the most inconspicuous person in the crowd, and for the first time, I enjoyed the attention of everyone. When I arrived at the door of the shroud shop, I felt a lot more comfortable. It's like the cold environment inside is the most suitable place for me to live. There was an old man lying in front of the shroud shop, his eyes half closed, and he didn't look like a good person. I wanted to go in directly, but I thought it would be inappropriate not to greet the boss. "Uncle, wake up, I want to buy something." I would say politely. This old man always gives me the feeling of being a master from this world. The old man opened his eyes slowly and looked at me and nodded. I'm a little confused. What does this nod mean? You want me to come in and get what you want? I was very confused. Maybe the old man saw that I was stupid. He answered calmly. You go in and get it yourself. Get what you need. Come out and pay and then take care of me. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes and looked half dead again. I glanced at Master Lin helplessly. Follow him into the shroud shop. I never noticed that the old man's eyes were wide open and he was staring at my back. Boy, this old man is not simple. I didn't expect that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons near your home. Isn't that old man simple? I thought about it, but I couldn't remember anything related to him. Maybe he really could be an expert from this world. Hurry up and buy some paper money, and go home as soon as you're done. I always feel like I'm going to be in bad luck outside. I can't explain why I feel this way. Ever since I was nearly hit by a car, I've been upset. While I was busy talking, I didn't even notice that the paper man next to me was touched by me. When I took the step out, the paper man pressed directly on me. It should be light and airy, but the paper man is pressing on me. It felt like it weighed tens of millions of pounds, and my legs were trembling under the weight. It can't be sustained at all. Master Lin didn't notice this tiny sound at all. He took a few steps forward and realized that I was being held down by the paper man. Seeing me blushing and looking like I was having difficulty supporting myself, Master Lin also looked puzzled. The paper figurines in the shroud shop did say that, but the craftsman who can paste such paper figurines now should have died long ago. Master Lin murmured to himself, with an unbelievable desire. What I encountered was a paper figurine that looked like a woman, and it looked lifelike. His lips were red, as if he had drank blood. The paper man looked more and more weird, and my body became weaker and weaker. Only then did Master Lin realize when he saw my shaky appearance. I was about to give up. I quickly took out a needle from my bosom, pierced his fingertips, and tapped the forehead of the paper man. Then the weight of the paper man disappeared completely, and I could separate her with one hand. I didn't expect you to be so popular with female spirits. I don't know where the spirit came from, possessed the paper man, and wanted to get close to you. I think if I want a picture to express my current expression, it must be full of black lines. Master Lin just saved me, and I was embarrassed to make him angry. I nodded stiffly. This time I carefully avoided the paper men in the store, fearing that one of them would fall on me again. I was pressed so hard that I couldn't move. Master Lin looked at my useless appearance and couldn't help but sneered. Fortunately, he didn't joke with me again, otherwise I would really have nothing left. After walking around the funeral clothing store, I didn't find any paper money inside. It stands to reason that such places are honest op services, and there shouldn't be no paper money. It's impossible for people to come and get something, and then they have to go to another place for paper money. Master Lin, don't you see any paper money? I asked in confusion. I really couldn't understand why there was no paper money in the store. Master Lin was no less confused than I was. I was about to ask about the situation when I saw the old man who was lying at the door just now walked in. He asked me impatiently, "What are you two looking for? And you knocked over and dirty my paper man?" Master Lin and I looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The paper man was indeed knocked over by me, but it was not dirty. I had just changed my clothes before going out and took a cold shower, so it was impossible for it to be dirty. How can you talk like that, old man? I was just thinking that there was something fishy about the things in your shop. I said unhappily. It's not my fault for my bad attitude, it's mainly because it's really annoying. If it wasn't for accidentally touching the paper man, who would be willing to take the initiative to fiddle with it? The old man was very angry, his eyes widened. Only then did I see that the old man with half-open eyes actually had double pupils. Since ancient times, double pupils have been a common occurrence, so this old man is indeed very important. I remembered Master Lin's muttering just now, so I didn't dare to talk back. Look at the blood spot on the forehead of the paper man. Who would want it if you sell it to others? You must buy it. The old man said confidently. I don't think there is anything wrong with forcing me to buy the paper man. It was indeed Master Lin and I who made it dirty. It's only right to buy it, otherwise it will cause trouble to others. More importantly, it can be seen from the old man's double pupils. He is not an easy person to deal with. Don't be angry, senior. We will buy the paper figurines. I just don't know if there are any paper figurines that look like men to sell to the two of us. Master Lin took the initiative to say before I spoke, and his good attitude surprised me. Others don't know what his temper is, but I can know it. Why did he suddenly agree so readily at this moment? I didn't say anything. I wanted to hear what Master Lin would say, and I also wanted to see this weird old man. Is he really an otherworldly master? Paper figurines, I have the most paper figurines here. The cheapest is 500, the most expensive is 1000, no discounts or bargaining. The old man had a sly smile on his face, and he looked like a profiteer. I looked at the paper figurines again, wondering in my heart, is this thing so expensive? After thinking about it, I felt that the old man was not joking. If it is not worth the price, it can't be sold. Since I started working at the bus company, the old man has been running a funeral clothing store here, so he should be quite good at it. Uncle, I want to buy some paper money. Where did you put it? When asking for help, my attitude is particularly good. The old man turned around, and his eyes became half closed and half open again. Paper money? If you buy a paper man, I will give it to you. If you don't buy a paper man, I won't sell it. The old man laughed, and I was very nervous. And what does it mean that he doesn't buy paper men and doesn't sell paper money to me? I really want to turn around and leave. I thought about the area again. I couldn't find any other place to sell these things, so I could only suppress my displeasure. Then how many paper men do you think I should buy? I said in a stiff tone, with a visible ugliness on my face. The owner of the car just gave me 2,000 yuan for mental damages, and I still have 200 yuan in my pocket. It's impossible to spend it all. It's not that I don't want to spend money. I have been a child from a poor family since I was young, and I haven't saved up the down payment for buying a house yet. In my hometown, I bought a few paper figures and a lot of paper money, and the most expensive one was only 300 or 400 yuan. The old man asked for 1,000 yuan, and I really couldn't accept it. At the beginning, I was brave enough to take the job of the last bus of number 14 for the subsidy of 1,000 yuan. It can be seen from this how much I need money. Boy, some money is not necessarily a good thing. I will sell you 3 paper figures and paper money, and give me 2,000 in total. The old man stretched out his finger and gestured to me. The smile on his face looked more and more weird. I also want to use the 2,000 yuan I just received to eat something good. And fill the hole in finding AOs in city yesterday, and spend all the money saved this month. I took out the 2,000 yuan with great pain, and when I handed it to the old man, I was so reluctant, so reluctant. After seeing the money, the old man was no longer half dead. In a flash, he snatched the banknotes from my hand. Holding a pile of colorful paper money and a particularly heavy pile of yellow paper, with a paperman on his back. I guess the brightest guys on the street must be me and Master Lin. Master Lin was also very angry, and he almost crushed my paperman to death just now. Now I am nestling in his arms. I am older than this old guy, but I must still be a virgin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a female paperman in my arms, and I don't know where to put my hands. I felt relieved when I saw Master Lin in such a mess. The resentment of being blackmailed for 2,000 yuan was diluted a lot. Finally, I returned home and unloaded the burden on my shoulders, not to mention anything else. Just that pile of yellow paper almost exhausted me to death. I doubted very much that the old man insisted on me buying a pile of yellow paper. Was he making fun of me? Master Lin looked at the colorful and huge amount of paper money in my hand and curled his lips for a long time. Always looks like he wants to say something but stops talking. I was confused and started to wonder if there was something wrong with the paper money. Master, what's wrong with the paper money? I don't know what Master Lin was thinking. He was shocked by me. Then he hurriedly said, nothing, the paper money is printed very well, and the workmanship is really fine. I nodded. Great minds think alike. I think so too. These paper money are totally out of place with the old man's shabby funeral clothing store. It's really good, but I didn't expect that he also has a cellar. When the old man opened the cellar just now, I was stunned. I wanted to go down with him, but Master Lin stopped him. When he came up, the old man was carrying a lot of things. He didn't look tired, and he was still strong. It's just these paper figures. What do you think we can do with them? I looked at the paper figures with a frown, and I was very worried. This thing can't be kept at home. It looks scary. I was a little reluctant to burn it for the driver. After all, it's 2,000 yuan. Find a place to burn it later and see what this old man can do. If you are lucky and don't go to the spirit world, you can solve the things behind you. Master Lin vowed that if the old man's paper figures are so powerful, then my 2,000 yuan will not be wasted. But why didn't Master Lin mention it yesterday? Maybe the confusion on my face was too obvious, so Master Lin couldn't pretend not to see it. There are only a few old craftsmen who can make paper spirits. This time I was lucky to meet one. If I'm unlucky, it would be useless even if you searched all over the world. I can see that Master Lin is telling the truth. The paper figures made by the old man are more and more realistic the more you look at them. Even the facial features are lifelike. I have no doubt that if I open my eyes in the middle of the night and see this thing, I will be scared to death. Then I will burn it tonight, so as to avoid more troubles at night? I said hurriedly. I feel uncomfortable if this thing stays with me for one more minute. It's better to get rid of it tonight. Don't even think about it. Let it be your substitute paper man. You have to hug it and sleep for 3 days. At least it has to have the same breath as you. I showed a reluctant expression on my face, and I suspected that Master Lin was deliberately playing tricks on me. If he didn't deliberately play tricks on me, why did he ask me to sleep with the paper man? Isn't it enough to stick the birth date and 8 characters on it? I have heard of it when I was a child. If it is easy to fool, it is not the remnant of the spirit. Do you think it will treat the paper man as you without your breath? Do you think it is as stupid as you? Master Lin spoke very impolitely. I don't know whether what this old guy said is true or false. But he probably didn't lie to me. After all, it's not good for him to lie to me about this kind of thing. Could it be that I really have to sleep with this thing? Wouldn't that be worse than death? Master Lin, don't joke, I'm timid. I swallowed my saliva and looked very pitiful. Let me sleep in the same bed with this kind of thing. I will wake up in the middle of the night and be scared to death. Master Lin looked at me with pity and shook his head firmly. Then he said slowly, I think sanitary napkin water is also okay, it's more convenient, how about we drink some? I looked desperate, and I had to choose the lesser of two evils, so I could only agree to sleep with the paper man in my arms. I thought that Master Wang Zhou was at home, and he would not watch me being tortured by the paper man. If it doesn't work, let Master Wang Zhou do a trick. This is a particularly good way, but it's just a matter of thinking about it. At night, Master Lin went out to buy food, and only me and the 3 paper men were left in the room. And a pile of yellow paper and a lot of paper money. I felt more and more that I was about to become a second funeral clothing store. The female paper man who pressed me during the day seemed to move. I had my back to her, but the glass in front of me reflected light. I could clearly see in the glass that her arms were raised a little. This action now seemed to be holding me in her arms. I couldn't help but sweat on my back. I turned around suddenly and found that the paper man didn't move at all. It was still the same posture as before, and I turned around. From the mirror, I could see that the paper man was holding me in his arms again, with his chin against the top of my head. I wanted to move my body and get out of the paper man's arms. But I found that I was controlled again. I walked to the bathroom uncontrollably and washed my face first. Then I took out all the skincare products in the house and applied them to my face layer by layer. I even took out the lipstick and foundation that I wanted to confess to a girl and prepared to give her but ended up with nothing. I applied the foundation thickly on my face until my face was as white as paper. Then I applied the bright red lipstick that I had carefully selected on my lips. It's weird for a grown man to put on makeup. My face is painted as white as paper, and my lips look like they drank blood. It looks weird no matter how I look at it. It doesn't look like a living person, but exactly like a paper man. I shuddered in my heart and wanted to take back control of my body and wash the stuff on my face. And I squeezed out a smile in the mirror. I saw clearly that it was laughing at me for not knowing my own limits. What is controlling me? Why did it make me look like a paper man? I kept roaring in my heart, but I couldn't affect it at all. It controls my body and is familiar with everything in my house. Otherwise, it would never have turned out the foundation and lipstick I hid. I wanted to throw this thing away a long time ago, and I always felt that it was my wishful thinking. I also wanted to teach myself a lesson, so I kept it. I was also very surprised that it was turned out today. I still felt a little sorry for Bai Xian. It controlled my body, walked to the side of the female paper man, and made a very twisted posture. I felt severe pain, but it seemed unconscious. When Master Lin came back, cold sweat had already appeared on my forehead. I felt that my eyes were black from time to time, as if I could faint at any time. Seeing that something was wrong with me, Master Lin threw the things in his hand on the ground. He pinched the place where the fingertips squeezed out this morning. Then he put the blood stain on my forehead. I was about to ask Master Lin what was going on, but I found that I still couldn't move. I just couldn't feel the pain temporarily. What's wrong with you, kid? Master Lin waited for me for a while and found that I didn't move at all. He couldn't help but frown and asked me. I still didn't get the control of my body at this moment, let alone respond to Master Lin. I had to use my eyes to show him my situation. Just now in the mirror in the bathroom, I found that it could control my body. It can even control what I say, but the eyes are still mine. Master Lin noticed something was wrong with me, grabbed my hand, and checked my pulse at my wrist. Then I saw him spit on the paper figurine's face, and then slapped it twice. I felt much more relaxed now, and I struggled to break free from the control. I regained my body. I naturally couldn't maintain this weird posture, and fell directly to the ground. I now doubt whether I can drive at night. I always feel that I can't drive, after all, my bones are almost falling apart. I don't know if Jinswoching knows that I didn't drive last night. The ghost pretending to be Master Lin must have told him, but why didn't he come to question me? The head of the female paper man was beaten to pieces by Master Lin, and it didn't look that scary. But Master Lin's face was very ugly. It was as black as the bottom of a pot. Boy, you are lucky, this method doesn't work. Go back tomorrow and return the paper man. You will know that those seniors who can make paper spirits can hide here. What does Master Lin mean? I don't have to sleep with the paper man? But if I don't sleep with the paper man, I still have to try my luck in the spirit world and find the roots of the treasure of the spirit world. Before, I was disgusted with sleeping with a paper man in my arms, but within a day, my attitude had changed dramatically. Then let's go to the spirit world tonight and look for the rhizome of Lycoris radiata. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I said with false optimism. An old man of this age shouldn't complain like a woman. Master Lin must have a reason for rejecting the paper man solution. I'll open your yin and yang eyes in a moment. The thing behind you is colluding with the paper spirit. It's too easy for something to go wrong when you get out of the car. Master Lin looked worried, obviously worried about me. I understood what Master Lin meant. In other words, the paper human spirit I bought has colluded with the resentment of the ghost in me. So he almost killed me just now. No wonder Master Lin said that a paper man cannot deceive the thing behind me. There is also very unfortunate news. The resentment behind you has evolved into a second version. 2 methods are needed to solve it, otherwise it cannot be resolved. This news really came as a bolt from the blue to me. In other words, even if I find Manju Shahua, I have to drink some of those disgusting things. I had basically given up hope and was lying on the ground like a dead fish. My stomach, which had been growling just now, stopped protesting now. Master Lin saw that I was deeply shocked, so he was considerate and did not continue to stimulate me, so as not to overstimulate me. At around 10 o'clock, full of grief and indignation, I burned the tattered paper figurine. I also burned the pile of colorful paper money I bought. From now on, I will forget about that pile of yellow paper. It's such a thick pile, I have to burn it all without dying of exhaustion. How long? When I was a child, I burned this kind of paper for my elders, and it was very difficult to burn. But it is especially popular with the elderly. I paid back the money I owed to the taxi driver in Fengdu, and I felt relieved. Just as I was about to take a taxi to the company garage, a taxi suddenly stopped in front of me. The driver was still an old acquaintance, but this time the smile on his face was a little subtle, which made people feel something was wrong. I didn't think much, simply opened the car door and sat in directly. Seeing me taking the initiative to sit in, the driver was extremely satisfied. You still dare to come up here? You should be blacklisted by the Fengdu taxi company. The car money you burned for me will not be circulated in the spiritual world at all. I was stunned for a moment. If this kind of paper money does not circulate in the spiritual world, what else can it circulate? Is it possible that I have to burn the cash to give him the money? It is illegal to maliciously damage the RMB. After all, I am also a good and law-abiding citizen, so I cannot do this. Even if you are blocked by Fengdu rental, you can't do it. The driver figured it out, but I was stunned and didn't understand anything. He had no choice but to tell me patiently, the face value of the paper money you are burning is too high and it will not circulate in the spiritual world at all. Otherwise, if you burn it this way, the spiritual world will have inflation long ago. Seeing the driver's toothache look on his face, I also felt a little helpless. It seems to make sense. So the old man at the shroud shop insists on letting me carry that pile of yellow paper. Is it for my own good? The speed of Fengdu taxi is impressive, and I am not afraid of being late for departure. He quickly returned to the dormitory and took down the thick pile of yellow paper. Go to the place where you burned the paper and burn the yellow paper as well. After burning the yellow paper and getting in the car, the driver looked much better. Although he still has a sinister smile, his attitude is obviously much kinder to the naked eye. No wonder it is said that money can make the spirit grind. I have received the money. When you get back to the car, come to me and rent it out in Fingdu. I will give you the best price, the fastest speed, and the best experience. I was struck by the driver's advertisement, which was so crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, are all people in the spirit world this good at playing nowadays? Probably because of the money. The driver looked behind me thoughtfully. If you prepare so much paper money tomorrow, you can ask Master Wu Chang to collect the things behind you. Is Master Impermanence talking about black and white impermanence? I find it a bit incredible. Now Fingdu is so user-friendly. Not only does it have a taxi company, but Master Wu Chang also provides soul collection services? If Master Impermanence can solve it. Something behind my back. I don't have to worry about my reputation being ruined. I also want to ask the driver about Master Impermanence. Unexpectedly, the driver shook his head at me, took out a business card and handed it to me. Remember to make an appointment in advance. There are a lot of troubles in the spiritual world now. Mr. Wu Chang is very busy. I will contact you to make an appointment with Mr. Wu Chang in July. They are easier to talk to. I nodded in understanding and took the business card handed over by the driver. Mr. Impermanence's business card seems to be of better quality than the rental company's business card. After saying a few words, the car arrived at the garage door. I looked at the time, it was only 11:20, still early. Yesterday left a very bad impression on me, so much so that when I look at the garage now, I feel a headache. Suddenly thinking of Tingting, I raised my legs and walked towards the toilet. Before reaching the toilet door, I heard Lawan muttering to himself in the toilet. Tingting, I'm sorry for you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be killed, but I don't dare to say it. Was it Lawantu who didn't report what he knew back then? No wonder he was so frightened when he came here yesterday. But why didn't he say, what is more important than human life? Tingting, I am a parent and a child, so I rely on this job to support my family. After I call the police, I will also be unlucky. Don't blame me. The more I listened, the angrier I became. I couldn't help but walk behind Lawan's head and kick him from behind. I know Tingting must have heard it, and she might have been hiding in tears. She is a kind girl, otherwise Lawantu would have suffered retribution long ago. Get out of here, Tingting doesn't need you to apologize. As soon as I entered, I saw Tingting standing in front of Olden, with no expression on her face. She looked extremely serious. When she saw me, her face was obviously more lively. You came to see me again? I'm fine, it's all over. Tingting cried her heart out. Olden was stunned for a moment, and then ran out of the toilet. He woke up in the toilet this morning. Yesterday he heard strange noises, as if he was bewitched, and went to the toilet uncontrollably. Then he found something in the toilet, and he ran out. Later he woke up and found himself in the toilet. I didn't want to pay attention to Olden. How to torture him was Tingting's own business. I guessed that Tingting had cried enough, so I pulled her out of my arms. How can a spirit have tears? Tingting cried blood. The blood and tears that looked horrible made the clothes on my chest messy. Of course I won't blame Tingting. I came here just now to ask her if she remembered what happened after I fainted yesterday. I still haven't found the lost diary. The diary is the only clue for me to solve the last bus of Route 14. After losing the diary, I feel like I'm back to the past, in the dark. I can only let others do what they want. Tingting, after I snuck in last night, did anything fall out of my pocket? I didn't go around in circles and ask Tingting directly about the situation. Tingting's face showed a hint of fear, and then she became hesitant. I could tell she was confused as to whether she should tell me. That diary is a very important thing to me. Can Tingting tell me the truth? I asked anxiously, feeling a little flustered. I always feel that the final result may be the one I least want to know. The evil spirit who came to save you, there was a man who took out the diary from you, and then the two of them took it away for you. Before leaving, the evil spirit also warned me not to talk to you, otherwise will let me go. I don't know if Tingting deceived me. If she is telling the truth, then I was deceived by Wang Jui and Master Lin together? What decision did the two of them make behind my back? Why would Mr. Wang Jiu say something like that to me during the day? What secrets does the diary hide? If I continue to drive the last bus on Route 14, will my ending be set like that of other drivers in the diary? Tingting saw me standing there dumbfounded, looking at me with some confusion. Tingting, no matter who asked you about my coming here, you said you didn't see it. Promise me that no matter who it was, you didn't see it. Tingting nodded, agreeing. I don't know if she will tell Master Lin or Wang Jui. At this moment, my heart is in a mess. I walked to the number 14 bus number 9413 in despair. I didn't turn on the lights and just sat there in the dark. This afternoon, Wang Jui said that he was going to the spirit world to do something. It may take a long time to come back, so I'll take care of myself. Master Lin originally promised me that he would go out with me in the car today, but he suddenly went back on his word. I found more than 10 reasons, but they just refused to come with me. I don't know what the two of them have planned behind my back, but the vague feeling of uneasiness in my heart is real. I smoked several cigarettes in the car, and when I finally touched the cigarette box, there were no more cigarettes left. When I came back from Muling Village yesterday, I made up my mind to quit smoking. Not even 24 hours after saying this, he slapped himself in the face. Throwing the cigarette case out of the car, I took out my phone and looked at the time. It happened to be 11:50. Nothing more, nothing less, the coincidence is puzzling. I numbly inserted the car key, then started the car, preparing to drive out at 12 o'clock on time. When the car lights were turned on, I saw a person squatting in front of the car. After hesitating, I stepped out of the car and patted his arm. Unexpectedly, it was Brother Zhou. I haven't seen him since the last time he gave me a ball of black stuff. The bus company could not find this person. To be precise, all the drivers of the last bus on Route 14 could not find any plan. In the past, when we were having dinner, I thought it was the two of us chatting happily, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was actually me talking to myself. Brother Zhou, what are you doing squatting here? Although I knew Brother Zhou was a spirit, I wasn't too afraid of him. He and Tingting are not very scary existences in my heart, as is Bai Xian. If she can still appear in the world, then the two of us will be husband and wife. No matter how you look at it, I don't suffer any loss. After all, Bai Xian is a beautiful girl, and I look like an ordinary person. You can't find it in the crowd, that is, it looks ordinary. Brother Zhou slowly raised his head, and I felt something was wrong. The light was not very good just now, and the place where he was squatting was extremely dark, so I couldn't see clearly at all. I only saw that the clothes he was wearing belonged to Brother Zhou, and I didn't pay attention to the other parts at all. Now that I saw it clearly, I realized that this was Brother Zhou. How should I describe the face in front of me? The face was scratched and soaked in water. It was swollen and looked more than disgusting. I couldn't help but wonder if this thing was Brother Zhou. Judging from the clothes it is wearing, it should belong to Brother Zhou. Why does its face look like this? It looked horrible, with lots of potholes and a greasy feel. Su Run? I feel so uncomfortable. They are eating my flesh. I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me. Brother Zhou said this, and the spirit that appeared in front of me turned into clothes all over the floor. I pulled up my clothes and found that there was only a piece of minced meat inside. It smelled bad, as if it was a sign of decay. This rotten smell seems to be somewhat similar to the land where dead people were buried on the hill behind my hometown. I tried hard to recall the contents of my diary, Brother Zhou's final ending. It was as if they were caught and fermented into a soulful meal. Not only Brother Zhou died, but also everyone who took the last bus of number 14. I suddenly became curious about who had taken the last bus on Route 14. Basically, the last bus leaves around 9:30. You can return to the company before 10:50 and enter the garage on time at 11 o'clock. The bus company I am directly under is assigned the task of bus number 2 to number 18. But among these dozen lines, only the last train of Route 14 leaves at 12 o'clock. Could it be that it is really not prepared for living people, but is for convenience and spirituality? There are Fengdu taxis in the spirit world, and they will not take the bus of living people. I stared at the minced meat on the ground in a trance, and my heart was in a mess. Just as I was thinking about it, my cell phone suddenly rang. I was startled, and hurriedly took out the phone, and saw Jinswoqing's name clearly displayed on it. Hey, what are you doing? It's 11:58, hurry up and get on the bus and prepare to leave. If you delay things, you will lose your salary this month. Jinswoqing's attitude was as bad as ever, and I thought of the few times I met Jinswoqing before. It was all spirits pretending to be him, not just one spirit pretending to be him. So where is the real Jinswoqing? When did it become like this? I was confused, but I didn't know who to share my thoughts with. Jinswoching didn't wait for me to speak, and urged me again, and I responded impatiently. I slowly got back in the car, started 9413 and left the garage, and saw Jinswoching at a corner. He looked sneaky and didn't seem like a human being. I didn't pay much attention to him. After all, the last bus on Route 14 was not easy to drive. Even if I only went out once a day, it would make me exhausted. I used to pretend to go to the company to punch in on time, but now I don't go for several days and no one says anything. Jinswoching didn't mention the salary deduction. The car was driving on the road, and I couldn't think about other things. Who knows what may happen on the road? If I follow the records in my diary, today I will encounter soldiers taking advantage of the passage, and weasels worshipping the moon. Thinking of weasels, it suddenly occurred to me. When the 8 immortals carry the sedan chair and the evil spirits take their wives, who is the old lady mumbling about it? Isn't she the Huang Santai I once saw in my dream? According to Huang Er's description, it is not a good one. But later it apologized to me in my dream, and was almost beaten to death by Bai Xian when we were in Muling village. If the little weasel carrying the sedan hadn't stopped her, Huang Santai would have been a dead weasel at this moment. The diary seemed to have fallen out of it, so all the emergencies on the last train on Route 14 were planned by her? Just why open the last bus of Route 14? Why does the company make such a decision? Bus number 18 always had various problems. Later, the route was changed several times and the time of the first and last trains was changed. It was changed to 8 in the morning and 6 in the evening before things got better. I have not been with the company for a long time, but I also know that the last bus on Route 14 has never had its route adjusted. The final stop has always been Shaneo village. Although I have some ideas in my mind, I never dare to take them lightly. Especially after the car successfully arrived at the first stop, I paid even more attention to the situation on the road. Contrary to what was written in the diary, I didn't encounter anything strange until I reached the terminal. After staying at the terminal for 3 minutes, I went down to put out water. When I got on the bus, I found that there was an extra person on the bus. I don't know exactly when it came up. I wasn't that far away just now, so why didn't I see it get on the bus? I guess it's not human. As for whether it is a spirit or a spirit, I can't tell. The coins I put in my trouser pocket began to heat up, so hot that it almost burned me. This is the coin reminding me, so I take out the coin. Unexpectedly, his hand slipped and the coin fell directly to the ground. The coin fell to the ground and I was suddenly plunged into darkness. When I think about the two-dimensional space I fell into that day, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then the coins in the pocket jumped out one after another like popcorn and fell to the ground. Bai Xian left me a lot of coins, and in just a moment, they all fell to the ground. The coin rolled on the floor, and it seemed like it was a guide. I hesitated. I stepped on the coins bravely and walked to the last coin. The scene in front of me changed back to what it should be in the car. As for the thing I saw behind me, it was raising its head and smiling brighter at me. Even though there was not enough light in the car, I could clearly see that the man said 3 words to me. Are you here? Why am I here? Where am I now, in the spirit world? I believe very much in the coin that Bai Xian left for me. It has saved me from danger several times. I don't believe it will harm me at this time. What's more, Bai Xian can only leave some marks now, and it is impossible to control the coins. I forced myself to calm down and looked straight at the thing that was neither human nor ghost. Whatever it is, it's not easy to harm me. If I am afraid, the yang energy in my body will be weakened by 3 points, making it easier for spirits to take advantage of me. It may not be a good thing to have the resentment behind me, but it follows me. I basically won't be possessed by ghosts. After all, ghosts are the most sinister and evil thing in the world. This is what Master Lin said when I went out today. I am now half convinced by what Master Lin said. As for Mr. Wangzhou, I have 30% confidence and 70% doubt. It's not that I'm suspicious by nature, but their behavior always lets me know something is wrong. Ask them and they won't tell. I looked at my phone. It was already time to return, so I stopped looking at it. Return to the cab and fasten your seatbelt. I followed the rules and said, the train has started, everyone is seated. The thing sitting in the back suddenly walked down and walked to the rear door. Looking straight at me, I don't quite understand what it means. Simply pretend not to see it. At the next stop, after the door opened, it took a step down. He said to me meaningfully, the road ahead is not easy, so be careful. I didn't expect him to say that, and it made me confused. I really wanted to ask him what he meant, but he had already gotten out of the car and disappeared without a trace. It disappeared so quickly, so maybe it really wasn't human. I always feel that it feels familiar, as if it is someone I have seen before. He was sitting at the back just now, and I could clearly see the shape of his mouth. But his facial features were like a fog, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Thinking of the cell phone at home that I haven't used for a long time, I couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile. The man just now made an action that was exactly the same as Wang Jui's habit. When speaking, the thumb of the right hand will subconsciously clasp the pulp of the middle finger. The face that cannot be seen clearly, the somewhat familiar tone, and the same little movements are really interesting. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and unconsciously showed a ferocious smile. In a daze, I saw myself through the glass, and I felt like this. It feels like a real spirit. Perhaps everyone has a ghost in their heart. Only when pushed to the limit will it be released. The rest of the journey was indeed not peaceful, but not the kind of peace I thought. I saw 3 traffic accidents along the way. I didn't dare to stop the car, but fortunately the traffic police didn't stop me. When I passed the last car accident, the body was less than 10 centimeters away from my wheel. There was no one around, only a lonely body, which looked miserable. I couldn't help but mutter, why did he die here? So pitiful. The body lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and met my eyes. He showed a slightly cold smile, and I felt a sense of weirdness in my heart. I didn't dare to brake and drove straight forward. I drove all the way, and except for stopping at the station, I didn't dare to look around. Even so, it seemed that the cold eyes were still following behind me, entwined on my back. I tried to restrain myself and not look back. Jinswoching looked very surprised that I got the car safely. He pouted at me with an unhappy face. You are so lucky, you came back safe and sound. The malice in these words was totally undisguised, but fortunately I had guessed that Jinsuwa City would be like this. I was not surprised that he would say this, but his firm tone today showed how confident he was that something would happen to me today. It was reasonable, after all, they were in the same group. I'm fine now, and it's normal for them to be unhappy. I just don't know what roles Wang Jui and Master Lin play in it. I no longer fully trust them, but it seems like they are the only ones I can rely on. After leaving the company's gate, I was lucky enough to directly meet a taxi preparing to solicit customers. To my surprise, it turned out to be a human taxi. The master had a comfortable smile on his face. Looking at his smiling face, I felt a lot better. The master was surprised when he saw me coming out of the company in the middle of the night. Then he took the initiative to discuss it with me. What are you doing here so late? Fortunately you met me, otherwise I wouldn't have known how long it would take to meet a car. The master is telling the truth, it is really not easy to take a taxi here. Not just because of the remoteness of the place. I have heard others say before that traffic accidents are prone to occur at intersections near bus companies. And encountering all kinds of strange things, over time, fewer and fewer drivers are willing to come. In addition, there are no communities or residential buildings nearby, and there are no shops at all. So there is no such thing as coming here. I drive the last bus. I just got off work. There are always few cars here. I casually said that intuitively. I felt that I could get a lot of information out of the driver's mouth. For example, why he appears here is worth pondering. If there are no passengers coming, the taxi driver will not take the initiative to try his luck in such a place. The driver looked surprised, then fearful. The hand holding the steering wheel looked like it had changed color, and I could feel his fear. What's wrong, master? Why are you so scared? I asked slowly, deliberately making the driver feel scared. Only when he is afraid can I get more information from him. The master's face became more and more ugly, and the speed of the car became slower and slower. Finally, he simply braked and stopped directly on the side of the road. Who are you? Are you a human or a spirit? What do you want to do? The driver's voice still had a vibrato, and it was obvious that he was really frightened by me. I also felt a little sorry for him, but I was forced by the situation. If I ask him directly about some things, it is very likely that he will not tell the truth. I've heard enough lies lately, whether they're vague or well-intentioned. It doesn't change one thing, it just deceived me. What don't I want to do? Master, have you misunderstood? I am just an ordinary last bus driver. I emphasized the 3 words last bus. It can be seen that the last bus on Route 14, 9413, is an existence that scares everyone. I'm afraid I'm the only one who doesn't know this clearly, if someone had told me about it in the first place. Even if I mention it by chance, I won't be blinded by money. Are you driving 9413, the last bus on Route 14? I didn't expect this man-eating bus to resume service again. After a while, the driver's expression softened, which surprised me. I stared straight at the driver, trying to analyze some useful information from his facial expressions. "Master, do you know about this car? I was coaxed into driving it. There are parents and children in my family. I want to earn an extra 1,000 yuan so that my family can be rich and comfortable." What I said seemed to be true. It could be seen that the driver's expression relaxed a little. It seemed like he wanted to say something to me, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. It seems that he may actually know some of the secrets of Route 14. Is my luck really good, or is there someone else who has a scheming intention to do it? It's not easy to look at you. Let me give you a few words. Throw this car away as soon as possible. 8 drivers have died in this car. You also know how difficult it is to get a bus driver's employment certificate. If one driver has a problem, it may be a coincidence, but 8 drivers in a row all have problems frequently. The last one was either dead or maimed. What does this prove? The problem is with this car. The bus driver's emergency responsibility is very strong. Even if there is an accident, not everyone in the bus will die. So there must be something wrong inside. I understand what the driver wants to express. But now I am really stuck in a tight spot. No one knows whether I can get rid of the last train on Route 14. This car is indeed very powerful. It really has the license plate number, 9413. It narrowly escaped death. I have no choice but to say that I really feel so. In fact, Che Xiamen shouldn't be blamed, there must be other reasons. For example, if the internal problem of the bus company is only a problem with the bus can be completely abandoned. Even if you want to use it, you can apply for a license change. There is always a way to avoid having 8 drivers in a row end up like that. The master didn't think I was anything evil, and since I was young, he felt relaxed. "Young man, my brother-in-law drove this car before. When he died, there was no body left, only one arm on the steering wheel." Thinking of the tragic death of his brother-in-law, the master's face really didn't look good. Although I can't empathize with him, I can understand him. If someone around me died from this, I'm afraid I wouldn't look good now. Hearing rumors is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. The master was in no hurry to drive, and I didn't rush him, so we just chatted casually. From him, I really learned a lot of things that I had been puzzled about for a long time and had never figured out. The master knew that I had been driving the last bus of Route 14 for more than a month, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His brother-in-law drove for a total of 15 days, and ended up dead on the street, with his body torn apart. In fact, when he said that his brother-in-law only had a pair of arms left, I knew which driver it was. If I remember correctly, he should be the third last bus driver. After he died, his body was placed in a very mean place and became a puppet of the spirit. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel scared. I have never seen a puppet of the spirit until now. If I encounter a puppet, can I get away smoothly? Thinking about the terrifying appearance of the puppet, I feel more and more frightened. The master may feel that there is nothing to say, so he took the initiative to start the car and drove towards the direction of my dormitory. When we got there, I gave him money, but he didn't take it. Not only did he not take my money, he also gave me the peace charm in his car. The car I used to drive regularly also had this thing in the car, which was left by the previous driver. Basically, all drivers will prepare this thing. It's not feudal superstition, but just to seek peace of mind. I didn't refuse this peace charm, it didn't look very valuable. The advantage is that it is the master's intention. After I went upstairs, the taxi did not leave directly until I returned home and stood at the window to look down. Then I saw the master slowly started the taxi and left the downstairs of my dormitory. It is reasonable that the driver's dormitory is for 2 to 3 people to live together. The community where I live is far away from other drivers. At that time, I was arranged to come here, and the company said that someone would move in later. However, until now, I am still alone. My colleagues in the company did not seem to know, and did not think that there was anything wrong with me being alone and having a whole house to myself. Renting a house in this location costs at least 10,000 yuan a year. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that I understood something. Maybe from the day I joined the bus company, I have become a chess piece in the chess game. But who is the chess player? Wang Jui or Master Lin? Soon I denied both of them completely. They wanted to calculate me, but there was no need to go to great lengths. They also had to lie from time to time to cover up their true purpose. I walked around the room and called Master Lin's name several times as if nothing had happened. There was no response. As for Master Wang Jiu, Because of the contract, he was near me, and I could feel it. The two male paper figures in the room had disappeared. I remember that when I left, Master Lin asked me to come back early, so that we could go to the spirit world together to find the rhizome of Mangasaka. Why did he disappear without a trace now? I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to ask the master why he was near the bus company. Judging from his appearance just now, he was more afraid of the bus company and the last bus of number 14 than anyone else. I flipped through the mobile phone left under the mattress. The mobile phone had started recording since I left the room. I was very curious about what Master Lin had done during my absence. However, when I took out the mobile phone, I saw 3 big words on it: pediatrics. The words should be written by Master Lin, so the mobile phone I came down to record must have been discovered by him. So he unplugged the power cord and let the mobile phone run out of power and fall into shutdown mode. Because the phone was turned off, all the words he said and the voice recorded by the phone would be lost. It's a pity that he forgot one thing. I can set the program in advance so that the voice recording function of the phone can automatically save before turning off the phone. After plugging in the power supply and turning on the phone, I seriously clicked on the recorded voice clips. At first, there was only a buzzing sound, which sounded a bit harsh. After a while, I heard the sound of Master Lin getting up and putting on clothes. He went to open the door and let someone in. Then the man spoke, and the voice sounded familiar. I thought about it and basically confirmed the identity of this person. It should be Master Lin's senior brother. Isn't it because he doesn't want to be involved in karma? Why did he come to my dormitory? I continued to listen with doubts. The two people quarreled fiercely, and Master Lin's senior brother persuaded him not to meddle in other people's business. I can basically confirm that the meddlesome thing his senior brother was talking about was me. Don't let him care about my life or death. I didn't expect that Master Lin's senior brother is still a ruthless person. I don't feel angry. Isn't it my own problem after all? It is reasonable for them to ignore me, and it is not a legal requirement. I am so old, and Master Lin is not my guardian. Why does he follow me all the time? Master Lin's stubborn attitude probably made senior brother Lin very angry, and finally he slammed the door and left. Then I heard the voice of Master Wang Jiu in the room. This scared me. Why did Master Wang Jiu suddenly come back if he did not return to the spirit world? No, he did not go to the spirit world at all. His next sentence confirmed this idea. That kid went out to drive? It's really hard to deal with. I have to coax him to go out to drive every day. It can be seen that Master Wang Jiu is rough but meticulous, and he is still very cautious. At least when he speaks, he is careful. I was so fascinated by their conversation that I didn't notice that there was something behind me. Master Wang Jiu suddenly appeared behind me, and while I was concentrating on listening to their conversation, he kicked me in the back secretly, and this kick did not leave any space. I lay on the ground in a dog-eating shit posture, looking extremely embarrassed. You little bastard, you still dare to secretly guard against your Jiu Yi. Your Jiu Yi wants to harm you, and you can't escape. Wang Jiu Yi said bluntly, and I knew he was not lying. If he fights to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and loses 800 of himself, I will definitely die in his hands. After all, he is the master who can launch the night march of the 100 spirits in the spirit world. He can dispatch spirits and ghosts. Ordinary spirits and ghosts have no power to fight back in front of him. Boy, if you don't know anything about some things, you don't have to care about this car after 14 days. It will naturally find a way to find the next driver, but some things are known, it's hard to get rid of them. I hate Wang Jiuye's way of speaking half and half. No one wants to be a fool all the time in exchange for a short period of stability. What's more, I have a feeling that even if I drive for 77 14 days, I can't get rid of the last bus of Route 14. It was like a machine that devoured human lives. If it didn't swallow what it had in its mouth, how could it rest? I suddenly wanted to ask the two crazy drivers. They must have experienced something, and finally survived and saved their lives. But they were also scared to death, so they could only live a crazy life. I know how much you have hidden from me about the last bus of Route 14. You told me that Master Lin was not trustworthy, and Master Lin said that Bai Xian was not trustworthy. In fact, none of you can be trusted. I said firmly that everyone had their own purpose, and it was a bit ridiculous to talk about trust. Wang Jui didn't expect me to be so calm. He circled around me. Then he pulled something out from behind me. I felt that my head suddenly hurt a little, but fortunately it was only for a moment. So it was this. This thing is rare in the spirit world now. You were lucky enough to throw it. I saw a small gray-black bright spot, which kept rushing around in Wang Ju's hand, but was always imprisoned in Wang Ju's hand. What kind of strange thing is this, which came out of me? After Wang Ji took it out of me, the negative emotions in my heart were much relieved. Many things that I felt sorry about, but when I thought about it carefully, I didn't feel embarrassed. I looked at Master Wang Jiu a little embarrassed, although the strange thing was caught. But my suspicion of Master Wang Jiu and Master Lin did not disappear at all. Master Wang Jiu misunderstood, and my suspicion of them might have been magnified by this thing. But the fundamental reason is that Master Wang Jiu and Master Lin have each kept many things from me. There are many deceptions to me. Master Wang Jiu, I met a weirdo tonight, and he is an acquaintance. Can you tell me who he is? The smile on my face was very gloomy, and I had never shown such an expression before. Master Wang Jiu's smile was a little forced, and when he saw the resentment in my eyes, he suddenly deflated. What do you know, kid? Who told you that I can't be trusted? Think about it yourself. For some things, don't just listen to others, but see for yourself. Master Wang Jiu's expression was very solemn. So far, he still didn't tell me the truth. Instead, he has been playing tricks on me. I looked straight at Master Wang Jiu. I really want to see past the surface and see what he is thinking and what he is hiding from me. Master Jiu, tell me the truth. I don't want to be blind. You are hiding many things from me, which may not be a good thing. I said weakly, and suddenly I felt that I was making a fuss and was a little willful. After all, I am a grown man, and I am like an ignorant child now. I don't know what Master Wang Jiu was thinking when he saw me like this, and he didn't speak for a long time. Just when I was sleepy waiting, Master Wang Jiu said reluctantly, "Go to a place with me, don't talk, no matter what you see, don't open your mouth." Don't open your mouth? I was a little confused. For fear that Master Wang Jiu would regret it, I followed him closely and followed him to the gate of the bus company. At this moment, the entire space company was silent, except for a little light in the guardroom. The rest of the place was dark, like a monster that would eat people. There is also a skill to seduce people's hearts, calling people all the time to step into it. Why are you scared? If you are scared, go back. You don't know anything. In 13 days, you can get rid of these things completely. Get rid of these things completely? Think about Bai Xian, who has become a star of light. I suddenly felt that if I continued to pretend to be deaf and dumb, would I be worthy of Bai Xian's sacrifice? And if I really can get rid of the last bus on Route 14 after spending the last half-month? I don't really believe this. The last bus on Route 14 is like a swamp. Once you are contaminated, it is not easy to get rid of it. Master Jiu, do you believe this yourself? You must let me know something, even if it is not all. There was a hint of pleading in my tone. I really don't want to be that fool who knows nothing anymore. Maybe he also understood that I would not give up easily. This time he nodded without hesitation and took me directly to the bus company. Don't talk, don't think, don't cause trouble for me. Master Wang Jiu said very seriously, without a trace of joking in his tone. I nodded obediently and followed behind Master Wang Jiu, trying to be careful not to make any noise. When we got to the building, I saw Master Wang Jiu skillfully find a corner on the second floor. There was another door in the corner. Master Wang Jiu opened the door and walked me in with a dignified manner. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect there was a small room here. Although this room is small, it has a sense of small but complete. Master Wang Jiu took me to the corner, probably making a trick to make me stand here honestly. Soon there was another voice at the door, and I heard the voice of the speaker. It was both expected and unexpected. Lin Hualong, how can you be willing to stop interfering? The company's affairs are not something you can interfere with. The voice was Jin Suocheng. I knew before that Master Lin and Jin Suocheng were very familiar. Now I don't feel surprised to hear the two of them talking together. What kind of role Master Lin plays, it is undeniable that he has helped me a lot. It's just that one person helping another always has an intention. Those who have no desires are just legendary saints. Mr. Jin, maybe I shouldn't call you like this. I should call you Fourth Master, right? Master Lin's tone was somewhat provocative. I knew that Master Lin did not go along with Jinsuwa City, and I was relieved. But why did Master Lin call the spirit the Fourth Master? What is the connection between Wang Jui and this Fourth Master? I think I may be overthinking. Just based on this relationship, I have to say that the spirit pretending to be Jinsuwa City is related to Wang Jui. The reason is too far-fetched, even I can't convince myself. What conditions did they give you? Let you work so hard and work for them. Master Lin said sarcastically, although he had his back to me. I can't see his expression, but I can imagine what kind of mockery there is in Wang Jui's eyes. The spirit called Fourth Master didn't speak for a long time. Maybe it was because Master Lin said that he was unwilling to speak. I really want to know, there are several spirits pretending to be Jinsuwa City, which one is he? Evil spirits like Master Wang Zhou can appear during the day and under the sun, and the sunlight cannot do anything to them. Several times, Jin Suocheng appeared at the door of my dormitory during the day. So Jin Suocheng, who is at least the evil spirit level, will be the fourth master. Lin Hualong, I know better than you how capable you are. What's the use of protecting that kid? What can he help you with? You have a few good things at the bottom of the box. The fourth master's tone was very calm, but he did mention Master Lin's pain points. I saw that Master Lin's body was a little stiff. I knew that fourth master must have been right. Master Lin is really running out of things to protect me now. It's just that Master Lin is a disciple of Taoism, so he always has many means. Maybe he can really protect me. I reluctantly comforted myself and looked down at my strong arms, feeling suddenly discouraged. What's the use of these muscles? Even if you want to protect yourself, you can't. Many times, I have to rely on Master Lin, a bad old man, to protect me. Wang Jui gave me a calm look. Looking at him as if it had nothing to do with him, I felt extremely confused. We can't watch you doing evil in the human world. No matter how much trouble you make in the spiritual world, it has nothing to do with us, but I won't agree to your misbehavior in the human world. Master Lin said firmly. But there are some meanings of being an outsider. In the past, I always felt that he was just like a charlatan who did not do his job all day long. Before I could express my admiration for Master Lin's noble character, I heard Ling Zhou's exaggerated smile. If this were a person, he would not faint from laughing like this. How old are you and you are still so naive? How many years have the last bus on Route 14 been running? How many people have died? Why is no one taking care of it? Don't you think about it? Fourth Master's words made me no longer calm, and I began to reflect. 8 drivers on Route 14 have died. These 8 lives are enough for the people above to notice. Why is there still no response? Even except for some people in the bus company, the rest of the people don't know these things. The only people who know something about these things are the relatives of the victims. I thought of the driver I met when I returned to the dormitory tonight. I always felt that what he said was too easy and too smooth and natural. It's like I've said it many times. The driver's words may not be true, I thought to myself. I couldn't help but think about Tingting that night, why she was trapped in the toilet, and why she had such a precious thing as dark wood. If you say there is no reason, I certainly won't believe it. So, I can't believe Tingting's words either. So who can say that I can trust? Which sentence is the truth and which sentence is a lie? I couldn't help feeling cold, and suddenly felt that this world full of lies was not suitable for me. Did you also feel that something was not right, so you tried your best to stop our actions? I am afraid that the result will be unacceptable to you. Master Lin, please stop. The fourth master's tone was full of confusion. I want to tell Master Lin. Covering one's ears and stealing the bell is the stupidest move in the world, and it cannot be done because of his threats. I gave up the chance to know the truth, and most importantly, I wanted to stay alive. The only one who can help me is Master Lin. What do you mean? Taoist disciples are also involved. There was a sense of panic in Master Lin's tone. I suddenly felt that if I really knew the ending, it might be a very cruel thing for Master Lin. Just pretending to be confused because you understand is the stupidest move in the world. Wang Ji looked at Master Lin with a mocking expression, and I could see pity in his eyes. He is pitying Master Lin. Why should he pity Master Lin? Wang Ji may know the mastermind behind this, and this mastermind is known to Master Lin. It might be a fatal blow, perhaps Master Lin himself had guessed it. I just don't want to believe it. Taoist disciple, Lin Hualong, you claim to be orthodox in Taoism, but you are the only one who recognizes this orthodoxy. Even the senior brother you grew up with has become a recluse and a blind person. You are just like him. Isn't it good? Master Lin took a step back, breathing heavily. I really want to comfort Master Lin, but I also know that the last thing men need is comfort. Master Lin once said that his senior brother was unwilling to help because of cause and effect would affect his practice. Now that I think about it, that was just an excuse. Master Lin may not have known about it, but he just didn't want to know. Senior brother has no desires and demands. He is an expert in this world. If the spiritual world is really causing trouble, he will not stand idly by. Master Lin said forcefully, but I could hear his guilty conscience. He was probably not sure whether senior brother would take action at that time. I sneered in my heart and said to myself slightly sarcastically, "It's better to live in seclusion than to pretend to be deaf and mute." The fourth master sensed Master Lin's guilty conscience, took a step forward, came to Master Lin, and gently pressed his shoulders. Master Lin's momentum suddenly weakened a bit. "Lin Hualong, are you afraid? If you're afraid, just stop meddling in your own business, go back to your room, and be your weirdo, okay?" I looked nervously at Master Lin and Ling Sui, who were already standing together, feeling worried for Master Lin. After saying this, fourth master turned around and left the room. Wang Ji suddenly appeared next to me and said sternly, "Don't open your mouth, shut up and leave here before talking." How did he know I was going to speak? Wang Ji rolled his eyes and continued impatiently, "I know you almost did something bad. Leave this place before talking. I'm very tired right now, and I'm not in the mood to be glib." Following Wang Ji, he walked out of this inconspicuous room. I believe that a large part of the company will not have any impression of this place. I also observed the situation in the house just now. There are no windows and I won't be discovered if I turn on the light. And the location is so remote that no one will notice it at all. My intuition tells me that there are more secrets here. I was thinking about when I could come over again during the day. Maybe you can see some clues. After leaving the bus company's gate, Wang Ji suddenly turned around. It startled me. "Don't show off your flaws when you get back. That Nyobi is very smart. As long as you and I know what happened today." Is this a little secret between Wang Ji and I? I suddenly felt a little excited. As for what Wang Ji said, I think this is indeed the case. Since Master Lin doesn't know that we overheard the conversation between him and Ling Sui, we need to make the play more complete. Is it just that Master Lin is really the Orthodox Taoist sect? Is the Taoist orthodoxy like him? Looking back to the first time I met Master Lin, I suspected that he had just come out of the bridge tunnel. I will definitely not let Master Lin know, but what happened just now? I asked in confusion. The spirit's persistence in me is more terrible than I thought. I never found out that there is anything special about me. Why does it have to hold on to me? Normally, if you meet someone you dare not provoke, you will let him go and replace him with someone who is easier to control. There must be a reason why they insist on not letting me go. Master Wang Jiu showed a hideous smile, which looked a bit scary. I saw him looking at the company building thoughtfully, and then he told me. "What's the situation? Normally, the bull's nose is bigger than you think, but the Taoist sect is now lonely and in chaos. Lin Hualong is a junior, and the burden of the Taoist sect in the future cannot stabilize the situation. Master Wang Jiu knows a lot of things, which is reasonable. It is an evil spirit of unknown age, and it must be knowledgeable. Taoism is in decline. Although I have never really been in contact with this circle, I can feel it. After all, the real Taoism has been out of touch with this society. And Taoism, a local religious belief, is gradually declining. I have seen it with my own eyes. Even in the Taoist temples, there are only a few Taoists who are cheating. You can imagine how miserable the sect is. The relationship between Master Wang Jiu and Master Lin is very subtle. Logically, they should be enemies. But in fact, they are strangely close. Maybe it's mutual appreciation. I was thinking about the next thing, and I didn't notice Master Lin passing by me. When I saw him, Master Lin had already taken a taxi in the spirit world. I wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Master Wang Jiu. I saw Master Wang Jiu shook his head at me, grabbed my arm, and took me to another place. I am very familiar with this place. After all, I hid here for a long time last night. The light in the toilet was on, and the light of the guard was also on. Old Anta didn't seem to see me, and kept muttering, and I didn't know what he was mumbling. I walked into the garage with a swagger, and suddenly saw a group of men surrounding a little girl who jumped off the bus. Those people were wearing the uniforms of the former bus company, but since 10 years ago, the company's clothes were not like this. I was very confused, and I couldn't help but surpass Master Wang Jiu and wanted to follow him to see what was going on. Fortunately, I was still somewhat rational. I walked 2 steps and then looked back at Wang Jui, not sure if I could speak now. But I was sure that Wang Jui could understand what I meant. "Don't talk, shut up, and just watch the show," Wang Jui said coldly, with some unquestionable meaning in his tone. At this time, of course, I would not sing against him. Shut up and catch up with the group of people just now. I watched them drag the little girl into the women's bathroom, and what happened next was simply indescribable. I didn't want to watch it anymore, so I retreated to the door and didn't look at the scene inside. But the sound was like a maggot attached to my bones, lingering in my ears. Even if I blocked my ears, I could clearly hear the screams and cries of the little girl. I have confirmed that what is happening in the bathroom now is the experience of Tingting being killed more than 10 years ago. Why is such a drama being staged at this time? What exactly did Wang Jui bring me to see? The experience of the little girl being killed? I looked at Wang Jui inquiringly, wanting him to give me a reasonable explanation. Every night, this thing will be repeated here, but you have never encountered it. The price that the spirits must pay to stay in the world is to repeat the reason for their death every day. Repeat the experience? So Tingting has to experience it once every day and recall how she died in the hands of these beasts. Is this a bit too cruel for her? Maybe I couldn't bear it, and Wang Jui saw it, and I saw that the smile on his mouth was bigger. I don't quite understand, what is he laughing at? Is it really funny? A little girl in her teens was tortured to death by a group of beasts in human clothes, and Wang Jui could still laugh. I stared at Wang Jui with resentment. If he hadn't run to tell me not to open my mouth. At this moment, I would have questioned him why he just sat there and watched. Where was his sympathy? You are such a lovely fool, Su Rin, don't you think about it? She has to go through such things every day. Why does she still stay in the world? In the past, it was revenge, but she has already taken revenge. What is the point of staying? Yes, what is the point? I couldn't help wondering why Tingting was still unwilling to leave. Obviously the price of staying was so painful. The screams in my ears became weaker and weaker, and I heard several drivers cursing and saying something, but I couldn't hear the specific content clearly. Someone asked her to stay. What she said to you was also told by those people. Do you think she has been in the toilet for so many years, and no one has found her? If she hadn't helped those people, do you think they would have kept her? I remembered the ghost who pretended to be Master Lin that day, and Tingting was no match for him at all. If that ghost wanted to touch Tingting, he could have done it long ago. Why wait so long? So Tingting didn't want to protect me, but was acting for me to deceive your trust? Wang Jui was afraid that my kind nature would cause trouble, and he added fuel to the fire. That day she was entangled with you, touching you all over. Do you really think that if you don't open your eyes and don't breathe, she won't notice you? She just wants this diary. I don't know where he took out the diary from, shook it in front of me, and put it back. I didn't ask Wang Jui for it. It's much safer to keep it with him than with me. Finally, the sound in the room stopped, and the man with a fierce face just now walked out with a triumphant smile. I rushed into the bathroom and saw a mess, and Tingting was dead. Although I know this happened in the past, I still want to see if it is possible to save Tingting. My hand passed through Tingting's body, and Tingting on the ground disappeared completely. A little girl with a gloomy face appeared not far away. I could see all the negative emotions in the world from her face. When facing me, Tingting always smiled, or aggrieved. There has never been such a time. I guess she can't see me, so I stand here, looking at her coldly, to see what she wants to do. I don't know when, a black object floated past me. Finally, it stopped in the air in front of Tingting. I knew this was the highlight of the night. Wang Jui would definitely not bring me here just to see Tingting's experience of being murdered. I don't know when Wang Jui stood behind me. Did Su Rin come here today? I have never heard this voice before, and it sounds weird. Tingting lowered her head and looked very respectful. Yes, I told him everything according to your instructions, and he should believe what I said. Tingting's voice was also a little unnatural and stiff. Now I can basically be sure that Tingting is really lying to me. And there is no unspeakable secret. After all, I have no favor to her, and it is not embarrassing for her to lie to me. To be honest, I still think too highly of myself, and I thought Tingting was really worried about me. That's good, he also accepted the Yinshan wood, and the plan should not go wrong. He will die in a few days, and you can devour his young fire and become an evil spirit. No matter how stupid I am, I can understand the meaning of that group of mist. No wonder Tingting is so obedient. There is something wrong with the dark wood that Tingting gave me. When I think of this, I can't help but worry about Bai Xian. She is now in the dark wood. Will she be killed? I thought it was a good thing for me to keep her, but now it seems. All my self-willed actions are my harm to her. After becoming an evil spirit, you will go to the company building and no longer have to wait here. What will be given to you depends on your performance. First, he gave me a thought and then knocked Tingting a few words. Black Mist is quite capable. After explaining everything, Tingting and Black Mist disappeared completely. Master Wang Jiao asked me to leave the garage. I had a lot of things to digest, so I didn't have time to talk. I followed Master Wangjiu all the way home. When I arrived at the door of my house, I looked up outside. It was not so dark anymore. I looked at my watch again and it was already 4:30. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Master Wangjiu reminded me, rest early, there are many interesting things. Then he disappeared without a trace. I was indeed tired, the kind of tiredness that exhausted both physically and mentally. I fell directly on the bed and began to sleep soundly. It was not until the evening that I was awakened by the urge to urinate, which ended this sleep. I don't know when Master Lin came back. Master Lin was much quieter than before. There were a lot of things in front of him, all of which looked quite old. Then he took out a ring and put it on my finger. He shook his head and nodded. Put this thing away. It's one of the few good things I have in my bottom box. Master Lin said with a pained look on his face. Seeing him like this, I was relieved. I pushed the ring inwards, knowing that it would not fall off easily, so I wore it with confidence. In fact, I was surprised that this ring fit me so well. Rings are all different sizes for different people, and it is difficult to find a ring that fits you perfectly. It's also a fate between you and it, wear it well. Master Lin was surprised for a moment, and emphasized that I should wear it well. I wanted to say something to him, but suddenly remembered what the Fengdu taxi driver said to me yesterday, and took Wu Chang's business card out of my pocket. I asked Master Lin, yesterday when I was in the car, the driver gave me this thing, saying that if I prepared enough paper money, I could ask Wu Chang to take away the things behind me. Is it reliable? I don't think the driver lied to me. After all, he had no reason to lie to me. It was just that I had experienced Tingting's deception. I don't trust anyone or spirits very much now. Master Lin is a barely trustworthy person, so I asked him. He leaned over and looked at the content carefully. Master Lin couldn't hide his excitement. It's useful. Hurry up and prepare paper money to take away the things behind you. Master Lin said anxiously, which was more anxious than me, the person involved. Knowing that the method is useful, I am also secretly glad that I finally don't have to consider those terrible solutions. The funeral clothing store has not closed yet. I was very careful this time, for fear that I would run into the paperman and be blackmailed by the old man again. It's just that the boss sitting inside is not the old man yesterday. It's a taciturn middle-aged man. Seeing us coming, he stood up slowly and asked me what I needed. When I said I wanted to buy yellow paper, he directly took out 2 bundles of yellow paper from the cellar. One bundle is 50, a total of 100 yuan. I will give you some incense and candles. Welcome to come next time. I was very surprised. In less than 5 minutes, I successfully left the funeral clothing store with the yellow paper. After walking a few steps, I couldn't help but look back, and I always felt that something was wrong. Master Lin also looked solemn, and looked back at the funeral clothing store with me. After a while, Master Lin pulled me up and ran towards the intersection ahead. At the intersection, Master Lin rushed directly and turned left. He ran through the traffic lights again. Then he rushed diagonally from the middle of the road, forcing several cars to stop. The driver who was driving by was so angry that he stuck his head out and cursed the 2 of us. After running back to the starting point before the intersection, Master Lin finally stopped and kept panting. Damn, I almost got caught by him because I often walked by the river. I don't quite understand why he said that, but Master Lin is not a random person, there must be something wrong. We were deceived that day and didn't go to Chang's shop at all. I didn't expect that the old man would be a zombie. No wonder there are so many paper figures. I have no idea what a zombie is. Master Lin suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and immediately shut his mouth tightly and stopped talking to me about these things. It's just that my curiosity has been aroused. How can I let it go if Master Lin doesn't tell me? What is a zombie? It looks weird. I asked curiously, not sure in my heart, will Master Lin really tell me? Master Lin hesitated for a moment, as if he was making a decision. Zombies are living dead people, or dead people resurrected. It's a pity that the world will not allow dead people to resurrect, so there are such things as zombies. I still don't quite understand, but it doesn't stop me from nodding. Master Lin didn't care whether I understood or not. From the tone of his voice, I knew he didn't want to talk to me at all. Zombies are good at making up illusions and paper spirits, but when they make paper figures, they use the skin of living people, so it is easy to attract spirits. This time I understand why the female paper figure is so weird. It turns out that this is the reason. I know very well that Master Lin still has reservations, but I am very content. After all, it is good that he can say something to me. There was a paperman following you and me just now. If we don't do this, he will catch up. Master Lin explained his strange behavior just now. I looked around and saw no paper figures anywhere. No matter how realistic the paper figures are, they are still different from people. You can see them all at a glance, but I looked around and couldn't find any trace of the paperman. I looked so seriously that I didn't even notice what was going on behind me. It was Master Lin who suddenly exclaimed that made me return my attention. The paperman is behind you, don't look back, don't speak, the resentment of the ghost behind you will show him the way. I really didn't expect that the resentment behind my soul was really no different from a time bomb. But I couldn't get rid of it, I could only watch and keep digging holes for me. I also had to jump. Su Langjun, you touched someone else's body and ran away without taking responsibility. Let me catch you this time. The paper girl's voice was extremely delicate, but in my ears it was like a demonic sound, and I couldn't hear it at all. This kind of sound is a kind of torture when it enters the ears. Get off him quickly, or I won't let you off lightly. Master Lin said fiercely, knowing that he must be at a loss, otherwise he would have taken action long ago. How could he say so much? I was motionless and didn't know what to do. The paper girl held my body very hard. Su Langjun, don't you want to say something to me? Last time you burned down my family, which made my family sad. This time, Su Langjun, please don't leave me again. I don't know if passers-by can see the paperman behind me, but I suddenly stood here motionless. It is quite an obstacle to passers-by. I watched helplessly as a yellow-haired boy hit me hard and then took several steps back. Look at the yellow-haired boy's body like a weak chicken, which can stretch to a height of 1.7 meters. I really can't understand how he thought that he would take the initiative to bump into me. Not to mention that there is a powerful paper girl behind me, but I am standing here by myself. If he insists on bumping into me, he is asking for trouble. Damn it, your kid is so twisted that you dare to hit me? The yellow-haired boy jumped up and pointed at my nose and yelled curses. He really looked like a gangster in society. Considering what was behind me, I didn't dare to talk to the yellow-haired boy. I gave him a look, but I didn't expect that the yellow-haired boy didn't understand what I meant. Instead, he became more provocative, looked at me without saying a word, and suddenly rushed over and pushed me. I didn't make any move, knowing that it was useless to wink at him, so I simply gave Master Lin a look. Let him drag the yellow-haired boy away so as not to anger the paper girl behind him. My husband has been bullied. How about I vent my anger on my behalf? How about I take out his heart and vent my anger on my husband? I was shocked by the female paper figure. If the yellow-haired boy's heart and liver were torn out on the street, he and I would be the headlines of today's news. Others may not be able to see the paper girl, but I am a living person. If any supernatural phenomenon occurs, surveillance cannot prove that it is related to me, nor can it prove that it has nothing to do with me. I must be the one who takes the blame in the end. I don't think it's necessary. Just calm down. I dared to say that although this yellow-haired boy was unreasonable, his crime would not lead to death. Even if he died innocently, there would still be law enforcement agencies. The paper girl giggled, and the sound sent chills down my spine. My body became stiffer and stiffer, and I didn't know why the paper girl was smiling. Do you think I shouldn't refuse? When Master Lin heard what the paper girl said, he didn't care about anything else. He grabbed the yellow-haired boy and pushed him aside. But the yellow-haired boy was really not afraid of death. He pushed Master Lin hard and walked towards me menacingly. I couldn't help but close my eyes and raise my hands uncontrollably. Her heart was full of despair, and the paper girl was really unwilling to let go of the yellow-haired boy. And the way she wants the yellow-haired boy is to control my arm. Let me dig out his heart uncontrollably. I can imagine how bloody the scene will be. I want to take my arm back, but the initiative of the arm is not with me at all. Just when my hand was about to touch the yellow-haired boy, the middle-aged man who just sold me the yellow paper suddenly appeared next to me. A heavy slap fell on my back. I didn't feel any pain, but I heard the scream of the paper girl. Then I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, as if something had been thrust into my flesh. I wanted to scream, but the middle-aged man clicked my throat. I wanted to scream again, but even though my mouth was open, no sound came out. Follow me, don't get lost. I don't understand why the middle-aged man said this, but at this time, no one else can save me except him. Master Lin nodded to me and motioned for me to follow his footsteps. The remaining worries in my heart disappeared, and I followed the middle-aged man step by step. The yellow-haired boy who was so proud just now suddenly sat on the ground without saying a word. Master Lin was afraid that something would happen to him, so he stayed there waiting for him. I have no objection to this. We can't let others misunderstand that we are bullying him. He fell to the ground, fearing that he was also hit, but he didn't know when he would recover. There will be no big problems, and bad luck is certain. He deserves it, no matter who makes him look for trouble. The middle-aged man did not take me directly back to the shroud shop. Instead, he led me to a small alley. Then from one wall to another, and finally emerged from the alley next to the shroud shop. "Come in." The middle-aged man seemed taciturn and didn't say a word to me along the way. He didn't explain to me why he had to go around. The layout inside the shroud shop is still the same as when I came here just now, and I feel a lot more at ease. If I see the old man from that day again at this time, I will definitely fight him to the death. But Master Lin said he was a living corpse, and I probably couldn't beat him. When I thought that it was because of him that I was entangled with weird paper figures, I felt increasingly unhappy. "Sit here. The paper man won't be able to catch up for a while. You go pick up 2 bundles of yellow paper, open them and invite Master Wu Chang." The middle-aged man seemed to have guessed my intention and said it calmly. I wanted to ask the old man about that day, but I didn't know where to start. I was busy those days. I didn't open a shop and no one was here. The living corpse pretended to be doing business. Normal people wouldn't go in. "You're so unlucky." I admit that I have bad luck, and the middle-aged man didn't lie. Ever since I drove the last bus on Route 14, my luck has not been very good. With the ghost behind me, my luck is even worse. I suddenly remembered the several car accidents I encountered when I was driving yesterday. If the car accident happened to me, who was unlucky? I would not feel surprised, but it happened to other people, or to people I happen to meet, I always feel something is wrong. "Will you take away the things behind me and the female paper figurine together if you invite Lord Wu Chang?" I asked uncertainly. What if they can't be taken away together? Whichever one is left behind will be a disaster. The middle-aged man looked at me in confusion, as if questioning me. How could I ask such a stupid question? Lord Wu Chang is responsible for taking away the living beings left in the world. As for the female paper figurine you mentioned, it is a spirit. What is a spirit? This completely unfamiliar word made me very confused. Lingmei is also a kind of ghost, but it is more special, elusive, and if it is not attached to something, no one can stop it. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he was unwilling to pay attention to me, but turned over the papers in his hand. Some papers that looked very old, and the handwriting was completely unclear. I thought the middle-aged man was very strange, but I couldn't tell where it was.